Verizon for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. Most people are under the impression that losing weight kills all things fun. Why? Because every meal plan, every workout program, and diet they've tried before did that. Here's Paige, the owner of Awaken 180 Weight Loss, regarding your holiday festivities.
One of the big concerns that we get from a lot of people this time of year especially is, how am I going to have fun through the holidays, or tolerate my family through the holidays, or go to those company holiday parties without drinking? And on Awaken 180 Weight Loss, you don't have to worry about that, because you still can drink alcohol. We, of course, want you to drink responsibly, but our coaches will help you find drinks that you can still enjoy on Awaken 180 Weight Loss while seeing great weight loss results.
Thanks, Paige. For me, losing weight with Awaken 180 was not only fast, it was easy. A tough claim to make, I know, but the only way you'll fully understand how easy it is by doing it yourself. Get started today. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The holidays are just around the corner, so now's the time to shop new deals at Lowe's. Make your home even merrier with up to 75% off select holiday decor clearance. Plus, don't miss our limited time weekly deal drops on items like appliances, tools, grills, and more. There's something for everyone on your list. Count on Lowe's to help you save all season long, because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 12/19 through 12/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And what a morning it is. It's less than 20 degrees outside, by the way, too. That's kind of why I'm saying that. Man, I got shivers
And I also drove by a police car this morning, trying to accelerate my vehicle because it was cold out. I wanted to warm up the engine, and didn't get pulled over. So thank goodness for that. But it's cold. Also feeling cold inside because the Steelers lost. Also feeling cold inside because Penn State volleyball beat Louisville yesterday. Happy Pittman's basketball's doing good. They beat Sam Houston on Saturday, so some good things to look at from that perspective. The Penguins, they also lost over the weekend. Yeah, they lost to the Devils, 3-0. So they're around. They're not doing terrible. They're around, but the Devils beat them, shut them out. Philadelphia Flyers come to town and play tonight at 7. So there's that. And while we also reflect on a Steelers loss, we're also previewing an upcoming Steeler game today. We're going to try to pivot and do both. I'm more in a reacting mood because of how the scenario is now laid out. The Ravens and Steelers tied now at the top of the AFC North, and that makes me sad and a bit frustrated, but I understand it. We'll talk about why and what that all means. And I'm reflecting on today is the final day that I'll be here before the new year. So, man, what a year it's been. We can reflect on that, too. What's your favorite moment of 2024? What gains did you make this year? What gains do you hope to make next year? You can talk about that with me. You can talk about the Steelers. You can talk about anything sports this morning. And perhaps some New Year's resolutions. 412-928-9370. This is the final time you're going to hear me in 2024. So let's make it count. Let's have a good time. Let's reflect positively on where we've been, what progress we've made, and what progress we plan to make in the future. But I'm grateful to be here, and as I kind of reflect on this 2024 year, I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be talking to all of you, and I'm grateful that everything is as it is. I'm grateful, and I'm feeling very grateful for life this week, and just because we're going into a new year, and I'm just reflecting on all the wonderful things that have happened to me and around me, and so very good. But 412-928-9370. Please feel free to call this morning if you'd like to talk. Anything New Year's related, and then anything sports related, of course. So we'll start with the Steelers. I'll get into that right now. I'll do a little breakdown. Okay, they lost to the Ravens. See, here's the thing. I had hope. I was watching that game, and I had hope. I was like, they're doing the thing. Skoranek came out of nowhere, wide receiver for the Steelers, and he was catching the ball. Van Jefferson was catching the ball. The Steelers were scoring and keeping pace in the first half of the game, which is something they haven't typically done against opponents. They've usually come back in games, at least at the beginning of the season. They've had to come back, or at least they started slow and then moved faster and faster and more efficient as the game would go on. This was a game, though, where they were kind of doing that. They were keeping pace, and they weren't out of it. Now, I saw Derrick Henry running, and the Ravens looked like they were playing against the Chiefs in Week 1 of this season, and I remember how fast the Ravens were playing in that game, and it felt like that speed for the Chiefs. It felt like they were moving real quick, and it was scary at first because it felt like Derrick Henry couldn't be stopped, and then all of a sudden they stopped him, and it was like, oh, great, cool. The offense, I think, played for not having George Pickens, which that really cannot be the standard anymore because they've got to win football games at this point. We can't just say if they don't have George Pickens anymore because, they either need George Pickens or they don't, or they have to find a way to win without him. Because you had a shaky-ish win against the Cleveland Browns. Now you've lost 2 in a row. So just the question is, it's how do you win without Pickens? It's not And that's a question that demands an answer. Like, it's not something that you can just push aside anymore. Like, they've got to figure out how to win without him, or they got to get him back. But that's what I think we're discovering here. Like, they had an opportunity to win. They had a lot of good passes in the game, I think, especially in the first half. Like, Derrick Henry was running, but the Ravens weren't outscoring the Steelers. Everything was looking like pretty good in that first half. They were down by, 7? But, I mean, they were keeping pace and they were finding ways to stop the Ravens' offense enough. The defense, I thought, did a fine job, and Doran's prediction came true. Doran said on Friday he thought Minkah was going to have a big play, and Minkah hasn't had an interception in almost 2 years before Saturday's game. Had an interception. So, good job, Doran, feeling that one out. And good on Minkah Fitzpatrick, because I think he needed a splash play here, and he needed to get back into the spotlight a little bit. I saw there was a blown coverage that he may have been involved in the first half. And then the second half, he gets an interception, and it's like, all right, all's forgiven. Steelers are doing the thing, and then the Steelers give the football right back, and Ravens get an interception, and then they eventually carried it away. So, I mean, that's frustrating to see that the Steelers are close without Pickens, even against the Ravens now, and they still not good enough. Seen a bunch of statistics, too, thrown out there that the Steelers' deep pass rate is far less often when George Pickens is not on the field than as compared to when he is. And so it's frustrating because now we know the answer, and that's great for George Pickens, because what are the Steelers going to do? It's now been proven that you really can't win without that kind of production. Whether it's him that they decide to invest in, or whether they draft somebody else, or whether they find a cheaper option in free agency, or whether they can actually execute a trade at some point with a wide receiver from a team. They gotta do something, and that's obvious. It's painfully obvious here, and it's definitely great for George Pickens, because it's going to make him look great. It's going to make him look like he deserves to get paid, which he may be able to. I mean, he's not acting like anything crazy off the field. He hasn't been a distraction being hurt, which is good. It's not like he's overly talking. It's not like he's doing anything crazy on the sidelines. He's being a guy. He's supporting the team, so at least what it looks like. And his jacket and hat on the sidelines, right? Like, there's no distractions, which is good, which is fine. I'm happy that he's not a distraction. That is reassuring. He's really demonstrating that he deserves to get paid, and he's really demonstrating that he is the key factor in the Steelers' offense. And it is really weird just to kind of consider my feelings on how the Steelers are going to do in the playoffs come playoff time. Because if George Pickens is in the games in the playoffs, I think the Steelers have the best shot to win, at least among first-round teams that aren't the Chiefs, to be honest with you. I'm always scared of the Chiefs playing in the playoffs, especially not at home. I mean, the Steelers, that's in jeopardy right now, the Steelers having a home playoff game, just because now the Ravens are in the thing. So, we'll just have to see how tiebreaker scenarios go as the season progresses through its final couple games. But, if they have Pickens, they're going to be fine. I think that they can beat almost anyone. If they don't have him, which isn't likely, they should have him back. But I'm just saying, it's all going to depend on whether he plays, where my perspective kind of lies on this, or how effective he is in those games. If for any reason he would be hurt going into the playoffs, that would be no good. I even think that him, I don't know, maybe not even 100%. There's concerns. There's just if he's not as productive as he's been able to be all season, there's a concern. And I have an immediate concern for how they're going to perform come playoff time. He is that important to them at this point, and he's demonstrated that even though they put up a valiant effort against the Ravens, like I'm not necessarily faulting the loss. I think a few less mistakes could have been made. There's a lot of sloppy football played by both sides, a lot of power football too played by both sides at certain moments. Like it was Ravens-Steelers. The Ravens just were able to do better with what they had, and the Steelers didn't have one of their best offensive weapons. And despite that, the Steelers put up a good effort in the first half. It just ended up blowing up for them in the second half. The Ravens broke out. So that's my whole opinion at this point. Like the Steelers can beat anybody when George Pickens is at receiver. I mean, he just helps complement the offense in such a way where everything seems balanced when he's on the field. When he's not, we've seen the Steelers have to rely a little bit more on the run, which teams can anticipate, and their receivers are just not as good. They're not bad receivers, but they're just not as good. They're not as prominent deep ball threats. And when that's the reality, good teams like the Ravens will find a way. 412-928-9370. Go to phone line. You can talk to me. Hi, I'm Nicholas Ericalis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Take this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hi, this is GP from Gilpin Township.
You're not George Pickens, are you?
No, I'm not.
All right, what's up?
Hey, Harry, thanks for taking my call. Real quick, they had their opportunity to win that game.
Yeah.
You remember in the first quarter there was 2 fumbles and they couldn't recover either one of them?
Yeah, I remember that too, yep.
Okay, so if they would have pounced on one of those fumbles, it would have been a lot closer of a game. And I think as far as Pickens goes, you can't cry over spilled milk. You got to win without him. Next man up, like Tomlin always says. You agree?
Oh, I agree. Yeah. Thanks for the call, GP. I appreciate it. Nice to hear from you. 412-928-9370. No, I agree with you. I mean, that's kind of was my underlying point. Like, you have to find a way to win without him. Like, you can't make that point anymore. Like, I mean, I guess I'm kind of saying that they do need him to win. I definitely said that. You're right. Yeah, if he's not going to be available, they have to find a way to win without him. That's definitely true. You can't argue over hypotheticals, and if they lose in the playoffs in the first round, nobody's gonna call in here. Nobody on this station will have the opinion, and I think no fan out there will think like, oh yeah, if they had just had George Pickens, they would have won. No, this should have been addressed before. There should be a better wide receiver core, or at least one stable enough to succeed and win in the playoffs. So you're right. I mean, there really won't be many excuses. I lie. I'm sure somebody will be like, oh, if only they would have had George Pickens. Well, it's not going to make us feel better. As Tomlin said, we're not going to seek comfort in stuff like that. Like, I mean, there's nothing. There is no comfort to be seeked in coming on and having a reaction after the Steelers may lose in the first round of the playoffs, saying like, oh yeah, they would have just had George Pickens. No, we're past that. We're past that, I think. So I definitely agree with you. In terms of the fumble opinion, though, too. I mean, I don't know. It's difficult to recover a fumble. I mean, I played high school football and I played in a couple of bowls at Waynesburg where the communication majors would play in a football game, and it's not even close to the NFL. And even then, like just the way the ball bounces sometimes, in colder weather out there in Maryland, I could understand it wasn't snowing, but like I get it. Like it's hard. The ball bounces in weird ways. You can only do what you can do. Now there was no player that I think was on top of it when I saw those fumbles. The ball was bouncing around. I mean, they could have had the fumbles, but like it's hard to recover a fumble. So I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh man, they could have won the game if they would have got both of those possessions back. They made the Ravens squirm a little bit, and that's kind of the good that I take out of that is that the Ravens were squirming and a little bit panicky, I think, in that first half because the Steelers were hitting them pretty hard, and they weren't able to generate a lot of offense, and the Steelers were keeping relatively good pace with them. It was only in the second half when, an extra turnover didn't need to be thrown, and then the Ravens just, capitalized and kept building on a lead that they had. So, yeah, again, I'm not. That to me is a little bit of a minor detail. You're not wrong. They could have won the game if the ball may have bounced their way better. If somebody, I guess, would have been more alert. But that's also a stretch of an opinion because it's hard to recover a fumble. That's my opinion there. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Fan Morning Show, the early morning show. The Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Early Morning Show is presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back after this break, and we can talk more about the Steelers' loss to the Baltimore Ravens. And if you want to talk about how they're going to play against the Chiefs, we can also do a little pivot. This is the last time that the main cast of the early morning show and morning show are going to be here. So, we'll be off for the remainder of the holiday season after today. So we're also going to pivot and preview Steelers-Chiefs on Christmas. So you can call and talk about that, too. Do you think the Steelers can beat the Chiefs? 412-928-9370. Do you think the Steelers are good enough without George Pickens to beat the Chiefs? I haven't heard any word yet on whether he'll be available or not in this game coming up. I think they still have time to evaluate that. It's not necessarily the day before the game yet, but I personally haven't seen any news. So I guess there's still a determination yet to be made. And if it's going to be made, it's going to be made tomorrow because that's the day before the game. So if you want to talk about any of that, 412-928-9370. Ravens reaction / Chiefs preview. Here on 93.7 The Fan, my name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is The Fan Early Morning Show. We'll be back after this.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Chris Rose with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Jaden Daniels threw 5 touchdown passes. Commanders rallied to beat the Eagles 36-33. Jared Goff with 3 touchdowns through the air. Lions double up the Bears 34-17. Detroit now 13-2. The Vikings also 13-2 after besting Seattle 27-24. The Bills held off the Pats 24-21 to move to 12-3. The Falcons beat the G-Men 34-7 in quarterback Michael Penix Jr.'s first NFL start. Jonathan Taylor ran for 218 and 3 scores. Colts topped the Titans 38-30. Bengals over the Browns 24-6. Chuba Hubbard ran for a game-winning 21-yard touchdown in overtime. Panthers eliminate the Cardinals from playoff contention. Dolphins knocked off the Niners 29-17. Rams topped the Jets by 10. The Cowboys stunned the Bucs 26-24. Atlanta now in first place in the NFC South. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-949-1331. That's 800-949-1331.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all 3 with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
It's Christmas Eve. Traffic volumes are expected to be light for the morning rush. However, cold temperatures mean possible slippery spots around the area, so please be careful as you travel this morning. Most area roadways are up to speed. They're in the process of reopening the Parkway North and Crosstown's HOV lanes. When they do open, you can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle for the remainder of the morning rush. They are not quite open yet, according to the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself
24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Now's the time to shop new deals at Lowe's. Get your choice of a Cobalt 8-piece standard or metric ratchet wrench set for just $39.98. That's a $60 savings. And save $50 on a Blackstone 28-inch 2-burner griddle. Was $249, now $199. Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Lowe's knows deals. Valid 12/19 through 12/25. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items. Subject to availability. Fees vary. Details at lowes.com/same-day delivery.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you donate to the Salvation Army's Red Kettle campaign, your love lasts all year long. It puts a present under someone's tree today and a roof over someone's head tomorrow. It brightens Christmas morning and the hardest nights for hardworking families. Together, we love beyond Christmas. Support local families by donating today. Text the word KETTLE, KETTLE, to 313-333 or visit SalvationArmyWPA.org.
If you're ever looking to impress friends, family, or clients with an amazing spread, then look no further than the Turn Club. They offer endless options of high-quality food prepared by a 5-star chef, yet at an affordable price. They can customize for all of your off-site needs, including holiday parties, grad parties, corporate events, and even weddings. Their full-service catering solution for both food and beverage will make it so amazing you will wish you found them sooner. Visit theturnclubs.com for more information.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Moon Beer and Pop for less, your one-stop shop for all your holiday needs. Corona 18-pack bottles, $20.99. Michelob Ultra 24-pack cans, $21.99. Icy Light 15-pack cans, $13.99. And now Moon Beer carries High Noon and Surfside Vodka Seltzers.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, January 8th, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Cranberry. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking 8 p.m. Or Thursday, January 9th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss 11 a.m. Stop smoking 2 p.m.
We have any 20-somethings out there? Where are my 20-somethings at? You know what it is, though? We all know what it's like to be them. They have no idea what it's like to be us. Enjoy it.
Don't miss comedian and frequent guest of The Tonight Show, Justin McKinney, live at the Oaks Theater in Oakmont. Friday, May 16th, with hilarious specials on Comedy Central. This live performance will leave you rolling on the floor laughing. Don't miss Justin McKinney, Friday, May 16th. Reserve seats on sale now at etix.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Nicholas Eric Callis, Fan Early Morning Show, presented by CGR Wholesale for the average Joe. Can buy like a pro. 412-928-9370. Please give me a call. Please talk to me about sports. Got a few more minutes to do that. Reacting to the Ravens loss and kind of previewing the game against the Chiefs. Doing both because these games are so close together. That's just what we're doing. 412-928-9370. Caller on the line now. Good morning. What's your name?
Great show as always. Merry Christmas to you. I just have a few questions for you. I think that if we didn't turn the ball over at all, I think that we would have easily won that game. Not at least, maybe not won it, but I think it would have been a lot closer, in my opinion. Also, I would like to see Washington more on screenplays and use Jalen Warren on screenplays because I feel like that opens the field up more for us. Sometimes we make some mistakes and run the ball too early on downs. We should be running the ball on second down, trying to get second and 5, in my opinion. Like that, and we're missing Pickens, like you said. I 1,000,000% agree with you because we can't stretch the field at all. Without him, Calvin Austin is basically the only one that's stretching the field for us, in my opinion. My last question to you is, if we lose to this week to Chiefs, and then the Browns lose when they play them, or you know what I mean, like the Ravens whenever they play the Browns, or they lose to the Texans, if we still finish with the same record, we still win the division, right? Because of mathematics, right?
Yeah, thanks for the call. I haven't really looked into those playoff scenarios personally, just with how the tiebreakers work. I think after head-to-head, I think the next one would be how you play in divisions. So, yeah, I mean, if the Ravens were to lose to the Browns, the Steelers would have the AFC North head-to-heads, I think. They would have to beat the Bengals, too. Like, the Steelers beating the Bengals has now become very important. But the Steelers have only lost to 2 AFC North opponents. Forget how many the Ravens have. So I don't have a clear answer on that for you. I think the Steelers just need to win as they can coming up here, and then it'll make it simple. If not, I'll break down, tiebreaker scenarios moving forward. I know that's tough, but I mean they've got to take care of this game coming up now against the Chiefs, and they definitely have to beat the Bengals at the end of the season. That's what I know right now for them to have the best chance. But in terms of all scenarios, I think it's AFC North head-to-head, and I don't have off the top of my head how the Ravens have done, but I know the Steelers have lost 2, and that's pretty good. I think who the Ravens lost to this season. I don't have the answer off the top of my head, so I apologize for that. But winning against the Bengals is crucial, and beating the Chiefs would also help. But the Steelers have made their path extremely harder to win the AFC North now after losing to the Ravens, because now the Ravens are back in it. Team that was kind of down and out has gotten new life just by all the games they've been able to win here, and especially beating the Steelers. That was super important for them to do that. So yeah, it's not looking great. It's not impossible though, but the Steelers definitely control their fate if they can win these games. It's just how much faith do you have that they can beat the Chiefs, and how much faith do you have that they can beat the Bengals? I have a lot more faith that they can beat the Bengals. Beating the Chiefs, though, I'm scared of that game coming up here tomorrow. To be honest, or not tomorrow, 2 days from now. To be honest with you, yeah, I guess that's my preview. Is that I'm scared. This Chiefs team has found a way to just win games, and it gives me feelings of the Patriots, except even a little more scary because the Patriots still. I don't know what it is. It's just Patrick Mahomes gives off the athletic ability and just the determination to win football games, which is terrifying. And the fact that they've won 2 in a row now coming into this season, and they're doing as well as they are, and they're finding ways. Now, I guess many have the argument that they look worse this season just by how they've played. I can totally understand that perspective too. I mean, they've won in more non-certain ways this season, I guess you could call it, but they're still scary, and they still have done it before. They've been there. They know what it feels like, and they want more. And Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are still together, so the world demands another championship from them. So it feels like. So nothing is certain when you play the Chiefs, and again, it gives an even more scary vibe to me than what the Patriots were able to accomplish just a few years ago when they were having their dynasty seasons. It's very scary. I don't know. I mean, if any team could beat the Chiefs, it would be the Steelers, but you're going to need George Pickens to do that, I think. You're just going to need that threat in there on offense. If you don't have that, the Chiefs, they're going to find a way to win. And I can't emphasize enough that I'm terrified of this game coming up on Wednesday, to be completely honest with you, especially under the circumstances now that we understand, which is that the Steelers have a much tougher path to win the AFC North now, and every game means so much more now than it did, because nothing is guaranteed at this point for the Steelers. Nothing is guaranteed, And so they've got to earn their way now to a division championship, playing the best team in football this decade. We can just call them that, for sure. All right, my name is Nicholas Aricalis. This has been the Fan of the Morning Show. Hey, thanks for a great 2024. Here's to 2025 and all that it has to bring. Again, this is the last show I'll be doing here until the new year. I'll be back on Friday, January 3rd. So you'll hear from me then next. I'm taking 8 business days off. So it's been a pleasure, like I said. I'll be at Tom's Watch Bar on Saturday, December 28th. I'll be covering a lot of hockey games going on over the weekend, and just watching them at Tom's Watch Bar. So if you want to come out, feel free. Come out, have a good time, drink a little bit, and enjoy sports with me and our 93.7 The Fan crew. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevy EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. Today, high of 37, low of 13. Overcast skies throughout the day. It's going to be cold. Tomorrow, high of 38, low of 32, 70% chance of snow. Fan Morning Show pre-show is next right here on The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for December is Shoe Brew Brewing's Polyphonic. And the charity of the month for December is the American Cancer Society.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This holiday season, cozy up to streaming more of your favorite entertainment, a whole year more. Switch to Fios Home Internet and get 12 months of Netflix and Max on us. So kick back, relax, hop into your coziest flannel jammies, and switch to fast, reliable Fios Home Internet for 12 months of Netflix and Max on us with a Fios 1 gig plan. 'Tis the season for streaming on the 100% fiber optic network. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Cozy flannel jammies sold separately. Verizon. For your first 12 months of the perk with select Verizon Home Internet plans, then $10 a month after. Netflix and Max with ads perk requires Fios 1 gig plan. Must install service and enroll in perk within 60 days after, and then register the perk with Netflix and Max within 90 days of enrollment. $10 a month perk credit ends after 12 months. After 12 months, perk bills at the then current price for the Netflix and Max bundle, currently $10 a month unless canceled. Must be 18 years or older. One offer per eligible Fios plan. Limited time offer.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder. Get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zang really here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. For 12/31/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. All remaining 2024 Hyundais are priced to go. Take advantage of 0% financing and over 40 in-stock 2024 Sonatas, Elantras, Tucson, Santa Fe's, and Ioniqs. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Now's the time to shop new deals at Lowe's. Get your choice of a Cobalt 8-piece standard or metric ratchet wrench set for just $39.98. That's a $60 savings. And save $50 on a Blackstone 28-inch 2-burner griddle. Was $249, now $199. Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Lowe's knows deals. Valid 12/19 through 12/25. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items. Subject to availability. Fees vary. Details at lowes.com/same-day delivery.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
I know what kind of Mac.bid shopper you are. You're patient. You set your watch list and wait. No, you're a price beater. When in retail stores, you're constantly comparing their prices to the Mac.bid app. Maybe you're a swooper, waiting until just before the auctions close to strike. I got it. You're all about that instant gratification. You only use the instant win button because you know what you want and you want it now. The one thing I do know is that you save up to 80% off retail prices at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Join 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive hockey watch party Saturday, December 28th from 7 to 9 as Pittsburgh takes on New York. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, prizes, and great eats.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Most area roadways up to speed, and in fact, traffic volumes expected to be light as we begin this morning rush on Christmas Eve. Most area roadways are up to speed. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam confirming for us that the HOV lanes are now open alongside the Parkway North. We do have some work going on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for shoulder closures in both directions between the Allegheny Valley and Butler Valley interchanges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Welcome into the Fan Morning Show pre-show, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Doran Dickerson here with you. Adam Crowley, he is out on Christmas vacation, so you will see him at the start of the new year. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. Pat Bostic will join us from 7 to 10. Mark Cabali, as he does every Monday, I believe will join us from 9 to 10. Don't know if he's in studio or on the video. I texted him this morning. He's usually up. He only sleeps like 2 hours at a time, so just expecting Mark to confirm if he's coming in or not after that game in Baltimore, as we will break down. There's so much to get to today, and we could do the doom and gloom when we start the show of the Steelers' loss. I mean, you have the college football playoff, and a lot of people have some thoughts about that, clearly, and how the system is and who should be in, who shouldn't be in, and those games were blowouts. You guys know all that. We'll get into all that stuff. Trip around the NFL, too. A lot of things going on, a lot of scenarios that are going to play out here in these next 2 weeks, and especially for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're not dead, clearly. They obviously have a spot in the playoffs, but what spot will they have after these next 2 weeks? It's going to be crucial. But a nice, fun show today because it's the last day that I'm here until January. Callis as well, as you heard him, and you get to break down a bad game that the Steelers just lost, but you also get to preview a big game that is coming up on Wednesday on Christmas Day. So excited for the show. Callis, how you doing? How was your weekend?
It was fun. I saw Trans-Siberian Orchestra on Saturday.
No, explain that to me. See, because I was like, you know what? I'm definitely familiar with the name of Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I know they've been around for a very long time, and this is like what, your second week in a row. Well, did you go to in New York?
Yeah. I didn't go to that.
Oh, you didn't go to that.
Rockettes.
Okay.
I don't know if you call it a concert or performance,
Yeah,
whatever.
performance.
But no, I did go into Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I love the band. I believe they've been around for 25 years, so they're big time. A lot of good Christmas stories, a lot of music. Now, this brings up a question, though, because there was a guy sitting in front of me at this performance. So it was at PPG Paints Arena, right? So it's, right there, downtown. And he did not clap for a single song, which is very interesting. And at certain times would go on his phone, and I kind of peeked over. I was curious. I was like, he's deleting emails from his inbox and checking X and checking sports scores on an app. And I was just like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Yeah, but you know what, Callis? The older that you get, you realize never judge a book by its cover. Because did that guy actually want to be there? Did he buy the ticket for himself to actually experience that performance? Or was he dragged to be there? Did he have to be there for a family member? Did he have to be there because his wife wanted him to go and he really didn't want to go? So,
well, he was there with a lady.
Okay.
The lady clapped a little bit. But she was also on her phone a good amount of the time, too. Yeah, it was interesting.
What's the point, then?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't perceive that they were having the greatest time, and that was my question. I'm like, what are we doing there, then?
Yeah.
What happened? Did you just get these tickets for free, and you wanted to try to do something? Like,
yeah, maybe.
It's a Trans-Siberian Orchestra during the Christmas season.
Have you ever been to one of those performances before?
I think when I was 10, I went.
Really?
10 or 11, yeah.
Really? Was it packed?
Yeah.
It was?
It was packed there as well. We were in the nosebleed seats, too.
Really?
Up beyond where the rink is. And they had seats all over the floor where the rink would be. So they had a bunch of fold-out chairs down there. We were kind of sitting up where, like, the stage was on our left. But they put, like, lights and everything in places, too. Like, this lady came up from the back area, just like up through this tube and this bubble, and was singing at one point in time. They have their logo too back there, and they set it on fire a few times, and it was really cool. Yeah, I don't get it though. I don't understand.
Yeah, to be on your phone. I mean, like we said, you never know what the deal is, but you think your undivided attention would be towards what you probably purchased or paid for, and
my first instinct would be checking my inbox and deleting emails.
And checking X. Well, this was Saturday.
Yeah.
Well, if you're the guy, he's probably like, okay, like what's going on? There was a lot of sports on Saturday.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a little bit fair. So I'll give him a pass for that.
But the Steeler game was already over by the time we were done. I mean, a lot of college games are still going on.
Penguin game was on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll give the guy a pass. But then you said that both of them were looking at their phones, so they just seemed like they just were not interested. Maybe they didn't like the performance. Maybe they thought that they were going to, take on a different experience in their life and never, went down that path, and maybe you just didn't like it. Maybe they just were like, this is boring.
But isn't there some respect you've got to have for everybody else?
True.
I mean, I almost had the mind to say, like, hey, man, do you want to just switch rows so that, I don't have to look at the glare?
Right, that too.
I mean, because I'm having a great time.
Mm-hmm.
My mom and sister were there, too. We're having a great time. You just want to switch?
What do you think the best performance was that you've ever been a part of or ever watched or gone to in your life?
Like, I've had to be present for it.
You were there. It doesn't matter if it was a sporting event. It could have been a concert. It can be anything. What do you think the best experience you've ever had was in your lifetime watching somebody else perform?
So, are you familiar with the name Roger Humphreys?
Nope.
Big, famous jazz drummer. So, at Duquesne University when I was in high school, they had this jazz camp you could go to. I was grateful to do that because I think that's where I honed in a lot of my musical skills, especially through jazz, because I played in jazz ensemble through high school and in college.
That's right. It was like band camp, right?
That's right. It was like band camp. Yeah, we talked about that before.
Mm-hmm.
But so sometimes they would bring in artists to play for us, or they would have like concerts later in the day that you could bring your family to and have them watch. And this dude, I think he's upwards of 70, 80 years old now, but I just remember, like, you knew of the legacy of him, and I knew, the legacy of him, and everybody explained it, and they talked about it. I didn't think he could still do what he did, though, that old. Like, I mean, he moved so fast and in such rhythm. I just remember sitting there in awe, like, oh, my gosh, this guy still got this. This is why I love music because, and I always talked about this, too, like, athletics, there's an expiration date for everybody on that.
Right.
You still play music forever, and he proved that. I'm like, oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think about that a lot. I do. Whenever you'll see, like, an old band or an old singer go on tour, some that are in their 70s now, they'll come to Pittsburgh like, Led Zeppelin or somebody. I don't know. I'm just throwing out a name. Or Mariah Carey is going on tour. I'm like, man, like, she's still singing the same songs from 30-plus years ago. How hasn't her voice changed? Or how hasn't her voice altered? Or how hasn't her physical, her physicality of doing the performances, how has that not changed over these years? Like, there isn't an expiration date for performers of that nature. It is very fascinating.
But I have respect for jazz just a little more because every performance feels like it's a little bit different. Like you're going to get a different flavor depending on what the musician knows or is feeling that day, you know what I mean? But yeah, just at his advanced age to watch him play the drums like that had to have been the best that I've seen. And I was just like a teenager too, so just watching that, I'm like, man, you can always get better. You can always improve.
And you just said that you were real into drums, right? Growing up.
And he was a drummer. And I'm like, all right, great. So, I mean, this is perfect. Just watching, him perform, it was definitely up there.
Yeah.
I'd consider that one of the best.
I've only been to like 2 concerts in my life.
I don't go to very many either. Starkey and I were talking about this last year. I think he was supposed to take me to see Kansas in Pittsburgh this year, and then it just didn't happen.
Could you imagine you two at a concert?
I can't.
Like, what?
I can't. No, I think about it. Yay, Harry! Yeah.
And there's even something like Disney on Ice, like just how I mean, I've never been, but everybody that I've talked to that has been, they're just in awe of the performances.
On Ice things have never really done it for me.
No,
I've never been to one, and it doesn't sound like I would enjoy.
You've been to a Penguin game though, right?
Yeah, but that's a sporting event.
Okay.
What is Disney on Ice? Is there some sort of competition, or are they just?
I think the
characters skating.
Yeah, I think they're characters skating.
Yeah, that doesn't do it for me.
It's like orchestrated, like it's like they're doing all these skits and things, but on ice skates.
I can appreciate it, but it's still just I'm not convinced. I don't.
You might whenever you have some kids one day.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's more for them, to see some characters.
I'll tell you this though. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I always pictured what I would want to do with my son. I never anticipate what I would do if I had a daughter. Actually, I've never thought of that. Now, I guess both my kids, boy or girl, could enjoy Disney on Ice to some extent there, but it feels like something where I'm like, yeah, what would I do? What would I do if I had a daughter? Like, what kind of things would I be getting involved in? You have a bunch of sons. Crowley talks about his daughters all the time, though, and even him talking about that, it's made me think, like, what would happen if I had a daughter? Multiple daughters.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, the thing about being a parent is you get to be a kid again. And, whenever I was a kid, it's not like I didn't, it's not like I just watched football all the time. I watched Disney movies. I watched, Aladdin and stuff like that. And now you could, reintroduce that stuff to your kids and see if they like it and see if they get into it. And I remember whenever Rochelle and I went to see Wicked a couple weeks ago, and it was just us two, and I was thinking the whole time, I was like, I would love to bring Nora to see this, Crowley's daughter. I was like, I wish I had a daughter then in that moment to experience Wicked, with my daughter. And Crowley's like, well, your boys didn't want to see it. I was like, nah, I don't think they'd appreciate it as much as if I had a daughter. So
I saw it as a play, and I didn't get it. Now I get it because I've seen The Wizard of Oz. Yeah, I can understand that for sure.
Wait, you just seen The Wizard of Oz for the first time recently?
No, I saw Wicked before I saw The Wizard of Oz.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right, then that makes sense. Yeah, you didn't get it.
So, this is it's not really interesting. I saw the Wicked play. It was in Pittsburgh at one of the theaters. And then my mom was like, well, yeah, because it's a Wizard of Oz preview. So I read the Wizard of Oz book first. Very long. I enjoyed it. And then I saw the movie, and I was like, oh, man, they skipped a lot of stuff from the book. And I didn't quite understand how the Wicked translated to The Wizard of Oz from seeing the movie, from seeing
But you do now, right?
Well, I haven't seen Wicked yet, to be honest with you, in theaters.
But the the play.
I kind of get it. Yeah.
I mean, it's basically the you know
they were friends,
the good witch,
they
the
were
bad
powerful,
witch,
and then all the witches split.
Right. And then the one witch is the bad witch.
But
one
then
witch
Dorothy in reality goes to this mythical land. So they told a story about the mythical land, a prequel to the mythical land.
Yes.
And
the Wizard.
I think they're great stories. It's fine, but
But the real story behind Wizard of Oz is how insane it was on set. You know that, right?
What do you mean insane on set?
Like they were all on like LSD.
Oh,
taking drugs. They were getting her all drugged out. The Dorothy, what's her name in real life? Oh man,
Judy
Garland. Yeah, she was all messed up, and she was like 15 years old, and they were just treating her bad. And the little people were insane. I watched a documentary on the little people. They stayed at this one hotel, and they were just nuts like the whole time. There was a couple deaths on set.
Oh man,
yeah, it's crazy.
I didn't hear about that.
Oh yeah,
I know that was the first movie that had colored picture in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I remember that history. I never heard of the that.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you ever get a chance and you find one, I mean, there's a couple of the documentaries and stuff. Like it was insane. Yeah, it was insane. Huh. Yeah, back in the day. Woo, man! But that movie still definitely holds up, though.
Oh, for sure, classic.
1939, I believe it came out. It still holds up to this day, for sure. Yeah, it's good.
I thought it was a cursed movie when I first saw it too, though. I tried to watch it 2 times as a kid. My power went out in my house both times, in progress, around the same time when we watched it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who were scared of that movie, for sure. Scared of the wizard, scared of the little flying monkey things, scared of the witch. Just the whole premise of it is very, very odd and weird, if you think about it. Like, I mean, you know, the whole tornadoes and everything. Like
they're going on their journey, and they're just like, bam, power's out.
Yeah, and she's just like, you know, she's rolling around with a scarecrow, with a guy that is, you know, a tin guy and a lion.
There's 3 dudes.
Yeah, just rolling around, and there's like talking trees throwing apples. Yeah, it's very bizarre if you think about it.
You never read the book, did you?
No.
Oh, it's
probably
a lot more.
10 times worse, right?
So, like, you know how they go through the forest to meet the lion, and then all of a sudden they're at the Yellow Brick Road? They skip 3 separate storylines between that moment, those 2 moments in the movie. There are, like, 3 separate things that happen in the book.
Like, they went 3 different directions?
Yeah, like, there were 3 different experiences they had. Like, in the book, I remember one specific, they found a dude in a cot who was supposed to bake them something, and they just, like, stayed in his cot and like, took the night off so they could re-energize to go back on the path toward it. There's so many. They encountered more creatures, I think, in another one. Yeah, so from the time they met the lion in the movie to where they got to the Yellow Brick Road, they just skipped a whole bunch of things that are much more, even more, insane, crazy.
What a wild movie,
isn't it? Yes.
Very wild.
The premise of the story too is also rather
honestly wicked,
intense.
And I'm not going to give it away, but you kind of know the premise. I mean, the amount of effort and things that probably had to go into that movie, like the cinematography and things, and it's just unbelievable. Just to think of how many people probably had to be on set to make that happen, and the little things and the little like details in the movie is just insane.
Well, I think I said this too. I did see a behind the scenes thing of some things from the movie, and they sang live on set.
Yes.
Like sometimes you pre-record that to like I guess guarantee perfection, and they didn't want to do that. They said they wanted to Ariana Grande and the other actress who played the Wicked Witch, or they're all Wicked Witches. You know what I mean? I forget her name though, but they both said that they wanted to experience that moment in real time, and so they wanted to sing in real time as well.
That probably had to be so difficult.
And the fact that they did it like that, and I mean, I'm sure there was some tuning, but like
everybody had to be on point.
Yeah, I mean, it was impressive.
I wonder how many takes that they actually had to do. They couldn't obviously just do it in one take live. I'm sure they had to do it like 57,000 times.
Perhaps.
Live. I don't know. Like I just it's very impressive how that they put that all together. But that movie is. The movie's funny, actually. I love it. It reminds me of being a kid, but when you get older, you're like, man, this is kind of weird. It's kind of odd.
I got to go see it, though. We'll see.
I'm saying the original, or the Wizard of Oz. But The Wicked is good. Yes. Yes, it is. Very good. It was Wicked yesterday. Or was it yesterday? Saturday. Steelers. Very wicked. Wicked witches. There's all kinds of stuff going on. Jeez. Jeez.
The curse of George Pickens.
And this is where we're at.
Yes.
Callis, the season went so fast. And, I did want to do a little reflect a year in review with you. But it's 6:01, so we're going to have to get started. But everything just happened so fast. And now we're with 2 games left in the season. Steelers are in the playoffs. But a couple weeks ago, Callis, man, I looked at Crowley. I was like, this team's going to go 10-7. Everybody was real high. Everybody probably, high on the Steelers. And everybody probably looked at me and was like, yeah, I can't see that. They're not going to just split, games with the Bengals. They're not going to split games with the Ravens, but they already split with the Ravens. They split with the Browns, and you still have the Bengals left on the schedule to close out the season. You got a tough one coming up in 2 days, man. You got a tough one. We're going to break that all down. Like I said, fun show today because you get to break down Steelers-Ravens. You do get to break down, pre-breakdown of the Chiefs game on Christmas coming up. Pat Bostic, 7-10. Mark Cavalli, 9-10. We're going to have some fun today, but we're going to start with the Steelers losing to the Ravens in Baltimore, 34-17. In 15 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Smale Kia, and Tri-State Office Furniture.
You just felt like at some point it would break open for him.
Jackson. Oh, and it's intercepted. Minka Fitzpatrick has it. The All-Pro cutting back, looking for a home run. Oh, what a big play. Only the 4th pick of the year thrown by Jackson, and it couldn't come at a bigger time for the Steelers. Cordero Patterson in the game in the backfield. It's Wilson to throw. Floating one for Patterson. Goes up. Hangs on. Touchdown, Pittsburgh.
Finding the mismatch. Cordero Patterson, my former teammate, one-on-one with Harrison, and it's just a mismatch. This is a guy who's a first-round pick who played receiver, and he's found a jack of all trades. Oh, and it's complete.
Play fake. Wilson, pressure. Has to get rid of it, and that's picked off the other way. Marlon Humphrey, pick 6.
Just running a naked bootleg, and Russell's exposed, and he tries to flip the ball out to Pruitt, and behind him is Humphrey, and he is not dropping that. Gets pressure by Owe, and he knows that as soon as he let it go.
That'll do it. Baltimore, a winner, on to the playoffs. Good job, man.
There it is. The good, the bad, and the ugly of Saturday's loss from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Doran Dickerson here with you. Adam Crowley is out until the new year. We got Nicholas Harry Couch behind the glass. As I said earlier, Pat Bostic will join the show from 7 to 10 a.m. And Mark Cavalli, as he does every Monday, will be in or on video to break down Steelers Ravens from 9 to 10. This loss, you kind of felt it. You felt it going into the game. You just knew that without George Pickens, it was going to be hard to generate any type of really production from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, they did at times, and I will give them credit for sometimes and even staying in that football game, but there's just some things that we will get into that have been hurting this team almost week in and week out. And sometimes it falls in their favor, and sometimes, and most of the time, and at least in the last few games, it hasn't fell in their favor. And whenever you're talking about good football teams, whenever you're talking about great football teams, and if you're talking about bad football teams, they show you who they are. Like, it's not false. They show you who they are. Now, there was one season, in 2020, I believe, whenever the Steelers were undefeated, you kind of knew that they weren't as good as their record showed. So they didn't really tell us who they were. They were winning games in spite of, going through that season and then losing automatically, really, in the first round in the playoffs. You kind of knew what that Steelers team was. I didn't think back then, that they were going to lose in the first round like they did. but you kind of had a feeling that they weren't as good as their record was. But usually teams tell you who they are. They do. And this Steelers team, they're not dead. So it's not going to be total doom and gloom today. It shouldn't be doom and gloom today. They still have a chance to win the division if they win in 2 days against the Chiefs at home, and they're at home against the Chiefs, and then if they win the last game against the Bengals, they still can make things happen. But let's talk about the Ravens a little bit. And we talked about how Lamar Jackson has never faced the Steelers twice in his career, and I thought that was, an eye-opening situation, because you kind of figured that Lamar did at least one time play the Steelers twice. At least he got a beat on them, and, he went against them again, whether it was home or away, but he never really did. He was either injured or they had everything sewn up. So this was the first time that Lamar Jackson got a piece of the Pittsburgh Steelers twice in a season. And we kind of predicted it was going to look different. And whenever I say, look different, you could just tell that they knew what they did the first time and changed their ways up to beat the Steelers at home. Steelers were, the odds were against them. Their back was against the wall. Like I said, you don't have your best offensive player. You got to generate some type of production, and that's hard to do whenever you're going against good football teams. But the thing is the pick your poison thing for me from the Baltimore Ravens. And whether it's Lamar Jackson thrown for 207 yards, rushing for only 22 yards, but throwing 3 touchdowns, or Derrick Henry rushing for 162 yards on your defense. That's the pick your poison that the Steelers don't have. They don't have that element. And we could talk about this team making a run or winning a playoff game. But teams that are really good, they prove it, they tell you, and they can beat you in multiple ways. Now, I know that Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, it was the talk of the offseason, and rightfully so. You saw exactly why on Saturday. You saw exactly why a lot of times this season. You go against last week whenever they played the Giants. They just did what they wanted to the Giants. Giants are bad, but still, good teams do that. But it's not just about Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. We keep talking about, as George Pickens has been out, who is going to be that guy to step up? How are the Steelers going to win football games without their best offensive player? And you got to kind of squint, right? We've had to squint, say can it be Mike Williams? Where's Mike Williams been at? Why hasn't he having any targets? Why isn't he on the field? Why isn't he making plays? Is Najee Harris going to step up? Is he going to have a 100-yard game? Well, maybe Jaylen Warren could be the explosive player that the Steelers need out of the backfield. You're talking about, you're talking about a running back, and hopefully he can get 100 yards to possibly win the game. But you're also talking about a backup running back, which is not really a backup running back, to be your number one explosive player. That's where the Steelers are at. Calvin Austin, I think he's having a fantastic football season. He really is. Has been coming through in clutch moments. He could be named as an explosive player, but is that enough? Is that enough? Are we being realistic with ourselves? Because whenever you think about the Ravens, and I say the pick your poison with Lamar Jackson, with Derrick Henry, they could beat you that way. They somewhat fixed their defense, bringing in Dean Pease, as we talked about all week. Their defense is definitely better than it was early on in the season. But Isaiah Likely had over 100 yards receiving. Not Isaiah Likely, Zay Flowers had over 100 yards receiving. Rashad Bateman, who we didn't think was going to play, had a touchdown, a crucial touchdown. Isaiah Likely had a touchdown. Mark Andrews had a touchdown. That's the disbursement that you were hoping for from the Steelers. That's real production of good football teams. That even if you do have your pick your poison hitting on that day, hitting on all cylinders that day, you still have the role players that step up and make plays in crucial moments, and that's how you beat teams like the Steelers. The Steelers got absolutely picked apart. Now, I know at times this game was very close. Steelers were winning at some points. But if you really go back and watch the game, now I've watched the highlights 3 times. I don't watch the all 22 because I don't want to get caught up in football stuff. I just kind of like to watch, what's really in front of me and not have to go dig deep and then talk about things that, really are irrelevant to the football game. But you go back and you watch the highlights, 15 minutes of highlights. Yeah, you saw that the Steelers had opportunities. They had many opportunities. But the Ravens were really in control. I mean, call me crazy, and, I want to take your calls, too, of course, 412-928-9370, and get your feelings on where the Steelers are at right now, and what's your faith in them doing anything in the playoffs? Are they going to even win a playoff game at this point? The way that the Ravens won, if you really go back and dissect it, it's like, oh, man, like they are a good football team. And whenever you don't have a player, like if they didn't have Derrick Henry, they probably would have did the same thing. Now, the production at the running back position maybe would have been off a little bit, but that's when Lamar Jackson would have stepped up. Those are good football teams whenever you can beat people multiple ways. And when you take advantage of opportunities, you take advantage of fumbles, you take advantage of turnovers. Steelers didn't do that. They haven't done that in the past couple games. We'll get into that for sure a little bit later, but you kind of felt that this game was going to be the way it was. It was in Baltimore. It's the second time Lamar Jackson played the Steelers ever. You knew that they weren't going to have the same game plan as they did the first time around, and it was going to be tough. And that's what happens. That's what happens whenever you get in crunch time of a football season. I know their schedule isn't great, playing these games in 11 days, and now you're going to play the Chiefs on Christmas, and then you're going to finish up with the still alive Cincinnati Bengals. And these teams, I mean, everybody's fighting for a spot. It gets tougher and tougher. But you hope to have your best player, one of your best offensive players back on Wednesday. But, I mean, it is somewhat doom and gloom for the game. But for overall, that's kind of where I sit at. Like, what is your thoughts overall the last couple weeks? Watching the Eagles game and seeing how the Steelers approached that game and how that game ended. And then you collect your thoughts, okay, like this is where I think the Steelers are at. And it's like, all right, now they have a quicker turnaround without George Pickens going to Baltimore. If you win that game, you win the AFC North and you get a home field playoff game. They didn't take care of business there. So where are you really? Right now in the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we don't have time to even really think about it. But we do have time today. But after today, it's you got to move on. And as the team does, and I think as we do as fans, we got to move on. And we got to figure out if we can think of a way collectively, and now we have nothing to do clearly with the game plan and with playing or anything. None of us can go out there and actually do anything. But as us talking here on the radio and listening on the radio and you guys calling in, 412-928-9370, can we collectively think of a way that the Steelers can beat the Chiefs at home in 2 days? I'm sure some of you watched, and a lot of you probably watched the Chiefs take on the Texans. We have thoughts about that game, too, we'll talk about. But with Patrick Mahomes coming in here, I mean, it's not looking great. It really isn't. 412-928-9370. I want to get your thoughts on where you are at. Just a 30,000-foot view of this Pittsburgh Steelers team right now with 2 games left and having a spot in the playoffs, but not knowing where that spot is actually going to land them and who they're going to play against. And can they get it done? Can they do it? Coming up next, there's some controversial situations clearly in that football game that we will break down. Some not as controversial in my opinion, some very controversial, but some things just never, you try to manufacture wins, you try to manufacture production, but there's little things in football that have to go your way in order to beat good teams if you are a good team yourself. And that hasn't been happening for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll talk about that next. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers lost to the Baltimore Ravens on Saturday, and that means that the Ravens and Steelers both are tied now with 10-5 records. They both have claim to the AFC North at this particular moment. See how the rest of the regular season unfolds. Steelers play the Chiefs next, coming up on Christmas Day. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Equipment, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
We know you have a lot on your holiday to-do list. And at the UPS store, we're here to help. With our pack and ship guarantee, your gifts will arrive intact or you'll be reimbursed. Got holiday cards to print? We're also the premier printing store. We've got everything you need for every way you holiday. Visit the upsstore.com/guarantee for full details. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
I'm Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi, beginning on January 7th on ESPN. Keep up your golf. Opening week of the 12-team college football playoffs in the books, and I'd say home field advantage was much in play. All 4 teams playing on their home campus were winners easily. Question is, can they do it again without playing at home? I'm Jody Mack.
What's up, Pennsylvania? It's time for football at BetMGM. Take the field using promo code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. When you register with BetMGM, you'll get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, live betting options, original bets, and the best daily promotions in the business. Plus, when you huddle up with BetMGM at your fingertips, every pass, every catch, and every game matter more than ever. Remember to use code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Football is back, Pennsylvania sports fans. Don't miss out on any of the hard-hitting action. Place your moneyline prop and parlay bets with BetMGM today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Bit of trouble in this rather late morning rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. We do have an accident. Crews on the scene at the intersection of Braddock Avenue and 6th Street. That's in Braddock Borough. Watch for slowdowns around the scene there. Parkways east and west, especially the Parkway east, you'll find a slight slowdown according to the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway west, same story there into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed. HOV lanes open along the Parkway north and the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? You could reach that by February. Have more? Do the math. Then go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Thorne Dickerson here with you. Crowley is clearly out until the new year. Merry Christmas to everybody, too. Just comes faster and faster every year. It's crazy. Or do you get the faster it comes, and bang, we're just at Christmas. I mean, literally 2 days away. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What's your 30,000-foot view of the Pittsburgh Steelers right now? I mean, a lot to kind of break down and kind of let settle after these last 2 weeks, going against two pretty good football teams, one being very good and actually just lost. And we'll get Pat Bostic's thoughts when we go around the NFL about the Eagles and Commanders. I'm sure some of you paid attention to that game because somebody was, finished the game at the quarterback spot for the Eagles that I think people are fascinated by. But we'll talk about that. But the Steelers losing to the Eagles and the Ravens on Saturday. Where are your thoughts? What are you thinking moving forward? We're going to take Mike in Greensburg. Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Good.
All right, so I just think that this Steelers team is just not as complete as it needs to be to make any kind of a run. You look at past teams that have made playoff runs, like 2005, 2008. Those were complete teams. They had offenses that had multiple players that could step up and make a big play. You look at teams like the Bills, the Eagles. They are going to have these players that can step up and make big plays whenever your star player isn't doing that or is out. And whenever you only have one player to rely on, like Pickens, your team isn't going to have any kind of real success, and they've been exposed with that in the last 2 weeks against the Eagles and the Ravens.
You're absolutely right, Mike, and thanks for the call. That's really the moral of the story of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and we knew that going into the season. That's why this is the reason why that they were so adamant on getting a number 2/number 1 wide receiver, and they didn't make it happen. I understand, and people are like, "Oh, Omar Khan should be dinged for that, and he should be." His grade should slip of how the season has gone because they didn't get a number 2 wide receiver or a number 1 wide receiver. It's not like he didn't try. I mean, they told us that they needed a number 2 receiver whenever they were going after Ayuk. It was down to the last day, and then obviously Ayuk chooses to stay with San Francisco. They had a deal in place and ready to pull the trigger on Christian Kirk, and then he gets hurt in that football game, and that's down the drain. So the Steelers have tried to enhance this wide receiver core. They've tried to enhance this roster on offense, but you got to play like you could have done that before. Like you could have done that before you actually needed to press. And I always said this, and I understand. So don't crush me here. I understand that Diontae Johnson is who he is, and he has proven that right now. Has been traded from the Steelers, then was traded from Carolina to Baltimore, and then being fined for not wanting to go into the game, and then being suspended, and now being released. I understand. But I always said before that they traded Diontae Johnson, I know that there was a lot of friction in the relationship, and he wasn't the best locker room guy. Give it a try in the offseason. Give it a try in OTAs. See if he could change his tune a little bit with Arthur Smith, who is a new offensive coordinator. See if he could change his tune a little bit with a new wide receivers that has no nonsense wide receivers coach in Zach Azzani. Because you better have a plan B. And they had a plan B in mind after they traded Diontae, but they didn't execute it. Now, you'll have this on the other side. Well, we wouldn't have had Dante Jackson if we didn't trade Diontae Johnson and get him back. I understand that, but Dante Jackson was rumored to be released at some point. So I understand both sides. I'm just saying, could have at least seen what it looks like before you made the trade of Diontae Johnson. Now, people are talking about he could come back, all this, and that. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't even know. Did he get picked up yet? I have no idea, so somebody call in and let me know. But I think at the time, I would have probably just waited just to see how OTAs went with Diontae Johnson. If he could get his act together before I would have traded him out of Pittsburgh. But this is the situation you're in. And like I said, it's not like they didn't try, but this is what they're in. And there's other teams out there that have situations like this, that their depth players have higher production. I mean, you even look at the Bills in some instances. I mean, they traded for Amari Cooper. They didn't even need Amari Cooper. And then sometimes, he has a good game, and then sometimes Khalil Shakir has a good game, or sometimes Mac Hollins has a good game. Like, that's true depth. The Pittsburgh Steelers didn't do good enough job with getting the true depth at the receiver spot to go into games like this whenever your number one receiver is hurt and to not feel like you have to scramble for production. They put themselves in this situation. We're going to go to Gus in New Kensington. What's up, Gus? How you doing?
How you doing? What's going on this morning?
It's good. How you doing?
I'm okay. Just a little feedback on the pick your poison with the Baltimore Ravens game. I was pretty impressed with the Steelers early on. When you're down and with as many injuries that we had, you just don't have no room for error. And I think Pittsburgh put 3 errors, in my opinion, that caused the game to go astray. The one was the Boz kick out of bounds.
Absolutely.
Baltimore to short field.
Absolutely.
I thought that was big. And then you had the 2 Russell turnovers. Other than those, that game would have went down to the wire again. So I really wasn't impressed, other than Henry's, which the game could have went another way if things would have went our way. I don't think Henry would have got what he gotten, because I think their game plan might have changed. It's just the mistakes that we made. And then when you're down the players that we're down, there's no room for error. And I think we just made the errors at the wrong opportune time, which put us behind the 8 ball.
Thanks for the call, Gus. And that's exactly what I'm going to get into next. And it just seems like a trend. It seems like a trend. And you say this all the time, and I sound redundant. I probably sound ridiculous, but good football teams don't make these errors, as Gus even just said, or even whenever they do have opportunities on the table, they execute those opportunities, and that's how you win football games against good football teams, if you are a good football team. One more call, our guy Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, how you doing?
Doran, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you, young man.
You too.
Doran, look, the last 2 weeks, they didn't mistakes were made by the opposition, and they didn't capitalize.
Right.
I mean, you have to capitalize when the margins are so close in this league. And look, we can blame Russell Wilson for what happened at the goal line, but Cole Pruitt, why did your man come around you and was able to tackle Russ? What do you do? Why are you standing there watching Russ instead of preventing the tackler from getting to Russ?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you were a tight end Doran, that's unacceptable.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It was just you and the defender. I mean, those things can't happen when you're in the midst of a playoff run that they finally, thank God, they've made. And like I told you guys last week, injuries could be their undoing. And let's just get them healthy. I'm not concerned about the rest of these season games, but get them healthy. But there were things that happened in the last 2 weeks that were completely unacceptable.
You're absolutely right. Thanks for the call, Anthony. Always good talking to you. You're absolutely right, and that's exactly where we're going to go next. I mean, if you just look at the little details, and even Gus said, like, the pick your poison thing, like that's how you close games out with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, and then the role players, and obviously Zay Flowers, those guys being a huge part of their offense. But the Steelers were in the game, and they have been in games that they lost this year. But there's one universal trend of the Steelers whenever they are in these football games against good football teams and against not so good football teams like the Dallas Cowboys. We'll talk about that next. Big C in Florida, we'll get to you as well. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers, they lost on Saturday the Baltimore Ravens. Both teams now 10-5. Also, Pitt men's basketball beat Sam Houston on Saturday, and over the weekend, Penn State beat Louisville to win the women's volleyball national championship. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, swords on his face.
The
Donnie,
scowl. Make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie, here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
What's up, Pennsylvania? It's time for football at BetMGM. Take the field using promo code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. When you register with BetMGM, you'll get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, live betting options, original bets, and the best daily promotions in the business. Plus, when you huddle up with BetMGM at your fingertips, every pass, every catch, and every game matter more than ever. Remember to use code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Football is back, Pennsylvania sports fans. Don't miss out on any of the hard-hitting action. Place your moneyline prop and parlay bets with BetMGM today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hickory Heights Golf Club has 2025 membership specials available now, including an unlimited golf package that includes carts. Need new gear? Shop the Hickory Heights Pro Shop, fully stocked with all the top brands. Hickory Heights Golf Club also offers fittings and lessons with their TrackMan technology. Their pub features a fantastic menu and refreshments too. Conveniently located in South Fayette Township, just minutes from downtown and the airport, it's Hickory Heights Golf Club. Crowley here for Twin Peaks. Football and Fireball is a match made in heaven, and by heaven, of course, we mean Twin Peaks. Spice things up next game day with a shot of our favorite cinnamon whiskey. And why wait for the weekend? We're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every day after dark. Come by the Lodge and experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, or any other day of the week. Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar, the best in the game with wall-to-wall sports and scenic views, located in Robinson.
Follow the red tags to real deals at ShorkeyChevy.com. Year end is here, and the 2024 models gotta go. Equinox, EVs, and Silverados up to an incredible $10,000 off. Full-size Tahoes and Suburbans now up to $8,000 off. Plus, 0% financing is available. Our holiday exchange event makes an upgrade more affordable than ever. Your red tag deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, Pittsburgh. We're excited to welcome you into Public Lands, the coolest outdoor store in the area you haven't explored yet. Shop now through Tuesday, December 24th. Hub members get 20% off a single regular price item. Save on holiday wish list favorite clothing, shoes, boots, and more. Plus, get ready for the season with fresh ski and snowboard gear. With great holiday deals happening now, it's the perfect time to explore the coolest outdoor store in Pittsburgh, Public Lands. Visit us in Cranberry Square next to Best Buy. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at NissanUSA.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dickerson here with you. Callis here with you. Bostic, top of the hour. I believe Cabali. He still hasn't answered me. Callis, have you texted him?
Texted who? I'm sorry.
Cabali.
I haven't texted him, no.
No. Yeah.
Was I supposed to?
No.
Okay.
I just didn't know if you just took initiative and did to see if he was up, see if he was ready to roll.
I trust he usually comes through. I mean,
yeah. Yeah, and this game wasn't like on a Sunday either, so it was like a couple days ago. So he's back home after eating his crab cakes down in Baltimore. You think Cabali likes crab cakes?
No, I don't. Yes.
I bet you he doesn't. I can't see him. I think he'd be like, yeah, I don't know. They just do, it's just too much stuff that they put in there. And, you know, and then the crab legs are just messy. I don't, whatever. I don't.
Oh, he strikes me as one.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Indulging in that food.
We'll find out. Big C in Florida. What's going on? How you doing? What's your thoughts on the Steelers' overall view?
Good morning to you guys, and I hope everybody's doing well around this time of year.
You too.
Hey, good. Here's what I want to bring out. Offensively, we know Omar Khan dropped the ball. They didn't bring in the number 2, so we understand that. We know what's going on offensively moving forward. But I want to talk about this defense. Okay, you give up 162 yards, you deserve to lose a football game.
Yep.
And as far as the Russell Wilson fumble at the 5-yard line, I'm okay with that because I'm going to tell you why. When Jaylen Warren fumbled at the 1-yard line, I believe, against the Eagles, they didn't drive 99 yards and score. They allowed Baltimore to drive 95 yards down their throat. They got dismembered and dismantled. They had no answer. So when you do that, even though you don't get the points on the board, you deserve to lose a football game. I'm concerned about this defense. I think if they want to make a run, they have to fix that defensive line. The secondary is dismantled with all the injuries back there. They've got no playmakers back there. Minka finally got a good pick, and the reason he got picked because the field was shortened, and they brought him down in the box closer to stop the run. So let me get your thoughts, Doran. Good talking to you, and I hope you and your family are well this year.
Thanks, Big C, and you as well. You bring up a good point. And honestly, I had no problem with the Russell Wilson situation. Now, obviously, you don't want to see him fumble. I thought that was a very good hit by the defensive back. I mean, it was a textbook hit. But if you're like, well, Russ, you got to slide there. Now, Russ is trying to win the damn football game. Russ knows that he doesn't have the required help that he needs to, series in and series out go score touchdowns. He was trying to win the football game right there. I have absolutely no problem with what Russell Wilson did. I have no problem with him trying to make a play and not sliding. I really don't. You got to figure out ways, and he's trying to put the team on his back, and it just backfired. It really did. And that's a lot of the situations that's been happening with the Steelers, though, is little things like that. And Big C did say, the defense is bleeding, and, they get, 95 yards. They drive the whole entire field, and they got to figure out a way to get a stop. But, as worried as I am about the defense and getting taken advantage of, and they did it in multiple ways on Saturday, it's just situational things for me with this football team. Like, they'll get, a lot of times throughout this season, they'd get into the red zone. They'd be close to scoring a touchdown, and then a false start, or then a holding, or then a personal foul, or something that just, gets them out of the range of scoring touchdowns. Capitalizing on opportunities that are handed to them. How many opportunities have been handed to the Pittsburgh Steelers within games that they haven't capitalized on? Now, that you agree, every once in a while you definitely are going to capitalize, and they have on certain turnovers, but there's been a lot of situations like the couple fumbles on Saturday that they didn't capitalize on, situations in the Eagles game that they didn't capitalize on, those fumbles. This team just can't figure out a way to get over that hump. And that's what worries me the most because, like I say, if you're the Buffalo Bills, they capitalize on stuff like that. Kansas City Chiefs, clearly, they capitalize on stuff like that. People are like, oh, they have pixie dust. No, they do the things right, the little things that people don't see that affect a football game. Steelers don't do that. They don't. And I said to start this show today, teams tell you who they are. Teams tell you who they are, and this has been happening all season long. They haven't been able to capitalize, and then they shoot themselves in the foot every time that they have good situations. Mac in North Hills. Mac, good morning. How you doing?
Thanks for taking my call. Been listening to you since you came on. I appreciate your perspective on things, and that's why I called in. Second generation, season ticket holder. Things have changed drastically. 10-7 is coming up. Lost in the first round of the playoffs. See this picture before. But I do want to say I think the process is coaching. And all the things you just cited that happened, game in, game out, game in. You played sports, I played sports. You didn't play unless you were perfect because the coach paid attention. So I like Tomlin. He does a lot of different things, but it's the same old thing, Pirates, Penguins, and Steelers. But I'm a fan. I live in Pittsburgh, and I don't think people realize our market. We entertain people. I have season tickets because I take people to the stadium to entertain them. It's not entertaining anymore. It's predictable. And his Tomlinisms and all the things I've heard, that's wonderful. But I'm in the Chuck Noll era. And when you get a fumble, you have to make sure you get 7. And that's why we won all those Super Bowls. We don't have a coach that mandates that. We haven't had a coach since Bruce Arians offensively. Todd Haley was a shot, like a little gap thing. And then LeBeau, since they got rid of LeBeau. So they don't pay coaches just like the Pirate. I mean, we could go through the whole thing for the whole show.
Yeah, Mac, I appreciate your call and have a good Christmas. It's one thing, and I understand where you're coming down, and I understand where everybody else is thinking. It is coaching. Could it be structure things and, day to day? Hey, are we taking care of the little things? Are we taking care of the details? But for me, honestly, man, Mike Tomlin isn't putting on a Steelers helmet and trying to create fumbles and not recovering them. Mike Tomlin's not dropping passes. Mike Tomlin is, not fumbling the football. So, to me, it's the players that got to make the plays. Like, this is the NFL. Like, this isn't high school where you have to sit there in a meeting room before every single practice and say, hey, if there's a ball on the ground, you got to cradle it. You got to fall on a football like this. If there's an interception, we have to get 7 points. Like, these guys are getting paid a lot of money to know how to do those things. It's the guys on the field. You got to make the plays in the right moments. Like Mike Tomlin, you can only lead the horse to water. You can't make him drink. Like, I understand, though. I understand maybe it's a operational thing throughout the week of, paying attention to detail. But it comes down to guys making plays and guys securing plays and guys focusing in on crucial moments. Like, I got asked so many times last week, Dorn, you probably love Darnell Washington shoving Darius Slay into the back of the end zone. That's a tight end. You probably love that. I was like, no, I don't. That was a dumb play. You put your team in a bad situation. You're about to score a touchdown. You know when to let go. You know you can't block a guy out of the end zone. You can't do that. Those are the little things I'm talking about. That's Mike Tomlin can go talk to Darnell Washington and tell him not to do that, but Darnell Washington made that decision to do that and to give that personal foul to back them up and have to get 3 points instead of 6. It's the players. But I understand your perspective of thinking it could be operationally everyday coaching. I understand that. And it has happened a lot underneath Mike Tomlin, but players got to do the things necessary. I'm sorry. You got to take advantage of moments in games. Got to capitalize in moments in games. Those are players doing that. That's quarterback. That's defense. That's whenever you're getting paid millions and millions of dollars. If you're TJ Watt, go get a sack. Russell Wilson made a bad throw, but he made the throw. He made the pick 6. He threw it right to Humphrey. No, Tom Arth didn't throw it. Arthur Smith didn't throw it. So, and I'm not coming down on Russell Wilson. I trust me. But we gotta start holding some players accountable of doing things necessary in necessary moments. I'm sorry. And hopefully in 2 days you might get something necessary back that could help you if you're the Steelers to possibly win this game against the Chiefs. We'll talk about that next, but first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball won over the weekend, beat Sam Houston. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins played the New Jersey Devils over the weekend and lost to them. They got shut out 3-0. Penguins play again tonight at home against the Philadelphia Flyers at 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Holiday travelers enjoying mainly steady traffic this morning. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Cordell and Cordell Traffic Cam taking a look at Route 28. That is mainly steady heading past the Route 8 at the bypass and down toward the north side. Parkways east and west, just a little heavy into their respective tunnels. And we did have an earlier accident in Braddock Borough at the intersection of Braddock Avenue and 6th Street. The crews have cleared from that incident. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Get more of the Get-Go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots and cleanse your palate with an ice-cold drink, all for just $5 and only at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Ready for an escape from the everyday? Hi, this is Larry Richard. The Bradenton area on Florida's west coast is welcoming visitors. Their world-famous beaches have been restored to their pristine states. Beloved island businesses are bouncing back faster than expected, and their signature Floridian cuisine is just as fresh as ever. Don't wait. Start planning your visit today at BradentonGolfIslands.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder. Get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hi there. It's Nicholas Ericalis from the Fan Morning Show, and I'm not one to brag, but I've dropped over 40 pounds in just 2 months with Awaken 180, and I think that's worth talking about. 4 more pounds down last week, and here's the thing. It's not just about the weight. It's about how I feel. I lost weight during Thanksgiving. I've lost weight every single week with Awaken 180, and it doesn't even feel like work. I'm walking into the holidays feeling confident, not stressed about stepping on the scale. This program doesn't just work. It gives you control. Every week I've been on Awaken 180, the results keep coming. The plan is laid out for me, and I'm seeing progress I never thought was possible. My clothes fit better. My energy's up. Did you see me at Christmas karaoke? I feel like a whole new person. Don't hesitate. Don't second-guess yourself. Don't be stubborn about this. If you need to lose weight, choose the solution for weight loss. Go online for a consultation, awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I did not. I think it's self-explanatory. He is a splash playmaker. He's a one-on-one playmaker. Oftentimes he controls schematics, which creates one-on-ones for others, or a light box regarding the run. But that's what talented outside people do. Not only George, but anybody that has talented outside people worthy will do some of the same things to us.
That's Mike Tomlin talking about the impact of George Pickens, and could he be back in 2 days? I have some thoughts around that after watching these last 2 weeks, 3 weeks without George Pickens. I think we all can be clear of his impact of this team and what he brings to it. The 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I mean, it's very clear that this team needs George Pickens. And you watch some of the videos through last week in practice and doing the ladders and things of that nature, and doing some jog through type stuff. You were hoping that probably George Pickens would give it a go, or this team would give him the green light to give it a go against Baltimore, knowing how bad you need him. But clearly he was out, was not in this game. I do think an extra couple days will help the injury, and I do think that George Pickens will play Wednesday, because I think that they know that they need him to play. They need to win these football games. They want to control their destiny. They want to control their seeding. They want to control, how this path to where they want to get to can go. And having George Pickens clearly is a huge piece of that puzzle. Like, it is. And hamstring injuries, they're funny. They're tricky. Like, you don't want to push it. It's not like an ankle injury. It's not like T.J. Watt where it's basically pain and swelling. Like, this is, if you push it too much, you risk ridiculous further injury that a guy could be lost for the season. But I think where they're at right now, and personally, I'm not a doctor or a trainer, but just watching how he is moving laterally and side to side and kind of opening his gait every once in a while in some of those clips, I would assume that they are going to give it a go on Wednesday because they kind of have to. They need to beat the Chiefs. They know that the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, you can't worry about his injury. He doesn't even have injury. I mean, basically, he was hobbled off the field last week, and you're thinking that he's probably going to be out for 2 weeks. You might not see Patrick Mahomes. You'll see Carson Wentz, and then literally he practices all week and goes out there and he beats the Texans. So that's Patrick Mahomes for you. That's what's coming to Pittsburgh in 2 days. Well, actually, they're coming tomorrow, but Travis Kelce and those guys, I mean, they know how to turn it on at the right times. And that is a team that is looking to go for the third time and win a Super Bowl, and they know exactly what they need to do. They have the structure in place of what they need to do, and they know that this game is just as important as any other game. That's how they treat every single game. Like, they're not into the whole, okay, we're going to rest or we're going to, not play every game full because they know how important it is for where they want to go. And I think that the Steelers have to take that same mentality. And I understand the trainers have to sign off on it, and George has to feel well as well. And I think that he needs to play. It's a must for him to play in this football game in order for the Steelers to win. We've seen how it looks without him. And we could kind of close our eyes and picture what these last couple games could have been like with him. I mean, think about it. I mean, you were somewhat in both of these games at times. Enough to take a lead or enough to have somewhat control and figure out how it goes after that. But if you have George Pickens in these two games, it could look different. Just saying, and I know that you all probably agree. He's the highest productive player on their offense. He needs to play Wednesday. He absolutely needs to play on Wednesday. We're going to get Pat Bostic's thoughts on all of this coming up next. Steelers, where he's at on the Steelers 30,000-foot view, as I asked you all, what his take is on Russell Wilson's performance, George Pickens moving forward. We'll also break down the Kansas City Chiefs game coming up on Wednesday. College football playoffs, they happened this past weekend. A lot of blowouts, so we'll get all of Pat Bostic's thoughts on everything going on today. But first, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevrolet EV models, up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial, and KDK TV has your weather.
Today, increasing clouds with high temperatures right around 40 degrees. Mostly cloudy tonight with lows near freezing. A cloudy Tuesday with highs right around 40 degrees. Tuesday night, lows right around freezing. And Christmas Day, highs in the low 40s with a slight chance for a few rain showers. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hi there. It's Nicholas Ericalis from the Fan Morning Show. And I'm not one to brag, but I've dropped over 40 pounds in just 2 months with Awaken 180. And I think that's worth talking about. 4 more pounds down last week. And here's the thing. It's not just about the weight. It's about how I feel. I lost weight during Thanksgiving. I've lost weight every single week with Awaken 180, and it doesn't even feel like work. I'm walking into the holidays feeling confident, not stressed about stepping on the scale. This program doesn't just work. It gives you control. Every week I've been on Awaken 180, the results keep coming. The plan is laid out for me. And I'm seeing progress I never thought was possible. My clothes fit better. My energy's up. Did you see me at Christmas karaoke? I feel like a whole new person. Don't hesitate. Don't second-guess yourself. Don't be stubborn about this. If you need to lose weight, choose the solution for weight loss. Go online for a consultation, awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
NFL Monday Night Football. It's here. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge wants you to win even bigger. Right now, all customers can get a 30% catch-a-pass profit boost on the Saints-Packers game. That means you can boost your next NFL catch-a-pass bet by 30% and take home even more winnings during the game. You know, I had Jordan Love as my preseason MVP, and I looked horrible for a while. He's not going to win it, don't get me wrong. But lately, he's been playing very, very well. I would jump on that, bet on over-under spreads, player props, so much more. Plus, if you win, you'll get paid instantly. So don't wait. Download America's #1 sportsbook by visiting FanDuel.com/Starkey to take advantage of a profit boost today. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes one router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
Join 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive hockey watch party Sunday, December 29th from 5:30 to 7:30 as Pittsburgh takes on New York. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, prizes, and great eats. Join Mark Patrick Seminars, Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking, Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, January 8th, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Cranberry. Weight loss 5:30, Stop Smoking 8 p.m. Or Thursday, January 9th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 11 a.m., Stop Smoking 2 p.m.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
It's the most wonderful time of the year to save at Spitzer Acura McMurray. And Panda's leading the way with our unbeatable deals during Season of Performance event. Get our biggest savings of the year on every new Acura, like the new, all brand new electric 2024 Acura ZDX. And with any new Acura, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner during service. Hurry, our friendly consultants are ready to help you now.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems now on the Parkway North. This report brought to you by Waynesburg University. We do have reports of an accident now on the inbound Parkway North. This is between Venture and East Streets. Watch for possible slowdowns there as crews check out those reports. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam, though, showing mainly steady traffic on that roadway as you head down toward the north side. Parkways east and west remain mainly steady into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28 and out of the South Hills. Route 51 with traffic light delays approaching Bousman Street toward the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you have a bachelor degree? Are you interested in becoming a nurse? Waynesburg University has an affordable online pathway for students to earn their BSN in just 1 year. Financial aid is available. If you want to become a nurse, visit waynesburg.edu.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Year-end is the perfect time to trade in at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. The Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange event has new all-wheel drive Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at 0%. Eclipse Cross, now an incredible $6,000 off. Plus, 2 years of prepaid maintenance on any new purchase. Your year-end deal, your way. What a great day. Visit us in North Huntington or online at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What type of dog is that? That dog need to be on a leash, sir. The dog's trained. He knows his words. What's his words? If you say ag-snake, he'll bite you. You say top dog, he'll save you. Your safe word is top dog. Top This the big dog, not the little one. This the money dog, not the broke one. You call this dog when you get into an accident. Get you top dollar. This is top dog. What I feed him? I feed him accidents. Medical malpractice, car accidents. He eats it up. The insurance companies, he ate them. He really ate them. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Smale Kia, and Tri-State Office Furniture.
No, there's so much that you can do around tackling, and I've covered this with you guys a bunch. You don't necessarily need pads on to improve tackling and to work at it. You work on the approach. You work on the positioning. You work on awareness of others, gap responsibility. And so when I say back to the lab, it's all encompassing on fundamental things that may not be tackling directly, but really tee up tackling.
Yeah, and what he's saying right there, and you don't really need pads to tackle. There's little things that you could do in practice to emulate, I guess, the tackling experience. But going back to the lab is exactly what you do every single week. You go back to the lab. You dissect the film. You see what you do wrong. You try to fix that. You see what you do right, and you try to enhance that. So, getting back to the lab every week in the NFL is, cleaning the slate, going and approaching and attacking the next team, but also trying to eliminate some of the bad stuff that you do. And the Steelers have done some bad things throughout the season that has been a trend. Not like super obviously bad, but some things like in a football game that if you do commit, and penalties and situational things, that if those things do happen, your odds and percentages of winning the football game go down drastically. And they've seen themselves in this position way too much of going back to the lab after a loss, but not really fixing the things that you're going back to the lab for. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Doran Dickerson here with you. Pat Bostic is on his way. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. Mark Cabali, 9 to 10 a.m. will join us, and we'll break down even more some of this game and get his thoughts on the game coming up. But they say you go back to the lab. I mean, you don't have time to do that this week. You're really going in there today. You're watching film. You're probably not even watching the Baltimore Ravens game. Honestly, you may have watched it yesterday a little bit. Some guys may have popped in on Sunday and watched a little bit of the game. But as a team and collectively, you're not really watching the Ravens game because you have to get ready in 2 days for the Kansas City Chiefs. So, they're on the move, and their eyes are set on Kansas City and getting this home win, and it's very crucial, as we do know. Callis, you did watch the game. I heard you in your pre-show talk about it. If you had to pick right now, do you think the Steelers, honest, this is on, like, as broad of a question this is, I think that this is kind of relevant to where the Steelers are at right now. If you had to pick right now, or to bet some money, would you bet money that the Steelers will win a playoff game this year?
No. Do they have George Pickens?
Yes.
Yeah, they'll win a playoff game.
Mm-hmm. Think so?
Yeah.
You think it'll be significantly that they win?
What do you mean, like comfortably?
Will they win comfortably? Yeah. Or will it be close? Will it come down? Will it come down to a Boz field goal?
It really depends who they play. I say if they have a home playoff game, I have more confidence they can win comfortably than if they have to play in Buffalo or Kansas City.
Because I know that George Pickens means a lot to this offense, but there's some things that this team has shown with trends that I don't know if they are able to fix them because they've been happening all season long. So as much as George Pickens can be, an asset to this offense, I don't know. And whenever playoff time comes around, crunch time comes around, and it's one and done, I don't know. I really don't know right now if they can
Pickens
get it done.
covers up a lot of issues. That's the thing, because you can make up ground that they've lost in like penalties or mistakes that you didn't have to think about as much because you had the deep ball threat to make up those yards. And you had him, and you had a balanced offense because he was there. And you're noticing now it's not as balanced, and mistakes are more exposed. So I think, even though they make mistakes now, I think that, you can still have talent to make up for the mistakes you make. That's how I see it.
So, this is clearly a tough game. I honestly, and Pat Bostic just joined us, and we'll get Pat's thoughts on the game as a whole, but honestly, I think that the game at the end of the season is tougher than the one coming up on Wednesday. That's just me. I'm going to throw that out there right now. I think the Bengals they know that they can smell some life, and I think that they are desperate to change this season around, and I think that they're going to give the Steelers all they can handle at the end of the year. And I said it a couple weeks ago, Steelers are going to finish 10-7. It's looking like that right now, isn't it? It's looking like that right now. Pat, how you doing, man? Good morning.
Morning. How you doing, brother?
I'm great. I know that you clearly watched the Steeler game on Saturday.
I did.
Overall thoughts, 30,000-foot view thoughts, and then we'll narrow it down.
I think it's kind of epitomizes where they're at. Not having Pickens obviously hurt them from a passing game perspective, but there are plenty of opportunities to make that a much closer game than it ended up being. Obviously, Wilson's turnovers were killer, kind of the first time we saw him really make mistakes consistently. And the lack of pass rush was obvious, too. It does not bode well for the next couple weeks in terms of who they play and what they need to do to beat them. The only saving grace is I think Chris Jones got hurt for Kansas City. So, but, again, I thought we would learn a lot, the Philly game, the Baltimore game, and we did. And it's not what we wanted to learn. It's that this team still doesn't have the playmaking ability, in my opinion, to win at the highest level, to win a Super Bowl. Can they win a playoff game? Sure, but the road might get tougher. It might be a tough road to hoe if they don't handle business one of these last 2 weeks.
How do you explain, there's situations that in a football game, and especially there has been a lot with the Steelers, like whenever there's a turnover or there's fumbles and they can't capitalize on that. That happened last week against the Eagles. It happened this week against the Ravens. They haven't been able to capitalize on the gifts that they've been given. Can you explain how a team can't do that?
Yeah, it's not. There's nothing special about getting a turnover and not capitalizing that doesn't also apply to poor red zone offense. And they've been sporadic in the red zone offense all year. We've seen them play games where they're excellent, but more often than not, they've had to settle for field goals. And we saw that again against Baltimore. We saw it against Philadelphia. 2 turnovers in scoring position, 3 points. It's just not going to get it done. It's not going to get it done against the elite of the NFL. Is this team better than they were a year ago? Absolutely. But are they ready to compete with the Buffaloes and the Kansas Cities? Again, the NFL's wacky. They could turn around and look like Super Bowl champions on Wednesday and then go out and beat Joe Burrow, and we're all singing a different song. But right now, this thing's sliding in the direction of 10-7 and going to Buffalo to play, which you don't want. You just don't want it. You watch Josh Allen play, and he got a little bit nicked up, and they do what they needed to do yesterday. But still, watching him run and the things he does.
They closed the game out like good teams do.
Yeah, they started off poorly against a bad New England team and ended up finishing the game out and getting a W. We knew this stretch would be more difficult for the Steelers, obviously, and it's proving to be that.
We'll get Pat's thoughts on more of the Baltimore game, and in the 8 o'clock hour, we'll do some odds and ends with Pat. We'll break down the Kansas City Chiefs. That's why this show's so fun today, because we can break down the Baltimore Ravens game from Saturday, and then immediately just turns our minds to the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce coming to Pittsburgh. We'll get into all that coming up next, but first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittman's basketball won on Saturday against Sam Houston, and that was their final game of 2024. They won't play again until the new year. They'll play on New Year's Day at 2 o'clock against Cal. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost 3-0 to the New Jersey Devils, on Saturday, 3-0. Penguins play again tonight at 7 o'clock against the Philadelphia Flyers. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Crowley here. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, Santa Claus, and yes, lots of ice-cold beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet is here for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager, 24-pack cans. Oh my gosh, $17.99. Coors, Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite 30-packs, just $22.99. Having a party, maybe a little Christmas gift, beer. Drive a little, save a lot this holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
This is the time of the year when a lot of people want to set new goals for the new year. I just sat down with Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff. I've known Dan for many years. He's helped a lot of people. Hi, this is Larry Richard. So what are your goals? Do you want to lose weight? You want to stop smoking or dealing with anxiety? A lot of people are dealing with that. Call the PA Hypnosis Center today. You can set up a no-obligation free consultation at 724-934-8446. Just mention KDKA. Dan will give you $100 off any gift certificate so you can gift this opportunity. And with the PA Hypnosis Center and Dan Vitchoff, he'll offer you a 98% success guarantee. So whatever your goals are, achieve them. You can. By calling 724-934-8446, the PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Call now.
Hey, it's Cale Berger from the Wide Awake Morning Show. Looking for a great gift this holiday? Then look no further than the Turn Club in Cranberry Township. The Turn Club is praised by many as having the best food in Cranberry, and they are also known as the premier indoor golf location in the region. So if you know someone who enjoys great food at an affordable price or enjoys anything to do with golf, a Turn Club gift card will be sure to be a hit. Download the Turn Club app to purchase gift cards or to receive $5 off your next visit and 20% off your next takeout order.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
How do you spot the all-new Nissan Rogue Rock Creek? Here's a hint. It's got all-terrain tires, a tubular roof rack you can't miss, and it's tough inside and out with lava red detailing. You'll also find it in its natural habitat, climbing mountains, attacking rugged trails, and never backing down from any adventure. The first ever Nissan Rogue Rock Creek.
Intelligent all-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions. Always secure cargo. Heavy loading of the vehicle with cargo, especially on the roof, will affect the handling and stability of the vehicle.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
We know you have a lot on your holiday to-do list. And at the UPS store, we're here to help. With our pack and ship guarantee, your gifts will arrive intact or you'll be reimbursed. Got holiday cards to print? We're also the premier printing store. We've got everything you need for every way you holiday. Visit the upsstore.com/guarantee for full details. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
I'm Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Has a new era begun in Hotlanta? Kirk Cousins became an interception machine the last 5 weeks, throwing 9 compared to 1 TD. So the Falcons turned to rookie quarterback Michael Penix. In his starting debut, Penix went 18 for 27 for 202 yards. Atlanta gets a 34-7 win over the Giants. Can Kirk Cousins' era be over after only 14 games in Atlanta? Will someone have nerve enough to ask Kirk, you like that? I'm Jody Mack.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
This Christmas, the NFL is live on Netflix, and it's a gift you can't wrap. On December 25th, Netflix will be the home for 2 NFL Christmas Day games. At 1 p.m. Eastern, the 2024 Super Bowl winning Kansas City Chiefs face the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by the Baltimore Ravens versus the Houston Texans at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a holiday tradition you won't want to miss. Watch live only on Netflix. You won't want to miss it.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems on the Parkway North. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Cordell traffic cam showing an accident blocking the left shoulder of the inbound Parkway North just past the McKnight Road on-ramp. Part of the left lane is blocked. They do have a PennDOT Aero truck on the scene as well, trying to get traffic by, but expect some heavy delays there. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. A little bit heavy on the inbound Parkway West past the bend at Carnegie. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? You could reach that by February. Have more? Do the math. Then go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dickerson, Bostic here with you. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. How you feeling, Callis? You doing good?
Everything is good.
Good. You feel like I feel like you're chipper today, because I think that you know that you're going to be off for a little over a week.
Yeah, I'll come back till Friday of the 3rd.
That's nice. That's nice. It's a nice little break and time to sit back, relax. I mean, Christmas is right around the corner. Did you ask Santa for anything special for Christmas, Callis?
A new van.
No, I already got one of those.
Some tinted windows for the van.
That's a good. No, I didn't ask for any accessories for the van. I didn't really ask for much this year. I can't remember.
You didn't ask for much.
There's nothing that I want. Life is good.
We should get you a parka for that producer's booth right there.
A parka?
Yeah,
it is cold in here.
A little cold in there.
Isn't it cold, then it's hot, then it's cold? Like it has a mind of its own in there?
Yeah, well, the problem is, I believe the history is this used to be one room with the KDKA news booth over there, and then they put a wall in the middle, but the thermostat is on KDKA's side now.
Okay.
So if I have to change it, I got to go in there, and I don't know if I want to disturb those nice people over there.
Does it affect their room?
The producer's booth, yeah.
If it affects the other producer's booth too, if you go change it over there? Wow.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a share, like the thing. I got you. Pat, whenever you're at quarterback and you're in the shotgun, you're doing your little deal, you're throwing out your hand signals and you're audibling, and then you say hut, or you clap your hands, or the guard taps the center into silent count, and that ball is snapped, and you get it in your hands, and you get it, you spin it, and you get it in the right, the right feeling, right? Like, all right, yeah, the ball's in my hands, and then you let it go, and that moment that you let it go, you're like, oh bleep, there's like a defender right there. What's going through your mind whenever you know that it is a bad read? Just like what we were talking about with clearly Russell Wilson in the pick six. Like, what's going through your mind? Now, there's so many ways it could go. Like, a guy could fall down.
Right.
As we've seen that with George Pickens and Russell Wilson's on the pick six against Cincinnati. But whenever that ball leaves your hand and you automatically know that it's like, oh, my gosh, I hope this guy drops the ball.
Yeah, it's like a momentary, like, out-of-body experience, kind of, because you so badly want to take it, like, almost like running and catch the ball, take it back, but obviously you can't. And then it's, probably then a fight or flight type of, like, I want to go kill this dude.
Yeah.
If I can hit him.
Yeah.
Like when Palco hit that guy against Virginia.
Yeah.
He threw the pick and, ran down hawked the guy down and just knocked him out of bounds. It's not a good feeling. It really isn't. I could probably equate it to, like, hitting a ball in the water in golf. Like, you just know you just set your team back.
Yeah.
And it happens, and guys make really good plays. That one for Russ was not that was more execution than anything. I mean, he doesn't typically make those mistakes, leave a ball inside, put a little bit of pressure on him, but you try to flush it as fast as you can, but it's hard to do. It's hard to, because you don't want to stack those either.
Right.
So it has a cumulative effect when you turn the ball over. It has an effect on the freedom with which you play. That
you get tense, maybe tightened up a little bit.
You do, especially in one score games where that I always felt that a quarterback could lose a game faster than they could win it. Particularly, in the regular course of play. Now, last drive of the game, obviously you've got control over things, but throughout the course of a game, your turnovers, your bad plays often dictate the final score more than your elite plays.
Now, I didn't have a problem with the whole Russ scrambling fumble situation because I was like, the guy's going out there, he's trying to win the football game. He's trying to go head first, and he's trying to make a play. We talked before, like whenever he first walked in, you thought he should have slid.
Well, I just think that, I feel like the more I watch football, the more you see guys punching the ball out and doing things. It's just TJ's so good at it. Other guys practice it too. Seemingly at just sacrificing their limbs to knock the ball out. And just if you look at that sequence there, and he's just always so smart with those situations. Like, he just never seems to make those mistakes or leave things to chance like that. And that ended up being a 17-point swing. They go score a touchdown there, and they go up 14-7. They ended up going down 14-7, punting, and then going down 17-7. So that was a 17-point swing in the game. And those are the turnovers that are backbreaking. You talk about not being able to take advantage of other teams' turnovers. Well, when a team goes 96 yards on you in 8 plays and 3 minutes and 29 seconds after you were on the doorstep of scoring, after a great play by Russ. It was great to see him scramble up there and have the wherewithal to keep moving and get the first down. It's just the ending sequence of the play was disastrous, and that's gonna you can't do that. You just can't. You guys slide, just get down faster, but don't do that.
Yeah. I mean, there's been so many situations in these Steeler games where things like that happen. I mean, you even think about the little situation with George not getting both feet down in the back of the end zone. It's just they're almost like it is, a bad situation whenever they get into the red zone, they can't capitalize. And things like this have been happening all season long. I just don't know how, whenever the playoffs come around, everything gets faster, everything gets tighter,
right.
Everything gets more tense. To me, they haven't fixed these issues, throughout the whole entire season, whether it was Justin Fields at quarterback, whether it's Russell Wilson at quarterback. These little things that you see and don't see in football have been affecting the Pittsburgh Steelers. And you're going against a good football team with a quick turnaround. Then you're going against an explosive team to close out the season. I just see 10-7 written all over this Pittsburgh Steelers team, and you're back really where you started. You just got there with a different route. You got there with a different route, but I don't know. It's a very interesting football season, and that George Pickens has a lot to do with what the offense can and can't do. But just, guys, I said this earlier to start the show, Pat. The pick your poison element of the Baltimore Ravens. Lamar Jackson throwing 3 touchdowns. Being held to 22 yards rushing, that's a plus in the plus category. You held him to that. But Derrick Henry running for 162 yards. rushing for 160 yards. Zay Flowers having over 100 yards receiving. Isaiah Likely, Mark Andrews, Rashad Bateman, all having a touchdown. Like, everybody was very significant outside of their, star players. Right. That's what the Steelers are missing. Like, they don't have that depth that the Ravens do. And right now, I'll say the Ravens are a better football team and more equipped to win in the playoffs than the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, their defense has gotten much better. I mean, this is 4 games in a row now. They've yielded less than 20 points or been on the right side of that ledger in terms of how they've played. But again, I mean, we've known this about the Steelers in terms of the supporting cast and it being a significant drop-off, from the top down. I mean, George Pickens being their best playmaker. Obviously, Pat Freiermuth's had a terrific season. He's earned every dime of that contract. Najee Harris has been inconsistent. That was probably as good as we've seen, Jaylen Warren look in terms of what they're doing. But, again, when you're trying to spread the ball around and you're targeting Pruitt and you're throwing the ball, and obviously they're scoring touchdowns with both these, Cordero Patterson, like they're having to really disperse the football in order to stress the defense, as opposed to having 2 or 3 really. I mean, that third piece outside of Pickens, they just don't have it.
Right.
That if 4th and 6 are taking shots to Calvin Austin, who's been good. He'll be a part of this thing, I think, for at least a few more years in terms of what he can do. But there's just not that. Mike Williams hasn't done anything outside of the big catch, 2 big catches, one for a touchdown against Washington. And Van Jefferson's been what you thought he'd be, which is a blocker, essentially. Mm-hmm. So they're using 4 different tight ends. Washington has seemingly disappeared from the algorithm in terms of what they're doing offensively. And this is what I feared. I guess I just don't know. Like, it's hard to form an identity when you don't know who the supplementary part, who the supporting cast is.
Yeah.
From week to week. It's really hard to do because you look at, for example, Kansas City. They've got Kelsey, they've got Hopkins now, they've got Hollywood Brown back. You got Pacheco, you got Hunt. Like everybody knows their role.
Yes.
In what they do. And I think what we saw, say for the Cleveland game for a period of time, without George Pickens, everyone else's role has had to change, and they're not able to do that. They're not position flexible enough to do that. They have to win a certain way. And again, the only exception to that rule was Cincinnati on the road, when they looked really good.
Yes, they got aggressive.
They're going to have to do that again.
Yes, they really are. I mean, I asked Callis this. I mean, realistically, where we stand, and we're going to talk about this a little bit next. Like, do we really see the Steelers winning a playoff game? We'll talk about that next. And Callis, you said you had a good answer, and there are some components to that. But where we stand from these last 2 weeks, playing a really good football team in the Philadelphia Eagles, and then playing a good football team in the Baltimore Ravens on Saturday, where are we at on the Steelers? 30,000-foot view. Like, can they realistically win a playoff game this year? I think that's in doubt right now. We'll talk about that next, but first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lost on Saturday to the Baltimore Ravens. Both teams now 10-5. Ravens have just as much claim to the AFC North as the Steelers do, with just a couple games left in the season. We'll see how everything unfolds. Steelers play again on Wednesday, Christmas Day, against the Kansas City Chiefs. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Tailgate Party is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
This Christmas, the NFL is live on Netflix, and it's a gift you can't wrap. On December 25th, Netflix will be the home for 2 NFL Christmas Day games. At 1 p.m. Eastern, the 2024 Super Bowl winning Kansas City Chiefs face the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by the Baltimore Ravens versus the Houston Texans at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a holiday tradition you won't want to miss. Watch live only on Netflix. You won't want to miss it.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
And we are in it, the holiday season. Listen, Schultz Ford has everything for you. First of all, they got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. How about Schultz Ford Wheeling? That store's doing just great business, and always online, schultzford.com. They've got all kinds of selection. And when I say all kinds of selection, I mean the best going. You need a truck, F-150, nobody better. Mobile service, they'll do that for you. Pickup and delivery, there's that. Your car needs service, something small, they'll come, pick it up, leave you a loaner, take your car to the shop, get it done, and bring it right back. Those locations can't be beat, like I said. And the staff, it's not just holiday cheer, it's every day of the year. They're kind, they're friendly, they're great. I've not met better people than the ones who work for Richard Bazzi and Schultz Ford. So check it out. You can always go online and see that great inventory, schultzford.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Shenderovich and Fishman. And did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen? Because they don't need one. Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. Because that's your money. And you pay nothing unless recovery is made. You don't need tiny print. You don't need a long disclaimer. It's simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win, your fee is only 25%. So if you've been injured, dog bite, car accident, motorcycle accident, any accident that causes serious injury or death, you call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The phone number, 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. They really do have your back, not your wallet.
Free Coffee Mondays are back at Get Go Cafe and Market, just in time to keep you fueled for the holidays. Scan your loyalty card and get the gift of any size self-serve hot or iced coffee or cold brew. Free Coffee Mondays every Monday through December 30th, 2024. Only at Get Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting college football bowl games, good luck. No, seriously, it's never been harder. And you don't want to be hurting your bankroll. You want to make sure you're doing your homework. Listen to Cash the Ticket. Mike Valeni and I will be breaking down every single bowl game, dropping new episodes nearly every day throughout college football's postseason. Spicing things up with a 12-team playoff. Can't wait to see some of those teams from the South come up north for the snow. Be sure to subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Ben Moore Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dickerson, Bostic, Callis here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Callis, you saw the, Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
Correct.
Have you ever seen that, Pat? Have you ever watched any of that or know anything about that?
They're a band, right?
Yes.
They're an orchestra?
Very good. Yes,
Yeah,
very good.
They're
band.
good. They do some really good holiday stuff.
That's right.
Do you enjoy it?
I did.
Were they better than you were at the fan Christmas karaoke show?
Yes.
You weren't invited up to join them on stage?
No.
If you were, would you?
Yeah, I'd try. Why not?
What would you play? Would you sing or would you drum it out?
Are you instrumental? Do you play an instrument?
Very, very.
I do. I'm well versed in piano. Not great. I think I'm near mastery at drums.
Are you?
Near
I've been playing for a while. I was
What
in
would
jazz
you
ensemble.
do if I went and touched your drum set?
Oh, I'm not one of those people. No,
He doesn't get it. He didn't get the reference.
No, I did. What was it? The Step Brothers?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
I
There you
know.
go.
Come on. All right. Nice. You said mastery, though, at drums.
Near mastery, yeah.
What?
If you could play one song on the drums, what would it be?
That's a tough question.
It shouldn't be that difficult. I asked you to pick one song.
One song.
Oh, you could pick a couple. What do you like? If you're gonna go in, if I'm coming over to your house and you want to impress me, you're playing the drums. You're like, I want to show him that I've mastered the drums. What would you play?
You wouldn't know the song, but Buddy Rich played a song called Channel One Suite that I played in high school, and it's a strictly drum-featured type of solo, like it's a freestyle one, which means there's no limit on it.
Ooh.
That would be it?
That would be the one.
Okay.
There's a nice sax solo in it, too, but yeah, but you wouldn't hear that in the drums. Yeah,
Pat, I'm willing to guess that you're about as musically inclined as I am.
I played the recorder for one semester or whatever, 1 quarter in high school. Or whatever that was.
Didn't we all have to do that kind of?
The thing is, my family, my dad, my grandfather, my grandfather played the trombone and he played in the Navy band. He was
seriously
not at Naval Academy, but when he was in the actual Navy, and he made my not made, but he very strongly encouraged his sons to play the trombone. So my dad actually was an offensive tackle, a wrestler. You've met my dad, big dude that would double back at halftime to play with the marching band. I was captain of the team.
That's awesome.
You don't see that's true Renaissance man right there.
Yes.
But no, I love music. I would love to learn to play the guitar at some point, but I have no musical prowess.
Well, if you were called up on stage at the Trans-Siberian whatever was it called, Siberian Orchestra, whatever it is, and you had to pick one instrument to play to try to keep up, what would it be? And it can't be the recorder.
No, I mean I would be bad at that. They have a cymbal.
No.
Banjo.
Yeah, the whole set. You got a bunch of violins.
Give me a rattlestick.
Bass guitar. No rattlestick. No.
I would probably play the bass guitar. I feel like the bass guitar. First of all, it has less strings, right?
Yes.
It's generally simpler from just what they play.
There's a lot of repetition. You're right.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a very supplemental instrument. It very seldom is featured. It is featured at times, but
No, yeah, you're right. You're right.
So if I screw up, not everyone's going to know
right.
it.
Okay, that's a smart answer.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I've been taught this though, being a rhythm instrument guy. If the rhythm section is off, the whole band sounds terrible.
But they blame the rest of the band. They don't play the.
That's true. They won't blame the rest of the band, but
the layperson
you are the reason why.
Yeah, I'm fine if a bunch of music people don't like me. I don't want the crowd booing me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They can boo the rest of them. It's like when the laces are. No one knows in the crowd that the laces were back for the kicker when they shank it.
Yeah.
And no one blames the holder until you get to the film room or the people watching it on TV.
Didn't spin it.
Right, didn't spin it. So yeah, that would be. I would pick the one that had the least chance of just overall exposure, and I think that'd be bass guitar.
Will Steelers fans be booing the Steelers whenever it's all said and done this season?
Man, I hope not. like I said, I mean, you got 2 home games to close out. Now, I think Mike Tomlin's got this locker room. I think that Russell Wilson, you've seen the ownership and the accountability. They've got to win one of these 2. They just have to. And because I think the chances of Baltimore losing one are I mean, you got Houston and Cleveland. Now, Houston's a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, Baltimore's at least going to win one. And the Steelers would have a tiebreaker with them with their conference winning percentage. I think that would hold up if the Steelers win one, because they both go 1-1 now. Obviously, if one wins 2 and the other wins 1 or 0, it doesn't matter. It's a moot point. But no, I don't think they're going to be booing them. But I think if you rewind 3 weeks ago, the answers everyone thought they had, they're going to be. I still think the regular season and potentially the postseason will end with more questions than answers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do think that without a shadow of a doubt, regardless of the last performance, the quarterback question has been answered for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think what you're seeing play out right now in their struggles is that the supporting cast just isn't good enough. And they're not good enough up front either. So, and that's hard to overcome, regardless of who your quarterback is. I mean, unless you have Josh Allen
Mm-hmm.
that can just run around, or Burrow doing the things he does, quarterback play is going to suffer from poor line play.
Coming up next, college football playoffs, first round. That was this past weekend, and dud. A lot of thoughts about that and the structure of it. We're going to get Pat's thoughts, maybe even Cal's thoughts on the college football playoff coming up next. But first, to Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Along with the Steelers, the Pitt men's basketball team and the Pittsburgh Penguins, they both played on Saturday. Pitt men's basketball beat Sam Houston. The Pittsburgh Penguins lost to the New Jersey Devils. The Pitt men's basketball team's next game is going to be in the new year. They're actually playing on New Year's Day at 2 o'clock. And the Pittsburgh Penguins play tonight against the Philadelphia Flyers at home at 7 o'clock. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems on the Parkway North. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Inbound Parkway North, crews still on the scene of an earlier accident blocking the left shoulder on the inbound side of the Parkway North, just past the McKnight Road on-ramp. Traffic is slow getting by in the travel lanes. However, nothing is blocked there. You're fairly steady once you pass it, down across the Veterans Bridge. The crosstown looking good over toward the Boulevard of the Allies and the Liberty Bridge ramps. Parkway West, you're heavy past the Banksville Merge Point, while the Parkway East also heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can easily find coverage options that fit your budget. If only it was that easy to name your baby.
How about Jaden?
Nope.
Okay. Michael?
Went to middle school with a glue-eating Michael.
Sebastian?
Dated one in college.
How about Damien?
Vampire name.
All right. Greg?
Not feeling it.
Okay. No worries. No worries. Jeffrey?
Oh, love that one.
Wait, really?
No.
Find coverage options that fit your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ron Lewis Automotive has used cars under $15K. Looking for a budget buy? Stop at any of their locations in Cranberry, Pleasant Hills, Waynesburg, or always online at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM PGT.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
50-minute mark on the fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The injury report is brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Joey Porter Jr., I think he did get injured. I don't know his status, probably coming up here in the next 2 days, but he was the one guy that I do remember getting injured in this football game. Pat, college football playoffs, was very excited for it, because obviously it's very new. And on-campus games, I thought the whole kind of aesthetic of it was just entertaining. Even the thought of that happening and seeing something different was exciting, like I just said. But they, like you said, duds. I mean, duds of a game, like blowouts.
That's exactly what I did not want to happen.
Exactly.
First of all, the SEC and Big Ten fans, and rightfully so, will they'll say we told you so.
Yep.
Right. I mean, Penn State handled SMU. Now, if ifs and buts were that whole line, but I mean, if SMU doesn't throw 3 picks in the first half, first quarter, it's a different game. I thought SMU's defense showed up, and then just ended up breaking late. Ohio State dismantled Tennessee. I thought that was going to be the game that was probably going to be the one Texas handled Clemson. It was convincing. It was too convincing for me, and I don't know what you do to fix it. I don't think the answer is just to let more SEC and Big Ten teams in. I mean, because while Big Ten and SEC fans will say how we told you so, look at Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they didn't belong on the field with Notre Dame up front.
You're right about that. I'll give you credit.
And Tennessee going into the horseshoe just got blitzed. So, maybe it's a fluke, maybe it's just happenstance, but those were not. I hope that what was saved in intrigue in those games is provided to us in the next round.
I sure hope so. But I mean, Kevin Jennings, literally from that first series, whenever he didn't run for the first down and try to throw it to his tight end, you could just see it in his eyes that he was so overwhelmed, man. And then he just threw the pick sixes, and he threw it right to the guys. And I was just like, this guy, total different player than when we saw him up close and personal.
Yeah, it was funny. I had a text exchange about that, and I was like, why didn't we see this guy against us? Well, he had turned the ball over 5 times the week before against Duke and then played us, so he was all on his P's and Q's. He was not on his P's and Q's against Penn State. So, and that defense for Penn State is really good.
Yeah.
I mean, that 11 is a really good player.
Abdul, he's very good.
He's a first rounder. And
why is that a thing? How come everybody who wears number 11 at Penn State?
Well, I think it's just become a tradition, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Parsons and now him, and they've had others.
LeVar.
LeVar, obviously. That is a thing to do. But that defense looked really good, and they should cut through Boise State.
You think so?
I do. I mean, that's a weird game.
Mm-hmm.
When in a million years would Penn State visit Boise State, which I think is kind of cool. The Oregon Ohio State game is going to be great. I mean, that's a rematch, a Big Ten rematch. I mean, there's a lot of really good games on the docket, but man, that first round just left a lot to be desired.
Man, it did. It really did. I thought it was going to go opposite, but like you said, hopefully we're going to hold out for this next round, maybe being something of significance and actually a lot more entertaining than the first round. Coming up next, we have Odds and Ends with Pat Bostic. Pat, have you ever did Odds and Ends before?
I think we've done it before, yeah.
Okay.
I think we did it back maybe last winter.
Okay. Yeah, we got Odds and Ends. I mean, obviously, Steelers Wednesday, we got to get some Odds and Ends in before we all take a break and, for Christmas and the New Year. So we'll get Pat's thoughts on the Odds and Ends, and we'll go from there. Trip around the NFL as well. Kenny Pickett, he played yesterday. I know people are excited to hear about that. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevrolet EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. Today, high of 32, low of 27. With overcast tomorrow, high of 38, low of 32, 70% chance of snow.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
December deals just dropped at Lowe's. Get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional $75 off every $1,000 you spend on select kitchen major appliances from Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Amana, and Maytag. And save $30 on a Project Source 3-gallon pancake compressor. Was $79.98, now $49.98. Valid 12/19 through 12/25. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items. While supplies last. Tool offer valid 12/5 through 12/18. While supplies last.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
Hi there, it's Nicholas Ericalis from the Fan Morning Show, and I'm not one to brag, but I've dropped over 40 pounds in just 2 months with Awaken 180, and I think that's worth talking about. 4 more pounds down last week, and here's the thing, it's not just about the weight, it's about how I feel. I lost weight during Thanksgiving. I've lost weight every single week with Awaken 180, and it doesn't even feel like work. I'm walking into the holidays feeling confident, not stressed about stepping on the scale. This program doesn't just work, it gives you control. Every week I've been on Awaken 180, the results keep coming. The plan is laid out for me, and I'm seeing progress I never thought was possible. My clothes fit better, my energy's up. Did you see me at Christmas karaoke? I feel like a whole new person. Don't hesitate. Don't second-guess yourself. Don't be stubborn about this. If you need to lose weight, choose the solution for weight loss. Go online for a consultation, awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
NFL Monday Night Football. It's here. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, wants you to win even bigger. Right now, all customers can get a 30% catch-a-pass profit boost on the Saints-Packers game. That means you can boost your next NFL catch-a-pass bet by 30% and take home even more winnings during the game. You know, I had Jordan Love as my preseason MVP, and I looked horrible for a while. He's not going to win it, don't get me wrong. But lately, he's been playing very, very well. I would jump on that, bet on over-under spreads, player props, so much more. Plus, if you win, you'll get paid instantly. So don't wait. Download America's #1 sportsbook by visiting FanDuel.com/Starkey to take advantage of a profit boost today. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The real reason the Grinch's heart got bigger, he's at Beyond Lincoln's Corsair Christmas. These are prices that are so out of sight on the 2024 all-wheel drive Lincoln Corsair. Over 120 Lincolns in stock on the ground. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Crowley here. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, Santa Claus, and yes, lots of ice cold beer. Hampton Beer Outlet is there for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. Whoa, Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite 30 packs, just $22.99. The best in the business. Drive a little, save a lot this holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Are you looking to grow your career? Waynesburg University offers a 100% online MBA program designed for working professionals. Financial aid is available. An MBA can open the door to career advancement and higher earning potential. Visit waynesburg.edu.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, January 8th, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Cranberry. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking 8 p.m. Or Thursday, January 9th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss 11 a.m. Stop smoking 2 p.m.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Smooth ride now on the inbound Parkway North after crews cleared the earlier accident, reopening the left shoulder just past the McKnight Road on-ramp. Traffic seems to be moving well now as you head in from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. The crosstown still looking good for you heading over toward the Boulevard of the Allies and the Liberty Bridge. Parkway West remain heavy past the Banksville merge point into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East just a little heavy now between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? You could reach that by February. Have more? Do the math. Then go to awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Year-end is the perfect time to trade in at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. The Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange event has new all-wheel drive Outlander Sports up to $5,000 off. Take $2,000 off the Mirage, America's best value car. Plus, we're paying 125% of KBB for your trade. Your year-end deal, your way. What a great day. Visit us in North Huntington or online at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for details.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Smale Kia, and Tri-State Office Furniture.
Oh, yeah. You know the music. Odds and ends, baby. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia and Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Dickerson, Bostic, Cal's here with you on the Fan Mooring Show for Odds and Ends. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Special edition of Odds and Ends, Christmas Day, Steelers, Chiefs, big AFC matchup, as you all know. All right, let's get started. Bostic, we'll start with you. We'll see if you like over or under on some of these props. These are ones that I came up with because the lines are not out, so this is not gambling advice. So don't take this and run to one of those sites and put money down, because this is not gambling right now. This is ones that I came up with. I've been doing this odds and ends for years now. I know what it takes. I know what the lines are probably going to be. Come on. All right, Pat.
Let's do it.
Russell Wilson, over, under. 199.5 passing yards.
Over.
Callis?
I'm going to say under on that one.
I think he needs to go over.
That's why I said it.
I think he needs to go over, and I think that George Pickens is going to play. So for him to go over, George Pickens needs to have a good game, and I think he's going to play, and I think that that's going to happen. So that's why I go over 199.5 passing yards for Russell Wilson. Patrick Mahomes, over under 224.5 passing yards.
Under.
Why?
I don't know how many times he's thrown for over that this season, honestly, looking at his stats.
It's a good call.
I mean, now the Steelers' pass defense has been relatively porous of late, but I'll look it up.
Callis?
Is it confirmed he's going to play, by the way?
For sure. Played Saturday.
Well, then, I'll say under. I'll agree with Pat.
I'm going to go slightly under. Lamar Jackson had 207, I believe, passing yards against the Steelers, but he was slicing and dicing really that defense the whole game, but they still held him to under 224. I'm going to go slightly under for Patrick Mahomes. I'm going to go 220. What are you looking at?
He threw for 260 last week, 159 against the Browns, 210, 306, 269, 196. So he's been
up and down.
Up and down.
I think the Steelers kind of get back to the drawing board and figure out how to slow it down in the air. I don't think it's going to look.
I would agree.
I don't think it's going to look as bad as I think people are thinking it's going to look. Najee Harris over under 53.5 rushing yards.
Over.
I say under.
Chris Jones is probably going to be out, best defensive player on their team, defensive lineman. I'm going to go slightly under. He's going to have 50 yards rushing. Isaiah Pacheco, running back for the Chiefs, over under 51.5 rushing yards.
Under.
I think I'm going to say over on that one.
I'm going to go under because they're going to split carries between he and Kareem Hunt. They will together get around 80 yards. So I'm going to go under for Pacheco. Jaylen Warren, over under 30.5 rushing yards.
Over.
Over.
Going over as well. Jaylen Warren has another decent game as he did on Saturday. Pat Freiermuth, over under 34.5 receiving yards.
Over.
Over.
Over. Disappointing game on Saturday with Pat Freiermuth in the offense. Wasn't really incorporated as much as I thought, but he's going to go over in this game. George Pickens, as I said, I'm hoping and guessing that he's going to play. So George Pickens over under 58.5 receiving yards.
Over.
Over.
Over as well. Mike Williams over under 21.5 receiving yards.
Under.
Yeah, under.
Under as well. Van Jefferson over under 15.5 receiving yards.
Over.
Yeah, I'll go over.
I'm going to go under. Calvin Austin III, over under 28.5 receiving yards.
Over.
I'll say under for that one.
I'm going to go over. You know what? He's having a pretty good year. You could tell that he's Russell Wilson's Tyler Lockett. Very, very good year. Very impressed by Calvin Austin. Just he's kind of out of position. And when I say out of position, he's really a third, fourth guy, not a second guy. And they've been using him as like a second wide receiver threat. But he's been having a fantastic season. Fantastic. So I'm going to go over for Calvin Austin III. Travis Kelce, actually Travis Swift, Over under 55.5 receiving yards.
Over.
I'm going to say under.
I'm going to go over. I don't have this in the odds and ends, but I think he has like 8 catches. I think he goes off. I don't know. I could just feel it. Travis Swift, over 55.5 receiving yards. DeAndre Hopkins, over under 34.5 receiving yards.
Over.
Who'd you say again? I'm sorry.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Over.
I'm going to go under. I think he gets around 28. Hollywood Brown, over under 37.5 receiving yards.
Under.
Under.
Over. Hollywood Brown, back on the scene. They just get guys back at the right time. They got Pacheco back at the right time. They got Hollywood Brown back. That was his first game on Saturday, being back after, I think it was a shoulder injury, been out all season, and he was somewhat effective in that game, and I think he will be against the Steelers as well. 37.5 receiving yards. Over for Hollywood Brown. Jaylen Warren, over under 20.5 receiving yards.
I think I'm going to go over. I think he's going to have about 75 total yards in the game.
I'll say under. I don't think we're going to use him that way that much.
I'm going to go over. They just, they dumped the ball down to him. I think he had around 40-some yards receiving against the Ravens. I think that's going to be one of their method to getting the ball moving. And hopefully, like I said, if George Pickens plays, that can open some things up in the back end for George to have some explosive plays. Okay, South Fayette's very own Justin Watson, who's the receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs. Does he score a touchdown at Acrisure Stadium here in Pittsburgh?
No.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Justin Watson. What is he? He has 2-3 Super Bowls, which is insane. He had one with Brady. I think he had 2 with Mahomes. It's insane. What a career. How many times do they show Taylor Swift if she does attend the game? Over, under 3?
Way over.
Over, yes.
Way over.
Do you like Taylor Swift?
I'm agnostic.
Do you like Taylor Swift, Callis?
Would you like to play your drum set?
My sister had the 1989 album and would listen to it all the time, and all those songs were ingrained in my head, so it feels like torture, but, I mean, I don't know. She's fine.
Hey.
Doran said that if Travis Kelce decided to propose at Acrisure Stadium
in pregame,
Steeler fans would boo.
Do you believe that? Or you think they'd cheer? Pre-game, Travis Kelce, 50-yard line, takes a knee. Taylor Swift proposes.
I think there's 0.0% chance that ever happens at Acrisure Stadium. So I'm not even going to comment on what happens if they did. I think there'd be a mixture.
Mixture?
I think there'd be a mixture. I think there would be, yeah.
My off-the-wall prediction. You guys both have to come up with one. I think that not only do they show Taylor Swift, they show Taylor Swift and Ciara in a suite together.
Oh.
You said that before.
Mm-hmm.
You think that's going to happen?
Yep.
That's more off the wall than I was thinking in terms of.
You can go any direction. You can go to the game. You can go whatever you want, Mr. Bostic.
I think I think a fan is going to be shirtless at this game, which is, I don't think
that's
that off the wall.
every game.
How is that off the wall?
Let me think of something else.
Every game.
Pat, come on. You come up with something. I'll come up with something else.
A fan is going to be shirtless.
All right, how about this? George Pickens will play, and he's going to have one of those insane catches in the end zone. He's going to go down with one foot, and then his knee is going to touch with that same leg. And he's going to have a touchdown like that.
I like that.
There you go.
I like that. There you go. Way to come back.
That's
way
a good one.
Way to respond.
I think the Steelers are going to block a kick, and it's going to win them the game.
Okay. Oh, so you like the Steelers winning?
I do. I think they're going to block a kick. I think that they're going to find a way to win this game like 19-17.
Okay. I like it.
I think they're going to end this 11-game, one-possession score win for the Chiefs. 11 straight. They've won one-possession games. I think the Steelers find a way to edge them out.
I like it.
I think a Minkah Fitzpatrick block kick.
Oh, that's even better. Even better there, Callis. All right, that's odds and ends.
And there might be
Special edition.
someone shirtless there at the game.
Yeah, shirtless. One person, or is there going to be multiple shirtless people?
I think multiple shirtless, but I'm concerned about this game, personally. That's why I don't know how to predict, because if I predict anything, I think the Chiefs are going to do well. I don't have a good feeling about this game.
Yeah. Me neither.
You're shook. You're shook by the game. Like, you're just...
Crowley was talking about it all last week. Oh, yeah, the Steelers will be fine. And I was just sitting back here like,
I don't know.
I'm scared.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what game is stuck in my craw? That Browns game.
Yep. Knew that was going to happen.
Be so much different. Be so much different right now. I mean, it wouldn't make losing 4 straight feel any better, but winning the division would feel a lot more possible.
Yes. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. You knew that we were going to look back and say, like, if they would have just won that game.
Jameis Winston.
Mm-hmm.
The Cowboys game still hurts me a bit, too. Just a 1-point loss.
Yeah, it didn't have Russ, though.
That's true.
Didn't have Russ.
Does Mahomes have a kryptonite? If he does.
His ankle.
We're going to talk about that next. There's a new Superman movie coming out, too, which I'm excited to see. But does Mahomes have a kryptonite? We'll talk about that next. But first, the Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lost to the Baltimore Ravens on Saturday. Both teams now 10-5. Steelers winning the division. Not so certain anymore. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Helping you get through the work week. It's the Joe Starkey Show. 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Monday through Friday. Getting you the expert insight you can only find here. If it matters to Pittsburgh, get it all here first on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder. Get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows.
Tech scams, identity thieves, data leaks. Hearing about these online threats every day can be stressful. But don't worry. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? Well, it means you won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway. Moment. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Deal Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us, plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that J.
With 24 monthly bill credits for eligible trade-ins and 4 new lines without auto-pay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits or credit stop and balance on required finance agreement is due $999.99. Credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to Hims. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through Hims.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through Hims.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
I'm Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Best game of the day, unquestionably, the Commanders over the Eagles 36-33. Down 13 in the third quarter. Jalen Daniels 2 TD passes to Alamazade Decayes gave Washington the lead. The Eagles retook with 2 Jake Elliott field goals, but then Daniels throws his 5th TD pass of the game with 6 seconds left to give the Commanders the win. So much for the Eagles' 10-game winning streak. I'm Jody Mack.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems with accidents and other things. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. The Brookline section of the city, we have some down power lines reported. This is in the 1900 block of West Liberty Avenue near Capitol Avenue. Also, an accident reported on the inbound Parkway East right around the Edgewood Swissvale interchange. Watch for delays around that. And now we have an earlier accident being cleared in North Versailles at the intersection of Crooked Run Road and 5th Avenue. Crews are on the scene. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Ben Morris Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dickerson, Bostic, Callis here with you. How cold is it out? Is it what, 10 degrees, 15 degrees, or something like that?
Like 15.
Jeez.
It's like 15 degrees.
Did you like playing cold weather?
Loved it.
I did too.
I loved it.
Do you think it affected SMU? Do you think it affected Tennessee?
It always affects you more when things go the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Maybe not early, but it starts to creep into your mind when things aren't going your way.
Yeah.
And
it's starting to get a little colder.
You start to get a little bit colder. You're warm. You're feeling toasty when it's 0-0.
Right.
But when it's like 21-0, and you're like, man, that sucks.
Can't wait to get out of here.
Then you're looking around. There's just shirtless people everywhere.
Constantly, he doesn't even.
Not even paying attention.
No idea.
He's looking up his next drum solo.
What about playing in the cold?
No. I just
Shirtless
said you're
people.
looking around. There's shirtless people everywhere.
Oh, thanks, yeah.
Does Mahomes have a kryptonite? And what makes him so good?
What makes him so good is just first of all, like his vision, the arm strength and talent is off the charts. The ability to change his arm angle and deliver the ball sidearm, over the top, underhand, flip it forward. Scrambling and running ability is highly underrated in my opinion. Like he's not the physical specimen that Josh Allen is, but he's got that wiggle to him. Yeah, and he's just got an uncanny ability to take advantage of the moment and make a play when you need it. I mean, that's why he's won as many Super Bowls as he's won. So, in terms of kryptonite, I mean, his ankle is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's consistently spraining that thing, and part of that is the way he plays. And this year, I mean, he's thrown more picks than he's thrown in his career. I mean, this is the start to the season in particular, he's turned the ball over a lot. And they've been in a lot of close games as a result. They still find ways to win, obviously. But I would say, his pressing at times has probably caused more harm to them this year than any other year. It just hasn't affected them in the loss column at all.
Mm-hmm.
They've been darn near perfect, just except for one game. So I think that for the Steelers to win this game, they've got to mix things up and try to steal a couple off of him. If they can do that, that's where Mahomes is. You've seen the chinks in his armor this year have been thrown it to the other team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, creating turnovers. I mean, that's the rule of thumb for football, and especially on defense.
Yep.
You got to create those turnovers. But just like we talk about with the Bills and what we saw on Saturday, they can beat you in multiple ways. Like, there's been times this year where the defense has played so well for the Kansas City Chiefs that Mahomes really didn't have to go out there and be the vintage Patrick Mahomes. I mean, Travis Kelce isn't having his best year either, and that's his go-to guy. It's his blanket. They can just beat you in multiple ways, and they get healthy at the right time.
Yep.
They know how to play that brand of football whenever, playoffs, they're sniffing the playoffs, and that's coming around. They know how to ramp it up, and then they know how to play in the playoffs in order to get the job done. And I don't know if the Steelers are capable of doing that. I don't know if the Steelers are capable on a short week, like of any team to play on a short week. We saw what they looked like against the Browns, Pat. Like, we saw what a short week looked like against one of the worst teams in the NFL. What's it going to look like on Wednesday? Like, I don't have a good feeling at all about this football game. Like,
yeah, the only difference is you're coming off of a loss as opposed to the last game where, you feel like you can just kind of head into Cleveland with what you just put in, and this is not a divisional game, so you don't necessarily know the opponent as well. Obviously, you know Kansas City and who their personnel is, but I think for the Steelers in any game, and this probably isn't a surprise to people, but it's something we can't take for granted. Is T.J. Watt's ability to change a game when he's not at 100% and doing what he does. You see what you saw with Lamar Jackson. And if you look at Kansas City, now I mentioned the interceptions. He hasn't thrown an interception in 5 games. He's thrown 8 touchdowns in those 5 games. However, he's been sacked 36 times this year. In consecutive weeks against Vegas and Carolina, he was sacked 5 times, Patrick Mahomes. So, like, Highsmith, Watt, like that, as important as it is for Pittsburgh to be efficient on offense and to score points, its defense, when they're at their best, changes the game and changes possession and changes field position as good as any in the NFL. And that they candidly did that against Baltimore. They just weren't able to take advantage of it offensively. And yeah, Baltimore was better on offense, but Pittsburgh was not able to take advantage of, hey, you throw an interception or you turn it over on downs, and then you get a pick 2 plays later and do nothing with it.
Right.
I mean, they've got to take advantage of those in this game, or else it's going to go the way you think it's going to go.
What do you think makes Travis Kelce so good? Now, I said that he isn't having his best year, but I mean he'll probably go down as, if not but one of the best tight ends to ever play NFL football. Like, what do you think makes him so good? And it's only a matter of time. It's not like it's like, oh man, well Travis Kelce's having a down year. Like, he could turn it around on Wednesday, which I think he's going to, and have like 8 catches for 100-some yards and 2 touchdowns in just in a blink of an eye.
Yeah,
the type of player he is.
Yeah, he's so versatile. You can line him up by himself. He can be in line and block. He's a guy you can work play action. Off the line of scrimmage, through the line of scrimmage. He's got just a great ability to. I love watching him run routes against zone because he just finds the dead spot in the zone, and that they're on the same page with that. Like, you see a quarterback and a tight end or a quarterback and a receiver that haven't worked together as much as they have, and you see the ball slightly behind or in front of a player because they don't know when they're going to throttle it down in the zone hole. I think that Travis Kelce is just an expert at that. And Mahomes doesn't even have to look at him until he throws it to him. He knows exactly where he's going to be. There's just kind of a ESP with those two. They know where each other's at. And he's great after the catch, man. Like, he's a big dude. He's great after the catch and just a really, really good football player. Like, just a really good football player in every sense of the word. But I think the thing that probably stands out to me the most is just the feel and the route running.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, when the ball's in the vicinity, he typically catches it.
Do you think it was hard initially for Andy Reid to let Mahomes be Mahomes? Like, if you been a part of football or in college or the NFL, or you've been a part of multiple offenses, like offensive coordinators and offensive minds, they like to stick to their guns and what they do well, and then let the athletes kind of be the athletes, but not to an extent that we've seen it with Mahomes. You think it was, and Patrick Mahomes was drafted, didn't even start, so he sat down for a little bit and watched. But I tend to think that, players that are so unique like Mahomes, players that are so unique like Lamar Jackson, there's probably a wrestling, in your mind if you are head coach or offensive coordinator of like, do I let this guy be his full self, or do I kind of have my offense and let them run my offense? You think it was like a hard decision, or you think it's something they just saw every day in practice? Like, let's just let him be him.
Yeah, I think if you look at Andy Reid's career, I think he was on the staff in San Francisco with Steve Young. He was on the staff in Green Bay with Brett Favre. He drafted and coached Donovan McNabb in Philadelphia, and now he's coaching Patrick Mahomes. All three of those previous guys played with a mobility and the kind of towed the line of carelessness at times that Andy Reid's become an expert with. And I think that's why the marriage for him in Kansas City and drafting Mahomes was so perfect. And he's handled it the way you expect him to. I mean, he's provided guardrails for Mahomes, but hasn't put a harness on him. And I think that's what makes Andy Reid one of the best coaches ever, is that he's been able to do that. You take a wild stallion and make him, train him enough to, not buck someone off their back, but at the same time, if they need to go crazy, they can go crazy and do things that no one else can do.
And I think that matchup is very fascinating. We'll talk about that next. The head coach matchup.
Oh, yeah.
And we talk about, Harbaugh and Tomlin, and the Steelers being in Harbaugh's head and Tomlin maybe being in Harbaugh's head. Obviously, that didn't happen on Saturday. This matchup of head coaches, of two Hall of Fame head coaches, is very fascinating on a short week, on Christmas Day, everything that's surrounding this football game. It's going to make it for a good game. I just don't know if it's going to be a good game in the Steelers' way. But Mike Tomlin may have something to say about that, and so does Andy Reid, and we'll talk about them next. But first, the Cows headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, Pitt men's basketball also played, and they beat Sam Houston. And the Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost to the New Jersey Devils. Pitt's next game is going to be on New Year's Day against Cal, and the Pittsburgh Penguins play tonight against the Philadelphia Flyers at 7 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every Pitt game with the Panthers Preview Show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Hobian and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in. What a catch by Kalate Mumfield.
Panthers Preview is brought to you by Cranberry Dental Studio, Iron City and Icy Light, NSS Life, Beer Outlet, and Sprinter Acura. Go! We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Brian.
owner of Awesome Electrical Services. If you want your home's electrical system to be awesome, call Awesome Electrical Services, 412-331-8999, or awesomeelectricalservices.com to schedule a free estimate with me today.
We're sharing more love than ever before during the 2024 Subaru Share Love event. By the end of this year, Subaru and its retailers will have donated nearly $320 million to charity. Contact your local Subaru retailer to learn more or visit Subaru.com/share.
Hey, Pittsburgh. We're excited to welcome you into Public Lands, the coolest outdoor store in the area you haven't explored yet. Shop now through Tuesday, December 24th. Hub members get 20% off a single regular price item. Save on holiday wish list favorite clothing, shoes, boots, and more. Plus, get ready for the season with fresh ski and snowboard gear. With great holiday deals happening now, it's the perfect time to explore the coolest outdoor store in Pittsburgh, Public Lands. Visit us in Cranberry Square next to Best Buy. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Mac.bid is where you can save up to 80% off retail. But keep that to yourself, because you don't want the bidding competition. If anyone asks, you need to lie, deceive, fib, and fabricate some falsehoods pronto. They want me to tell everyone that Mac.bid is here. You should tell no one.
What's your favorite way to spend time? With family, friends, grabbing some alone time because you need a little space from your family and friends? One thing's for sure, it's not an unexpected stay at the hospital. Unfortunately, last year, flu and COVID hospitalized 1.3 million adults, and nearly 1 million of them were 65 or older. So get your updated vaccines and don't let flu or COVID interrupt your life. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov, paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Omni Lincoln's 2024 Corsair. 24 months at $389 a month plus tax with a total of only $2,500 due. This includes your first payment, plate, and all fees. Your security deposit is waived. The Omni Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore, the ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Learn more at Viking.com.
Want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Dickerson, Bostic here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Cal's behind the glass. Oh, big game on Wednesday, Christmas Day. You usually have just NBA on Christmas Day, but now the NFL is trying to take over every day. I mean, people are mad that the NFL had playoff games during the first coming of the college football playoffs, saying the NFL is trying to steal that day too. But we're going to have some NFL football. You got Texans, Ravens also on Christmas Day. I think Beyonce's singing at halftime for that game. So that's exciting for them. And maybe Taylor Swift will be here. You got Sierra here, some singers, some performers, and these big games will be around. But this head coach matchup, Pat, and I was thinking of like the history of Andy Reid, and you know him very well. You grew up an Eagles fan, and just all the different type of players that he has had in his career and what he has done in his career is just fantastic. And I remember talking to Shady a couple years or like a year or two after he got drafted, talking about Andy Reid and just how much everybody loves him and just wants to play for him, and has a loose atmosphere. It's not tense, but there's a rhyme or reason to it. But this head coaching matchup, I mean, Mike Tomlin, you could say that this has been a good season for him so far. A lot of moves have been made in order to make this season, 10-5. The record to be 10-5, but I mean, it's going to be 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks and have a Hall of Fame tight end and 2 Hall of Fame head coaches. So, I mean, this is kind of what you ask for if you are, you have a primetime game on Christmas Day. But this head coach matchup is definitely fascinating for me.
Oh, it is. I mean, Hall of Fame outside linebacker for Pittsburgh too.
That too.
There's no question about that. And T.J. Watt. It's a heavyweight fight. I mean, it's why the NFL made the schedule the way they did. Now, did they consider a 5-day rest period? No, but it is what it is. But Andy Reid, I think, when you look at the kind of the list of the best head coaches ever, what Andy Reid has done so well. And it did not end well in Philadelphia. They chose wrong in terms of their successor to Donovan McNabb. But he's found a way to build a franchise and get a franchise quarterback at each of his stops. He did it in Philly, didn't win a Super Bowl there, but got to won 4 straight NFC Championship games. And then obviously in Kansas City, he's, won as many Super Bowls as he has. How many total is it now? 3?
Mm-hmm.
And he's done it with one of the best quarterbacks to ever play the game. You look at, Vince Lombardi and Bart Starr. You look at Bill Belichick and obviously Tom Brady. You put Reid and Mahomes right up there. And the only difference being, Andy Reid is a quarterback whisperer. I mean, that this dude has been on the offensive side of the ball, learned under the best of the best, Mike Holmgren, and he's in that Bill Walsh kind of tree, an extension of that tree. It's really one of the first times we've seen outside of the Walsh teams, this is like offensive head coach, quarterback together.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at, it was kind of a good cop, bad cop with Brady and Belichick. These two, Reid and Mahomes, are like co-head coaches, essentially. And they both see the game the exact same way on the offensive side. And then, obviously Mike Tomlin, I mean, the longest tenured coach with one team in the NFL right now. I mean, his defense is always at the top of the league, but without Ben Roethlisberger, there's been a drop-off. And obviously they didn't get that succession plan correct with Kenny Pickett. It was a quick succession plan, but now they've got Russell Wilson. Does this revive and put Mike Tomlin towards the back of the top of the NFL in terms of where the Pittsburgh Steelers can be? So storylines are everywhere for this game.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
And that's what makes it so fascinating. If the Steelers were to lose this game on Wednesday and then lose to the Cincinnati Bengals at the end of the season, and they're 10-7 and they go into playoffs, and then they lose, say on the road in Buffalo or somewhere, do you sign Russell Wilson back? Have you seen enough?
Yeah, I've seen enough.
Yeah.
I've seen enough. I just don't know what they're not – they cut bait with Kenny, and that separation happened because they didn't want to have to endure and I'm not saying Kenny would have been the answer ever, but they didn't want to endure the growing pains. They didn't feel like they could afford the growing pains that were going to be associated with his development with the roster they have, particularly on defense and the aging superstars they have. They went out and got a Hall of Fame quarterback for pennies on the dollar. He's played excellent. Last week was the lone exception where he really just didn't have it and cost them the game in many ways. But I don't know what your alternative is. We've seen what Justin Fields is, and it's a little bit better version than what he was in Chicago. But to me, yeah, the intent probably would be to keep both of them. But to me, Russell Wilson should be the quarterback here, and he fits culturally. He's the leader you haven't had on that side of the ball in a few years. And all signs physically point to him being in great shape and having much more than a little bit left in the tank.
I think that they're going to go down that road because exactly what you just said. I don't know what direction that they're going to go. I don't know if they have a direction to go. I don't know where they. I mean, you thought of this situation almost like, okay, Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins getting paid $100 million and gets benched. And could that be Russell Wilson? No, Russell Wilson showed that he had something left in the tank, and I think that he can be in the next 3 years, the quarterback of the Steelers, and try to get them to a spot where they're highly, highly competitive. And they have been this year, so I don't want to be doom and gloom after these 2 losses, but I think Russell Wilson is the guy, and I don't put a lot of blame on Russell Wilson for a lot of things. I mean, there was moments in the game on Saturday, yeah, he did not look great, but for this season as a whole, if you didn't have Russell Wilson, I don't know how this season is right now. If it's still Justin Fields, I know he did a good job in the first batch of games being 4-2, but I just don't know where you're at if you don't have Russell Wilson this season. Coming up next, we're going to take a trip around the NFL, some good games that were on Saturday, clearly, with the Steelers and the Chiefs, and then on Sunday, yesterday, a lot of good games as well. Around the NFL, sponsored by Champ Tires, Pittsburgh's trusted tire source since 2009, and now a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers lost to the Baltimore Ravens on Saturday. That means the Steelers and the Ravens now each have a record of 10-5, and they're leading the AFC North. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Crews on the scene of an accident now on the inbound Parkway East. This is across from the Edgewood-Swissvale on-ramp. A vehicle into the median there blocking the left lane. Another vehicle possibly involved is off to the side on the Edgewood-Swissvale on-ramp. Crews are on the scene blocking that left lane as well and backing traffic up toward Wilkinsburg. In the meantime, your delays on the Parkway West are right around the Banksville merge point. We do have a few other accidents, one on Lime Hollow Road near Sandy Creek Road in Penn Hills, and one in North Versailles, the intersection of Route 30 Lincoln Highway at Warren Drive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? You could reach that by February. Have more? Do the math. Then go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Steelers played Christmas Day against Kansas City, so we got to find a game here on the Sunday slate that we want to bet on with the FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. The game I'm probably most interested in is the one that's going to be up in Buffalo between the Jets and Bills. We saw Buffalo have a very close call against New England and Drake May. Can Aaron Rodgers do the same after he jumped out to an early lead against the Rams, and then that offense couldn't do anything, and more in-house fighting with things Garrett Wilson is saying and whatnot? So that's going to be another massive spread. I think the Jets will probably keep it close enough where they get the cover. But hey, if you like that game or another game you want to bet on, maybe Falcons, Commanders, Cowboys, Eagles, go to FanDuel right now and finish strong this season with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's right, $250 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/Andrew. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. For sound real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now. Withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fan FanDuel.com gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Discover unbeatable value at GetGo Cafe and Market, where free coffee Mondays are back. Fuel your holiday spirit with any size self-serve hot or iced coffee or cold brew. Simply scan your loyalty card every Monday through December 30th. Hungry? Get the GetGo food you love with a $5 value meal. Plus, save on gas and groceries with My Perks. Visit GetGo today and kickstart your day with great savings and delicious options. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Hey there, Pittsburgh. No one wants a lingering foul odor in your home or worse, finding dirty, smelly water in your basement. Don't let a backup from a clogged sewer drain ruin your day. Slow drains, gurgling noises, or backups are warning signs. Act now before it's too late. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your go-to experts in sewer and drain clearing. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They're your solution to a worry-free home.
Winter cheers from the brewers at Bell's Brewery. Ring in the holidays with Michigan's finest. Offerings include, but are not limited to, Bell's Oberon Eclipse, a citrus wheat beer to brighten up those dark winter nights. Bell's Special Double Cream Stout, velvety smooth and incredibly rich. Bell's Christmas Ale, a robust and warming traditional Scottish-style ale. And don't forget to grab the latest Bell's Hearted IPA Variety 12-pack for your next party or family gathering. Enjoy all of these great seasonal treats from Bell's Brewery, available at better beer retailers throughout Western Pennsylvania. Cheers.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can easily find coverage options that fit your budget. If only it was that easy to name your baby.
How about Jaden?
Nope.
Okay. Michael?
Went to middle school with a glue-eating Michael.
Sebastian?
Dated one in college.
How about Damien?
Vampire name.
All right. Greg?
Not feeling it.
Okay. No worries. No worries. Jeffrey?
Oh, love that one.
Wait, really?
No.
Find coverage options that fit your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good to be the Mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Quick trip around the NFL with myself, Pat Bostic, Nicholas Harry Callis. Pat, the Falcons beat the Giants 34-7 with Michael Penix Jr., their first-round pick, top 5 pick, I believe, or he was a 6th pick. It was a high pick, clearly. But they also did sign Kirk Cousins to over $100 million. They benched Kirk Cousins, and now it's being said that they're going to cut Kirk Cousins before March comes around. I mean, just imagine throwing that much money away for a guy like Kirk Cousins coming off of an injury. Like, it just never made sense to me. And now they're in the situation. Yeah, they probably have found their future quarterback, but you just threw away all that money.
I mean, it still doesn't. It never made sense to me.
No,
it never made sense to me at all, unless you were going to fully commit to him. But coming off that type of injury, and it's not like he had won a Super Bowl and done the things that an Aaron Rodgers did, right? Like he's a good player, but it seems like a lot to give up to bench him two-thirds of the way through the season.
Now, the Eagles, they did lose to the Commanders, so their win streak is done, but Jalen Hurts did get hurt in the game, and Kenny Pickett got a chance to play. Kenny Pickett went threw for 143 yards, had an interception and a touchdown, and basically a dropped touchdown, but Kenny Pickett going in there somewhat doing all right yesterday against the Commanders. They did end up losing the game, as I said, but Kenny Pickett showing that he could still be a backup in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, went in there, did his job. Offensive line, best offensive line in football, best running back in football. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. I mean, that helps having guys like that. They've got a 1, a 2, a 3. It's a really good football team, and, give Washington credit. Jaden Daniels has exceeded my expectations.
Very good.
That dude can play. And 5 touchdown passes yesterday. It's evidence to that.
Bengals, they beat the Browns. Browns stink. DTR was their quarterback. I think at halftime, DTR had 15 yards passing. Thompson Robinson. So Browns clearly stink, but the Bengals, they're still alive. So this game at the end of the season is going to be very, very significant for both teams, Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cincinnati Bengals. And the Bengals, I'm telling you, they scare me for some reason. They always have. I know their defense is not that good, but their offense and Joe Burrow, the way he's been playing this year, pretty damn good. That's gonna be a legit game whenever it's all said and done, and coming up in about a week and a half here.
It's gonna be a shootout, is what it's gonna be, because that's what Cincinnati plays. I mean, they've scored over 30 points a bunch of times and lost. I mean, they're as explosive a team as there is in the National Football League, and Joe Burrow is playing as good as any quarterback in the National Football League. So yeah, they're very scary.
The Bills, they were losing to the Patriots 14-0, and they couldn't get really anything going, but good teams find ways to win. They end up winning 24-21, but were the Bills exposed a little bit in that game, or was that just maybe a one-off where it's like, all right, you caught us early, but we end up finishing the game because we're the Buffalo Bills and we're better than you?
Yeah, I think everyone's entitled to a bad performance. You overlook somebody, you don't expect them to come out and play the way they did, but the Bills are a really good football team that found a way to get it done, and I don't expect this to be the beginning of any sort of trend in the wrong direction for them.
You know a team that nobody's talking about right now?
Green Bay.
The Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
They're 13-2.
Yeah, no one's talking about them, but you talk about scary. You talk about Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. I mean,
T.J. Hawkinson, Aaron Jones.
Good up front.
Yes.
Like they're a really good football team, and that's a place you wouldn't want to go play if you're in the NFC. I've been to that venue.
Yeah.
They are, you know who's having a heck of a year for them? Patrick Jones.
Yes, he is.
Having a heck of a year.
Yes, he is.
That front they have, I mean, they're not statistically very good defensively, but that offense can score in bunches.
Yeah, they won yesterday, beat the Seahawks, and I feel like nobody – well, they were talking about Sam Darnold and his revitalizing career of playing good quarterback, but he was not meant to be the starter this year. He's meant to sit behind J.J. McCarthy, and he gets hurt, and Sam Darnold just absolutely making this team a legit contender for the Super Bowl. Like I feel like they're going to get slept on all the way through the playoffs, and it wouldn't shock me if they were there in the NFC title game. It would not shock me. Nobody's talking about them, but they are a good football team.
They're really good, and it just goes to show you, talking about Kenny, and not saying Kenny Sam Darnold, but you go to the right place.
Yep.
You go to the right place with the right coordinator, with the right pieces around you, and you see the revival of a career. And that's what we're seeing with Sam Darnold. Now, he goes somewhere else, and when he eventually is unseated by J.J. McCarthy, if that does happen, ideal scenario for Minnesota. You're talking about being on the right end of the bargain?
Seriously.
With Kirk Cousins?
Seriously.
They hit the lottery.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Like I said, I wouldn't be shocked if they were in the NFC Championship game whenever it's all said and done. Just a good football team that's not being talked about. All right, Pat, that was around the NFL. Coming up next, Mark Cabali will join us for a segment. We'll get his thoughts on Steelers, Ravens, and also his thoughts on Steelers, Chiefs. He is coming up next. Fan Weather is brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevrolet EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. Today, high of 32, low of 27 with overcast. Tomorrow, high of 38, low of 32 with 70% chance of rain.
I recently found out Daisy Sour Cream launched French onion and ranch sour cream dips. There's a big game tomorrow. You should put your feet up, grab a bowl of chips, and grab some French onion and ranch sour cream dips from Daisy. These dips are outstanding. They're a game changer. They taste just as good as if they're homemade. They're made with Daisy sour cream and real herbs and spices. The new dips from Daisy sour cream are made with ingredients you can find in your kitchen and nothing more. So run to the doggone grocery store, buy yourself some Daisy sour cream, French onion, and ranch sour cream dips.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Crowley here for Hampton Beer Outlet. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, football, Santa Claus, reindeer, and lots of ice-cold beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet is there for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yingling Lager, 24-pack cans, $17.99. Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite, 30 packs, just $22.99. And Busch Light, $19.99. And a partridge and a pear tree. So drive a little, save a lot. This holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Wrap up the year in a new Ram truck from Ron Lewis Automotive. Right now, lease a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $409 a month. 42-month lease with 10,000 miles a year, $29.99 due at signing, pending credit approval. Not all customers will qualify. Tax, title, and fees extra. Offer available through 1/2/2025. Visit Ron Lewis Ram in Cranberry, Pleasant Hills, or Waynesburg, or start shopping now at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys.
Discover Pittsburgh's ultimate fashion destination, Tons. The city's first concept store for designer fashion. 5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. Question for all business owners out there and anyone worried about risk and loss. How satisfied are you with your current security provider? Not so much? Make a switch to Guardian Protection, the security experts who install surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, access control, and fire alarms. Make a switch for the better. To get a free security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
If you're looking for a great venue to host a party or a corporate event, then check out the Turn Club. Their casual atmosphere provides an engaging environment and is the perfect location for a small group of friends or up to 150 clients. Conveniently located in Cranberry Township, just off I-79 on Freedom Road, it's easy to get to for all. Now for the best part. Their 5-star chef creates incredible spreads at affordable prices and is sure to impress. Check out theturnClubs.com for more info.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still lots of trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. Crews checking reports of an accident now in Wilkins Township on Business Route 22 near Penn Center Boulevard. Also an accident on the inbound Parkway East, vehicle into the median. It blocks the left lane. This is near the Edgewood Swissvale on-ramp and causing delays now back before Wilkinsburg as crews are on the scene. Vehicle fire on Business I-376 in Findlay Township near Moon Clinton Road. Also an accident being cleared on Lime Hollow Road near Cole Hollow Road. This is in Penn Hills. And an earlier accident being cleared Route 30 Lincoln Highway at Warren Drive in North Versailles. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
Ho, ho, ho! 2 Men and a Junk Truck has an early gift for you. Mention the fan and save 10% off your junk removal. Book us before Santa comes.
Oh,
2 men and a junk truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
Year-end is the perfect time to trade in at Mitsu by the Mall.
The Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange event has new all-wheel drive Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at 0%.
Eclipse Cross, now an incredible $6,000 off.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance on any new purchase.
Your year-end deal, your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall or online at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for details.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Smale Kia, and Tri-State Office Furniture.
Doran Dickerson, Pat Bostic, Nicholas Harry Callis here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And joining us right now is our man, Mark Cavalli. Mark, brought to you by Bet365. Mark, how you doing?
Good. I'm glad to catch you guys before I get into the chair rather than during the chair. So it's a pleasure.
Yeah, you're getting electrocuted? What are you doing? When you're getting in the chair? What's happening? What's going on now?
You remember what was it, 2 weeks ago, the old debacle of trying to get a hold of me, and I was in the old dentist doctor chair.
Oh, yeah, the mouthpiece.
Hands down my throat.
Yes.
So the follow-ups today, a little scan, so we got you beforehand. So I don't have to have my phone being called 107 times by Harry Callis while some dude's fingers are in my mouth. But
very persistent.
Wow.
Jeez, man.
I'm glad we're talking today, Mark, because I won't see you this week at Cool Springs on Wednesday night, because that'll be Christmas Day. I heard you were videoing. I didn't give you clearance to video me shooting a basketball.
You're in public. I've said this a number of times now, Pat. You got the prettiest jump shot I've ever seen for a guy that has never made a shot I've never seen you make a shot. How is this possible? It's so pretty. I think he's using that size 5 kid ball too, Doran.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's
beautiful stroke.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It doesn't go in at that facility, but it's just a bad fit for me. But that's okay.
Mark, what's your initial thoughts on the Steelers' loss against the Ravens?
Whew. I don't like the defense, man. That's 2 weeks in a row against an above average offense on the road with I know they were banged up. I know they've missed their safety, the 2 corners, but just how teams have been able to just shove it down their throats, 95, 96, 98-yard drives in critical situations for guys that, for the most part, you shouldn't be able to do that against, even if, Dante Jackson's out and Deshaun Elliott's out, and even at points Joey Porter was out. So, even though you want to sit there and blame Russell Wilson for fumbling and throwing a pick and were key plays in that game, I am concerned about the consistency of this defense against high-level opponents. I don't know what it is right now. Even, like I said, even though they are banged up and there's somewhat of an excuse in the back of your mind saying, okay, when these guys are back, they should be better. I just haven't seen a consistent week-to-week output from these guys on defense that are championship caliber right now. And I think that's the first thing they got to get cleaned up before they even have to, look at the offense and look at George Pickens in the run game. I'm just a little disappointed of how they've played defensively the past couple of weeks.
Well, given that they've got 2 championship caliber offenses in the next 2 games, obviously Wednesday against Kansas City and then to close it out against Cincinnati, what's your confidence level that the Steelers can pull this out of the fire and win the division?
Yeah, I think. I mean, I'm not ready to give up on them yet because of these two losses. I mean, first of all, it's going to take a lot for the Chiefs to lose that number 1 seed. So in the back of their head, you have to be thinking 4 days rest, going on the road, Christmas. I don't know how much they'll be engaged. For the Steelers, it is pretty much must win. And to be honest with you, the Bengals could be out of it by the time this weekend, next week at this time. And if they're out of it, is Joe Burrow playing? Is Jamar Chase playing? Is T. Higgins playing? I mean, is any of those guys playing, which obviously makes that a different type of game. But I guess we'll get to that point as it is before you get there. I think they need to get healthy. I mean, I'm almost contradicting myself on defensively that I'd rather see them. I've had a debate with a lot of people about this, guys. I'd much rather see them go on the road the first round of the playoffs and be 100% healthy across the board rather than be at home and still dealing with some injuries. So saying that is, if they have to sit people this week, I would say go ahead, because I think they're good enough to go on the road and beat some teams when they're 100% engaged, 100% intact. If not, I don't think they have much of a chance, whether they're playing home or away.
Well, say that they take the opposite approach. Do you think that George Pickens will play Wednesday?
I think he will, but I don't want to see him out there if he's on a pitch count. You know, if he's out there for 15 plays, at that point, I just hold him out. I'm sure if he does come back, he will be on some sort of account. I don't know how much that helps offensively. I guess it will to a degree. Everything I've seen from him the past week or so, it looked like he was ready to go last week. Just some of the things, some of the movements he's making, even behind the scenes, jumping up and trying to touch ceilings and stuff like that, something you wouldn't think a guy with a significant hamstring injury would be doing. I would think that they would give him a shot, but if he is, I just wish it would be full go. I don't want to see 15 snaps on 3rd and longs, because at that point, I mean, what good does that do you? Honestly, I mean, because they know when you're out there that what they're trying to do right there. But I think he will play to get back to the thing, but I just don't think he'll play more than 50% of the snaps.
Mark Dorn and I were talking earlier. I said I've seen enough from Russell Wilson that you absolutely sign him this offseason and keep him here beyond next year. What are your thoughts? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got a core on this defense that's still going to be intact for a couple years. You can upgrade the offensive line obviously is going to get better. All you need is a veteran quarterback who still looks like he has enough skill to be able to bring it all together and have that one run. I don't see what you saw from him over these 9 games that would suggest otherwise. I know people are telling him for that fumble, killing him for the interception. The interception is one thing. It's a terrible throw. Sometimes that happens, okay? Terrible situation, terrible time in the game, terrible throw leads to a touchdown the other way in the end of the game. But if you're going to sit there and criticize this guy for trying to score a touchdown on a run play where he's just looking for an angle to dive into the end zone, man, what are we doing here? That just tells you the heart I think he has and what he has, the ability he has. I still think he played pretty well on Sunday or Saturday, other than those couple of throws. I know you can't take those away, but those are few and far between this year. So, yeah, I think they bring him back. I think he'll bring him back if they offer him a fair offer. I mean, if they just throw some cash at him just to say, hey, we offered you, then of course not. You give him a fair offer, he comes back, he has 2 more good years, and you move on from there. So I think that's pretty much a done deal. Where's Russell going to go, man? I mean, honestly, does he want to go to Carolina? Does he want to go to I can't even think. I'm not even Chicago. He wants to go to the Jets or the Giants.
Right.
His best chance to win another Super Bowl would be here, and he knows that.
All right, Mark. Thank you. Good luck in the chair. I know you got to get running.
All right, brother. We'll see you guys.
I'm going to work on my jump shot for you, man. I'm going to work on that for you. I'll make
Hey,
some.
I think your kid got a better shot than you, though.
Probably does. He probably does.
Thanks, Mark.
Merry Christmas, man.
How about Mark coming at you?
I love it.
How about that?
I think it's great. He complimented me and then slapped me across the face. Like he is a little backhand.
Yeah.
But I will say this: I haven't seen him shoot.
I was about to say, I know he's never picked up a basketball in his life. There's no way.
I thought he was going to go and say you have the prettiest jump shot for someone that can't jump, which is fair. Which is fair.
You didn't make any? Like what?
Not at that. Like it's a tiny ball. Like it's. I played pickup hoops last Thursday night.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did. How'd that go?
I made some shots.
Were you sore the next day?
I'm still sore. Muscles. There's fibers that have been strained that have not moved in a year.
A little different when you get older. A little different. All right, coming up next, we'll get more in depth into the Chiefs Steelers coming up on Wednesday, Christmas Day. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers, they lost to the Baltimore Ravens on Saturday. That makes both the Steelers and the Ravens 10-5 right now. They're both at the top of the AFC North. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, this message from Adam Crowley.
I recently found out Daisy Sour Cream launched French onion and ranch sour cream dips. There's a big game tomorrow. You should put your feet up, grab a bowl of chips, and grab some French onion and ranch sour cream dips from Daisy. These dips are outstanding. They're a game changer. They taste just as good as if they're homemade. They're made with Daisy sour cream and real herbs and spices. The new dips from Daisy sour cream are made with ingredients you can find in your kitchen and nothing more. So run to the doggone grocery store, buy yourself some Daisy sour cream, French onion, and ranch sour cream dips.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Tired of settling for beers filled with artificial preservatives, additives, and unnecessary sugars? It's time to make a change and upgrade to Stoney's Beer. At Stoney's Brewing Company, we believe that beer should be made with the highest quality ingredients and no shortcuts. That's why we use only the finest natural ingredients to brew our beer. From the water we use to the hops and barley, everything is carefully selected to ensure a pure and delicious taste. Stoney's Beer, a Western Pennsylvania tradition since 1907. Raise your standards and taste the difference that only a Stoney's Beer can provide.
Follow the rent tags to real deals at ShorkeyChevy.com. Year end is here, and the 2024 models gotta go. Equinox, EVs, and Silverados up to an incredible $10,000 off. Full-size Tahoes and Suburbans now up to $8,000 off. Plus, 0% financing is available. Our holiday exchange event makes an upgrade more affordable than ever. Your rent tag deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Pizza just goes better with Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Pizza.
Thank you. But don't take our word for it. In fact, don't take any words for it. Crispy and cheesy, paired with delicious and refreshing. My mouth is watering already. Ooh, too high. Yeah, we've all been there. Every bite is better with Pepsi.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at NissanUSA.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation. Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
I'm Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Wow, how great is the NFC North been this year? Detroit Lions and Minnesota Vikings both 13-2 this season. They both control their own destiny for supremacy of the North and also for the number one seed in the upcoming playoffs, which brings a bye and home field advantage as well. How can they both control their own destiny? If they both win next week, they play each other in Week 18 to finish off the season. How great would that be? I'm Jody Mack.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-770-2727. 800-770-2727.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some good news on the Parkway East, but not elsewhere. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Crews have cleared the earlier accident, reopening all lanes at the inbound Parkway East near the Edgewood Twistvale on-ramp. However, you're looking at leftover delays now, solid back to Wilkinsburg as you make your way down toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Also, an earlier accident being cleared in Ohio Township. Crews on the scene, 1700 block of Roosevelt Road near Mount Nebo Road, and one in Penn Hills being cleared near the intersection of Lime Hollow and Coal Hollow Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com, and that's really anybody who's all in Travis Hunter's business right now. The kid that won the Heisman out of Colorado, obviously his fiance, and everybody wants to be in his business. You're all losers for even worrying about that. Let him be his own man. Let him figure out his own journey in life. I don't know why everybody cares so much. It's ridiculous, but hey, you're losers for that. Pat Cabali said something that we both kind of looked at each other. He said that he'd be okay with the Steelers resting guys in order to make a playoff run. Do you agree or disagree with the Steelers potentially resting guys for this Wednesday matchup against the Chiefs?
If they're hurt, yeah, I wouldn't rest. You know, like if Cabali thinks that Pickens isn't 100% and he doesn't want him to be on a pitch count, I agree with that. You know, not forcing the issue and potentially risking his availability in the playoffs. However, I would not go into this resting Russell Wilson or resting Najee or I think there's a fine line between playing to win the division, but also playing for being healthy come playoff time. I think you can do both, and I think it's a case by case kind of thing.
Do you feel like Patrick Mahomes is the least hated quarterback, like opposite quarterback of like teams? I feel like he doesn't get that much hate, like Tom Brady did. I feel like he's like universally like people are okay with him. You think I'm wrong? You think I'm off base here, Callis?
I remember the same complaints about Tom Brady where you'd hear about like the officials carrying games.
Yeah.
You get that with Mahomes now too. Maybe
not as much before, but maybe more now.
Yeah. I mean, he's a likable guy, I think. He doesn't do anything wrong. It's just winning associates you with, that hate from general fans, I think.
I also think that for like the past year and a half, like when Taylor Swift's at the game, he's not the biggest story.
Right, that is true.
Travis Kelce's the biggest story. Like he's got like a nice shield around him. And everyone wants to hate Travis Kelce because of the Swift thing, or they love it, one of the two. So like the venom's all wasted on that, and Mahomes is just a really good player. I think he's a beneficiary of that in some weird way.
That's a good point. That's a good point to look at it too, because I mean, I feel like there are people that are getting sick of the Chiefs, and they can kind of feel it right now. And they go back to back in the Super Bowl, and you know how whenever you get a lot of something, you start to get sick of it. Like I feel like people are sick of the Kelce brothers right now because they're on every commercial. I feel like people are sick of the Chiefs, sick of Andy Reid because he's in commercials, but he does have that shield. Patrick Mahomes at least does with Taylor Swift. Do you think that do you like Taylor Swift like being a part of the NFL? Do you think that she has enhanced the NFL brand?
Look at the numbers. The answer is probably yes. And in terms of viewership and appealing to perhaps a segment of the population that wouldn't otherwise watch football, but they want to see the 18 times a game she's on camera. They want to see her react to her boyfriend's successes on the field. I think absolutely. I mean, she's one of the most popular, if not the most famous person in the world, one of the most famous people in the world. So like, she's a gazillionaire, And I also think the other thing, like you compare Brady and Belichick to Mahomes and Reid, like I feel like Andy Reid's a pretty likable dude.
Yeah.
I feel like he's got this shtick. I'm gonna eat a cheeseburger. How about those cheese? Like he's got that. Whereas Belichick, he's like Scrooge.
Yes.
Like you just don't like the guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're definitely two different people, but his commercials, dude, they crack me up. I mean, he just all in on the bit.
He's so in, and that's what's great about him. Like, you wouldn't catch Belichick dead doing that stuff, and now you've got Andy Reid like fully embracing it. And I think the thing about Andy Reid too is like he had to really wait to have his time. Like he was at the height of his power in Philadelphia. Was the height of Tom Brady and the New England Patriots. And then he comes to Kansas City, drafts a guy, hasn't played behind Alex Smith, and he's done it the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
Not that the Patriots didn't, but I don't think he's a very hateable guy. I think they're, like definitely Cookie Monster voice for Patrick Mahomes. Like there's some things that are annoying about him, but I think he's got a lovable head coach, at least from my perspective, and then everyone wants to hate on the Kelce situation, and he's kind of right in the middle, but he's the best football player in the world.
It's just I don't want to say that they fall into a lot of things, but even like the draft, like you think about the Buffalo Bills not taking Worthy and then let him fall, Xavier Worthy, and letting him fall to the Kansas City Chiefs. Like they keep getting better every year, and they'll find a guy like Pacheco in the 7th round, and then he'll be the start. Like they do everything right.
That's what the Patriots did.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they're, I'm a big believer that you make your own luck. And I don't think, I think 90% of it is calculated by them, but they've also, there's Isaiah Pacheco is not the same player if he plays somewhere else.
Nope.
Right? Just like Julian Edelman's not the same player if he plays somewhere else, or very few of those Patriots went on to success somewhere else because they were a part of the machine there. And I think the Kansas City Chiefs are a machine right now. And they've got a lot of momentum. You've got to overcome gravity when you play the Chiefs. Not just like refs but there's just this as a player, when you're playing someone that doesn't lose.
Yeah.
They don't believe they can lose. I don't think they're naive. I think they know that they're human, but I think they just believe in the depths of their heart that they're going to find a way to win.
Well, isn't it? I mean, it's about whenever you have been there and you have done it, it's like, I know how to get there again. It may be different. The circumstances may be different, but I've been there. Like, I've tasted it. Like, I've had that dinner before. I know what it's going to taste like. I know what's going to hit for. So I feel like once you have that formula, and that's why I understand, the Rooneys and sticking with Tomlin and sticking with all the, the three coaches that they've had since 1969 is because those coaches have done it, and you believe that they could do it again, and they show consistency. Whenever you get that taste, man, that one time, and that's why I think that Russell Wilson could have a chance. Like, if his supporting cast does step up a little bit, the guy has been there. He has won before, and he has been there again, and obviously lost. But he has that taste in his mouth that, I know what it took then to get there. I feel like I can get back again. And that's what the Chiefs, they do every year, though.
Yeah, and they're in the middle of the run. Whereas, with Russell, like you can start to hear the clock ticking a little bit in your career. I mean, shoot, Kelsey might not play that much longer, but Mahomes is young.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's young. And they've now put a nucleus of players. I mean, Chris Jones isn't the youngest guy in the world, but, I mean, they've put a group of players on that offensive side of the ball with Pacheco and Kareem Hunt bringing his career back, Worthy, Hollywood Brown, Hopkins is a little older, but they're in the middle of it right now, which is like they're in the position where they're the king, and it's just like, give me more.
Yep.
And but at the same time, they've retained that grit that they don't lose. They just don't. They find ways to win, and it's like someone you can't knock out.
52 years ago today, Steelers history was made. We'll talk about that and what put them on the map, really, since the 70s and why they're this juggernaut and big-time franchise. We'll talk about that next, but first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball beat Sam Houston on Saturday. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins played and lost to the New Jersey Devils. The Pitt men's basketball team's next game will be in the new year. They're going to play on New Year's Day at 2 o'clock. The Penguins have a game tonight at 7 against the Philadelphia Flyers. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Packers are on fire, winning 4 of their last 5 games and pushing to win the NFC North. Green Bay loves to start off games firing. Jordan Love and company are top 10 in points scored in the first half. Green Bay first half money line is a 3-star best bet. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What type of dog is that? That dog need to be on a leash, sir. The dog's trained. He knows his words. What's his words? If you say ass nit, he'll bite you. You say top dog, he'll save you. Your safe word is top dog. Top dog law. This the big dog, not the little one. This the money dog, not the broke one. You call this dog when you get into an accident. Get you top dollar. This is top dog. What I feed him? I feed him accidents. Medical malpractice, car accidents. He eats it up. The insurance companies, he eat them. He really eat them. Any accident. Top dog law.
Hey, Pittsburgh. We're excited to welcome you into Public Lands, the coolest outdoor store in the area you haven't explored yet. Shop now through Tuesday, December 24th. Hub members get 20% off a single regular price item. Save on holiday wish list favorite clothing, shoes, boots, and more. Plus, get ready for the season with fresh ski and snowboard gear. With great holiday deals happening now, it's the perfect time to explore the coolest outdoor store in Pittsburgh, Public Lands. Visit us in Cranberry Square next to Best Buy. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. For ends 12/31/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. All remaining 2024 Hyundais are priced to go. Take advantage of 0% financing and over 40 in-stock 2024 Sonatas, Elantras, Tucson, Santa Fe's, and Ioniqs. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-770-2727. 800-770-2727.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dickerson, Bostic, Callis behind the glass here with you for about, 20 more minutes-ish on the Fan Morning Show. Then it's Christmas time. And it's the new year, 2025. Wow. Jeez, 2025, that sounds wild to even utter. Hey, 52 years ago today, the Immaculate Reception happened for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Pat, with that being said, I just thought up of a little game for Callis. We're going to ask you some questions about that play, Callis, and we'll see how many you get right. You in?
I'm probably not going to be able to answer very many, but that'll make it fun, I'm sure.
It will. We'll give you, come on. I think you can use some educated guesses. I know that you didn't see the video that's been put out there. Adam Schefter actually just tweeted about an hour ago, but I'm pretty sure you may have never seen the video before. I hope you have, of the Immaculate Reception. Have you?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. Who caught the ball on the Immaculate Reception?
Franco Harris.
Okay, there you go. He's one for one. Who threw the ball?
Terry Bradshaw.
Okay, look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Look at
Yeah.
this. Yeah. Who were the Steelers playing during that play?
The Oakland Raiders.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't think that you were going to be able to name it. Guess any of these. This is a good job. Who was the head coach
John Madden.
for the Steelers?
Chuck Noll.
Okay, Callis. Okay.
He's pretty much batting 1,000 right
He
now.
is. What year was it?
1972.
He saw it. You saw it get posted.
I didn't see it. I knew all this stuff.
You definitely saw. What stadium was it in?
Three Rivers?
Oh, my goodness.
Because they were at home. They were wearing black. Yeah.
Okay.
Very good, sir.
Very good.
Yay.
I thought I was going to stump you. This is good.
What a way to go into the Christmas break for Callis.
I'm in good spirits. They talked about it a lot, too, when Kenny and all them beat the Steelers, and it was a big story, too. I remember especially paying attention to it when Franco died.
You mean whenever the Steelers beat the Raiders?
Yeah, it was a couple years ago now,
Yep.
right?
Yeah. That was Christmas
15.
Eve, right?
2022.
Jeez. Wow,
I
good
mean,
job,
that was a big story back then, so, I mean, we're extra paying attention to that and all the details.
Who was the head coach, or who was the owner for the Raiders?
Oh, Al Davis.
Who was the owner for the Steelers?
What was Art Rooney the number one?
Dude, he's killing it, man.
I know.
Dude.
Did the Steelers win the Super Bowl that year?
No. No, wasn't there a story that they lost, I think? Yeah, they didn't. There was a big game that they won. They got past, but I don't think they won the Super Bowl.
I'm impressed.
This is you pass with flying colors, my friend.
I like colors.
I'm so proud of you.
I am
am
too.
so
This
proud
is
of you.
good. Wow, good job, Kyle. You know your history a little
He
bit.
came in with no confidence.
Zero.
I'm probably going to get none of these right. And then he goes,
Well, here, I'll add one on. Let me see if I can push my luck here. They lost to the undefeated Dolphins that year in the playoffs, right? That was 72.
I was in the AFC Championship game, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah, you stumped me. Probably. That makes sense. No. I don't know. We have to look that up.
I'm looking it up right now.
Yep. I don't think it was the Dolphins. That would have been the.
Their undefeated season was 72.
But did they play the Super Bowl in the new year?
No, the Steelers went.
You know what I'm saying?
That's good questions.
Yeah. Look at us. Can't even get it. Good job, Callis. No, seriously.
Thank you.
Seriously. You know what I found out, too? I mean, it's Christmas time. Obviously, Christmas is in 2 days. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve. Is that it's like almost universal that kids that are into sports, or at least into football, and I'm sure that you can vouch to this, Bostic, they all want and are asking Santa for a bunch of jerseys.
Dude.
I mean, how many jerseys do you think that your kids put on their Christmas list?
Between the two of them, 5?
Yeah. Crazy.
It's insane.
I mean, I remember there was a Christmas where I got about 5 to 6 jerseys. But it wasn't really a thing like it is now. Like, my kids' Christmas list, they want Josh Allen. They want Saquon Barkley. They want even basketball jerseys. They want Jason Tatum. They want all kinds of different players. So much more individualized. I think we talked about that last week, how there's not the allegiance to teams for kids now. It's more players.
No doubt.
Anything. Did you figure out who the Steelers lost to?
I'm like trying to pull it. It's so.
I know. Why am I drawing a blank? Callis, did you figure it out? Somebody going to text us or tweet us? What the deal was with that?
Wasn't the Cowboys, was it?
It might have been. Might have been.
All right, I got the bracket. Yeah. On December 23rd, Pittsburgh beat Oakland 13-7 to advance to play the Miami Dolphins, and the Dolphins beat them 21-17 on their way to a Super Bowl win over Washington.
Just like
1972-73.
Just cruising.
Wow.
Very proud of you, sir.
This is very good.
Very well done.
I'm a Christmas hero.
Keep telling yourself that.
What's your favorite Christmas movie of all time?
Oh, yes. This is what I wanted to get into
The
today.
Year Without a Santa Claus.
The what?
The Year Without a Santa Claus?
What is
You've never
that?
seen that movie? Are you
No,
serious?
I've never even heard of that movie.
Who's in that?
You guys heard of the Heat Miser and the Snow Miser and
No.
and all those characters? Are you serious?
Oh, wait. Is that like that old
It's
movie?
the claymation movie.
Yeah, the claymation,
The
yeah.
animated clay movie.
Yes.
You know, they had all the...
You like that?
Yes.
That's your favorite?
Are you... What's the matter with you guys? It's a musical and an animated complex production, and the storyline is very good.
I mean, I didn't think you were going to go that direction.
You just undid all of your
Okay, Pat, what's your favorite movie?
Christmas Vacation without a question.
Oh.
Such a good movie.
Oh.
I've actually honestly never seen that one all the way through.
What?
Come on.
Yeah, I haven't.
Dude, you just...
It's on every day.
You climbed the ladder, and the ladder just broke in half.
Stop asking me questions. We should have stopped while I was there.
You were asking yourself questions by
This
the
is
end of
a
that.
way easier question.
The National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. One of my favorite lines of all time. Little full, lot of sap.
Get my stogie.
Little full, lot of sap.
Is Rusty still in the Navy? It's on every day. You got to watch it over break, Cal.
I've seen pieces of it. I just couldn't.
How have you not watched it through?
Look, my parents were very strict when I was growing up, and I just never. And I know.
Did you watch Home Alone, the original Home Alone through?
Never seen that one.
Oh,
what?
My goodness, that's even worse.
Oh my gosh, what a movie!
So we sit here, we talk about Crowley and I. We talk about Home Alone all the time.
No,
and
I did understand the references because in New York when we were in the hotel, we did watch a portion of Home Alone 2. I remember the mom's like, "Oh, Kevin, I'm on the plane. What happened? We left the garage open." Oh yeah, that was probably it.
That was the
Kevin!
first one. That was the first one. That
was it really?
Yeah, that was it too. Yeah.
Such a good movie.
Yeah.
Now I've really gotten into, one of the few movies that I actually get a little bit weepy in. Polar Express.
Yep, it's a good one.
Have you watched Polar Express?
Yeah.
Like the newer one with Tom Hanks in it and stuff.
No. Wait a minute. What do you mean the newer?
Well, it's animated.
It's the animated one. Yeah. Oh yeah. Tom Hanks was the conductor voice. Yes. Sorry. Yes, I have seen it.
Such a good movie.
Have you seen A Christmas Story?
Yes.
That wasn't. I didn't feel the confidence there.
Why would I lie about anything else and then?
Because you don't want us to keep asking.
What's your favorite Christmas movie? Like some murder mystery or something?
Yeah, Silent Night, Deadly Night. It's a Santa Claus. This kid. He sees his parents.
Like we talked about last week, we have dreams, nightmares of being slain or murdered. You have dreams about murdering and being like some.
Not me.
Do you like the Saw movies?
Yeah, kind. I mean, they're all right. They're not my favorite.
You're like a classic horror movie guy, right?
Yes.
What about have you watched Jeepers Creepers?
Oh yeah, I remember that came out.
That was one of the first dates for Samantha and I.
Oh, that's
that
not.
Movie.
Yeah,
I didn't last very long watching that movie.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
I hate those movies.
That's a creepy movie. That was good during its time.
What are you laughing about?
You couldn't make it through a scary movie. I'm sorry.
You've never even seen Christmas Vacation. What are you laughing at?
I'm in a good mood now. I hate scary movies too, though. I wouldn't watch.
I watched it.
Your favorite movie is seriously Silent Night, Deadly Night?
No.
He's kidding. What is your favorite Christmas movie?
It's probably A Christmas Story.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm in the minority though. Not that many people like it because I think it's oversaturated. It's like the Chiefs. It's on 24 hours, more than 24 hours. It's on Christmas Eve on TBS and TNT, and then it's on Christmas Day all day. And you never really get to watch the whole thing in one sitting. You always get to piece it together. So I think people don't like that movie because of that reason. But I think it's fantastic.
Have you seen It's a Wonderful Life?
Yeah, I think I've seen that one.
Do you know who's the lead actor in It's a Wonderful Life?
I don't, but I know he's kind of famous.
James Stewart. You know where James Stewart's from?
I actually didn't know that was his name. No, I missed that one. No,
you know where James Stewart's from?
Manheim Township.
No.
Oh.
Does anyone know where James Stewart's from? Texters, callers.
Well, I mean,
He's from Indiana, Pennsylvania.
Is he really?
Yes, he is.
Nice. Nice.
Indiana, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Man, Cal's, I can't believe Home Alone though. I think everybody's seen it. I thought at least. I guess not.
No, I never saw it.
It's all right. All right. Well, we'll close up the show. Coming up next, we'll get our final thoughts and score predictions on Steelers, Chiefs, Christmas Day. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 losses and a win over the weekend for Pittsburgh-based teams. The Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost to the New Jersey Devils. The Pittsburgh Steelers lost to the Baltimore Ravens. But Pitt men's basketball ended up winning over the weekend. Pitt's not going to play again until the new year. Penguins have a game tonight against the Philadelphia Flyers. And, of course, the Steelers are going to play on Christmas Day. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Earlier accident long gone from the inbound Parkway East at the Edgewood Swiss Van Lawn ramp. However, your delays remain from Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. In Hampton Township, crews checking reports of an accident now on Route 8 at the intersection with Mount Royal Boulevard. Also an accident in Ohio Township. Crews on the scene on Roosevelt Road near Mount Nebo Road, and one being cleared in Penn Hills on Lime Hollow Road near Cole Hollow Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The holidays are here, and South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get behind the wheel of a rugged, reliable Jeep or a powerful Ram this holiday season. Take advantage of their exclusive December deals, such as a 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn starting at $369 per month for 42 months, or a Jeep Wrangler Sport starting at $299 per month for 42 months. Happy holidays from South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Honey! Honey!
I'm coming. You found it.
Oh, I found it. Yes. It's expensive, but it's Christmas.
If they have it here, you know who else should have it?
Mac.bid?
Shh. Yes. I'm checking the app. Oh, way cheaper. And if I hit instant win, I can get it right now.
Do it.
Done. Let's have some fun.
What are you doing?
Hey, isn't this that gift everyone's looking for?
No! Run. Christmas shopping at up to 80% off retail prices at Mac.bid and on the free app.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. Most people are under the impression that losing weight kills all things fun. Why? Because every meal plan, every workout program, and diet they've tried before did that. Here's Paige, the owner of Awaken 180 Weight Loss, regarding your holiday festivities.
One of the big concerns that we get from a lot of people this time of year especially is, how am I going to have fun through the holidays, or tolerate my family through the holidays, or go to those company holiday parties without drinking? And on Awaken 180 Weight Loss, you don't have to worry about that, because you still can drink alcohol. We, of course, want you to drink responsibly, but our coaches will help you find drinks that you can still enjoy on Awaken 180 Weight Loss while seeing great weight loss results.
Thanks, Paige. For me, losing weight with Awaken 180 was not only fast, it was easy. A tough claim to make, I know, but the only way you'll fully understand how easy it is by doing it yourself. Get started today. Awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. All right, we got about a minute here. Final score prediction. Steelers, Chiefs, Christmas Day, kickoff 1 p.m., I believe, yes. Pat, final score prediction.
Steelers 1917. I said it earlier. I'll say it again. 1917 Steelers.
Wow, you're confident in them winning, huh? It's a close game, dragging them down in the mud, huh? Okay.
Drag them down in the mud.
All right, Callis, what do you think?
31-14 Chiefs.
Jeez.
They get rolled again?
I have a bad feeling about this game. I'll say it again. I don't have a good feeling. 31-14, yes.
I think it's a lot. I think it's closer, but I think the Chiefs win this football game. 24-17. They beat the Steelers at home, and the Steelers are going to be pressing. They're going to be pressing the following week against the Cincinnati Bengals, who are still alive now. I think if the Bengals do lose this coming weekend, they are definitely out of it. So we'll see how that all unfolds. Guys, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, brother.
Yes.
This has been fun.
Absolutely. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Callis. And, Pat, I will see you Thursday. We're heading to Detroit. Pitt football in their bowl game. They take on Toledo. So we got one more go at it for this Pitt football team, and we'll get it done. Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Jingle bells. Oh, okay, let's go.
Bad weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevrolet EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. Today, high of 32, low of 27 with overcast. Tomorrow, high of 38, low of 32, 70% chance of rain. Jason Mackey is up next. Merry Christmas.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Beyond Lincoln's 2024 Lincoln Corsair. Only $389 a month plus tax for 24 months with a total of $2,500 due at delivery. This is your first payment, plate, all taxes and fees. Your security deposit is waived. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, Crowley here. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, Santa Claus, and yes, lots of ice-cold beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet is here for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager, 24-pack cans. Oh my gosh, $17.99. Coors, Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite 30-packs, just $22.99. Having a party, maybe a little Christmas gift, beer. Drive a little, save a lot this holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Hey golfers, looking for more distance, more consistency, or just lower scores? If so, there's no better place in terms of technology, instruction, and affordability than the Turn Club in Cranberry Township. They even offer memberships for close to $4 per day, which include up to 2 to 4 hours of bay time every day, all year. Their 6 TrackMan bays allow you to record your swing, track your data, improve your swing through AI technology, plus play over 300 courses. For all their membership options, visit theturnclubs.com. That's turnclubs with an S.com.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry this holiday season, from the biggest retailers and best brands, all while earning you free gas and groceries. Stop in our stores for bonus perk offers on gift cards. Give the gift everyone wants, and get a little something for yourself, too. The holidays are magical at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are, whoever that is.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some delays still remain. This report brought to you by two men and a junk truck. The accident long gone from the inbound Parkway East. However, you still have slowdowns between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West, that is now jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident in Penn Hills in the 500 block of Lime Hollow Road. That's near the intersection with Cole Hollow Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Before Santa and those holiday guests arrive, you've got to clear out the clutter. Call Two Men and a Junk Truck. Mention the Fan and save 10% off your clean-out. Two Men and a Junktruck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Year-end is the perfect time to trade in at Mitsu by the Mall.
The Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange event has new all-wheel drive Outlander Sports up to $5,000 off.
Take $2,000 off the Mirage, America's best value car.
Plus, we're paying 125% of KBB for your trade.
Your year-end deal, your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall or online at JimShorkey.NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting college football bowl games,
good luck. No, seriously, it's never been harder. And you don't want to be hurting your bankroll. You want to make sure you're doing your homework. Listen to Cash the Ticket. Mike Valenti and I will be breaking down every single bowl game, dropping new episodes nearly every day throughout college football's postseason. Spicing things up with a 12-team playoff. Can't wait to see some of those teams from the South come up north for the snow. Be sure to subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Abali, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. Fan Game Day is brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, Weather Seal, and Megan Ford. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Merry Christmas, Pirates fans, as the Pirates have just tweeted source. He's back with a video of Andrew McCutchen, with McCutchen and the Pirates reportedly agreeing to a deal to bring McCutchen back to the Pirates in 2025. Steelers lost to Baltimore with a chance to win the division on Saturday. Now turn their attention to the Kansas City Chiefs on Christmas Day at 1 o'clock. And the Penguins will play tonight against the Philadelphia Flyers at home at 7 o'clock. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's time for the Pump and Joe Show on a Monday.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jackson looking to throw, floats one out there, likely is in. Touchdown, Baltimore.
A struggle in the red area. You see Likely coming out there almost if he's going to block Fitzpatrick, and then runs right by him. So
it's a play fake. Wilson throwing end zone. It is caught for the touchdown. Michael Pruitt hauls it in. Steelers win, they win the division. Ravens win, they're in the playoffs and keep their division hopes alive. Here's Wilson again. Rolling this big seam there. Wilson going to take off. Look at him go. Inside the 10. Russell Wilson decked inside the 5. Ball comes out. Who's going to grab it? Ravens have it. 3rd and 8. Jackson going end zone. It is caught. Bateman. Touchdown. On the fake. Go back the other way, and that's caught. Look at this screenplay. Henry trucking through people down to the 10. Jackson zips it over the middle, and it's caught for the touchdown. Mark Andrews for 6.
and you just felt like at some point it would break open for him.
Jackson. Oh, and it's intercepted. Minka Fitzpatrick has it. The All-Pro cutting back, looking for a home run. Oh, what a big play. Play fake. Wilson, pressure. Has to get rid of it, and that's picked off the other way. Marlon Humphrey, pick six.
Just running a naked bootleg, and Russell's exposed, and he tries to flip the ball out to Pruitt, and behind him is Humphrey, and he is not dropping that. Gets pressure by Owe, and he knows that as soon as he let it go.
Bob, you never want to be exposed on a naked bootleg, do you?
Yeah, naked bootlegs. I mean, depends on what you want to.
Well, yeah.
What a way to start the show. Exposed,
maybe some do. I don't know.
Naked
yeah.
and bootleg.
Yeah.
All in the same
I don't
sentence.
know. How are you, Bob?
I'm fine. How are you today?
You look wonderful. You have a Srixon hat. You're dressed for golf. Are you playing indoors later today?
No.
Okay.
I'm not. I just, you know, a lot of golf swag I like to wear because I don't wear it nearly as much as I should because that doesn't mean I play as much golf as I should.
The important point being you look wonderful. At least 10 years younger than you are, maybe 20.
I give you credit for wearing that Sabres hat. They are just now.
What is it, 12 in a row now?
12 in a row,
yeah.
My goodness.
That's my good luck charm, although I'm having a lot of bad luck, so I don't know why I'm wearing it. Limits, how are you today?
I'm doing wonderful, guys. It's great to be here.
It doesn't sound like it. What's wrong?
Bob, does something sound wrong?
It did.
No.
I'm over the moon. I'm very happy right now, other than the Steelers lost.
Why?
I was at the Penn State playoff victory.
Oh, for a Penn State guy, this was a giant weekend.
I watched the volleyball team win a national championship.
Wow.
It was awesome.
Oh, that's more like
now
it,
Andrew
Limits.
McCutchen is coming back. I'm feeling great, Joe. What do you mean?
Well, why don't we hit on that right before we get to Steelers, even after your wonderful opening, because that's breaking news even in the moment. Bob, your thoughts on McCutchen returning, because I have several.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Andrew McCutchen, what he's done, what he represents, face of this franchise in many ways over the last several years. But when it comes to being a designated hitter, and I think that's pretty much what he is it the same deal, 1 year, $5 million, basically?
That has not been announced yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the same. But this is, to me, not a nostalgia tour if you're trying to be competitive. And, it's the same thing that the Penguins kind of went into, and I understand all of it, don't get me wrong. It's just that, to me, it represents, if you're trying to upgrade at a position that you need a lot of offense, I don't know if he fits the bill. And I say that with all due respect for what he's done. I'm not trying to in any way, but I said, you get to a point where I want to see some guy, I want to see Pete Alonso's. I want to see somebody who's going to hit 40 home runs as a designated. If you're going to play that game, that's the way you should go. Now, having said that, Andrew McCutchen is a wonderful person. I'm glad for he and his family. They could be here if they want to be here. But if he's in the lineup every day, Joe, I don't know if that's a good thing for the Pirates.
Bob, I agree with every syllable and half syllable you just said. I thought we might have a differing of opinions here. I love Andrew McCutchen. Who doesn't? He's given his heart and his soul to the city, and he's one of the rare guys for that franchise who actually wants to be here and never wanted to leave, and God bless him for that. But at some point, you have to move on from this. And the fact that this happens on the same day that Jock Peterson goes for 2 years and $37 million to Texas. Now, there's a guy who is a slugger, who you put in your lineup.
Coming off a great year, by the way.
Yeah, and he plays against righties, and you stick him in your lineup as a DH, and there you go. McCutchen had an okay year, but if the best, is he going to be their full-time DH? If the best you can do at this point is, how old is he at this right now? 38?
Yeah,
36? 37?
38.
Okay. He hit 232 with a 739 OPS. It's not bad. It's okay. But the other thing is, when guys get to this age, you want to sort of cut it off a year too soon rather than a year too late. And it happens on the same day that Jock Peterson goes, a real slugger, at $18.5 million a year.
Which is
perfectly affordable.
That's exactly what they should be looking for in that position.
Perfectly affordable. And I can't help but read this almost as a distraction from the fact that they've done nothing. Nothing. And they have Paul Skeens, and they allegedly are going to have a great young pitching staff, and they've done nothing to help a joke of a lineup. And this is what you're going to give people? I don't know. I don't know, Bob. I'm not a big fan of it. I am a big fan of McCutchen, but there comes a time. That's the great Neil Young once said.
And you're right. They haven't done anything to help their lineup. What are they waiting for? I mean, there are free agents out there. If you wait and wait and wait, you're going to end up with the same kind of free agents you've ended up for the last several years.
It's as if they're saying, well, we're not going to give you much or anything, but we will give you a guy that you love in McCutchen. I don't know. Limits, I'm not a huge fan of this.
Well, I mean, I like that they are bringing him back because I feel like him being a part of just the culture and them trying to figure this thing out is all worth it. But I'm with you guys to a point where I don't want him to be the every single day DH. I'd rather it be more so like a 60-40 split with somebody.
Yeah, but
whether it's Henry
by
Davis.
Him being on the roster, he has to get his at-bats, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's what it is. He can't play the field.
But who's he taking a roster spot away from?
Somebody who you could have got that's better.
De La Cruz?
No, he's a DH strictly.
Somebody like a Jock Peterson.
Somebody you could have gotten that's a better DH.
Give me $20 million a year for a guy who's going to hit
bring Jock Peterson in. I'm just not realistic.
Well, then they've gotten to your head. They're making you think that they can't afford it.
I would agree with that. I agree with
They're
Bob.
making you think that they can't afford. They can afford it.
So because it's not realistic in your opinion, you're willing to settle for an everyday DH who had an OPS of 739?
No, and he's striking out too much. I mean, his walk numbers are good, and he's occasionally is being able to still provide some pop. Could they find somebody better? I mean, when I look at the lineup that they put out there last year, he was their third or fourth best hitter every single time out.
Well, that's an indictment of their lineup.
I agree. Are they just going to overhaul the entire thing? I want them to, but I don't think they will.
Okay, but you're okay with that. That's the problem. And that's why I don't like that.
We're trying to help
I'm trying to see what they're willing to do. This is a pirate
therapy session for you.
They got a pitching staff that they know is a good pitching staff potentially. Go out and give it what it needs. And it needs offense. They don't have much of it to begin with. And so far they haven't done anything. If you believe that Spencer Horwitz is fine, okay, fine. A lot of people do, and that's fine. And I hope it works out because I think he has potential there. But I also know that they gave up a starting pitcher who I think has been coveted by other teams to get him, and we'll see what it means. But I want to see bigger plays. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying go out and get a $300 or $300 million guy. What I am saying is you could afford $25 million a year for somebody.
18.5 for Jock Peterson. 18.5 he went to the Rangers for. You couldn't do 19? Couldn't even punch it up to 20? I don't know. And I love McCutchen. I do.
We all do. I mean, he's, like I said, face of the franchise. Does everything right. Brings great publicity here because of what he is, what he does, how he's involved in the community. His family's great. All of that's great. And it's no disrespect to him. What it is come on, do better. Come up with some bats. And if he's on the team, fine. But then go out and get somebody to play, the first base answer. I can't even use that because they figured out their first base. I want a bat.
No, they didn't. As Keith Law said after that trade, the Pirates went into this trade looking for a first baseman, and they should still be looking for one.
But in their minds, have they gotten him?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I mean.
Yeah,
their minds,
that's the problem.
That's
you
the
just
problem.
told him.
And they believe they have an answer. Now, they may or may not be right. And if they're not right, then they've, again, sacrificed a position that needs power.
And he did hit 20, but he also had almost 500 at-bats. So,
I think there are a lot of other big pressing needs and problems that the Pirates have before Andrew McCutchen is high on that list.
I would agree. But, okay, how you solve it?
I would disagree. They just brought back a guy to be their designated, and here's the key word, hitter, who hit 230 last year with a 739 OPS. Their biggest problem is bats. They just told you as a fan that this is their biggest offseason answer so far. You okay with that?
And do you think this Spencer
Are you okay with that?
That this is their biggest move? No, not at all. I mean, are you surprised that the Pirates promotional team is trying to hype up Andrew McCutchen?
Different question.
Yeah, but after a while, that goes stale too.
Apparently not in their minds.
Well, again, a different topic. Totally different topic and different question. Then should you be happy with the Pirates going out and get Andrew McCutchen, and where does he rank among the team's list of issues? I want a big upgrade at designated hitter.
If this is their biggest move in the offseason, it's complete failure. Because we all knew McCutchen was going to come back. They need a first baseman. They need an outfielder. They probably need somebody to play third base over Ke'Bryan Hayes.
That's not going to happen.
No, it's not. And that's part of the problem, too.
They need bats, big bats. He's not one anymore. So, all right, we move on.
Well, hopefully they'll bring in more, and then we won't have to worry about this conversation. But I just have this feeling that you're not going to get much else. The people who are left are people that are just, the same kinds they've been bringing in over the years. And I wanted to see better with that. You only have so many years of Paul Skeens. Let's make it count.
Bob, you're on fire today. I co-opt or co-sign. Co-opt? Can I co-opt what you said? I co-sign everything you said. Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. If you want to weigh in on that, please, at 412-928-9370. That's also the text line with our dear friend City Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. But topic number one, as always, what is happening with the Steelers? What is happening, Bob? And I'm going to go into a three-part soliloquy first, if you don't mind. I'll keep it short.
I love that word, soliloquy.
I'm going to keep it short, but it's a three-part soliloquy, and it's designed for people who can hold more than one idea in their head, who can actually hold competing ideas in their head, like the idea that even though Russell Wilson lost the game the other day quite clearly, that his performance overall could portend better things ahead. Now, I know that's complicated, but we're going to give it a shot here, okay? A 3-part soliloquy limits. Part 1, it was the Browns game. Remember the free passes given out on this station by people who shall go unnamed? Pony? If you win that game, and how embarrassing it was that you lost it, you don't have all the worries you have today, do you? That wasn't a free pass game. That was a game you needed to win. The Browns haven't won since. The quarterback who beat you is now benched and may never start another NFL game. That game was an embarrassment. You win that game because it gives you a cushion so you can survive a loss to a better team, Philly, and survive a loss where half your roster's missing, Baltimore. That's why you beat the Browns. That's why you do that. Instead of lose to them with an idiotic decision looming large, which was to put your frozen quarterback in the game who hadn't thrown a pass in over a month, literally over a month. You might as well have thrown an ice statue out there. I know he had run earlier in the game, and you let him throw one of the biggest passes of the game when your red-hot starter, who went something like 22 for 28 that night, had just delivered a dime down the seam for a touchdown and was actually hot, which is the opposite of cold. No, you let Fields throw that ball. And then you didn't call Kevin Stefanski's bluff and made him either kick a field goal or go for it on 4th and 2 with time running out, which was the real point. You gave them more time to kill and then an easy decision, which was 3rd and 7. You don't kick on 3rd and 7 with 2 minutes left. So Mike Tomlin completely butchered that game, and that's the one that could haunt them, not the one we saw on Sunday. And that leads to point number 2, Bob. Did people think they were going to win on Sunday? You know, really? I get it. It was the Ravens. Part of me thought it might still be a curse. But if you actually looked at it, like Vegas did, and saw that T.J. Watt was probably going to be compromised, their best receiver wasn't going to play, they were already missing half their secondary, including Deshaun Elliott, who's been great this year. Soon it would be 3/4 of their secondary. What's with all the hand-wringing and tears and rage over losing that game to the Ravens? They were a touchdown underdog. In the NFL, if you're a touchdown underdog, in order to win, it's practically the miracle on ice. They weren't going to win that game. They're not going to win any games if they don't have Pickens, 3/4 of their secondary, and a compromised T.J. Watt. They'll lose out. So you better hope they get their players back. That game is impossible for me to judge. Everybody with a brain knew the Ravens were going to win and maybe win big. I had it at 26-14. And the third part of this soliloquy, Bob, is Russell Wilson's performance and my real thoughts on the Steelers' playoff hopes. It's never been about predicting the Steelers were going to win a playoff game or the Super Bowl or anything like that. Not the whole year, not since Wilson came in. It's about, are they better than they've been? Do they actually have a chance compared to recent years? And the answer for me is still a resounding yes, and I actually look at that performance by Russell as confirmation of that. 2 competing ideas. Everybody ready for this? Open your brains. 1, he lost the game for them. There's no question about that. That's simply a fact. 2, his actual performance gave me hope that the Steelers are better than in recent years. He was spectacular at times. He pushes the ball down the field. He's one of the better intermediate to deep ball passers in the game right now through eye test and through statistics, if you want to look that up. So I looked at his overall performance and said to myself, I'm actually encouraged when I look ahead to the most important games by what Russell did. And he lost that particular game for them. Bob, I cede the floor to you.
Well, let me go back and talk about the game against the Ravens because I, like you, did not think they were going to win. I, like you, think the Ravens are a legitimate team that can do a lot of damage with their offense first and foremost. You know, anyone in the NFL is going to have a hard time stopping Derrick Henry, number one. And they made it too easy up the middle. They were just gaping holes all over the place. He ran through them like, a
knife through hot butter, Bob.
A sports car with the work ethic of a truck.
Like Mulsey through a craft beer house.
He did. And it was easy for them. I think the Steelers are going to have a hard time with a good run game in the playoffs. But, again, to your point, they've missed a lot of people on injury. So I'm going to factor that into this. The Steelers-Ravens is always a good game. It's always a rivalry. It's always going to be hotly contested. But if you're asking me in the playoffs, a team I don't want to play, it's the Baltimore Ravens. I don't care where it is. I don't want to play them. A lot of people would say, no, you want to play them because you know how to beat. Nah, this is a different Lamar Jackson to me. Anyway, with regard to Russell Wilson, I will share your sentiment that performance cost them the game. He had 2 egregious mistakes, but the first one I'm not going to necessarily hold against him. I think he was trying to make a play. He saw the end zone. He wanted to somehow get in the end zone. Earlier in the day, watching a lot of games, you see Patrick Mahomes with a hobbled leg, knee, or ankle do the same thing. You could not have advised him to do it, but he did it anyway, and he got into the end zone. So I don't look at that as anything other than a guy trying to be too heroic. Should he have slid? Sure. I thought he should have slid mostly because I thought you don't want to get injured. He can't afford to be injured. He took a big hit. The fumble, okay. The defense had a chance to save him, and they didn't. They allowed a 96-yard drive immediately following that, so that's not good. But his performance overall, I think, was good. Take away the last one. It was a terrible throw. It was the worst throw he's made as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Ball guy, I don't know what the reason is, got away from him. I would have preferred him throwing it away or at least throwing it out so Pruitt had a chance to dive to get it. But don't throw it to where Marlon Humphrey is, and that's exactly what he did and nullified a Minkah Fitzpatrick interception. So Russell Wilson played a good game. I can say that even with 2 terrible turnovers that cost them the game. So, the thing about this, going back, and I agree, those games against Cleveland or any games you're supposed to win, when you don't win them, they're going to come back to bite you. They always do. And it may be not so much it costs you a playoff spot, but it may cost you positioning in the playoffs. You may have to go a path that you don't want to go on because of the one game that you were supposed to win that you didn't win.
May cost you a playoff win.
Yes, it may. So overall, I think when healthy, and hopefully we're going to see a healthy team, I don't expect them to beat the Chiefs. Do you? I don't.
See, the Chiefs.
I was hoping that Buffalo would lose lose so that's over with. Chiefs then can decide, we won the division, we won everything, we have the number 1 seed. We don't need to play Patrick Mahomes in this game. Or if we do, it'll be just for a little bit.
I mean, they do have a 2-game lead with 2 left. So
yeah, but they're still. That's the point.
Urgency,
if they lose, they go into Denver knowing they got to win. You don't want. If you're Andy Reid,
Buffalo
to me,
wins twice. Did you see them yesterday?
Gonna win. But,
you're sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure about that.
Because Josh Allen couldn't throw the ball at the end of the game. Looked to me like his hand was hurt. And they stunk.
They're going to win.
Okay.
They stunk and they won. That tells you how bad New England is, and they're going to play them again. Plus the Jets. They're going to win all 3. That's why I was hoping they would somehow lose, so that this game would help the Steelers in that regard.
I actually can, to answer your question that you threw out. I do think they can beat the Chiefs, yes.
I think they can, but I'm asking you, do you think they will?
I haven't formulated a full opinion. My early week read is
yes. If they make some of the mistakes they made in that Baltimore game, if they made the mistakes, a secondary, which is confused, I know it's still going to be
healthy players
in the secondary. You're not going to have healthy players. You're going to have Joe. Well, he made it sound like Joey Porter may not play. And if he doesn't play, who's going to pick up that slack?
I'd rather have Deshaun Elliott because Tomlin, first of all, wasn't telling the truth after the game when he said secondary guys don't have anything to do with the run game. What? Deshaun Elliott's one of the best run defenders in any secondary in football.
But guess what Pat Mahomes does? He moves that ball all over the place. Did you notice they have Hollywood Brown back?
Yes.
Yeah, they have him with Worthy.
The team that's getting healthy
is the Chiefs. They have him with Hopkins. They have him with Kelsey. They have him with Pacheco. They're all healthy.
All right, I'm going to predict the Steelers win. How do you like that?
That's fine. I may still do that, but I'm saying right now, based on how it looks, I wouldn't expect that, which means, you're going to have to go to the final game of the year probably having to beat. That's, Baltimore can lose too, and if they do, the Steelers will win it. So there's a lot of options for the Steelers still to win the AFC North. And when they do, if they do, no one should complain that they backed in. I don't want to hear that either. This is a long body of 17 games. If you win the division, you win the division, period. And it should be celebrated as such because you get a 3rd seed, you get a home.
Doesn't make any difference how you win it.
A lot of people, if they should lose their final 4, but Baltimore loses at Houston and they win, so you go into an AFC North championship with 4 straight losses, I don't care. You're in there. Figure it out.
Wait a second. They still, if Baltimore goes 1-1, then the Steelers need to win one too.
Yeah, and the Steelers can't go 0-2 is what I'm saying. And I'm saying if the scenario happens that they lose to Kansas City and then beat Cincinnati, and they get in because Baltimore lost, not so much that they won.
It's about your body of work.
Right.
That's all.
But you're going to hear that. You're going to hear people say, well, they backed in, they've lost this, whatever the case may be. It doesn't matter. You won the division. But you're making yourself, to your first point about the Browns game, that's a game that if you had to have back, it would make life a lot easier right now.
Total embarrassment is what that game was. A total embarrassment to lose to a team that we now know was ready to quit, because guess what they've done since then is quit. You all saw them yesterday against the Bengals. They haven't won since that Steeler game. Jameis Winston lost his job. That was an abomination, and that could cost you. It could eventually cost you a playoff win by you having to go on the road. There's a lot of questions here, Bob.
Let me ask you the question. I answered my own question.
Yeah.
And that is, would you want to play the Ravens in the playoffs? Of all the teams you have to choose from. Not me.
Yeah, if you're healthy.
Not
absolutely.
me.
They were ready to lose that game. They were ready to lose that game after Lamar saw a ghost again,
and that
like he does
Lamar's
every time.
Ghost. It was a bad read by Bateman.
They were ready to lose that game, in my opinion.
Okay, I think
it's
they can't stop Derrick
short-handed.
Henry. I think if Derrick Henry gets going, that's a monster that you don't want to deal with. So
if they give him
in my opinion, I would rather them not play the Ravens. I'd rather them be home to the Chargers.
Oh,
Denver.
of course, yes.
Well, that was my question.
No, your question was, do you not want? What was your question? I don't know. Can they beat the Ravens?
Who do you want to see in the first round?
That's a different
If you had
question.
choices of Denver, Chargers, Ravens, the last pick would be Ravens.
Yes, me too. I think that's obvious.
Okay.
Of course, I'd rather play Denver or the Chargers than the Ravens.
You just made it sound like Lamar Jackson has ghosts in his head that'll prevent him from winning any big game.
Because the way
Sooner
you
or later,
phrased
he's
your
going to win a
question
big
was,
game.
they can't possibly beat the Ravens, can they?
I didn't
yeah,
say
they
that.
Can.
I did not say that.
Go
What
back
I
and
said,
get
I
Bob's
didn't say
question.
can't possibly beat. What I said
He
was
asked
it's
me
a
if they
team
could
I
beat
would
the
not
Ravens.
want to play against.
Okay.
That's all.
There.
I wouldn't want to play. That's the team and you just
relative-
confirmed it by you saying that, yes, I agree, it would be the third choice.
It would be the third choice. But you're making it sound like, oh, my God, a team
I didn't make it sound like
see.
that. I said, you asked me my opinion about who. I asked myself, who would I not want to see? It'd be the Ravens. That's my opinion. I don't think that's a good matchup for them, even though they've had success against them.
Who would you not want to see? So I don't know. I'm thinking I wouldn't want to see the Chiefs or the Bills.
Well, no, you're not going to see them. Of the teams
in the
have.
first round, you were saying. Yes, I would definitely want to see the Chargers or Broncos above the Ravens.
Which is why you're confirming my thought.
Do I think a healthy Steelers team could beat the Ravens in the playoffs?
They could beat any
home
team
or away,
healthy.
Would have a good chance to beat the Ravens home or away? Absolutely. Why do I think that? Because they always do, except when half their roster's missing.
Okay. I'm just saying this is a different. I think Lamar Jackson's a different quarterback this year than he's been in previous years, and the only thing he has left to do is win in the big moments. He got to an AFC Championship game. The expectations are extremely high. That pressure is there. It's real. It's tangible for him. Let's see how he answers it. But his season has made me think that he's ready to answer it. That's all. With a guy like Derrick Henry in the backfield,
possibly. I would like the Steelers' chances if they show up with Pickens and a healthy T.J. Watt. I really would. The Ravens were ready to lose that game, I think. And all it took for Lamar to finally have his good game against the Steelers was 3/4 of their secondary missing and half of T.J. Watt. That's the way I saw it. Having said that, Bob, Russell Wilson is the order of the day at 412-928-9370. 928-9370. A lot of social media vitriol directed toward Russell Wilson. Did you get a lot of it on the postgame show on television?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's always that. And then it comes down to Tomlin. But I always tell people, did Tomlin make Russell Wilson try to go for the goal line and not slide? Did Tomlin throw that pass in the flat that was terrible? No, he didn't do that. Those mistakes happen.
But you say the first one wasn't a mistake, and I agree with you. I'm saying
it's, to me, it's not one of those things I look at and say, oh, my God, what a he was trying to make a play. He saw the goal line. We've seen them before on 1st and goal not score or settle for Boswell. How many times? He saw an opportunity. Did he make a judgment call split second? Yes, he did. He thought he could get there. He didn't.
I agree with you 100%. So you don't think it was a mistake, and neither do I.
But the last one was. But my point was.
The last one was.
The vitriol that comes after Tomlin, they blame all these things that happen in a game.
This isn't the one that I didn't love everything Tomlin did. I put the Browns loss squarely on Tomlin. It was one of the worst games he ever coached in Pittsburgh, and it's coming back maybe to haunt him.
Game, yes, that absolutely affected what they did.
But in this game, I think two competing ideas can both be in play here. A, Russell Wilson lost them the game. B, if you're asking me arrow pointed up or down on Wilson afterward, I say up. And maybe I'm the only one who thinks that makes sense, but I think it makes sense. I thought that he elevated a group of pedestrian receivers. He was able to elevate them in the game. He was moving around. He clearly still has the arm strength. He made some spectacular plays. Yes, it's a horrible idea to give the ball to the other team on a terrible pick-6 interception after your team just gained momentum. That's bad. We all agree on that. That lost them the game. I would agree on that. But his overall play, to me, their ability to push the ball down the field in chunks, as Tom Brady would say, gives me more hope for this Steelers team, certainly than a Kenny Pickett team, than a Mason Rudolph team, than a Justin Fields team, or a late-stage Ben team. Maybe that's just me. How down are you on Russell Wilson at 412-928-9370? 928-9370. And the last point, Bob, is I've never seen, and I talked to an old-time Steeler this morning, and we were both laughing about it. I've never seen so much angst over a guy not lowering his shoulder at the goal line. So much angst over a guy lowering his shoulder at the goal line and trying to score. I thought that was the idea here, is you try to score. You lower your shoulder, there's only one guy to beat, and you try to score. You made a great point, Bob. Patrick Mahomes did the same thing earlier in the day on a high ankle sprain.
And he got nailed.
And if he gets hurt, they have no hope. And he got nailed at the goal line, and he scored. You score points with your teammates that way. I guarantee you they're not upset with Russell Wilson. In fact, I guarantee you they loved it. The coaches loved it. That's trying to win the war and maybe not making the smartest, wisest, safest is maybe the best word, safest decision in game. But you're winning the war overall with your teammates. You're trying to be a leader. You're trying to get the ball in the end zone. Can you imagine if we had this conversation a million years ago, and this was the one I had this morning, with Terry Bradshaw? Oh, my God, why didn't he slide? He should have run out of bounds. He should have protected. You lower your shoulder
Franco
and try
got
and
criticized on this anniversary date of the Immaculate Reception. How many times was he criticized for running out of bounds back then? Remember? Oh, be like Earl Campbell. Well, there was a self-preservation philosophy there that worked for Franco Harris. Why would you take extra hits for another yard? Really?
Yeah. I mean, this to me is a little different because it was simply there's the goal line. I guarantee you, Franco.
No, I'm
he
just
was
saying.
a running back, but you know what I'm saying.
To my point was those people would criticize Franco for doing it. Where it was, in this case, I understand what was going on there. And again, he has to make a split decision. And there was also a potential block there that he may have been looking for. Again, it happened so fast.
I loved it. The other guy made a great play. He made a phenomenal play. Okay? I loved the fact that he lowered his shoulder and tried to score a touchdown. I thought that was the idea. I want quarterbacks like that. You think Josh Allen slides there?
Oh, no.
You think Ben slides there? I've seen games in the AFC North where he doesn't slide at the goal line.
No.
You think? No, I loved that. And he fumbled. Okay, so the world ends. The play he lost the game on is the interception.
You can also look at the corresponding response by their own defense. That ball's at the 4-yard line.
Right.
You can't get off the field? In fact, they made it look relatively easy in like 6 plays.
They did. Yeah, they did. All right, Bob, there's a lot there and a lot of passion on our sides, aren't there? Isn't there, I should say.
I'm sure there's a lot of passion on the phone lines. I can sense it right now. They're burning up. I see the smoldering smoke.
412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. Yeah, I'm going to keep harping on it. How about beat the Cleveland Browns right before they quit for the season? There's an idea.
Did someone just tweet you that? Is that why you're answering yourself without me asking you a question?
No, but people have gotten sick of me talking about the Browns game, even as it continues to reverberate louder and louder and louder on their season. But really, I think that there's a million topics here, Bob. We're going to get into, were the Steelers too conservative with injured players, trying to live to fight another day, as Kabali suggested? Or did they go overboard with risk by even playing TJ? By having TJ in the game on that final drive, even to the last bitter moments. He came out for a bit, then came back in? For what? The game's over. Why was Joey Porter back in the game? Maybe it was a little bit of both, saving guys and overdoing it and risking guys. There's that topic, too. There's Najee Harris. There's the AFC at large. Bob, we're overwhelmed with topics today.
Topics galore right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
412-928-9370 off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And the Six Pack, as always, brought to you by Bet365.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penn State volleyball won the national championship, 8th crown for Penn State yesterday, and Pitt's Olivia Babcock was named the AVCA National Volleyball Player of the Year as well. Cleveland lost to Cincinnati 24-6 in the only other game in the AFC North yesterday, with the Steelers losing against the Ravens, being doubled up 34-17 Saturday. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
PNC Bank, rooted in communities big and small.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
This holiday season, Guardian Protection has the perfect gift for your home, a free security camera and 3 months of professional monitoring.
It's the gift that keeps giving: security, peace of mind, and a worry-free holiday season. Plus, with HD video and motion alerts, you'll stay connected no matter where the holidays take you.
Don't wait. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN to claim this holiday deal.
That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Terms and conditions apply. New customers only.
Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
I'm Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Let's chop up the winners and losers in Week 16 in the NFL. Winners, Michael Penix-led Falcons, the resilient Washington Commanders, and the still under-the-radar Minnesota Vikings. Losers, the mighty have fallen 49ers, and you won't remember these Titans. Winners better just keep winning next week. Losers, at least you've got a midweek holiday to take your mind off your tough season. I'm Jody Mack.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Get Go Cafe and Market serves up all of your favorite fresh, made-to-order food and drinks. Get more of the Get Go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots and an ice-cold drink, all for just $5. Download the Get Go app to order from anywhere. And free Coffee Mondays are back. Every Monday in December, scan your loyalty card and get any size self-serve coffee free. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $340 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $215 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires January 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, the Fan's Christmas chorus brings you Mosey the Snowman.
Oh, Mosey the Snowman was a jolly happy soul with a giant bald head and a button nose. His favorite picture was Garrett Cole. Oh, Mosey the Snowman is a fairy tale, they say. He was made of snow, but the listeners know how he came to life one day.
There must have been some magic in that oversized hat they found. For when they placed it on his head, Malsey danced around.
Bob, your solo has gone over big. The song is high on the charts and rising. Spectacular stuff.
It's in the Spotify top 50, I heard, Bob. How about that?
How about that?
Can you put that on Spotify and see if they'll cut out the ending?
You think they're going to take it?
Yeah, I think they would. Bob's solo, we can all agree, was the stuff of legend.
It's right up there with Gene Autry and all the best. Sinatra's Christmas album.
Burl Ives. I mean, Bob, that was great.
Could you
thank
imagine?
you, Joe.
Burl Ives tells the story.
You wrote the lyrics. The lyrics are the powerful thing. It has nothing to do with who delivers the lyrics.
Yeah, the oversized hat. I am proud of that line. Yeah. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, just tweets out, last-minute MLB free agent holiday shopping. This encapsulates, I think, Bob and I's feelings perfectly. Last-minute holiday shopping. New York Mets, Sean Manaea, 3 years, $75 million. Red Sox, Walker Buehler, 1 year, $21.5 million.
Walker Buehler. I wish they would have gotten him.
Rangers, Jock Peterson, 2 years, $37 million.
All of them reasonable price tags for them.
Pirates, Andrew McCutchen, 1 year, $5 million.
And it's nothing against McCutchen at all. We've stated that.
All.
He is a legend.
Not at all.
And is one of the best ambassadors for Pittsburgh sports, specifically the Pirates, of course. But it's just if you're trying to upgrade your offense, you got to do better.
Yes. All right, Bob, we have 8 callers. Are you up?
I didn't know we had 8 lines. That's what
I thought
when
we
I
only
saw
had
that,
6.
that's what I was trying to I said, holy cow, that's pretty impressive.
Are we up or down on Russell Wilson after that game? To some, that would seem like a silly question. I think Bob agrees that these 2 statements are true because I certainly do. That Russell Wilson lost the game for the Steelers. That's statement 1. And 2, his overall performance lent me, anyway, a little more hope that they could actually win a playoff game because he looked great. If you cut out the horrible, egregious mistake, especially of the interception, they need somebody who can get the ball down the field if they're going to win a playoff game. Get it down the field accurately, throw it down the seams. They use the middle of the field. Give me that guy with George Pickens and a relatively healthy defense, and maybe they can win a playoff game. I still have more hope, and that performance actually lent more hope to me. Bob, you agree? I think you agree.
I agree generally. I mean, the mistakes have got to be, erased. If you do that, you're going to lose no matter who you play, no matter when you play. So, but the pick 6 was the terrible play of the day. The other one I could live with because he's trying to make a play. I understand why everyone's screaming slide.
You up or down on Wilson after that performance?
I'm the same. And I've thought that of all the people they've trotted out here the last few years, he's their best chance to win in a playoff game.
Fair enough.
He's a professional quarterback who knows how to play in a game like that.
And I thought showed a little more spryness in that game.
After some of these calls, I want to ask you about that 4th down call.
We will talk about
because
that.
Again, week after week, we have the same situation, different but same general thoughts.
Yeah.
And I think you might have a different opinion.
Let's hit the lines, oh limitless wonder, shall we?
What?
And by the way, I got you a Christmas gift.
I have a gift for you as well.
Mine's a regift, which I think are underrated and get a bad name.
Regift's okay, as long as you don't announce that you just regifted. You did that.
Well, he already knew it was a Penguins sweater or a Penguins
You don't
scarf.
need to apologize for your gift if it's regifted
think so
or
too.
not.
I agree with you.
I moved heaven and earth to get Joe's gift.
All right, go to the line.
It's going to be a lot.
Now I feel horrible.
The long line of lists of things that I did to get his. Here is Emmanuel in Carnegie that starts us off.
Hello, Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, thank you for calling the fan. Go ahead.
Merry Christmas to you, Bob. Hey, guys, I appreciate the phone call. Happy holidays, and I love this song. Every time I hear it, the re-edition of that song, it makes me smile. I'm up on Russell Wilson. I heard earlier, and I also did a research that he is among the lowest in terms of turnover-worthy plays, quarterback passing. He's like averaging only 1.1. So what we saw in that fourth quarter was an aberration. But what we saw was the offense moving with fluidity, much better than the Eagles game, and that's encouraging to say at least.
That was true.
Without Pickens. So I'm really up on it. Those circumstances that we played was, like I told people before, playing at the Eagles and at Baltimore, that's going to be harder than any other team that we might play in the playoffs until we get to the Super Bowl. So I'm up on Russell Wilson. Have a happy holidays.
Wait, are you predicting the Steelers to go to the Super Bowl?
Oh no.
Me
Buffalo is going to be tough, but I still think playing at Philadelphia without Pickens is going to be harder than playing at Buffalo because of the familiarity.
And we all agree that's why you win the Browns game against that joke of a franchise, right?
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. And that might come back to haunt us.
The only thing I'll say about that Eagles game that was
Emmanuel.
disappointing, thanks, Emmanuel, is the fact that yesterday watching Jaden Daniels rip the Eagles defense apart made me think, why couldn't the Steelers do more of that in that game?
Yeah, me too, although it's also fair to mention they had like 2 possessions the entire game, you know?
Right, the defense didn't stop them.
Yeah.
I mean that's a concerning part of it. We're talking a lot about offense.
Sure.
But their defense in the last 2 weeks, I know it's been injured, but you're going to have that.
Well, you're not going to have 3/4 of your secondary out.
My point is,
if you're hoping they can rectify that and beat somebody with 3/4 of your secondary out and half of T.J. Watt out there, it's just not going to happen.
No, I know that.
I have a lot of trouble analyzing that game from a defensive perspective.
They have guys, they're big on this next man up, man. If you're available, there's so much confusion.
I mean, that's nice to say, Bob, but it's not realistic.
I understand that. But you're going to be judged accordingly. That's how it's.
I'm not actually judging them accordingly.
Well, if you lose in a playoff game, no matter how they lose, it'll be judged accordingly. When it all fades away, it'll be another year.
Well, I'll make you this promise. If they show up in Buffalo or Kansas City or even in Baltimore in the playoffs with a compromised T.J. Watt, 3/4 of their secondary out and George Pickens out, I'm not sure if I'd go so far as to issue a pony free pass, but I'd come darn close to it.
Ooh, okay.
412-928-9370. Who's next? Oh, Limitless Wonder.
Let's go to Nick in Sacramento.
Hey, Nick, what's up?
Merry Christmas to you guys. Merry Christmas, fellas.
All right,
thank you. You too.
So I guess I get that to ask. If we're talking about the Steelers stuff, I think Russell Wilson, I don't blame him. I think he had a bad game. Okay, horrendous, yes. I guess those 2 picks. But, the biggest thing I have a hard time with is the predictability of this team with Arthur Smith every game. There has to be something in that playbook. There has to be something that they can, devise, or maybe even improvise or put in there.
What in particular that you don't like?
I don't like every game that we start out with the same scenarios. We run the ball, and then we do these little simple dunk passes on the flats. Where's Pat? Why does Pat Freiermuth disappear?
That's true.
I agree with you there.
Nick, to your point there, at the end of the game, he's throwing to Michael Pruitt and not Pat Freiermuth. I don't get that.
Plus, Bob, you mentioned the 4th. Was it 4th and 6?
Yes.
A 4th and 6. Freiermuth, give him a 50-50 ball.
That's what Kelsey does.
That's what he does. He posts
Mahomes.
up and wins them.
You get the line of scrimmage, and you get it, and you move on. They went up in the air down the field, and Austin was open there for a little bit, and the ball was hung up too high. But go ahead.
Now, gentlemen, also, if I can interject with this, defensively, it takes I know I'm not a professional athlete, nor am I trying to be, or a coach, whatever, but there's arm tackling. There's getting stood up. Now, I know that Derrick Henry is a bulldozer. I get it. But we can't continue to arm tackle, reach. We have to make these tackles. I mean, they're just simple plays it's what's causing the extension of these plays. Like the 3rd and 12s, the 3rd and 13. That's been our.
That is annoying, Bob. That is annoying, and they didn't have that problem all year.
Yeah,
is Patrick Queen a good run defender?
I think he is. Yes. I'm
not so sure about that.
I think that if I look at the totals in that game, I expected more than 8, 4 solo, 4. They're going to run up the middle, and that's what Baltimore did exactly. They went after the middle of the field. Maybe they had Patrick Queen in mind.
Is Keanu Benton a good run defender?
I'd have to look deeper into it.
I'm going to ask Hokie to break down. I want Hokie to break down this tape and tell me.
Well, he does all of that. He watches a lot of tape, so he can tell you gaps and no gaps and what's going on.
Maybe no Ogunjobi hurts. For sure, no Deshaun Elliott hurts. He is an elite secondary run defender. That's a fact. He leads the team in solo tackles. Some are down the field, but he also has a bunch for loss. He was really good in the first Raven game with a couple big plays. And then the other side of that coin is Derrick Henry's unbelievable, Bob. There were at least half a dozen carries where I thought he's going all the way on this one.
Yeah. And again, arm tackles, to his last point, 8 missed tackles in the first half, 7 in the second half. You can't have that.
And what an
and a lot of it is Derrick Henry just shedding people away.
Sure. And what an indictment of John Harbaugh that he abandoned Henry when they were in Pittsburgh.
Terrible.
What an indictment.
And our man down there in Baltimore, Rob Long, didn't he say because he doesn't like people who fumble, so he penalized? Well, you're penalizing your own team.
Yeah. Cutting out's a classic cutting
so
off your nose to spite your face.
So they go from 13 carries to 24 carries, 11 more for Derrick Henry. And that, in the war of attrition, that's a killer.
Next.
Here's Greg in Youngstown.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how's it going, guys? You know, the problem I have with this team is you make two mistakes and the team collapses like a house of cards. I think the team has gotten soft. I really have over the last few years. Any adversity, this team says, oh, we're not going to win. We're not going to come out and play. I mean, I've got to hear one more excuse. We paid Highsmith $20-some million. We pay these guys big money. You have a couple injuries. Well, play better. I mean, you give too many excuses to a team, and when we go into a playoff game, we get destroyed. I mean, it's Tomlin, and they got to learn how to win games and not lose games. Like Chuck Noll used to beat teams like the 49ers in '84 and the Oilers in '89. We were like big underdogs, and he figured out how to win a game. This team can't figure out how to beat good teams anymore. They just can't.
Bob, I can tell you this, is it like I said, if they go into a game without three-quarters of their secondary, a compromised Watt and no Pickens, they're not going to win.
But it looks like they're all trending toward a return based on what Mike Tomlin said yesterday. Yeah. So if they all play, here's the thing, maybe to Greg's point with Kansas City. When you watch them, I've had so many people, and I know you've talked, people called you, what's Kansas? They should have 6 losses. They're playing terrible. They haven't scored in the 30s all season long, and yet they're 14-1, which tells me a lot about how they know how to close out games when they get an opportunity. It's not impressive based on what you expect from Kansas City, but they know how to do it.
Now, the unbelievably depressing part of all this is if I asked you 3 questions, who's going to be the most rested team in these playoffs? Kansas City. Who's trending toward becoming the healthiest team with the guys coming back? Kansas City. And who's playing at home? Kansas City. And who has the best clutch quarterback? Kansas City. Whose kicker just came back?
Yeah, but he's been bad.
I know, but he's going to be good. He's going to be good.
Tucker seems like he's back on track.
Yeah. It's really depressing to look at the AFC playoffs. But as far as Tomlin goes, yeah, I agree with you. And that's why, and this also gets back to keeping competing ideas in your head, because a lot of people want to hear with sports talk, all they do here, there's a filter right on the edge of your ear, Bob, right in the ear hole there where you hear, and a lot of people have a filter. And whatever somebody like me or you says, it goes into there as everybody sucks or everybody's great. So I've been very careful with Mike Tomlin, for instance, on Hard Knocks, to say he's clearly the star of the show, and that has nothing to do with how great, good, or average of a coach he is at times. Win a playoff game. I've been very careful with Tomlin not to buy into this ridiculous overhyping of him that has occurred this season. Yeah, he got off to a great start. Let's see how the season finishes. Let's see how it finishes. Let's see if he has guys healthy and goes into the playoffs and they get blown out again. Let's see if that happens. I think so far, overall, he's done a pretty good job this year. Pretty good. With the notable exception of completely butchering a game against the Cleveland Browns that could come back to haunt him. But big picture-wise, win a playoff game. These people who go on nationally and talk about, oh, my God, we're talking about one of the greatest coaches in NFL history, the job he's doing this year. See, I told you, told everybody in Pittsburgh how great he was. You still want to get rid of him? You still want to do this? You still want to not extend him? He's the greatest coach ever. Win a playoff game. At least compete in a playoff game for the first time in 8 years. That's what I would say to those people. And I've tried to keep that balance all year, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely high time for that to happen. It's been too long for that, especially with some of these have been at home and they've been disasters from the get-go. A lot of that is on player miscues and things that you would never expect, like that first
snap.
Would
you agree that there's a radical overhyping of Tomlin?
Just as I think there's a radical undermining of Mike Tomlin. There's both. In other words, people want to just downplay everything that goes on with him.
Yeah, I do agree with that. And sometimes the overhyping part comes from him, like on the great quarterback change, and it was great when he told, who was it who came to the press conference that night? Brandon Marshall?
Yeah.
Where he said, that's why I'm highly compensated. No, You're highly compensated to win the biggest games of the year. And there are people going into junior high school now who have no memory of you winning a big game. None. So win one is what I would say.
Well, this should be the year to do it. Everyone seems to be trending back in terms of health. You got a quarterback who's experienced at this kind of a game.
I don't know. Are they trending back?
Well,
let's get to that. Yeah. Let's get to that at the top of the hour.
I would say yes, they are trending back.
All right. I don't know. A guy like T.J. Watt, I think you might.
Well, he played, so I got to believe.
Is that the good news or the bad news?
Well, he played compromise. I think that's pretty safe to say based on his performance. But you get some time. If they should, that's all the more reason why I think they need to win this game. Give themselves a week where they don't have to play certain guys.
Let's
there's
talk
no
about
consequence
that coming up about whether they were too risky or too conservative with their injured guys, or maybe a little bit of both. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Listen to this show every Wednesday, Pomp and Joe, to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. And yes, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevy EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd. With credit through GM Financial, high at 37 today with cloudy skies. We'll also get to the rest of your many calls at 412-928-9370. It feels like the topic hovering over all others is, do the Steelers finally have a quarterback capable of winning them a playoff game? Is the arrow up or down on Russell Wilson after that game?
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
New Orleans at Green Bay tonight, Monday Night Football. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Westwood One's coverage begins at 7:30 with kickoff at 8:15. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
You okay?
I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive. with no children and no casinos. Learn more at Viking.com.
Do you have a bachelor degree? Would you like to become a teacher? Waynesburg University offers a 100% online Master of Arts in Teaching degree that leads towards secondary certification. Tuition is affordable and financial aid is available. Visit waynesburg.edu.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select warehouse clubs in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local retailer today. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy.
PNC Bank is helping to make a difference in the communities they call home. That's why they've pledged support toward economic opportunities for underserved communities and low to moderate income individuals. It's just one way they're helping all to move forward financially. PNC is proud to be part of the Pittsburgh community. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you at pnc.com/diversity. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Crowley here. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, Santa Claus, and yes, lots of ice cold beer. Hampton Beer Outlet is there for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. Whoa, Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite 30 packs, just $22.99. The best in the business. Drive a little, save a lot this holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
You ventured into the attic and garage for your holiday decorations and suddenly remembered what a cluttered nightmare it was. Before you put it all back, give us a call. 2menandajunktruck.com.
Hi there, it's Nicholas Ericalis from the Fan Morning Show, and I'm not one to brag, but I've dropped over 40 pounds in just 2 months with a Wacom 180, and I think that's worth talking about. 4 more pounds down last week, and here's the thing. It's not just about the weight. It's about how I feel. I lost weight during Thanksgiving. I've lost weight every single week with a Wacom 180, and it doesn't even feel like work. I'm walking into the holidays feeling confident, not stressed about stepping on the scale. This program doesn't just work. It gives you control. Every week I've been on a Wacom 180, the results keep coming. The plan is laid out for me, and I'm seeing progress I never thought was possible. My clothes fit better. My energy's up. Did you see me at Christmas karaoke? I feel like a whole new person. Don't hesitate. Don't second-guess yourself. Don't be stubborn about this. If you need to lose weight, choose the solution for weight loss. Go online for a consultation, Awaken180weightloss.com. That's Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive hockey watch party Saturday, December 28th from 7 to 9 as Pittsburgh takes on New York. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, prizes, and great eats. PNC Bank, rooted in communities big and small.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Monday Night Football, it's in Green Bay, Lambeau Field. The Packers a gigantic favorite against the Saints tonight because Derek Carr and Alvin Kamara are both out for New Orleans and Green Bay, still trying to pad its record as it gets itself into the playoffs for another season with Jordan Love at the helm. And great offer on tonight's game. All customers get a 30% catch-a-pass profit boost on this Saints-Packers matchup. That's 30% bonus on to catch a pass. Just need a guy to make a grab in this game. And that's why I like Miller, the backup Saints running back, to do that. He's going to be used a lot like Kamara, and I expect with Spencer Rattler in there, he's going to get the ball dumped off to him quite a bit. And you'll get paid instantly if you win. FanDuel.com/Andrew to take advantage of this profit boost tonight. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Megan Ford's got it, and now's the time to buy from one of the largest commercial vehicle dealers in the tri-state area. From now until year's end, businesses can write off the full purchase price of work trucks using the IRS tax code section 179.
Over 200 dumps, crane trucks, box trucks, chassis, transits, and more have all been discounted. That's Megan Ford in Connellsville, where trucks are cheaper in the country. 724-547-FORD or meganford.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Chiefs will play on Christmas Day to close out the 3 games in 11 days for the Steelers, which, well, hasn't started out well. 0-2 so far. You can hear Fan Game Day at 10 o'clock, 10 until 1 with Mark Cavalli, Donnie Football, and Jason Mackey on Christmas Day. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good Talk Radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Limits, when can I open my present from you?
When would you like to?
Now.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Bob, you mind if I open a present from Limits on live
Absolutely
radio?
not. Go right ahead. You can do it. You may as well eat while you're doing that, too, because I know that's in your future.
Well, no. Ron used to eat on the air. Do you remember that?
Yes. And then he would go into coughing jags. I hear him in the background. He turned his mic off, but you can hear it.
Exactly right. And we're going to get to the lines in a moment because they're still jam-packed. Regifting gets a really bad name, Bob. Like I told Limits and Donnie Football last week that I was giving Donnie a case of beer that Hampton Beer Outlet gave to me, and I was giving Limits a Penguin scarf that Hampton Beer Outlet gave to me. And Limits seemed to have some misgivings on that with regifting, to which I said, if I got Super Bowl tickets from somebody and originally had them pegged for, Chris Muller, but then gave them to you, is that a problem with regifting there? No, of course not, Bob.
No, it's always a thought that counts for me. I'm not going to, as long as you think about it. And here is the gift. Look at that.
Oh, my God.
You like that?
Where did you get that?
Hold it up. Show people.
It's a picture saying Buffalo, and it's got pictures of the 1990
The
Buffalo.
1990s
Look at that. Buffalo Bills, every single.
You put it up to the camera.
Wow.
Just do it.
Oh, I'm showing
Buffalo
it to the monitor.
Bills. Bills. Boy, I love losing Super Bowls.
Kelly on there?
Bob, you insult them at a time like this? And Jim Kelly's a Western Pennsylvania guy.
I think that's a great thing. And I actually compliment them for getting to 4 Super Bowls in a row. I think that's a hard achievement.
I mean, all jokes aside, it's very similar to what the Pitt volleyball team's going through.
Yep.
Which is remarkable triumph.
By the way,
with heartbreak.
Congrats to Penn State volleyball. That's a good gift Austin City Limits. I like it.
Limits. I don't even know what to say.
Penn State was outstanding.
Thank you so
I
much.
saw that like a while ago, and then I thought about it a couple of days ago, and I was like, I'm gonna go see if I can go find it.
Cornelius Bennett, Andre Reed.
I know that wasn't
Steve
gifted
Tasker
to you, so it's not a regift, is it?
It's not a regift. No,
James Lofton, Marv Levy, and Bruce Smith, Thurman Thomas, and Jim Kelly. I'm honored by this. Now I feel like I need to get you a better gift in there. Bob, now I'm hurt by this.
This is
now
the problem. This is the problem with gift giving at the office. If you start a big long list of it, and then you feel like, oh, someone got you something that I didn't really
right,
get in
and
the
now
same level. Now I got to redo it, and next year you do more, and then they have to respond to your more, and it goes higher and higher.
Right, and I think you unwittingly just acknowledged the elephant in the room, which is, did you get us any gifts, Bob?
No, for that reason. If I start giving gifts, I do it at certain people at KDK if I worked with for a long time, but I can't.
But this is your show.
This is your show, and I'm new to your show.
I'm new to your show.
The Pump
Limits.
and Joe
It's
show.
the Pump and Joe show, and we have no gifts. I'll take a gift certificate, Bob.
Yeah.
How about
Well,
if
I
I
didn't
gift
get Bob
you
a gift.
strokes when we play golf? Is that a good enough gift for you?
I guess. I'd rather have something for maybe Ruth's Chris Steakhouse if you could find it in your heart.
I mean, no.
Can we go to Hyde Park, Bob?
I love them all.
Can we go
Hyde
to
Park's
Hyde
a great
Park?
place. I think
I've never
Capitol
been there.
Grill is outstanding. It's one of my favorite places
I have
to
a
go.
friend who
You've
valets
never been
at,
there?
Hyde Park.
Oh,
but no, never
the
been
bar
there.
area is terrific. Go in and ask for Danny. She's great.
Are we at
Makes
least
all
invited,
sorts of drinks.
invited over one night? Over
No.
the hall? No, not that.
We don't have any time.
No time.
I'll do it in the springtime when we can get the outdoor area nice and sit outside.
This hurts because
I'll
we
give you some
just
cigars and some Bailey's Irish Cream.
I don't care.
And I hope you're happy.
We just launched a new show together, and I don't feel like I'm part of your holiday season at all.
I don't either.
That's very intrusive on both of your parts.
I don't feel like I'm part of it. I
seriously,
feel left
you
out.
have.
Joe
like,
came to my
everyone
house
has-
for the
I'm
4th of
left
July
out
and
by
watched
Bob
the
over the
fireworks.
holiday season. Even a little gesture, even an autographed hockey puck, I'd take at this point.
I know. Even like a high five or a hug.
Even
something
a hug.
to feel warm.
Even a hug.
Hey, I
Something to feel
petted you
nice.
on the head before. That counts for something.
Let's hit the lines, oh limitless wonder. The topics on the table are many. But this one, which some find confusing but seems clear to us, I think, we didn't get your opinion, did we? Is the arrow pointed up or down on Russell Wilson? Because, one, he lost the game for them. I think everybody in the world who watched the game agrees with that.
No doubt.
Trey Essex put it well. The former Steeler said not a lot of games where you can point to two plays and say they lost it. This one is one of them. And I would say, for me especially, and maybe only the second one. I don't mind a guy lowering his shoulder at the goal line and trying to score for his team. I don't. But we can talk about that too. Overall, I thought the guy was unbelievable to where I could at least project ahead. Lost the game for them, but projecting ahead, you erase the idiotic throw, and we have something here. We have a guy who can propel the ball down the field, which they haven't had in years. Your thoughts, arrow up or down on Russell?
Trending slightly down. Slightly down. Now, I'm still optimistic that they can go into the playoffs and win a playoff game, especially if they win the division, which is significantly in doubt. But I don't feel like Wilson, when the waning moments have come in the games against Baltimore and in the game against Philadelphia, he has not risen to the occasion. And that is something that concerns me because they've had drives, they've had moments, and I wonder if Mike Tomlin is thinking that in the back of his mind too, like Russell isn't really, and this offense is not putting it together on 3rd and long when they really desperately need a play, because then Mike Tomlin punts it away on 4th down with 10 minutes left and they don't even get the ball back. So I think slightly down for Wilson because I want to see him perform in the last however many minutes it is when they're down by 2 scores or just a score to tie it up and put some pressure on the other team.
Bob just performed a Christmas-like gesture for me. He plugged in. My
Christmas
computer.
is every day of the year for you. I'll do that as much as you need me to plug in.
You like your gift,
power
Joe?
pack.
I love my gift, man.
Shout out to my guy Bruce for the idea.
I feel inadequate.
Oh, so it wasn't
actually,
even
now.
your idea. That takes something away from the
Well, it
fact
was my idea a while ago, but
Well, the fact that he did this and now I am regifting him a scarf that I got is, I feel inadequate, Bob. I can only imagine how you feel with nothing for us.
Yeah, I don't feel anything. I feel fine.
There's no remorse.
I don't want to start this tradition.
It's like when Bob called us
Bob
You have
turned
too
into
many.
Ebenezer
Wait, first,
Scrooge, Ebenezer Pump.
no. You got you can't
pump
just start
that
these
stole
new
Christmas.
traditions. You can't just start these. There's enough gift giving that we have to take care of family-wise.
I guess I thought maybe in the back of my head, we have a new show, me, Limits, and Bob.
Do you have something for me?
Maybe even for
Do you
lunch
have something
that
for
Bob
me?
would say, hey, why don't you guys stop by over the
Do you
Christmas
have something
season?
for me if we're going to play this game?
Yeah,
The answer,
I
what?
do.
What?
I
Look
do.
me in the eye right now and tell me what you
I
have.
do.
What?
I'm not.
No, I want to know. There's no surprise.
It's a sleeve of Buffalo Bills golf balls.
Okay, that's such a cheap gift. And it was
Oh, my
gifted
God.
to you.
Are you listening to this? No, I bought them in my recent
I
trip
don't
to
want-
Buffalo.
If I hit Bill's balls, they'll go all over the place. They'll ricochet off trees.
Bill's
fumble.
balls always go to the right, Bob, if you're looking to go right. I don't know. Didn't you, Limits, think in the back of your mind that somewhere that Ebenezer Pomp would find in his heart to say, hey, why don't you guys
Here
stop
we
by
go.
for a
I
quick
do
drink?
a lot.
Stop by for a quick drink even tonight. It's not even Christmas Eve.
I thought so. Bob showed up to our nice little gathering that we had for the full station, and it was like a big celebration
It
when
was.
Bob
I want to
arrived.
celebrate. This is
I
out
want
of
to
love,
celebrate with Bob.
Yeah. All right.
Any
we'll
good
move
thoughts on that, Bob?
Who's next? Limits.
Who's next, Limits? Let's go to the lines.
All right. Seth has been waiting for a while. Here he is.
Hello, Seth.
Hey, gents, how you guys doing? Happy holidays and Happy New Year coming up. Hope you guys enjoy.
You too.
Love the show. Love the show. Love the song, by the way, too, guys. It was great. So, hey, a bunch of thoughts, man. You hit on it earlier. That game on Saturday would have meant nothing if the Steelers defense, which is supposed to be the calling card, right, for this team, does their job against the Cowboys, right? 17-13, they give up a 70-yard drive, lose the game. A 90-yard drive before that. And then, again, the Browns game, which, again, was humiliating. So those two games right there, you don't have to worry about anything.
Music to my ears. Music to my ears, Bob.
Yeah.
Speaking of music to my ears. If they did their job against those teams, they wouldn't be sitting in this position precariously.
Right. And then the other point that I wanted to ask you guys is, you asked about Russell Wilson, arrow pointing up or down. I'm genuinely concerned about this game on Wednesday and then the game against the Bengals because it looks like the Bengals still have something to play for right now. And if you lose the last 4 games of the season going into a playoff game, it's the same old movie. I've seen this before. You back in, you get in, you back in, and then you get beat up in the first game of the playoffs. I don't understand on a 4th and 6, to that point earlier, a 4th and 6. Why are you throwing the ball down the field? How about getting a first down on a crossing?
See, that's the play we wanted to talk about. That's a good thing you brought that up. Thank you, because you just triggered something there. So 2 weeks in a row, they had 4th down and 6 or 7, depending on what. But last week against Philadelphia, there was a 2-touchdown deficit, which to me made it automatic to go for it, and they didn't. They kicked. Yeah. In this game against Baltimore, it was a 1-score deficit, and they went for it, and that's fine. I'm okay with that, except I didn't like the fact that they threw the ball 40 yards down the field. I think there's ways to get a first down and keep the drive alive. Did you?
Yes, I would have preferred Freiermuth, but the act of going for it itself, I'd be a hypocrite if I ripped Tomlin for that because I ripped him the previous week when they're down Philly and they're punting from Eagles territory and they never got the ball back.
Yeah, exactly, but there was a 2-touchdown score difference. At that point, it's almost like you're in your last breath.
To me, in a mismatch, which Saturday's was from a talent perspective, given the Steelers' injuries, I felt like that needed to be the way of it. But then he does punt on the next one, Bob. Then he does punt from midfield on the next one.
Yeah, that was inconsistent with the thinking there. I mean, there's no question. But I just wish that play would have been more of a, get to the sticks, cross patterns, somebody's got to be open. Wilson is accurate in those throws. Forget the last one that went to Marlon Humphrey. That was just a mistake. But normally you put it right on the money, you get 5-8 yards.
I know, I would have gone, but I'm okay with. I felt like they needed to take big chances to win this game, especially as it wore on. And then they punted again with 2 minutes left. I mean, I get it. You're 4th and long, but that's your only chance to win. Why would you punt there? And then the possession before that, I had a real problem with them punting from midfield. Did you? And then it led to another one of those crushing long drives.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, if you don't think your defense can stop them, then you got to be more aggressive on offense.
Listen, there is a reckoning to be had here. I'm not excusing everything that happened the other day. I just don't think you're going to beat anybody with basically your whole secondary missing, plus T.J. Watt, whatever he was, 50%. The problem I have with this defense is overrated as a whole, even when healthy, would be my argument. And that guy just said it. The Dallas game, the Indy game, when they got absolutely shredded by Joe Flacco and basically his last gasp as an NFL quarterback. And then the Cleveland game, Jameis Winston, maybe his last gasp as an NFL quarterback. What has this defense done that really blew you away? Early in the season, those first 3 games, they were very good. But as I look back, Herbert played half a game. Nix was in his second NFL game, and Kirk Cousins stinks. That might have been one of his last gasps as an NFL quarterback. What have they really done since then?
And even in that Giants game, they ran the ball right down the Steelers' throats. If you remember.
I mean, they beat Vegas, Giants, Jets. They gave up a bunch of points against Washington. They played a really good game against Lamar. They did at home, and I give them credit for that. Then they got eaten by Winston, shredded by Burrow. An okay game, I guess, against Cleveland, and then just pounded and now wounded. But overall, I'd say overrated is a good way to describe this defense, Bob. Would you?
Yeah, I expect bigger results. I expect them to bail like they did early in the season, regardless of the circumstances that you described, which are accurate. Bo Nix is much better. Their Denver defense is much better, too. But, those are games that they played the way they were supposed to, and they defensively won the game, did good things in those games. But since then, there have been a lot of ups and downs and big gaping holes for runners to run through. And that's the one thing that really kind of makes me wonder, if you have a good running attack in the postseason, can the Steelers, who take pride in stopping it, can they do it in those big moments?
A fair wondering. It is. And, right now, even if they are healthy, I'm not inspired that the Steelers are going to win a playoff game. My only point is you need a quarterback who can make plays and make them down the field to even have hope. And I do actually believe that Russell Wilson gives them better hope than several previous editions of the Steelers.
But I also have to say this. The offensive line has to do better, too, in giving him more time. He was running around a lot in that game. And, to his credit, he made the 3rd and 8 completion to Ben Skoranek.
Great play.
That was a la Roethlisberger in his prime, those kinds of plays. But you can't have him do that too much, especially running to his left and throwing back. It's a dangerous combination to have.
Next.
Well, let's go to Julian, who wants to talk about Russell Wilson.
Hey, Julian.
Hey, how you guys doing? Happy holidays to you guys.
You too.
All right. I'm from Cincinnati, man, and I am a Steelers fan. I've been a Steelers fan all my life. But my question is, a lot of guys, you guys hit on a lot of points, man. The offensive line has to play better. They has to play better. And getting the ball down the field, Russell's showing a whole lot. Like you said, coming here, from what he did in Denver, he is showing a whole lot. But them last couple games, guys, he's starting to look a little bit like the Denver quarterback. I'm like, come on, man. You've been in the league too long. You cannot turn that ball over. I thought he was going to score. But when that defensive guy coming up on him, slide. My first thing is don't try to score, just slide.
Oh, hold on, Julian. How long you been a Steeler fan?
All my life.
So do you mind my asking how old you are?
I am 58 years old.
So you watch Bradshaw. Can you imagine having a similar thought on Bradshaw or Josh Allen or Lamar or Ben? You really wanted him to slide instead of lower his shoulder and try to score or make a move? Come on, Julian.
I mean, like I said, from what I seen, he was wide open. But I'm like, if he dive for it, the ball either going to pop out too. It can pop out, but if to protect himself from the injuries, I'm thinking slide more than try to run him over. But at the end of the day, the ball came out. So, okay, I'll give him that. Okay, we could come back from that. We came back from that before. But now, for him to throw that pick six, that hurt me right
horrifying. There. It was horrifying. There's no way around it. It was a terrible, terrible
there was no pressure. He just made a terrible throw. I mean, especially after the interception they got. Everything had changed at that moment. You're saying to yourself, all right, That's what happens. Now they're going to take advantage of it, and they're going to beat the Ravens again, but they didn't.
Yeah. I mean, as I look at it, the guy is sitting here with 15 touchdowns, 4 picks, and the 7th best passer rating in football. But it's even more than stats. It's just I'm watching the games, and I'm seeing an offense that I think is capable of moving the ball, that does move the ball, and sometimes moves it by throwing it over people's heads. You have to be able to do it. Maybe I'm crazy. And by the way, it's not a prediction. It's merely saying I think this guy gives them a better chance to win at the most important position, certainly than Fields, certainly than Pickett or Rudolph, and certainly than late-stage Ben. That's how I feel watching him, and it's not a prediction because I'm starting to believe they may not get out of that first round. Next.
Here is Maddie.
Can we call you Matty Ice?
You want to? Sure, why not?
I like it. What's up?
Hey, Merry Christmas, guys. Hey, currently as it stands right now, heading into these last 2 games, my needle is still up towards Russ because while the turnovers were a factor in the Baltimore game, there's no way around it, man. Our defense just got beat in the trenches. Yeah, sure. Did our defense have some injuries? Sure. But I'll tell you what, if the Ravens O-line stays healthy, dude, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with because we just got absolutely manhandled on the front 6 or 7, man. We just got destroyed.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, and Nick Kostos mapped it out very clearly on Friday for us, Bob, is everybody in the football world believes the Ravens, even when the Steelers are healthy, are a better team, have a better quarterback, and have a better chance to go to the Super Bowl, regardless of who wins the division. Everybody in the football world believes that.
Yeah, there's no question. And again, injuries are a big part of this. Steve on Twitter says to us, Detroit has way more injuries on defense than the Steelers do, and they're doing fine.
Are they? They just gave up 45 points to the Bills last week. Didn't look like they were doing fine to me, and now might have to play in a wild card game instead of winning a division. I don't think they're doing fine.
Well, they have 13 wins, and they've been out. Hutchinson's their Watt. He's been out pretty much all year, and now their entire secondary is out. And one of their top running backs is out. They're all out for the year.
Yeah, that's why they gave up 48 points to the Bills and 31 to the Packers.
Yeah, but yesterday they did a better job.
They played Chicago.
I understand, but they still did a better job.
Well,
we'll see.
I think this
injuries are a big part of everything, and that's why I say, even though you have them, other teams have them too. And so you're going to have to just adjust and make plays and schematically overcome those things.
Well, you're not. I'll give you a hint on the playoff game. If they go in without 3/4 of their secondary and T.J. Watt at 50%
the NFC
and
Championship game with all these injuries, what do you say to them?
Great job. Great job.
But then how
I don't think they will. I think they're going to play out of the wild card round now, as a matter of fact.
Maybe so.
After looking all season, and the same thing happened in Buffalo last year. And it was easy to say, man, no excuses. This is the time to shut down Mahomes. Really? With 8 starters out on your defense, and he shredded them.
I get what you're saying, but you have to make up for it, too, somehow, some way.
You can't, Bob. You can't.
Scheme-wise, you can. I think there's a way to
you can't.
Okay.
You think that defense yesterday, with T.J. Watt being single-blocked, no Deshaun Elliott,
what I'm
no
saying
Porter.
Is, I understand what you're saying, but there were so many blown assignments. They take training camp, practice, they talk about depth on their team. Those are egregious errors that should not be made this late in the season. I don't care by whom we're talking about. It doesn't matter. You can't make guys – Isaiah Likely was completely ignored, right? Mark Andrews goes to the middle of the field. Cam Sutton goes one direction. KZ goes another. He's wide open. I don't care who you are. You can't make schematically those mistakes.
Well, they also gave 160 yards to Derrick Henry, who's pretty good. I'm just telling you that if they play anybody in the playoffs with that, with the injuries they had the other day, I'm picking the other team.
I agree with you, but I'm just saying from their point of view, you have to make up for it. You know you're shorthanded, figure out a way so that schematically you can somehow do something to make plays. You don't have to make every play.
Should T.J. Watt have played?
I don't know the answer to that. He seemed fine, but then maybe
he did.
Well, he
was
fine
getting single blocked
into
the whole
game. He was off the injury report. I could only assume that he's fine if he's off the injury report, right?
No.
There's no designation for him.
Did he look like himself in the game?
No. Again, you're asking me. I don't know the specifics of the injury. I don't know where. All I know is that by the end of the week, and his brother said he was fine. So if he's fine, then
his
what?
brother also talked about how it's sort of touch and go here because we all saw him go down in the previous game. You don't go down
so you
like
wouldn't
that.
have played him? I agree. If you wouldn't
well,
have,
no,
I would have.
Because here's the thing. I don't have the answer to this question. This is how I measure it. And I was falsely characterized on a different show here as saying I thought TJ needed to be 100% to play. That's ridiculous. Nobody's 100% this time of year. If you can answer for me this very simple question, would TJ Watt have been on the field in an October game against the Cardinals? If the Steelers can honestly tell themselves yes, then I'm okay that he played. If the criterion was, listen, in most other games, we'd sit you, but this is a big one. Go out there and gut it out like it was a playoff game, then I'm not okay. And I don't have the answer to that question.
Well, we're not going to have the answer to the question, so we can't make.
I know he looked probably, if I had to guess a percent,
and that was a young guy he was going
60.
against. Normally, that's
No, it was one-on-one against TJ with is that kid a rookie?
If he's not a rookie, he's a second year. He's a young guy, so that's a mismatch you would thought would favor them. But yeah, he may have been in his own mind, thinking to favor something because he doesn't want to react. I don't know what the thought was, and I still don't know the extent of the injury or what percent he was. I assume he's close to 100% if he's in there with no injury designation.
If he's close to 100%, I would be stunned with him. Then he should be ripped for that performance, which I'm not going to do. I'm going to assume he was closer to 60 or 50%.
Well, then you should not. That's malpractice to put him in at 60%.
I would agree.
But we don't know that.
I don't know that.
So,
but that's all we're left with is wonderings. And I wonder a lot whether he should have played or been saved for the Chiefs game. Then there's Joey Porter. Well, we got to get back to this. We got to run for a minute here. We'll get back to this. Should Joey Porter have come back in the game?
Well, that's an interesting question.
We'll get back to it in a second. How about Pickens? If he's ready to play 64 hours later or whatever it is, why didn't he play? Was it too risky, too conservative? Let's talk about the injuries coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the Steelers had a chance that was squandered to win the AFC North on Saturday in the loss against Baltimore. So now the Steelers can either win their next two games and win the division, or they can win a game against Cincinnati and still lose the Kansas City game as long as Baltimore loses to Cleveland in the final week of the year. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Sharkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because really they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich and Fishman, you will pay zero, no legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. And they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Dallas Cowboys held on for a win over the Bucs on Sunday night, and while Dallas was mathematically eliminated from the playoffs earlier in the day, finishing out the season strong could point to Mike McCarthy earning another contract and remaining as head coach of the team. If they do keep McCarthy, cue up more groaning from Cowboys fans that Jerry Jones is being too loyal to a coach that can't get the team over the hump. I'm Maggie Gray.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data for $30 a month, all in. No commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming. Like floating on a cloud, but not in a scary way. More like in a, this cloud is made of cotton candy and it's tasty kind of way. Ooh, that's good. Feeling calmer already. Because Now Internet comes with no worries and plenty of peace of mind, knowing that you've made the best decision. Cheers to you, my friend. The choice is easy. Turn chill mode on with Now Internet, backed by the Xfinity Network. Now, excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in. No commitments. Turn chill mode on at Xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What type of dog is that? That dog need to be on a leash, sir. The dog's trained. He knows his words. What's his words? If you say accident, he'll bite you. You say top dog, he'll save you. Your safe word is Top Dog. Top Dog Law. This the big dog, not the little accident. Top Dog Law.
Follow the red tags to real deals at ShorkeyChevy.com. Year end is here, and the 2024 models gotta go. Equinox, EVs, and Silverados up to an incredible $10,000 off. Full-size Tahoes and Suburbans now up to $8,000 off. Plus, 0% financing is available. Our holiday exchange event makes an upgrade more affordable than ever. Your red tag deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, the Fan's Christmas chorus brings you Malsey the Snowman.
Oh, Malsey the Snowman. It's okay to sing along, Bob. The rest of America is. With a giant bald head and a button nose, his favorite pitcher was Garrett Cole. Oh, Malsey. Come on, Bob. You're part of this.
Bob, you're going to sing your solo with your solo?
Sing your solo with yourself.
I don't have the words.
Yeah.
No.
Here it
It'll
is.
live on its own. There must have been some magic in that oversized hat they found. For when they placed it on his head,
Malsey danced around. Oh, Malsey the Snowman was a Larry Happy Bee. He was giant words and his favorite G. And he once claimed he made 9 straight threes.
Yeah, we blew it on those lyrics
I know.
at the end.
I know.
That
we
was
did.
a sign.
He made 9 straight threes.
And
It
a
should have been
caller
9 straight
or
threes.
a texter made that happen.
Limits, I want to present my Christmas gifts to you in light of what you gave to me. Please come in.
I would love that.
Bob, this is going to be very special. It would be more special if you had something for someone, but you don't. Which I'm really depressed about this whole Bob thing. He could make up for it by inviting us over, Limits, but he hasn't done that either. Limits gifted me a gigantic Buffalo Bills, an elongated, like a rectangular series of photos of the likes of Thurman Thomas and Jim Kelly and Cornelius Bennett. Here's your first one. I know it's re-gifted, but I think you're going to like it.
That's very nice. Thank you so much.
Why don't you tell the people what it is?
It's a Penguin scarf. It says...
It's like what you would wear to a soccer match in Europe.
Yeah, exactly. It's very nice.
It says, "Let's go Pens."
Courtesy
Very
of the
nice.
Hampton Beer Outlet.
Thank you to Bill Shaner.
Yeah, Bill Shaner. So I think
And thank
that's...
you to you, Joe.
And then, you didn't know this was coming.
No, what
It's
else
a
is
Moon Golf Club golf... It's not really a golf jacket.
Wow.
It's a
Look at that.
jacket, but I need to see if this fits you. Isn't that beautiful? It's a little bit
That's
small
very
on me,
nice.
but it's never been worn.
It's a little bit small on Joe. We're back to the regifting well.
That's all right.
That's an expensive jacket,
It is
Limits.
expensive. Those things
Can you
are-
put that on?
Yes,
Golf
let me try it.
golf
Take
swag
off
is
my
not
regular
cheap.
Take off the sweatshirt, too, because I don't know if it'll fit over the sweatshirt.
Well, put the sweatshirt on. If it does,
Yeah, I think it will.
Bob, who
then
wears a jacket over a sweatshirt like that?
well, I'm just saying
Is
if
it
it
gonna
fits,
fit?
if it fits, then it'll fit.
Do you have long arms, Limits? I don't think he does,
Somewhat.
Bob.
Not only is it
Is this gonna be
regifted,
too
you
small on
clearly
him,
had it
too?
on before, and it's all inverted.
If it doesn't fit,
It
just
is.
give it to someone in your family. Is there anyone smaller than you in your family?
Yes.
All right, they can have it. I'm sorry, Bob, for
I like
distracting
that.
us. Does
Bob,
it
that
fit?
fits.
Oh, look at that.
That fits really well.
Here, come on. Are you on camera?
How about that? No,
come on
not
over
there.
here and show the people what this looks like, Limits.
Is that
Bob?
a hoodie? That's a hoodie? No.
Look at that.
No, your hoodie is underneath. That's very nice.
Oh,
Shout out to
I'll
Moon
say.
Golf.
Yeah, man.
Moon Golf.
There we go.
Swag. Golf swag's the best. Don't
Thank
you agree?
Joe.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
You're
I didn't
welcome,
expect
buddy.
the second gift.
Yeah. Well, I felt guilty after the gift you gave me, to be honest.
You really
So
like
in
the
other
gift,
words, he
do
went
you?
outside, went into his trunk, something he discarded. He
I
brought
almost
in and
gave him
made
a used volleyball, Bob.
I saw him run out, and I was wondering what the case was.
That was the case. All right, Bob. TJ Watt I have severe questions without having an answer to the key question. Would he have played in any other game? If you tell me yes, I'm okay with him being out there. If you say he gutted it out in a playoff-like situation, then that to me was reckless. I don't know what the answer is, though. Seems to me the way that he played and was pretty easily handled by one guy, that he was compromised. Joey Porter. It seemed to me downright reckless that he came back in the game and then left. Reckless. You?
Well, I was confused by the talk was a calf injury, which, we saw Russell Wilson go through that and how long it took him to overcome it. And then he's back in the game. And I thought with the calf injury, that's strange. Later, it was regarded as a knee injury.
Yeah.
So I'm not so sure what it is, but I don't expect him to play in this game.
Yeah, me neither. Did it strike you when he came back into the game? Why is he out there?
Why is he out there?
Yeah. I would only expect to see that in a playoff game or a game you had to win to keep your season alive, honestly.
They sensed an opportunity to win a division, and they went after it that way. Could you blame them if that was the case?
Yes, I could, because they can still win the division.
But you can do it that day, right then and there.
So you're willing to risk everything to do it that day? Again, I wouldn't have.
The question is, how significant was it at the time? What was it? What degree did it affect him? I don't know the answers to those.
Me neither, but it struck me as very odd that a guy who was clearly compromised came back into the game and then left right away again. I have to ask, why did you put him back in? Then on the other hand, you had Caballi, at least via Andrew Filipponi on Twitter, saying the Steelers were saving their guys in some ways. Do you think that's true?
I don't know.
Do you think Pickens could have played in this game from what you heard, what you saw?
He was jumping around as if he had no problem with it, but I was okay with them waiting on him just because how important he is.
Then why not wait on Watt?
I don't know the extent of it. I don't want to answer these questions based on I don't know what it is. He was off the injury report completely, so therefore it tells me that he was as close to normal as you can be. Why?
Then he played a horrible game, you'd say?
Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, he played a horrible game based on his standards, but I don't know that it was injury related.
I have to believe it was. I have to believe it was.
Well, then
I do. And I don't believe injury reports for a second. Do you?
Don't they have to be somewhat honest on those things?
Are they? As any team?
Well, if you don't, there are consequences for it. I mean, they took away the probable, so there's only questionable, doubtful, or out. That's it. And if you're listed as questionable, that could mean you're probable, but you don't know it because you don't have to say it's probable. Well, I don't know.
Maybe at the same time they saved Pickens. It just seems very odd to me that you're not ready to play in this huge, gigantic game, as a lot of people build it, but you're ready to play 4 days later? 4 days? How many hours is that? That seems odd to me, but I don't know. What do I know, Bob? I guess nothing. And then all these other guys, Tomlin said he's leaving the door open for them. Deshaun Elliott. Here's the question again: if that actually were a must-win game on Saturday, would all those guys have played? Would Elliott and Pickens have played?
If they're that close to returning in a short week, I would have to say yes.
So maybe they're saving them. Maybe they wanted to split the difference. I don't know. Just the whole thing seems rather odd to me. Either it was a playoff-like game or it wasn't. They seem to have it a little bit both ways, is the way I would read all that.
Yeah,
how would you read it?
You're probably just going right down the fine line of what should we do? How important is it now? We know we have a runway after it, even if we lose. But I think if it were me, if anyone's capable of playing in that game, I'm playing them because I want to end it as soon as possible.
Well, clearly,
and then
if Pickens
have essentially 3 weeks to get everyone ready
right,
after
but
that.
Clearly guys who are ready for the Washington game could have played in that game if it were a playoff game. You don't miraculously heal in 64 hours.
What are you talking about, Washington game?
I mean, not the Washington game, the Kansas City game. Yeah.
No, but you could be trending toward that. And, I don't know. Again, you'd have to get specifics on where this injury is. Hamstrings can be difficult, and I think the best thing you can do on a hamstring is rest it as much as possible. So maybe they just wanted to elongate that time as much as they could. And if that's the case, then I wonder about this game. Why not just wait until the Bengals game? Then you get another full 10 days.
Well, yeah, that's a whole different question.
Yeah.
And I've said all along, health over home playoff game for me. I want to be completely healthy for the playoffs.
But I'm not going to tell you that I would prefer them being on the road because it means
neither would I.
I'd
like to be at home 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, so that to me
but health over home playoff game.
Well, I mean, sometimes you don't get a choice. Sometimes you have to play with what you got and just see what happens.
Then why weren't they out there?
I don't know,
my
Joe.
Question.
I mean, you're asking questions I don't have answers to.
I don't know. That's the thing. I'm not necessarily asking you for answers there, just opinions, and I'm very curious about their strategy here. They put a clearly compromised T.J. Watt on the field.
I don't know if it's clearly compromised. Again, he was not on the injury report. What do you actually think they would risk him if he wasn't able to play?
He was able to play. Then why not put other guys out on the field injured? That's my question. Was it a win take all? Everybody, everybody out there game or not? I don't know.
I think
Bob, you watched the game. You don't think T.J. Watt was compromised severely in that game?
I think he wasn't at his best, and I don't know if he was thinking to protect. Sometimes you get into that protective mode. I got an injury. I'm not going to do this here. I don't know what the reason is. Maybe that guy played a good game. I don't think he did. I think T.J. just didn't play up to his standards. That's all. But I can't sit here and tell you that he was playing when he shouldn't have. I don't know that.
I don't know that either. I want to be careful about that because maybe TJ plays an October game against Arizona. It just seems to be there seem to be inconsistencies here with who played and who didn't. But this much, if he wasn't compromised in that game, I'm stunned then at the result. We watch every snap this guy has taken his whole career. That was not T.J. Watt the other day.
No, it was not one of his better games, no question.
That was not him.
They need
Would you
him
agree
to be
with
that way
Limits?
in the next two.
No, I mean, he was clearly not the T.J. Watt of full capacity. I didn't think that he was, completely immovable, though. I didn't feel – immobile is the correct word.
Yeah.
I thought he was fine. I thought it was more so that the way the Ravens' offensive line and their scheme was, they schemed very well against the Steelers' defense. I mean, it was a very well-called game.
You thought that was the bigger issue than Watt not being himself in terms of just him?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
I think the Ravens just I don't believe it's the Craig Elo thing that Rob Long said, because I think Lamar played fine, but that was just a physically dominating game from the Ravens up front with Derrick Henry just
I think that was a complete mismatch. They just willed themselves.
On the other hand, there was a horrible interception that left the Steelers with the ball pretty well into the second half, down by a touchdown.
Right.
And they were moving the ball pretty darn good, too. Weren't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were.
What was the yardage situation at the half, Bob? Do you remember?
I don't have an answer to that. No, it's not. I don't remember.
Limits, I'm looking through my photos right now. Did you get the photo I sent you of the replay guy from the volleyball match?
Yes.
Bob, did you watch that? Whenever they have a replay in volleyball, the guy comes and sticks his head right in the camera. It feels like he's in your living room.
I saw that. The ultimate photo bomb.
He really is. Well, at the half the other day, team stat-wise, total yards were 201 to 175, I think. I mean, it was both teams were on pace for a pretty good game. And then once again, the Steelers were shortchanged on possessions late in the game, either because of Tomlin punting in certain situations or because the other team, yes, eventually dominated them. They've kind of been out-Steelered the past two games, right? Late in games, teams shoving it down their throat.
Well, here's the situation that, again, it was 24-17. They had the ball.
Yeah.
And, they're in position to do some one-score game. They still had plenty of time left in this game. It was 4th and 6.
How much time was left? How much time was left after the Minka pick?
Oh, I don't know that one. I know there were 10 minutes plus when they punted.
Yeah.
So that it had to be obviously less than that. But they have the pick, and they're in position, to eventually score and tie the game if they go down the field and score. And that's when the other pick happened.
Tell me this in one word for each of you. If the Steelers and Ravens play in a playoff game and the Steelers are healthy, relatively so, who wins the game? Who would you pick right now?
Where's the game?
Game doesn't matter.
Give me the Steelers.
Give me the Steelers.
Yeah, I'm leery of the Ravens. I am. I just think that team is due to do with. I think Henry is such a difference to what they do. And in those kinds of games, you better be able to stop that. And if you can't stop that, you're opening up a lot of opportunity here for Lamar Jackson. We got Randall's been on the line for a long time.
Why don't we bat Randall leadoff in the noon hour, and we'll hit more calls starting there. And then I have more questions for you. This game, even though it was 2 days ago, just the questions linger here going into the Chiefs game, Bob. And one of them is Najee. He's going to get, this is the day and age of participation trophies. He's going to get a lack of participation trophy. His numbers are going down and down and down. Let's talk about that coming up. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'll take a little trip around the league as well. Look at the matchups, the playoff matchups, if the season ended today, because that's always intriguing. And it's not, Bob was mentioning how many bad teams there are in the league this year. There's also kind of a lack of really exciting playoff races. It's kind of been a weird year that way. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevrolet EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd, with credit through GM Financial. High of 37 with cloudy skies. Limits, we're also going to do our report card. Are you ready for that?
Very much so. We'll see how hard of a grade Ray is giving out to the students. Once again, are the parents getting angry?
Yeah, a couple parents have contacted Ray and want to talk to him. Did you want to be a teacher at one point?
A little bit. I'd like to go to be a college professor to teach like a class.
You'd be great at that. I like your new jacket. Where'd you get it?
Moon Golf Club is a gift from you. Thank you very kindly.
You're welcome. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In the college football playoff, the games weren't necessarily close. Notre Dame beat Indiana 27-17 in the first game on Friday. Penn State beat SMU 38-10 in Happy Valley. And the blowouts continued later on in the day as Ohio State was victorious against Tennessee 42-17, and Clemson beat Texas in the middle game, or Texas beat Clemson, I should say, in the middle game, 38-24. More 93.7 thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Easy for me to say.
This afternoon, expect skies to become mostly cloudy and a high of 40 degrees. Southeast winds around 10 miles per hour. This evening and overnight, cloudy skies with areas of rain and snow arriving after midnight. A trace to 1 inch is expected in Pittsburgh with higher accumulations north. And on Tuesday, cloudy skies with rain and snow in the morning with lingering areas of drizzle in the afternoon. I'm First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The holidays are here, and so are the deals from your friends at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray and at sunchevy.com. Enjoy 0% financing on all 2024 Chevrolet EV models up to 60 months. This deal is good through January 3rd. Must have approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms, conditions, and disclaimers
at sunchevy.com. And remember, as the winter weather rolls in and before you hit the road over the holidays, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Happy holidays from the Sun Chevrolet family to yours. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Discover Pittsburgh's ultimate fashion destination, Tons. The city's first concept store for designer fashion. 5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
Moon Beer and Pop for less, your one-stop shop for all your holiday needs. Corona 18-pack bottles, $20.99. Michelob Ultra 24-pack cans, $21.99. Icy Light 15-pack cans, $13.99. And now Moon Beer carries High Noon and Surfside vodka seltzers.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Trucks are cheaper in the country. MeganFord.com.
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 Don't let winter catch you off guard. Be prepared with an Ariens snow thrower. Every Ariens 2-stage snow thrower is handcrafted in the USA with powerful engines that won't bog down in any condition. Ariens builds the toughest machines for the worst conditions with a model to fit every need, including features like hand warmers, electric joystick chute control, and auto turn steering. Throw back what old man winter dishes out with an Ariens, the king of snow. Visit your local independent Ariens dealer today.
Ho, ho, ho! 2 Men in a Junk Truck has an early gift for you. Mention the fan and save 10% off your junk removal. Book us before Santa comes.
Oh, oh,
2 Men and a junktruck.com.
If you're ever looking to impress friends, family, or clients with an amazing spread, then look no further than the Turn Club. They offer endless options of high-quality food prepared by a 5-star chef, yet at an affordable price. They can customize for all of your off-site needs, including holiday parties, grad parties, corporate events, and even weddings. Their full-service catering solution for both food and beverage will make it so amazing you will wish you found them sooner. Visit theturnclubs.com for more information.
Crowley here for Hampton Beer Outlet. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, football, Santa Claus, reindeer, and lots of ice-cold beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet is there for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager, 24-pack cans, $17.99. Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite, 30 packs, just $22.99. And Busch Light, $19.99. And a partridge in a pear tree. So drive a little, save a lot. This holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry this holiday season, from the biggest retailers and best brands, all while earning you free gas and groceries. Stop in our stores for bonus perk offers on gift cards. Give the gift everyone wants, and get a little something for yourself, too. The holidays are magical at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $185 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires January 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used the 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles, offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins will suit up on the ice at 7 o'clock against the Philadelphia Flyers at PPG Paints Arena, with the Penguins currently 4th place in the Metropolitan Division standings. It is the final game for the Penguins before Christmas, before playing a back-to-back against the Islanders, first on the road on the 28th and then home on Sunday, the 29th. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's a you show, not a me show. You're the star of the show. City Limits, who's next? We're talking tons of Steelers. Arrow up, arrow down on Russell Wilson after that game. Yes, he lost the game, but did he play the kind of football generally that you're going to need in a playoff situation? Translated, that means, can he get the ball down the field? Can he move around, move away from pressure, look like a younger Russell Wilson? Yes, to me, to all of that. I have some hope, but I'm not predicting they're going to win a playoff game, even one. I'm not predicting that. Bob, are they in the midst of a collapse here? Is that what you would call it if they lose? If they lose to Kansas City, is this a collapse?
I think we knew at the beginning of the season that this stretch was going to be a very, very difficult stretch. We also said if they build up enough in terms of wins early against teams they should beat, that they would give themselves a cushion, which is exactly what they did. So this should not be surprising.
Is it a collapse if they lose this game?
No, because of the competition they have. I don't think it would be that. You can look at it that way, but how they respond afterwards will do. If they lose to Cincinnati and then carry that over, be like 2020 again, 11-0, and then lost 5 or 6 to end the year. I'm hoping that's not the case, but I think the competition we're talking about here is the elite competition that they have to face during this time. Philadelphia, you could argue, is the best team, one of them in the entire game, if not the NFC, and then Kansas City is Kansas City.
If they lose this division, it is a collapse. However, as I've said, even when we were talking about winning the division in Baltimore and all of that, the biggest games are yet to be played. So, yeah, that would be a collapse, but you salvage that by winning a playoff game. Yes, just one.
It's kind of
just
like Penn
one
State.
would be great.
It's kind of like Penn State in the same mindset.
Yes.
It depends on what you do in the postseason.
Very good point, Bob. And we're going to talk about that college football playoff coming up in about 20 minutes. First, let's get to, is Randall still on the line? What a loyal listener
Randall has
he
been
is.
on the
Yes,
line.
he is.
I've been looking at Randall's timesheet here. He's been out for a long time.
Hello, Randall.
Hey, hello, how you doing? Joe, I met you in 2018 when I brought my son up there and we played catch outside
I remember
the
that.
Kansas City game.
Yes, I remember. Wonderful time.
All right.
If only Bob, the only way it could have been better was if Bob was there.
Exactly. Maybe next time we'll get all of us together and do that again. What about that?
Where are you, in Houston?
No, Atlanta.
Atlanta? What's the weather like in Atlanta this time of year?
Joe's looking for a golf destination.
Yeah.
It's pretty good today. It's about, I'd say, 53 degrees, sunny. So it's pretty good right now.
And what is it generally in like February? Is it playable for golf in Atlanta?
Well, I'm not a golfer, but in some days, yes.
Bob, I think I'm going to go to Atlanta and play golf. Go ahead, Randall.
So, Joe, you and Bob have gone back and forth so many times now that I almost lost my point here. But in some instances, Bob made a great point by saying that the players, I know everything eventually falls on Mike Tomlin, but you got players who have cost us games. Either they've cost us games by their play in the game or have cost us games by not being available for the game. Case in point, Bennett Hall fumble. Kimi Atu can't block. Shazier breaks his neck. Ben throws 5 picks. Toussaint fumble. LeBeau calls a 0 blitz. Ryan Monday out of position. Ryan Clark can't play in Denver. Ben throws 4 picks against Cleveland. Pouncey hikes the ball over all 3 of the rivers at the same time. So
that's actually a great line.
They do all of this. And then it still falls on Mike Tomlin having won a playoff game. Well, how many sacks have T.J. Watt gotten in a playoff game that he has played? How many has he been available for? So I know everything falls on him, but you criticize him when other people, other journalists or other commentators say Mike Tomlin is this and Mike Tomlin is that. Then you put that on. The standard is Mike Tomlin is only this and only that because of what other people say.
Yeah, at some point. What?
Huh?
Go ahead.
His point and his goal every year is to win the trophy. He says he wants to see confetti on T.J. Watt and Cameron Hayward. So his goal is to win the championship. It starts with winning a playoff game. So it's not just his standard is only to win a playoff game. So,
well, I know, but that would be nice if how about lowering your standard to that and actually winning one? Like, I agree with you. Of course, a lot of it's on the players. There's been injuries. But at some point, the over-the-top praise on him as one of the greatest coaches of all time falls flat when you haven't won a playoff game. Some of it falls on him, by the way. A lot of it falls on him. If you don't like the personnel around here, he has a big hand in that. He's the one that drafted Kenny Pickett. He's the one that brought in Matt Canada and wasted a couple years with that guy. He's the one that doubled down on Matt Canada. Did you see the Browns game a couple weeks ago? He butchered that game. So how many years is too many for you would be my question without a playoff win? Because if he doesn't win one this year, it'll be 8. Is it 10? 15?
It's been too many, but in all honesty, we've only been blown out in 2 of the last 6 playoff games that we played in.
What?
I mean, yes.
They've been blown out in every single one of them.
No,
those were home games, too.
Jacksonville was the 3rd seed, and they were winning at halftime against New England to go to the Super Bowl. You keep saying that was a bad game. They were a good team.
They weren't winning against New England to go to the Super Bowl. They were trailing at the half because they butchered an end-of-half situation down at the New England 1. And the Jacksonville game, they were down 28-0, I think, and then they were down by 10.
No, it was Cleveland. That was a Cleveland game.
Well, no, Jacksonville, they were down by a lot of points as well. And it was a 10-point game, and the Steelers got a junk touchdown with 4 seconds left, by the way.
True.
So they've been blown out of every playoff game.
Not every. Because we had the Denver games if Ryan Clark could have played, but
no, not that one. I'm talking about the 8-year streak here of playoff games. They've been blown out of every one.
We played Denver twice in Denver.
Yeah, that was before this streak started. The streak started with the AFC title game. No, the next year after the AFC title game lost to New England.
To New England?
That's when the streak started after that.
But your point's well taken. But it's a two-way street. It's both. The players obviously, and that was my point. When you look at the game in Baltimore, it was Russell Wilson bad mistakes at critical times. There's not much as a coach you can do in those situations. You expect better. But as you know, having said that, I still think he played a pretty decent game if you subtract those two. But you can't subtract those two. Those are big plays that happen. But they have to do better. The pressure's on them. It's been that way. And thank you, Randall, for the call. Appreciate it. And your patience as well. But when you're in a position to take advantage of some of this stuff, you got to do it, regardless of the circumstance, period.
See, and Tomlin is a complicated situation. It's, again, Randall's call was great, I think. But I think for a lot of people, it has to be one of two things. It has to be he's horrible or, man, he's one of the greatest coaches who ever lived. That leaves a pretty wide gulf in between that, I think, in which to judge Mike Tomlin. When we were arguing with Pony last week, he was saying, yeah, every year when they lose in the playoffs, you're saying, is this the year Tomlin's on the hot seat? Well, it's a complicated situation. Here's why. He wins more than he loses, right? He wins more than he loses, so it makes it tough to fire him. It makes it tough to fire a winning coach. What I object to is especially the national media, but a lot of local Steeler writers too, one of the greatest coaches, the over-the-top hype on this guy that's been heightened by Hard Knocks, where people are unable to distinguish between this guy is, magnetic. He's a star. He is. He's a star speaker. He's great with people. People love him. The inability to separate that from, and it's the inconvenient truth, but he hasn't come close to winning a playoff game since when? 2016. That's a tough thing to reconcile. So I'd love to be able to come out and either say, put him straight to the Hall of Fame or fire him, but it's a lot more complicated than that when you're judging Mike Tomlin. I would say, could you please win a playoff game one of these years? One of these years, and
right,
pretty
and
soon,
that is the expectation right now with ownership. It's time to do it. And
pretty,
so that's what
but not at the expense of his job.
Well, no, I'm not suggesting that. It's just time to do it. What I'm saying is, you mentioned about the coaching hirings. That's strictly on him. Largely the player acquisitions.
Yeah.
Largely on him. But here's the one thing that really, and it doesn't change. It seems like it's the same. It's the slow starts that we see. It's oftentimes he terms it as warming up to the competition, warming up to the game, whatever. You can't warm up.
You mean in seasons?
I'm talking about every first quarter of games.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Every first quarter of games, it seems like they're either tied and there's not much going on, or they're behind because they started slowly, lots of 3 and outs. How about coming out and dictating a first quarter? And that, if you're going to judge a coach, it's what you do to achieve that. What are you doing to achieve a good first quarter?
Ultimately, I'm judging a coach on what he does in the postseason. If he gets there, people also forget that during this playoff streak, they've missed, 3 or 4 times the playoffs. They haven't even gotten there. And when they do get there, they get destroyed every single time. So I'll fully admit, whether I'm talking with Andrew or anybody else, I'm and have been for a long time, very conflicted on Mike Tomlin. I don't think I've ever written they should fire him. I've said they shouldn't extend him as long as they should. Now, people may come back and say, well, if you say this season's another failure, if they don't win a playoff game, why don't you fire him? And my answer to that would be because he had a pretty good regular season, because he had a decent season. They won more than they lost. I don't make it a habit of firing people for that. It's not so simple. And his case is especially complicated because he does win. I do think he's a good coach. I just think at times it's just incredibly overhyped, and I think that this Hard Knocks thing has underscored that. And my position was always, let's wait and see how the season plays out here. And meantime, if they keep losing and don't win a playoff game, it'll be another 2020 collapse, Bob. That's inarguable, right?
I mean, if that's the way it ends, that they falter down the stretch and then it carries into the postseason, absolutely. But again, I'm looking at this competition they have, and I think we all knew everyone talked about it. Beginning of the season, look at the way this ends. 3 games in 11 days against all 3 physical teams, all 3 elite teams, I think, and teams that you're going to have to deal with. Now, they did what they had to do. We'll see what it goes into the postseason. As long as they win the division, I still think that's the opportunity. If they don't, I will look at that as a collapse heading into the playoffs, and then they can erase that by winning some playoff games. But you have to – they were in a position with a 2-game lead over this team that you got to close the deal. And it's still out there. It's still in their advantage. They're still driving the seat. We'll see what happens after that.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line, you can communicate with the Limitless Wonder, is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Next.
Let's go to Rob in O'Hara.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, great show as always.
Thanks for being there, Rob.
No problem. Joe, I disagree with you. I think it is pretty simple regarding Tomlin. When Chuck Noll was coach, he set the standard. Cowher upheld the standard, and then came Mike Tomlin, who has given us nothing more than 17 seasons of jibber-jabber. He's not a teacher. He can't evaluate talent. He's not a disciplinarian. He's an enabler.
Well, what about the entire 1980s when Chuck Noll only won 2 playoff games?
Well, we knew. I did, anyways. I was watching the games when they went 1-13. He came into the locker room at the end of the season and told his players, "A lot of you ain't going to be here anymore because you're not good enough." And that's
it's a lot different when you have a 1-13 team and they hadn't won in 40 years. Of course, you would say that.
Yeah. But the thing is, he delivered. Tomlin hasn't delivered for a long, long time. The only time he did deliver was with Cowher's players and Cowher's coaches. He's not a tactician. It wasn't Russell Wilson that blew this last game. It was Tomlin taking, instead of punting the ball and pinning Baltimore down.
But you don't think those turnovers, I mean.
See, you're the opposite extreme. You're the opposite extreme.
No question they hurt. But
they defined the outcome of the game. That's what lost them this particular game.
You make it sound like he's a horrible coach, which in my mind is ridiculous.
No, it's not, and I'll tell you why.
You think he's a horrible coach? Yes or no?
Yes. In 6 of the last 7 games, he's made major coaching blunders that you would expect from a rookie first-year coach. Their problem is very simple. Their focus isn't winning championships. Their focus is making splash plays.
Would you say the same of Dan Campbell, what he did last year in their game against San Francisco? Would you say the same if you watched their game a couple of games ago, when he is, without reason, going for things that are almost impossible metrically to, you talk about the ultimate gambler who can gamble away potential wins. I mean, coaches do this not just here. I think we focus too much on here. If you look around and watch some of these games, Rob, you'll see that those kinds of questions could be brought up against Rob Eberflus, or whatever his name was, lost his job in Chicago because of being an idiot in some of his decision-making.
You can make excuses, Bob. I'm as old as you are.
I'm not making excuses. I'm saying you called him a horrible coach. I think you can't do that.
He's a 500 coach, Bob. He's done what the Washington Redskins tried to do when George Allen coached them. He brings in all these veterans because he doesn't want to have that bad losing season with the hope of development, because he has no developmental skills. You look at his draft record and look.
I look at some of their draft guys that have developed, who have been 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round picks. I mean, you're making. I think you have an agenda. You have a syndrome here, Rob, about Mike Tomlin.
No, I don't, Bob. I've done a study on his. You look at his last, going back to Cam Hayward, his first 4 picks. Look who's left. Look who succeeded on his teams. Take a look. I did this. This guy isn't good enough to win.
Well, he's already won, though.
Yeah, he won with Cowher's players.
Oh, come on, with Cowher's players. You want to go back to Mike Tomlin's first draft, which was what, 2007?
Right.
Lawrence Timmons and LaMarr Woodley. LaMarr Woodley is the greatest postseason sack artist in the history of football. You can look that up. Were those bad picks? If you're putting it all on Tomlin and none on Kevin Colbert, were they bad picks?
All the way through it, Joe. I have. This guy has so many misses. It's not just Kenny Pickett. It's not just the soon-to-be Najee Harris.
No, you mentioned his first draft. You said from his first draft, and I think his first 2 draft choices were great. And then you said he won with Cowher's players. LaMarr Woodley helped him win a Super Bowl in a big way.
3 sacks.
Look, go back like I did. That's what I said. Hey, you can sit here and make excuses for him, but all we've gotten is jibber-jabber. He hasn't upheld the standard.
Right.
That's
okay.
I don't think we're going to change his mind.
I don't think so either, Bob. Maybe Mark Cabal. See, that's the thing. That's the thing with Tomlin. It's one of 2 extremes. I'm not afraid to admit I'm extremely conflicted with his, especially his recent tenure. I will say this. Win a damn playoff game one of these years. And right, I will say this, too. He butchered the Browns game, and that's one that could go back to haunt them.
Yeah, that game
Mike Tomlin in his first 4 to 5 years was an A+ coach. Since then, I would put him at about a C+. You?
Yeah, I just...
Is that fair?
C+, yeah, if you factor in postseason, absolutely it's fair, regardless of what the success was in the regular season. And I think on top of that, you had, at the time, some of the elite talent offensively in the game with those killer bees, things of that nature, and they didn't capitalize on any of that, and they had those guys here.
Well, it's interesting that we had those 2 people call, because the one guy who I thought was on one extreme was nothing is Tomlin's
It's all
fault.
Extremes.
Well,
you're right about
he
that.
did have the killer bees, but when did he have them for a playoff game all healthy?
Well, that's the other thing. Health was an issue on that. And again, for Bob and O'Hara, the thing is there are a lot of extenuating circumstances, and I kind of look at everything that way. I try to factor it all in, and while most people immediately go to quarterback and coach for everything, there are other aspects of these games and mistakes, bad. Do you think they're coaching to jump off sides, to false start, to illegal shift all the time? Some of this comes on the players too, and you have to understand that those guys are out there, and if they don't do what they're supposed to do, it looks bad for the coach. Of course it does.
Good coach, yes. Miracle worker, as he's been painted as in things like Hard Knocks.
No one's painting him here as a miracle worker.
A lot of people are. Not you. Around the Steelers, and especially nationally, paint him as a miracle worker. That's what they do, and he's not. Miracle workers don't go 7 and 8 years between simple playoff wins, and more to the point, between even competing in a playoff game. You do realize his defenses set an all-time record for giving up 40 points in consecutive games.
Which is why this defense, as good as it can be and as good as the name recognition is, has a standard to live up to, especially when they get to the playoffs. If they are what people think they are as the highest-paid defense, they're going to have to make plays and not break down what you saw in Baltimore, some of these just easy touchdown passes they were giving up. And I know you don't have part of your secondary. I get it. But you still can't allow for that, period.
So it's somewhere in between for the Michael Silvers and Jason La Canforas of the world, who roll their eyes at any criticism of Tomlin and tell the world how lucky everybody is to have him and that he is a miracle worker. I say, where do you see that over the last 7 years? Which is a lifetime in the NFL, a lifetime. Is he going to win a playoff game this year? Can he? And that's sort of the lowest of expectations, is it not? Can he be competitive in one?
Well, I still think you have to get there first. And
well, they're there. They're going to get to the playoffs.
They are. How you get to the playoffs, it still comes down to how you're playing into the playoffs. If you're not playing well, that's a problem. So the teams that are trending normally are the teams that really play well this time of the year and they carry it into. That's what they need to change, and it starts on Wednesday. And if they do play well and beat Kansas City, I think people have a whole different look at this heading down the stretch.
Yeah, and I think they might. I think they might play well. It helps to have your players. It helps to have your best offensive player. That's what George Pickens is. He's the best player on the offense. That kind of helps. It helps to have T.J. Watt healthy for a playoff game, which now seems to me to be cast in doubt. Did you see Kabali walking through here, Bob?
Yeah, he's in there. Is he due to be on? Yes, he is, right?
I don't know.
Christmas
Kabali,
guest.
Come here for a moment, please.
Why is he roaming here if he's not going to be on the show?
I don't know. He's being very sort of suspicious. Could we talk to you just for a moment? Not even about the Steelers.
Look at him at the door.
What is he doing?
He's peering through the glass there.
He's scaring me. No, I want to introduce you first.
We're not going to have breaks. This is a breakless hour, commercial-free radio right here on 93.7
There's
The Fan.
no breaks around here.
No, we don't want to say that.
And there are a lot of things he does that I like. Not Caballi, but Tomlin.
Oh, since when have you paid attention to the clock? Oh.
Now he's breaking
mic
everything.
Drop, literally a mic drop right there on the
Are you
computer.
on with the PM guys?
No.
Why are you here?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Why are you here then?
It's a secret.
Negotiating a big-time contract.
It's a big secret.
I know what you're doing.
It's a big secret.
Do you want to come back the next segment with us?
As long as it's not 59 minutes like your normal segments are. Was that a dart? Was that
yes, it is a dart. But if you look at the people online who've been waiting for over an hour, you understand.
It was a joke.
Why is he looking at Austin?
We've got to like 100 callers today. I think this has been a very inclusive
You think I can name every single one of those Buffalo pictures?
Yeah, try.
I can't even
Go
see
left
from
to
here.
right.
It looks like Kelly Thurman.
Yep.
Thurman.
Smith.
Bruce.
Lofton.
Yep.
I can't see that far.
You'll never.
It looks like Kelso. I can't tell, but Cornelius Bennett's on the end. Who's
the guy running? I can't see a number.
Andre Reed?
No. Second to the last on the L.
That guy is Steve Tasker.
Who's the A?
Steve Tasker, the greatest special teams player who ever lived.
Too far away. I thought it was Mark Kelso.
They look the same, don't they? But no, because Kelso had the big kazoo helmet. You remember that?
Kelso from That 70s Show?
Got bad eyes.
No, from North Hills High School. Mark Caballi joins us next on the Cooking.
Oh, here we go. You wonder why you ain't getting no gift from me, all right?
Oh.
I see what you're doing, Top Dog Joe.
That hurt.
It was a joke.
Can we hear Ron's voice? I was talking with Jack
You're
Ham
a pathetic
about Ron.
person, you know that?
Today's Jack Ham's birthday.
Oh, my God, it is?
Yeah, the
How old
Steelers
is he?
tweeted it out.
What? Holy horse
They said
milk.
happy birthday, Jack Ham, 2 hours ago.
Football fans, buckle up because for the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is celebrating with the greatest playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay for all 5 days. How about that? I would extend that to this week. Clearly, I've made a mistake here. This was going into this week. But the deal remains the same. It's a no-sweat same-game parlay. Now, you can combine your bets for a chance at an even bigger winning. And if you don't hit, you'll get a bonus bets back. So the idea here is to visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. And with the NFL playoffs almost here, here's the deal for that. You can get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways to pick up a W, which players will score a touchdown, how many points each team scores, etc. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, 21 plus. Present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mark Caballi joins us next on the Cooking.
Oh, here we go. You wonder why you ain't getting no gift from me.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins will play tonight against Philadelphia at 7 o'clock. It's the last game for the Penguins before Christmas. And yesterday in the NFL slate of games, Cincinnati beat Cleveland 24-6. And just a couple other scores that are impactful from around the NFL. Buffalo comes back to beat New England 24-21 after New England had a commanding 14-0 lead. Dallas beats Tampa 26-24 on Sunday Night Football. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The all-new Cigars International Superstore in South Fayette is now open. It's located at 701 Holland Street in Bridgeville next to Topgolf. The Cigars International Superstore features a giant walk-in humidor with a large variety of brands and accessories. They also offer a full-size bar with daily specials and indoor and outdoor lounges with multiple TVs and fire pits. Find holiday gifts for your cigar lover with a special exclusive offer for fan listeners. $5 off a $25 purchase when you mention code THEFAN at checkout.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start January 8th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Dallas Cowboys held on for a win over the Bucs on Sunday night, and while Dallas was mathematically eliminated from the playoffs earlier in the day, finishing out the season strong could point to Mike McCarthy earning another contract and remaining as head coach of the team. If they do keep McCarthy, cue up more groaning from Cowboys fans that Jerry Jones is being too loyal to a coach that can't get the team over the hump. I'm Maggie Gray.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Some think that you have to be part of a club or know someone to get in. Not the case. At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply need to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, and you're eligible to join for just $5. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Your home deserves the best protection without breaking the bank. For For a limited time, Guardian Protection is giving you a free security camera and 3 months of professional monitoring. Yes, for free. With HD video and motion alerts, you'll always know what's happening at home, even when you're not there. Plus, two-way audio lets you check in anytime. But don't wait. This deal won't last long. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free camera today. Terms apply. New customers only.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet.
Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
The holidays are here, and so are the deals from your friends at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray and at sunchevy.com. Enjoy 0% financing on all 2024 Chevrolet EV models up to 60 months. This deal is good through January 3rd. Must have approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms, conditions, and disclaimers at sunchevy.com. And remember, as the winter weather rolls in, and before you hit the road over the holidays, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. With the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Happy holidays from the Sun Chevrolet family to yours. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
This is the time of the year when a lot of people want to set new goals for the new year. I just sat down with Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff. I've known Dan for many years. He's helped a lot of people. Hi, this is Larry Richard. So what are your goals? You want to lose weight? You want to stop smoking or dealing with anxiety? A lot of people are dealing with that. Call the PA Hypnosis Center today. You can set up a no-obligation free consultation at 724-934-8446. Just mention KDKA. Dan will give you $100 off any gift certificate so you can gift this opportunity. And with the PA Hypnosis Center and Dan Bitchoff, he'll offer you a 98% success guarantee. So whatever your goals are, achieve them. You can by calling 724-934-8446, the PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Call now.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Kabbalion Mongoose has entered the building. Mark Cabali. Listen, man, I'm interested in this. Bob, where's he going? He was just at his seat.
We're going to put him over there so we can put him on video because we don't have video at the other spot.
All right.
What just happened there?
I don't know.
Did Mark just
Limits told me to come over here.
That was that's Mark Cabali's version of the tush push. He just pushed my tush right into the camera lens.
I'm just
Speaking of which, how about Kenny Pickett getting in the game yesterday? Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Big shock they didn't score a touchdown, Bob.
Oh, Devonta Smith dropped that one.
He did throw a touchdown.
He did throw a touchdown.
He did?
Yeah. A.J. Brown, a little slant pattern.
Oh, yeah,
right
he
across
did.
the middle.
I'm sorry. And he threw an interception.
He threw a horrible interception on a slant pattern, too. Looks like they were only running slants in the game.
When did he leave the game?
11 plays in.
And then he got hurt, right? Later on?
Who?
Pickett. Said he hurt his ribs.
Well, he got hit a couple of times. I don't know if that was the result.
What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, he did hurt his ribs. I can confirm.
You sound like that coach.
Washington could be a team to watch out for in the playoffs.
Boy, that was a big win.
That's
good win.
That's a team that got a lot of different things going for it.
All right, I got questions that need short answers because our time is short, like 10
How can
seconds
you
or less.
disrespect him?
In what way?
Short answers.
Because we're almost to the top of the hour, and now you're wasting time.
Like that ever has stopped you in the past.
Who's in and who's out? Your gut feel. Deshaun Elliott.
I think he's in.
Freiermuth. Not Freiermuth. What am I talking about? Pickens.
In.
I think he's in.
Ogunjobi.
I don't know if I put him in, but I don't. No, I think he's in.
Joey Porter Jr.
No.
Look at Bob.
I thought you were asking both of us. Am I?
No, we have him as a guest.
Right.
I've already asked you. I'll be back. Who else am I missing here? Joey Porter, Dante Jackson.
I think he'll be in.
Then why didn't they play the other day? How are you not in for this gigantic game that they're painting it as, to the point where they put T.J. Watt obviously compromised out there, to the point where Joey Porter goes back in injured? If that's your theme of that game, we have to win, go out there hurt. Why didn't these guys play in that game?
Well, as the road gets narrowed, as you told us, things tend to change here. I don't know if I quite believe that. As in, I think they should be stayed out. I'm glad that they didn't play in this Baltimore game.
You think he was saving him?
I think he was. I mean, come on. First, if he says this road gets narrow, we look at it more of a short-term thing rather than a long-term thing. Then all of a sudden, his five starters aren't.
Then
what about T.J. Watt?
Then what about T.J.?
Well, you're not going to tell T.J. Watt. That's one guy that I think if Mike Tomlin says you're not playing, T.J. be like, yeah, get out of here. You know, I think TJ was
But
playing
he was off
regardless.
the injury report, so you're
He was
assuming...
never on it. Yeah, he was on the he wasn't
But
even
clearly
doubtful.
compromised in the game.
He didn't look 100%.
He didn't look anywhere close. He was getting single blocked by a guy with Garden in his name. What was his name? Gardner?
He was a gardener before he became a tackle.
Come on. He was getting single blocked.
100%. I wish they would have moved him around a little bit more. That might have helped his ankle out, but he wasn't going to come out of that game. But the other guys, I think you needed to give them the benefit of the doubt of that rest. Maybe not Ogunjobi. I thought he was going to play, but the Jacksons, the Elliots, the Pickens, let him roll, man. Like I've been saying this, and I told Bob
You mean
this.
let him roll, let him rest?
Let him rest.
Yeah.
Let him rest. Let him roll with their injuries and let them get healthy. As I told Bob last night, he probably totally disagrees with me. I would much rather have them 100% healthy without question and be on the road for round one of the playoffs.
Me too.
Than the other way around.
Me too. You're speaking my language. Health over home. Health over home.
You can't blanket say they're all not. They're all going to be injured to some degree. I'm putting an emphasis on getting a home playoff game. That's what this is all about. That's why you play this entire season.
No, it's all about winning a playoff game.
Okay, but you have a better chance, I think, of doing it at home.
I think better chance healthy.
The only chance you have is with George Pickens.
Well, he's going to be healthy no matter what, I think.
Is he? Or does he need that extra week to make sure?
Do you know something we don't know,
I'm
Bob?
just saying, if he's going to play, and it looks – Mike Tomlin said there's a real chance. That was his words. A real chance he can play. So I'm assuming that means he'll play. If he plays, and if he plays the last game, or if they clinch, then he doesn't have to play the last game. They're going to be healthy, plus they'll be at home. You know?
Now, what does that mean?
I think the home is very important. A 3-seed versus being something on the road.
Those teams 3 through 7 are all the same.
I'm not sure I wouldn't want to play the Texans over anybody, to be honest with you. But, yes, I would rather be at home. Let me be clear about that.
You have everything.
But the choice is home or healthy. I'm taking healthy.
But they're not. It's not going to be 100% unhealthy. That's.
So you would take a chance of running George out there, maybe not 100%, with a 20% possibility that he aggravates that hamstring and he's out. I wouldn't even take that chance. I wouldn't.
Okay. Regardless of whether he plays or not, to me, it's important to win this division and get that. I think it is important. And I'm never going to not think that. They're playing these games to win them for a reason. T.J. Watt played last week.
It is important, but is it most important? Is it more important? Is it worth taking that risk that he just described to try to get a home playoff game?
There are risks in practice. When did George Pickens get injured?
You have a guy who's already hurt. There's a clear risk.
These practices, I mean, I think me walking to the actual practice field,
if there is no risk,
more than them during.
If there is no risk, then why didn't they play in Baltimore?
I don't know. I'm just telling you.
And their 5 starters are the ones who sat.
When they get to the playoffs, I'm assuming they're all going to be available to play. And if they are, I'd rather play at home. That's my only thing. I'm not going to. It's not an either or. Like your 5 guys are going to be out. You're going at home and 5 guys are out. You're going on the road, they're all in. No, they're going to be available.
No, there's
Most
steps
of them,
along the way. Do you play them? He just gave you a very clear Pickens example. But I'm with you in this sense that if again the question is this: if my medical staff told me that Pickens could play on October 23rd against the Cardinals, then I'm saying play him in this game.
How about if they're telling you that?
Then I'm playing it.
Okay.
If the same criteria for TJ.
You would be critical of it because you don't know.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't. I've had that criterion all along. It was the same with TJ. I said going into this game, if you can tell me he would play on October 23rd against the Jets or the Cardinals, I'd play him in this game. However, if you're telling me, man, this is pushing it, I would only play him in a must-win, in a playoff game type scenario, then I'm saying absolutely not, because I'm prioritizing, finally, for a Mike Tomlin team, being healthy to open the playoffs.
And I think that's what he's done all season. You can name player after player after player that you thought he was coming back, and he waited. Russell waited a couple weeks. Highsmith waited an extra week. Ogunjobi, they waited an extra week. I mean, everybody seems to have been waiting. I know I'm missing a couple here.
But you're telling me they can't order T.J. Watt to sit?
I just don't think that's something they would do.
And how about Porter coming back in?
I'm sure they could.
How about Porter coming back in, obviously hurt?
Yeah.
That was strange. I will admit that. You don't normally, in that sort of situation, knowing there are just 2 games left after this one, he got hurt, and he's coming back in. Again, I would like to know more information about what they thought or what it is, but that seems strange to me.
You know what we have to consider is this medical staff you speak of with, dozens of soft tissue injuries. If they say, okay, he's good to go, why am I believing you right now, right?
Well, I mean, obviously I have great respect for people who are in the medical profession, but it doesn't take a doctor to look at Joey Porter, not after he left the game, when he came back in. It doesn't take a doctor to say, this doesn't seem smart because he's clearly favoring that leg. And then sure enough, he left the game. You don't need to be a doctor to make that evaluation.
Let me ask you something about Pickens real quick. If he plays this game, but he can only play 20 snaps.
No, I'm not doing that.
Do you do that?
No. I'm under the belief if he's going to play, then he's healthy to play. And you're not going to have a pitch count on anyone. I think that's dumb at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Either you're healthy and you got a green light, you're doing everything, we'll put you in.
I don't know. I think that's just not 20%, but if your job is a series of sprints throughout the game and you're coming off of an injury, even if you're deemed healthy, I think it's very smart to cut that to at least 60 or 50%, don't you?
I would cut it to, we'll see on January 12th.
You just want him to run 100% sprints like you would normally, even though he's coming off an injury?
You just said that if my medical staff says I'm 100%, that you'd play him. If it was October 13th against Arizona, same situation.
But if you're coming off an injury,
they have a lot to play for here.
Yeah, so if you can answer that question, yeah, he'd play in any other game. There's still another question, which is, do you just throw him out there for 100% of the sprints here? Or do you err on the side of a little bit of caution?
What about Kansas City, right? They've had pretty much everything wrapped up. You think they're going to rest their players in this game, knowing that they still don't have
I don't think playing George Pickens 60% of the snaps
you don't
is
think
resting
Patrick
him.
Mahomes was you must have thought he was 100% if he played, and he wasn't. But he still gutted it out and played. He did.
At first, I defended the idea that he was faking it. If that's a high ankle sprain, then there's no way he's running around like that.
It was so high, it was almost his knee.
My point is, he had an injury. You saw what it was. Your logic would say he should not have played last week.
Who, Mahomes?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, first of all, they're 2 games up. They can afford luxuries. Secondly,
if
Patrick
you
Mahomes.
start losing games and all of a sudden that luxury goes away, just like the Steelers had a 2-game lead over the Ravens, that's suddenly gone. I'm saying they need the number 1 pick.
I think Patrick Mahomes would have played in any game.
Played so much football over the last 3 years, they more than anyone needs it. That's what they're playing for. They're risking injury to all those guys who are not 100%. They're trying to get done what they want to get done, and that's the way I view the Steelers.
Okay, then why didn't they play against Baltimore? That's the obvious question then, Bob.
Because they were injured, and they're trying to come back.
Oh, suddenly they're back 60 hours later playing in a game?
4 or 5 days.
4 or 5 of them?
Difference.
There's different injuries, though. Mahomes, you could probably protect that a lot more if you're a quarterback, right? Compared to George Pickens running sprints with a hamstring, right? You say stay in the pocket. I don't know if he did or not. I don't think.
No, he ran all over the place.
So I was at the game.
He
so
got
I
hit.
What I'm saying is you could protect that more. It's pain tolerance for the most part. With George's, it will take a step and all of a sudden.
Mahomes, your whole future.
Well, I'm not saying I agree with him playing, But I could see you could protect him more than you could protect other guys or other positions.
I agree with you. I'm not even sure what we're arguing about.
I don't know. I don't know what we're arguing about either. All I know is that we're talking medical issues. We have no.
We're talking about how much risk do you take in these games?
These medical staffs, they're trainers. They do have milestones that these guys have to reach, especially hamstrings. You have to run 20 miles per hour. Then the next day you have to hit this. Then the next day you have to hit this. Once you pass all of them, they're like, you're clear.
If a pitcher's coming off an arm injury and we're getting ready for the playoffs and it's a giant game, I think it makes sense to pitch him 4 innings. I'm glad to have him for those 4 innings. I'm not throwing him 8 in his first game back from injury. If George Pickens just missed games with a hamstring injury, I'm going to put him back in. To me, it's common sense to, all right, we're going to put him back in. He's ready to go. But we're not the whole game.
But
how about in one of those 20% snap counts that you want, he gets injured?
How about one of the other ones he gets?
But you're saying that okay, I'll just ease him into it. But how about if he gets injured?
Anytime a guy's coming back from injury, there's risk.
Well, then we'll never play him again. Shut him down for the whole year. Wait for 2025.
In your opinion, should have played him against the Ravens then?
No, I don't know the situation. What I'm saying is I don't know where he was in that. I can't determine it. They know. They have medical information that we do not have. They're making the best decisions that they can.
So impossible to go in this giant game. In this giant game against the Ravens, impossible to go. Nope, not playing at all. And 70 hours later, you're going to play 100% of the snaps? That doesn't make sense to me. Maybe
Why?
I'm crazy.
You would have an extra 4 to 5 days to get ready for that. Maybe he's that close. Maybe he could have, and they want to make sure. Maybe
then in your opinion,
exactly
they should have. If he could have, they should have.
Yes.
That's what you said.
I agree.
You're ripping them for not playing Pickens.
I'm not ripping anyone. I'm telling you that I would.
Right, Mark?
If I want to win a division, Joe, they're set up to do it. They worked their way into this spot.
Then they should have played everybody against the Ravens because they had a chance to win it, in your opinion. Right, Mark?
Yes, they did have every chance to win it. I still don't believe the 20% is. If you're going 20% with George Pickens on Wednesday, hold him out. It does me no good.
Well, we don't know that. If he's going to play, then I would assume he's going to play the game the way you would expect him to play the game. Do you actually think they're going to go in saying, okay, he's going to play, but we're just going to you can run long or short or just do a hook route and that's it?
Wait, you've never heard of a pitch count for a guy coming back from an injury?
He was on one not long ago.
You've never heard of that?
Not in a game with this. If they're playing him because they need him to win a game that they want to win.
I'd love to have
the Cleveland game where he injured it that Friday. Didn't Tomlin say we didn't think he was going to give us enough snaps to give him a helmet? Same situation.
But he also said he was willing to put him on a pitch count. He said that right before the game.
Which, if you're going to pitch count, in my opinion, don't play him. So
I agree with that. Pitch counts. If you're willing to, it's simple for me.
So you'd rather have none of George Pickens than some?
Yes.
Yes.
Then you're both crazy.
No, you're crazy. Because with some, you can still
You'd rather have Paul Skeens coming off an elbow injury, give you 4 innings or 7, and you say either give me 7 or none?
Well, okay, let me ask you this. If it's Paul Skeens and you needed him to clinch a playoff spot, this is the last game of the year.
Yeah.
And he can he's coming off an injury. You're going to throw him 3 innings, or you're going to throw him as much as he possibly can be thrown to win this, or you're out of the playoffs?
I'll put it this way. If you gave me a choice of
Harry Skeens is bad because it's
7 or none, or 7, 3 or none, I'm taking 3.
You're taking 3 over 7?
Or 3 or none, I'm taking 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take the 3.
Until you get to the 3, then 3 turns into 4, that turns into 6.
And maybe you're risking a long term then, yeah.
Injury.
I mean, neither one of you guys has heard of people coming off injuries being on pitch counts as a pass rusher, as a running back, as a wide receiver.
I think Mike Tomlin has coached that way. You saw it in second series this year. Both T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith were out of the game. In this, he's done that. He will make sure that certain guys are not overexposed, not because of injury, maybe just because they're better as they're fresh. I don't know.
Plus, once you're out there, they can say all they want with the linebackers. Denzel Martin saying, okay, go get TJ. TJ's coming off when TJ wants to come off, even if he is banged up a little bit. And he's not going to come off. I mean, it's different with maybe running backs. It's not like Mike Tomlin saying to the wide receiver coach, Zach Gazzoni, I want him doing 18 snaps. No, I mean, he has to have that.
Thank you, Mark.
Predetermined before he goes in there. By the way, it's past 1 o'clock.
I know, and it's your fault. Bob, say goodbye to Mark.
Goodbye, Mark. It's always a pleasure.
Merry
what
Christmas
a wonderful
to you
man
too,
he is.
By the way, he was our 3rd point setter last night.
I heard Pony went after him on the showdown. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, there was a little edgy there between you
Yeah,
two.
apparently Pony got some stomach issues today that may not.
More blowouts than the 07 Patriots.
Hey.
Is he in?
He's like, what do you say about Molly?
So he's not here?
Mulsey in the craft brewery?
The craft beer house.
Lights up like Mulsey in a craft beer house.
Or Pony at a Syracuse game.
Well, I hope Pony is feeling better. That's not a good feeling.
No, that's
Any
not
stomach
good.
issues. I do hope he feels better. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Fan weather. Bob, you want to argue about college football coming up for a minute?
I thought you were going to say the weather. Yeah, we could do that.
Let's do that for a moment. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevy EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd. With credit through GM Financial, high of 37 today, cloudy skies.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Mike Tomlin at his press conference yesterday left the light on for George Pickens, Deshaun Elliott, Larry Ogunjobi, Justin Fields to be able to return for the Steelers, Dante Jackson as well, and play on Christmas Day on Wednesday, but not as optimistic that can be the case with Joey Porter Jr. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Who's ready for White Elephant?
Okay, I'm up. Yeah, I'm taking the big one.
Of course he is.
Every year. Let's see. Whoa, it's a roller carry-on suitcase. Wow. Wasn't our budget $30?
Yup, exactly what I paid for it on Mac.bid.
Oh, Mac.bid. Good idea.
That is so smart.
Don't get too attached to it.
I'm gonna steal it.
No, don't you dare.
Everyone knows the real winner of the White Elephant is the one who brings the best gift. Fit every holiday budget with up to 80% off retail prices at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Discover unbeatable value at GetGo Cafe and Market, where free coffee Mondays are back. Fuel your holiday spirit with any size self-serve hot or iced coffee or cold brew. Simply scan your loyalty card every Monday through December 30th. Hungry? Get the GetGo food you love with a $5 value meal. Plus, save on gas and groceries with My Perks. Visit GetGo today and kickstart your day with great savings and delicious options. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Pierce the Veil. I Can't Hear You World Tour 2025. Pierce the Veil, live in Pittsburgh, with Sleeping with Sirens and Daisy Grenade. Live at the Pavilion at Star Lake, May 25th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit piercetheveil.net.
You might not consider yourself a tech expert, but that doesn't mean you can't protect yourself from online scammers with a little help from McAfee Total Protection. Whether it's a fake missed delivery text or an urgent bank alert, these scams can look incredibly convincing. That's where McAfee Total Protection steps in. So go ahead, manage your finances, and shop online. McAfee will help keep your device's privacy and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED. And it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to Hims. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through Hims.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through Hims.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
It's the most wonderful time of the year to save at Spitzer Acura McMurray. And Panda's leading the way with our unbeatable deals during Season of Performance event. Get our biggest savings of the year on every new Acura, like the new, all brand new electric 2024 Acura ZDX. And with any new Acura, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner during service. Hurry, our friendly consultants are ready to help you now.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking, Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, January 8th, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry. Weight loss 5:30. Stop smoking 8 p.m. Or Thursday, January 9th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 11 a.m. Stop smoking 2 p.m.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Brian, owner of Awesome Electrical Services. If you want your home's electrical system to be awesome, call Awesome Electrical Services, 412-331-8999, or awesomeelectricalservices.com to schedule a free estimate with me today.
'Twas the night before Christmas, no action to be had. Mrs. Claus bought you NuFlo. Boy, ain't you glad. NuFlo Men's Health is Pittsburgh's leader in treating ED successfully. Guys, receive the gift of confidence this year. NuFlo has turned back the clock by offering pre-COVID pricing for big-time savings. No pills, no injections, no games. Call now for details at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from the guys at NuFlo Men's Health.
Mrs. Claus, I'm ready. Thanks, NuFlo.
Hey, Crowley here. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, Santa Claus, and yes, lots of ice-cold beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet is here for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager, 24-pack cans. Oh my gosh, $17.99. Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite 30-packs, just $22.99. Having a party, maybe a little Christmas gift, beer. Drive a little, save a lot this holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Calling all golfers, your winter plans just got a little better. Shooters Golf is the ultimate golf entertainment destination, offering climate-controlled bays so you can play through any weather with Top Tracer technology. Track every swing and feel like you're on the course. I've been there, I know. And when it's snowing outside, you're inside hitting the ball after your round, cold beer, delicious meal, full-service kitchen. Why wait for spring? Grab your clubs and reserve your bay now. That's shootersgolf.com. Tee off today at Shooters Golf.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It was a big weekend for Penn State, winning the volleyball national championship, the 8th ever for Penn State volleyball yesterday against Louisville in 4 sets. Penn State football moved on in the college football playoff. Texas beat Clemson. Ohio State victorious against Tennessee. And on Friday, Notre Dame beat Indiana, as those teams will all move on to the quarterfinals, which will all be played at bowl sites after the first round was played on campus at the higher seeds. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
In all our excitement here, and that was a great segment, I thought, with Mark Cabali. All of us arguing like so many people will be over the holidays. Bob, do you get in certain arguments with certain people in your family, a cousin, an uncle, where it's a sports argument or it's a certain
define
thing?
Argument.
I mean, I can remember people in Susie's family, every time I would see a certain guy, there would be an argument about the Pirates, for example. Or every time I would see... I don't know, who was it? Aunt Patty, somebody like that. There would be one little particular thing that maybe not argue, but it was the topic that I would talk to Aunt Patty about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody has a designated topic, and you know what I mean.
Aunt Patty, if she had a couple of drinks and got even more testy about her position, and
maybe political stuff.
Well,
yes,
political stuff is never good.
No.
We have a rule: never bring that up, and when you have gatherings, it's just not worth it.
It's not worth it. No. Very bad idea.
But sports, I mean, you could live with either or, I think, number one, if you're going to have this kind of stuff, you have to understand everyone has a different opinion, and that's okay. I'll listen to yours, or you listen to mine. I'm sure you don't agree with mine. I may not agree with yours, but it doesn't matter as long as you do it in the right way.
What a beautiful philosophy, Bob.
Isn't that the way it should be, though? Listening. Like, a lot of people don't want to listen anymore. They just want to spew to you whatever their position is, and there's no other side. Well, there are other sides.
Well, I wonder if we're on the same side with this little topic. That is Mr. Running Backwards himself. Deontay Johnson is there for the taking right now. Mike Tomlin was asked about that at the end of his news conference yesterday.
Deontay Johnson is expected to be available on waivers this week. Do you anticipate having any interest in that?
I have nothing to add about somebody that's not in our football team right now.
That didn't sound great. Didn't sound great, Bob. I would be shocked if this happened.
Shocked. Why would you do it?
Having said that, is it something you would advocate for? Do you want Deontay back here?
No.
Limits, do you?
Not really, no. I think he was too much of a headache, and there was a reason that they shipped him out for basically, at the time, nothing, even though Dante Jackson's become a decent piece.
I have a less than no interest in this. This is a guy who just quit on his team.
Yet Ian Rappaport continues to think that that's a destination that makes sense.
I don't know. Maybe he's right.
Why
I don't know.
Why would he think that?
I don't know. Some things don't make sense. I hope they're not thinking about this because getting rid of him seemed to be addition by subtraction no matter who they got back. They got back a decent player, I think, although I wonder about Jackson's coverage capabilities. He has made some big plays for them, though, this year.
He's made 5 interceptions. I mean, he's been better than I think anyone could have thought.
Yeah, he's made some big plays. I think he got exposed a little bit, but beside the point of getting rid of Deontay in and of itself was good for the team, I think. Don't you?
Yes.
And I don't want him back. Something has happened to him to the point where he just quit on the Baltimore Ravens. No, thank you. How do you know that's not going to happen here? Forget it. And I don't even think he's that good. Anybody?
No,
Limits?
he was
Bob?
No. Okay in Carolina, actually. I mean, at the time, he was actually putting up a little bit of a yardage numbers, and that's why I think Baltimore was interested in him. They had a need, they had injuries, and so they brought him in, but it certainly didn't work. He couldn't even smell the field.
How can he not succeed in Baltimore, which seems like a perfect situation for him? They needed like one extra weapon. I mean, decent system, good scheme.
Ego, it seems like.
That's why he was run out of Pittsburgh. That's why he
Crazy.
ran himself out of here.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line on which you can communicate with Wonder Twin, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Happy birthday to the great Jack Ham. I was talking to the guy this morning on the phone and had no idea it was his birthday.
What'd you ask him about?
None of your business. And I didn't mean that.
We'll know. I'm sure we'll know very soon.
Hey, Jack, what did you do
I'm
with
sure
that?
we'll know very soon.
I'm playing the blue course over at State College here in the spring. How do you attack number 4?
Can we go golfing with Jack Ham, Bob? Could you set that up?
Yeah, could you?
Sure. Jack liked golf. I know that. I don't know how much he plays now. It's hard to, find time.
Well, happy birthday to Jack Ham.
Happy birthday, Jack.
Point there. All right, I have a feeling this is going to heat up. You two attacked me, and I felt very hurt.
Attacked is the wrong word.
A strong word.
Well, this was a couple weeks ago, maybe a week ago, and I felt very hurt and went to personnel and reported both of you. You'll be getting your letters shortly. When I brought up the college football playoff and said I had no interest in the first round. Oh, this is going to be great. These games are great. What do you mean? You'll be watching it? You're lying. How do you all feel now, having watched that brutal first round?
I still liked it because I like having a tournament that involves more than 2 teams or 4 teams. I want to see more teams. Now, I think they have a bigger problem how they seeded teams and how they came to this conclusion. That was a mistake. I thought it was a mistake when they did it, giving byes to Arizona State and Boise State over teams like Texas and anyone else. That's the wrong decision.
Well, listen, Bob, you know that you have a problem, not you, college football, or anybody who tries to bracket a tournament where the teams that got first-round byes and are waiting on the bracket are all underdogs when they play their first game.
Isn't it stunning?
It's a joke.
That
it really
tells you
is.
Everything you need to know about the system they employed here.
Yes, it was hideous. There were teams that didn't belong. Indiana was one of them. I got in a big Twitter fight with bunches of people. I'm sorry.
And you were wrong.
I'm sorry, but if you play an entire college football schedule and you don't beat a single good team, the only good team you play, you have 153 total yards and get dog walked like they did at Ohio State, and you have no other wins that are good, no wins that are good, period, you don't belong in a playoff. I'm sorry. I don't even think SMU belongs there. I don't think they belong there, but here's the thing.
They handed the game to Penn State essentially early.
Oh, my God, that quarterback melted down.
Kevin Jennings. I thought he was better. I mean, Pitt found out about him and them.
He went full Nate Peterman in the first half.
He got Pony Jinx saying that everyone was going to know Kevin Jennings' name. Just exactly what happened.
He was right about that. He was right about that.
Just like Kyle McCord, everybody will know his name, the best pocket passer around. Pony Jinx the ACC quarterbacks. That's what he does.
Does he do that intentionally before the game, or is he tweeting out what he believes?
No, I think he's doing what he believes.
He generally believes this, and I think he thinks that the oddity that if the exact opposite happens is just what's so hilarious about the entire thing.
They didn't belong, but as Richard Deitch pointed out on The Athletic before the tournament, if you let Alabama elevate its status while SMU is actually playing in a conference championship game and playing competitively, then you can no longer justify conference championship games. So I believe that the committee, looking at that situation, said to themselves, or somebody said to them, listen, these conference championship games might become obsolete. People might not like them anymore, but they make a lot of money. So maybe SMU would be the right choice here. That's what he said, is that you elevate Alabama while the other guys go and lose a conference championship game and are competitive, then how can we justify conference championship games moving forward? I think there was an ulterior motive to put SMU in. I think Indiana, anybody could have looked at that and said they're not very good. Why are they going to a playoff? And I think there was a lot going on there, and the first round stunk.
Oh, it did stink. There's no question. It started on Friday night. It was just terrible. Notre Dame just waxed them right out of the building. It just wasn't even close. It was, people who were fans of Notre Dame loved it. They paid the money, the television money, all that was there, which is a big part of this. To your point, this is a greed thing too. They're making a lot of money on this, but they can't allow what happened this year to happen next year. They're going to have to make changes. Every one of these teams is an underdog that got a bye. That's terrible.
Yeah, that's untrue. Georgia is a favorite.
Are
against
they?
Notre Dame.
The last I saw was Notre Dame minus 1.5.
Yeah, it's 2.5 Georgia.
When did that change?
But my point is, the other ones that you would suspect to be underdogs are underdogs.
I'm surprised that Oregon is an underdog. Undefeated, number 1 seed. They've already beaten Ohio State. Surprised they're an underdog.
Me too, actually.
That
doesn't make any sense.
That tells me
but
something.
You know what we're saying, Limits, is that if you put out a bracket tomorrow, whether it's for a Pee Wee softball tournament or the college football playoff, and all the teams that have byes are underdogs.
Right. Oh no,
There's something severely wrong with the way you did that bracket.
It should be they should receive an automatic bid if you win your conference. I think you should get in, but it should be 1 through 12 seeded as not automatic buys for teams that win their conference. It should be 1 through 12, depending on what the rankings are as the best teams.
Yes. And why are bad losses put ahead of good wins? Like I keep hearing the Indiana argument. Alabama had these bad losses. Okay. So you're emphasizing bad losses over a lack of good wins, or good wins. Why don't their good wins help erase the bad losses? You chose a team, Indiana, that has neither. They're just there. They're just neutral. They didn't beat anybody. They played one good team. That was Ohio State, and they got hammered. So why were they in the playoffs?
Yeah, Tennessee got hammered more than that Indiana team.
But they had good wins.
State.
They had good wins. Why do you emphasize bad losses over good wins? That's the part I don't get.
I found it hilarious that SEC pundits and Lane Kiffin tweeting out "Go Vols" and basically just completely throwing so much shade at Indiana and SMU for making the playoff, and then him and Paul Feinbaum, all these SEC guys that are just loving the SEC so much. They go radio silent as soon as Tennessee gets their doors blown off by Ohio State. The regular season is supposed to matter. That's why SMU got in. They did not lose a regular season ACC game. That is supposed to matter. The Indiana argument, I can understand that. But even people were trying to say, well, if you just say that Indiana shouldn't belong and SMU shouldn't belong, should Tennessee be in that same conversation?
It doesn't all go back to how the first round went. It goes back to how the committee judged teams coming in. And I'm curious, Bob, why, you had a bad loss. Yeah, but I also had a good win. Why the emphasis on the bad loss and not the good wins? That's what I don't get.
I don't understand that either. It's perception. It's perception of a program and a conference. You're looked at differently if you do that. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of subjectivity in this. I get it. But I think ultimately they have to come up with a new seeding system.
Who are we picking next round? Let's go game by game. You ready, Bob?
Yep, let's go.
Limits?
Can I ask you this real quick? What is Alabama's good win other than Georgia? What is their good win? They've had 2 bad losses. They got crushed by Oklahoma, and they got beat by Vanderbilt.
Okay.
And they had a good win against Georgia. That cancels it out to 1 bad loss.
The first thing I would say is the phrase "other than Georgia." It is a little bit much for me.
Yeah, and that gets canceled out for me by losing to an Oklahoma team that's the worst it's been in 15, 20 years.
Okay. Missouri was ranked 21st when Alabama beat them. That's a ranked win. LSU was ranked 15th when Alabama won on the road in Baton Rouge on a Saturday night. That's a good win against a ranked team. Now give me Indiana's wins against ranked teams. I'll wait. Oh, no, I won't, because they had none.
LSU beat Old Miss.
Give me Indiana's wins against ranked teams.
Let me pull it. They don't have any.
Correct.
Yeah, but they play in the best football conference of any.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you not consider Oregon and Ohio State as the 2 top teams right now?
Did Indiana play Oregon?
Texas?
I must have missed that one.
You got to play who you got to play.
Right.
So
don't tell me about the Big Ten as a great conference if you don't have to play the best team in it.
Well, because there's 18 teams in it. That's the Big Ten.
All right,
that's the problem with all these big conferences.
They got to break with the schedule. So other than Georgia was the number 2 ranked team in the country when Alabama played them and beat them.
Right, good win for them.
Great win for them. Not a good win, a great win. And they had some other very good wins, including at Tennessee, Missouri. They beat four.
So who are you arguing should be in
teams.
instead of them? Who do you think should
Indiana?
have been in? Let's say Indiana's out, SMU's out. Who goes
Alabama.
in? All right, then who's the other?
I don't know. I'd have to look closer at. The one I was arguing about was Indiana.
Right. Ole Miss had a bad loss against Kentucky. All these teams that people were arguing for they should be in instead.
I know it's always the bad. It's always the bad loss instead of the good one.
Well, it's also more losses.
Let's look at what's.
Well, of course,
what's
it's more
here.
losses. They played a better schedule.
Well,
of course, it's more losses. If they played Indiana's schedule, guess how many they'd have? None.
We don't know. I mean,
like
who knows?
They did.
Tennessee got walloped by a Big Ten
Here's
team.
the other thing. Here's the other thing they ignore. When you actually have good teams on your schedule, it's harder to navigate your schedule. It's way more stressful, way more physically rigorous when you're playing good teams. You might lose to a bad one. You know why? Because you pour so much into beating a good one. Whereas if you're Indiana and you're coasting for the whole year against cupcakes, then it's easy to navigate that. Except in Ohio State, where they had 153 yards and got their asses kicked. Bob?
I defer to the next selection. What are we going to do? Who are we picking?
Bob doesn't want to fight.
Bob does not even want to battle with it.
No, it's just that it's just redundant. It's just you can make an argument any which way you want. I'm going to go by what I think are the best teams, and I'm going to seed them that way.
Well, I agree with that. The seedings
and
are horrible.
if most of them come from another conference and one conference is left out, so be it. I don't care anymore.
I have
Give me the
no
best
pity
teams.
whatsoever for Alabama, who schedules Mercer on November 16th. Really grueling. They went
Every
from Mercer
team
to
does that.
Oklahoma.
Beside the point, every team does that.
Yeah, but in November? That late in the year?
They do it as a
they had just played 3 ranked teams in a row. At Tennessee, number 21 Missouri, and in Baton Rouge on a Saturday night. So I ask again, how many ranked teams did Indiana play?
So let's just throw a cupcake at them at the very end
Why
instead
not?
of having it at the very beginning of the
Instead
season.
of having
where
11
most
of them
teams
like Indiana.
the ACC and Big Ten do.
Right. And then they went into Oklahoma. And I know Oklahoma wasn't that good this year, but you didn't know that when you scheduled. They scheduled at Wisconsin.
Who? You didn't know who was going to be bad when they scheduled?
How did
Oklahoma?
we know?
That's a conference game.
Yeah, it's a conference game, but you didn't know they're going to be bad.
Well, you can't.
Well, you knew it at the
penalize
time.
them.
That's why you
No,
penalized them for losing 24-3. They couldn't move the ball on
Do you
Oklahoma.
penalize them more than winning the good games they won?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so bad losses. And then I would never schedule
Considering the
anybody.
expectations around Alabama, that you never schedule anybody. They scheduled Mercer. They scheduled South Florida.
They have Mercer
Western
every year.
Kentucky.
They beat Georgia.
Congrats on scheduling Wisconsin.
They beat Georgia. Yeah, congrats on going to Wisconsin, a Big Ten team, and playing them. I would say congrats, yeah, and going in there and winning 42-10. It's not bad.
Okay, let's look into the next 4 games.
People have, and I don't like the SEC either. People have a bias against the SEC, and they hate Alabama. So that's how this is playing out. Indiana, give me a freaking break.
Uh-oh, you came close. There's another word on the tip of your tongue.
I got my hand close to the button.
They played 2 good games, 2 good teams the whole season, and they were physically dominated in both of them. Anyway, Fiesta Bowl, Boise State against Penn State.
I'm going
What's
Boise
the point
State
spread you
in that
have
one.
limits?
I think Boise State's going to win.
Wow.
I think Austin Genty is just something different, and I was convinced by watching the game against Oregon when he had over 200 yards rushing, I think 3 touchdowns in that game. He can do it and I realize that's mostly a one-man team here. That's how they operate. Penn State may be able to shut it down. If they do, they'll win. But I just have this feeling that Boise State's going to win that game.
No, not happening. Penn State is favored by 10.5. Boise State is not going to win this game. Maybe I'm already looking too far ahead to Miami, but flights are currently about $500, $600 for the Fiesta Bowl. So looks like I'll be seeing you around the holidays in these parts.
Okay. I'll tell you this much, Bob. I like that Limits comes in hot, and he does these days. He's unafraid. I think this new jacket is helping him. I love this.
I agree, yeah. It's giving me a new confidence.
And by the way, there were people on this station ripping Penn State for allegedly not being able to fill their stadium. I give them a lot of credit for filling that stadium the other day.
And you have to remember, too, this was a Christmas break when the dorms, you're told to leave. You can't stay in the dorms.
No, they could stay in the dorms. They extended it. It was extended so that the students could stay.
Normally they don't keep people there to serve you when it's on a Christmas break. Because I've gone there and
there
I know
were a
what
lot
the
of
thing was.
factors working against them.
I didn't know
filling
they
that
extended
stadium.
it. But regardless, they got 106,000 people there for a playoff.
The report that there was going to be 70,000 people, I mean, I don't know where Pony got that. Pony texted me 20 minutes before the game and said, a buddy just texted me that the stadium is half empty. I said, that is absolute nonsense we'll use. And I sent him a picture of the stadium, and he was like, wow, that's not even close.
You had fall graduation weekend.
Yep.
You had hotels in town. We're going for over 1,000 a night because of that in the game. You had people obviously reworking their Christmas plans. State College, not an easy place to get to. Noon game, brutal weather, 30,000 fans. This is from a friend of mine. Probably just dropped 1,000 plus to go to Indy for that game with Penn State.
Yeah.
And then you had all of that. So credit to them for filling their stadium, because they did. When people were pre-mocking them for not doing it. Anyway, very quickly, let's just pick the winners. Georgia, Notre Dame.
Okay, I'm going to surprise you and take Notre Dame.
I'm taking Penn State in the first game. I'm taking Georgia in that game. Texas, ASU.
Texas.
I'm taking Arizona State in this one. Yeah. Only because I like Tempe, Arizona. I got a haircut where Jake Plummer got his haircut once, and I love the town.
Did you see Plummer?
No. The lady told me he was there years earlier.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking Penn State, Notre Dame, Texas, and Ohio State.
Oh, I'm taking Oregon in that one.
I'm taking Ohio State. I think Ohio State's going to go on a little bit of a run here.
Holy horse follicles.
Yep.
I'm saving my money for the Orange Bowl so that I can drive down 12 hours to Atlanta for a rematch of Ohio State and Penn State in the national championship game.
Oh, how about that?
Boy, that's a hot take.
Yep.
Good for you.
I will be broke as, what's very broke? A doornail? A door that's split in half?
The Steelers' division title hopes?
Yeah.
No, not yet.
That's how broke I'll be.
Let's talk about the point spread for that game coming up, because I find it very interesting. It's 1:37. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Thank you, Bob.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin is leaving the light on for the injured players who missed the game against Baltimore. That includes George Pickens, Deshaun Elliott, Larry Ogunjobi, Justin Fields, Dante Jackson, to potentially play on the Christmas Day game. We'll see what the Steelers' injury report looks like when it comes out in about an hour and a half. Doesn't seem like Joey Porter Jr. will be able to go, though, after he had a knee injury in the game in Baltimore. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Smale Kia is expanding, raising the roof. And during the Season of New Tradition sales event, we'll be offering huge savings out of tiny little trailers. Rates as low as 0% APR for up to 48 months on select 2024 Sportages and Serenos. SmaleKia.com.
0% APR financing subject to credit approval through KFA for well-qualified buyers. Not all will qualify. $20.83 per month per thousand financed at 48 months. See Smale Kia for details. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. Take delivery by 1/2/25.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
We know you have a lot on your holiday to-do list. And at the UPS Store, we're here to help. With our pack and ship guarantee, your gifts will arrive intact or you'll be reimbursed. Got holiday cards to print? We're also the premier printing store. We've got everything you need for every way you holiday. Visit the upsstore.com/guarantee for full details. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-770-2727. 800-770-2727.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Worry-free privacy, identity, and device protection.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Dallas Cowboys held on for a win over the Bucs on Sunday night, and while Dallas was mathematically eliminated from the playoffs earlier in the day, finishing out the season strong could point to Mike McCarthy earning another contract and remaining as head coach of the team. If they do keep McCarthy, cue up more groaning from Cowboys fans that Jerry Jones is being too loyal to a coach that can't get the team over the hump. I'm Maggie Gray.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because really they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich and Fishman, you will pay zero, no legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. And they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet. If you're ever looking to impress friends, family, or clients with an amazing spread, then look no further than the Turn Club. They offer endless options of high-quality food prepared by a 5-star chef, yet at an affordable price. They can customize for all of your off-site needs, including holiday parties, grad parties, corporate events, and even weddings. Their full-service catering solution for both food and beverage will make it so amazing you will wish you found them sooner. Visit theturnclubs.com for more information.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sorry. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Man named, what's this guy's name? Brian, don't give me that BS about ranked wins at the time of the game. Why not, Brian? By beating that team, you lower their ranking, or in LSU's case, they're unranked now because they lost at home on a Saturday night to Alabama. If they win that game, they are still ranked. So why wouldn't I give you that BS about ranked wins at the time of the game? Not sure why. What's the point spread on Steelers-Chiefs right now?
5.5 or 6, I guess, depending on which you look at.
Cities?
I'm currently looking at a spread of 3 for Kansas City.
Bob, where did you get 6.5 or 7?
I just saw it. That's the way it started. I know we did this on our post-game show the other day. When it first came out, it was 5.5. It went to 6.
ESPN bet us 3.
Look at some of the other sites. I'm just curious.
Well, I'll say this, Bob. Based on what Caballi just said, maybe they were holding back some guys for this game. Maybe they were. He says they were. Either way.
Well, the Steelers are 2-0 on Christmas Day in their history. They've had some. You remember the hat trick of sacks by Mike Hilton down in Houston? That was one of the names, and the other one was the Brown extension.
I think they're going to be very competitive, and I think they're going to win this game.
Wow,
now a lot of that depends on which one of these guys is in and out. But if you tell me Pickens is playing, I feel pretty good about the game. The Chiefs don't need to win. They don't. They still have a 2-game cushion.
Yeah, but you don't want to go to the last game. I think they take on Denver in their last game.
They'd like to win. That's different from needing to win.
Well,
and the Steelers really don't need to win either, although they for the division,
but again, you don't want to roll it down to where you have one game and bad things can happen in one game. But what are you going to say there, Limits?
The point spread on FanDuel is now 2.5.
Oh, my God.
For Kansas City.
It's been going backwards down. That means,
you told me it was going up,
I'm telling you, I looked at maybe I just had this from the other day. When it first came out, it was 5.5.
Now, do the markets think that Kansas City is going to sit some players? That's what it's telling me. That maybe they're going to rest some guys if the point spread continues to go down.
Why would you rest guys?
Well, what about a guy like Chris Jones who's hurt?
Well, that's different.
You don't want to risk him. No, but where he ordinarily would play, you might not play him in this game.
Okay. I don't know.
I don't know.
That's difficult. I didn't know it had gotten to that point. That's different than where it started by far. If you look at the opening line, could you find the opening line? It was 5.5. We saw that on, I forget what site was, either FanDuel or DraftKings, one of the two, because right after the game they come out with these sites.
What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Fan Weather, brought to you by Sun Chevy, 0% financing on all 2024 Chevy EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. High of 37 today with cloudy skies. Bob, I wish you and yours a very Merry Christmas, a wonderful holiday season, and may all your dreams and New Year's resolutions come true.
And I wish you the same, Joe. Thank you very much. And you too, Austin. Hope you have a wonderful holiday.
You too, guys. Wishing you the best.
I'm always going to cherish this gift you gave me this year, Bob. A lot of thought went into that. Limits, how about you? How about you? You going to cherish your gift from Bob?
Something.
Bob, I feel like Bob is going to take us out and we're going to sit right behind home plate at a Pirate game, or we're going to be able to go to some nice concert.
Something, right? Anything
I feel like
for his new crew. I mean,
Bob's gift is on, like, what do they call it, layaway or rollaway or whatever at the store. We're going to eventually get it.
Well, at least you and I took care of each other, Limits. You got me a Buffalo Bills photo.
Yes.
With a bunch of guys in it: Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Cornelius Bennett, Marv Levy, Bruce Smith, James Lofton, Andre Reed, and Steve Tasker, to be exact. I got you a new golf jacket and a Penguin sweater, although they were both regifted.
They were, and I thank you for that, though, because it was the thought that counts, even though the thought was secondhand.
I'm not even sure we got the thought with Bob, did we?
I think he's thinking about it.
I am thinking
maybe not in a good way.
I don't get the impression he's thinking about anything.
I am thinking about it long and hard, my friends, yes.
Fan Weather, brought to you by Sun Chevy, 0%. Did I already say that?
Yeah, you just did that.
Okay.
All right, Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Bob.
Now, Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers will play the Chiefs Christmas Day. You can catch Fan Game Day at 10 o'clock with Donnie Football, Mark Cabali, Jason Mackey, more 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Merry Christmas.
Your home deserves the best protection without breaking the bank. For a limited time, Guardian Protection is giving you a free security camera and 3 months of professional monitoring. Yes, for free. That's 3 months of total peace of mind. But don't wait. This deal won't last long. Visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free camera today. That's guardianprotection.com/FAN. Terms apply. New customers only. Guardian Protection, keeping Pittsburgh homes and businesses safe and sound.
Year-end is the perfect time to trade in at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. The Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange event has new all-wheel drive Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at 0%. Eclipse Cross, now an incredible $6,000 off. Plus, 2 years of prepaid maintenance on any new purchase. Your year-end deal, your way. What a great day. Visit us in North Huntington or online at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for details.
Crowley here. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, Santa Claus, and yes, lots of ice cold beer. Hampton Beer Outlet is there for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. Whoa, Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite 30 packs, just $22.99. The best in the business. Drive a little, save a lot this holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at NissanUSA.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Packers and Saints close out Week 16 in the NFL with a cold weather affair in Green Bay. Packers running back Josh Jacobs is having a huge year already with more than 1,000 yards rushing and 13 touchdowns on the season. The Saints come in with one of the worst rushing defenses in the league. The BetQL model likes the matchup for Green Bay, and their best play of the night is taking Jacobs to go over his rushing prop against the Saints. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select warehouse clubs in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local retailer today. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy.
NFL Monday Night Football. It's here. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, wants you to win even bigger. Right now, all customers can get a 30% catch-a-pass profit boost on the Saints-Packers game. That means you can boost your next NFL catch-a-pass bet by 30% and take home even more winnings during the game. You know, I had Jordan Love as my preseason MVP, and I looked horrible for a while. He's not going to win it, don't get me wrong. But lately, he's been playing very, very well. I would jump on that, bet on over-under spreads, player props, so much more. Plus, if you win, you'll get paid instantly. So don't wait. Download America's #1 sportsbook by visiting FanDuel.com/Starkey to take advantage of a profit boost today. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. For 12/31/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. All remaining 2024 Hyundais are priced to go. Take advantage of 0% financing and over 40 in-stock 2024 Sonatas, Elantras, Tucson, Santa Fe's, and Ioniqs. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Get more of the Get-Go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots and cleanse your palate with an ice-cold drink, all for just $5 and only at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, both believe it.
Join 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive hockey watch party Sunday, December 29th from 5:30 to 7:30 as Pittsburgh takes on New York. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, prizes, and great eats.
Hi there. It's Nicholas Ericalis from the Fan Morning Show, and I'm not one to brag, but I've dropped over 40 pounds in just 2 months with Awaken 180, and I think that's worth talking about. 4 more pounds down last week, and here's the thing. It's not just about the weight. It's about how I feel. I lost weight during Thanksgiving. I've lost weight every single week with Awaken 180, and it doesn't even feel like work. I'm walking into the holidays feeling confident, not stressed about stepping on the scale. This program doesn't just work. It gives you control. Every week I've been on Awaken 180, the results keep coming. The plan is laid out for me, and I'm seeing progress I never thought was possible. My clothes fit better. My energy's up. Did you see me at Christmas karaoke? I feel like a whole new person. Don't hesitate. Don't second-guess yourself. Don't be stubborn about this. If you need to lose weight, choose the solution for weight loss. Go online for a consultation, awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Don't let last-minute holiday plans stress you out. Salem's Market and Grill is the best go-to stress-free spot in the city. From fresh produce and meats to their hot, delicious grill menu and catering options. Find more online at salemsmarketgrill.com. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Springs are the most critical and dangerous part of your garage door. It's not unusual for springs on a 250-pound door to break after only 5 years. That's extremely dangerous for people or pets nearby. Don't gamble. Call 1-844-345-4737. That's locally owned Precision Garage Door Service. The only area company with springs engineered to last up to 10 times longer. Precision Garage Door offers a preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas for only $39.95. That's peace of mind. As America's #1 garage door service company, Precision has locations in over 70 cities. Need a new door? Repairs, replacement, springs, openers, or rollers for your old door? Precision provides free estimates. Call 1-844-345-4737. Garage doors are their only business. Precision trucks are stocked to roll 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
TA 060566.
If you're living with dry, age-related macular degeneration,
degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pegol is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Your home deserves the best protection without breaking the bank. For a limited time, Guardian Protection is giving you a free security camera and 3 months of professional monitoring. Yes, for free. With HD video and motion alerts, you'll always know what's happening at home, even when you're not there. Plus, two-way audio lets you check in anytime. But don't wait. This deal won't last long. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free camera today. Terms apply. New customers only.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins and Flyers, tale as old as time. Two teams that love each other and are always in the Christmas spirit. We'll get together 7 o'clock tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Penguins still below NHL. Well, no, they're at NHL 500, but looking to get a game here and a win against a team right next to them in the standings. Of course, Pitt and Toledo in the Game Above Sports Bowl on Thursday. So there's your sports action. And, of course, the Steelers went down 34-17 to the Ravens on Saturday, which, by the way, is something we're about to be talking about. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Steelers win, they win the division. Ravens win, they're in the playoffs and keep their division hopes alive. Here's Wilson again. Oh, and this big seam there. Wilson going to take off. Look at him go. Inside the 10. Russell Wilson decked inside the 5. Ball comes down. Who's going to grab it? Ravens have it. Play fake. Wilson, pressure. Has to get rid of it. And that's picked off the other way. Marlon Humphrey, pick 6.
Just running a naked bootleg, and Russell's exposed, and he tries to flip the ball out to Pruitt, and behind him is Humphrey, and he is not dropping that. Gets pressure by Owe, and he knows that as soon as he let it go.
That'll do it. Baltimore, a winner, on to the playoffs.
Good job, man. No doubt. No doubt.
Merry Christmas from Mike Tomlin. His team was in the giving mood. 'Tis better to give than to receive. The Steelers did receive an ass whooping in the fourth quarter. Not so sure if they were particularly fond of that. It is a loser Monday? Yeah, I almost lost track of what day it is. A loser Monday on the PM team. Intern Dom is at the controls. Donnie is on the Jim Rome December schedule. I believe you won't hear Donnie again other than, I think, on Wednesday for the rest of this year. I believe Donnie is still handling his pregame duties this coming Wednesday. Why are you hearing Mulsey talking first? Well, funny story about that. And since the Steelers just got beaten down by the second straight quality opponent, I think you won't mind if I actually tell you why you're hearing me first and not Pony. Folks, if you are a PM team historian, you are aware, doubtless aware, that frequently, especially in the summer, when yours truly is not on the air, my counterpart is fond of telling you that the reason I am not on the air is because I am battling in the fight of my life with explosive diarrhea. Well, friends, karma has a funny way of rearing its ugly head. And Andrew Filipponi, who fully intended to work today and told guys like Mark Cavalli and Jeff Hathorn as much when they were on the Sports Showdown last night with Pomp, Andrew Filipponi has been laid low this afternoon by explosive diarrhea. It finally happened. He is off today. He can't handle, frankly, something that none of us wants to actually think about this time of year or really any time of year. Never a good time to think about that. It's pretty much appropriate, though, that we start the show today by talking about that because that's kind of what befell the Steelers in Baltimore. That is a game that I'll take you through like my actual watching experience because I do think that can be instructive at times. I did something that Pony never does just by way of comparison, something he has admitted he has a hard time doing. I think something Donnie is more accustomed to, something I like to get to do once in a while. I watched that game while at a surprise birthday party for one of my neighbors, who is, by the way, 30 years old, which is very funny. He's like the young kid on the block. And there was a surprise birthday party for him. So I watched it out and about. And I will make this admission, and I'm wondering if anybody else felt this way about it watching it in real time. That game was like the rare, super entertaining Steelers-Ravens game for probably 3 quarters. Like, I went, man, not only is this game a lot of fun to watch and not one of those, oh, you got to like old school ugly football, like a good football game. It felt like it was going Baltimore's way, but it didn't feel like it was fait accompli that it was going to go Baltimore's way. It was a pretty well-played game for the most part. You heard through 3 quarters the Wilson fumble as like the main blip on that radar screen. There wasn't maybe as much defense as you would normally expect from these two teams. In fact, there definitely wasn't, but it was a fun and seemingly good football game. Very entertaining. Like real, actual, honest-to-God swings and momentum, punches, counter-punches. I would say it ran the full gamut of reasons. It encapsulated the totality of why people like the NFL so much. Because it just never felt like, oh, I can turn this off. This is done. Who cares? You would think that viewed through that prism, being able to say that about the majority of the game, I'd feel better coming out of it, but I don't. Because this was the immediate thought once I got done watching the game. And I was, by the way, I was getting into it. There are like small Mulsey cheers for everyone that thinks that I am just a miserable, like the anti-homer here, where I am just, I'm always looking at the bad side of things. I was getting fired up when they were actually doing cool stuff. I was getting not so fired up when they were having bad things happen. Here is, however, the main thought I had coming out of a game that for about 45 minutes seemed just as competitive as any. Are the Steelers going to win again this season and postseason? They are guaranteed 3 games left. And I am not positive that they are going to win any of them. They're home underdogs in the next 2. The early line right now, plus 2.5 against the Chiefs. And a lot could change between now and then, but plus 1, a home dog against Joe Burrow and the still hanging on, still clinging to life, and very much the team no one wants to see if they do get in, Cincinnati Bengals. And I just thought to myself, are they going to win again? Or is this going to be 10-7 that turns into 10-8 and goes from, wow, Mike Tomlin's got these guys absolutely cooking, to, man, Mike Tomlin, yeesh, what happened, buddy? It was a throttling in the fourth quarter, and really in many ways a throttling all game long. I went into this stretch of games for the Steelers, and I mean this. I went into it thinking to myself, it's realistic that they might lose several games in a row because of who they are playing. When you go Eagles, Ravens, Chiefs, 2 of the 3 on the road, you maybe don't expect to win more than one of them. That's why you banked it up to 10-3 going into this stretch, because you thought you might need to. It's one thing to lose to these teams, but I think it's another thing altogether to get what felt like steamrolled by them. The second half, to be sure, for Philly, we know how that went down. And then to just watch Baltimore completely outclass them the last 15 minutes or so of this football game was jarring. And as bad as the offense was, this was one of those times where Mike Tomlin's defense was worse. If we are going to give him exponential amounts of credit because he does to Lamar Jackson what nobody else in the NFL seems to be able to do, which is elicit bad games and bad performances out of him, then we all have to acknowledge what we saw, which was his defense physically get their teeth kicked in by Derrick Henry in such a way as it made Lamar's job very easy. And Lamar, when he's got an easy task in front of him, tends to complete that task very effectively. As bad as they were offensively late in that game, the defense was the story. And then the collapse just overall, even though they were, again, in the game for 45 minutes, was brutal. So I came away wondering, are they even going to win another football game? And if you think they will, why? This is a team that had a couple of injuries going in. We knew Pickens didn't play. We knew Watt wasn't 100%. We knew Deshaun Elliott wasn't playing. No Ogunjobi. They lose Joey Porter in this game. They've got Corey Trice and James Pierre playing back there. This was a team that just looked like it fell apart with a couple of injuries. And it was also a game where their identity, I thought, got challenged. Successfully, by the way. They're supposed to be the tougher team. Even against the Ravens, they win the physical battles. They do the little things. They find ways. They didn't. It felt to me like Mike Tomlin, of all people, actually knew all of this. He went for it on 4th and 7. A decision, by the way, I defended at the time. Why? Because he knew, in so many words, they were getting the brakes beat off of them and knew they weren't going to be getting stops against Baltimore. It's one thing when you've got 3 of the best teams in the NFL back to back to back in a short turnaround stretch, in a stretch of 11 days. It's one thing to lose. It's another thing altogether to lose the first 2 of that 3-leg run and look bad doing it. And at the end of the day, when you lose 2 games by a combined 31 points, that's what you did. You looked bad in defeat. You want to be playing your best football heading into January. The Steelers, at least in terms of wins and losses, are currently playing their worst football. 3-2 in the last 5. Is this team going to win another game of the 3 they are guaranteed? 412-928-9370. That's the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Will the Steelers win another game this season? Another game in their playoff run that they'll have of at least one, but maybe not more? How are you feeling about this team after a second straight lopsided loss, this time to a team you had a chance to beat and sew up the division in one fell swoop, but couldn't get it done? 412-928-9370. Confidence check after a beatdown at the hands of Baltimore, with Kansas City knocking on the door in a couple days right here on the PM team. First, here's Dom.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, it's December 23rd, but a little bit of Pirates news as Andrew McCutchen has signed a one-year, $5 million contract with the Buccos. As for tonight, Saints at Packers is at 8:15. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan or the free Odyssey app. Our coverage, or I guess Westwood One's coverage, starts at 7:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for WetGo. There are a couple things I really love and cherish in life. My wife and my daughter are right there at the top of the list. That's why I'm coming to you from California. And I'll be going to the San Diego Zoo this week and seeing some family and friends out here. And so that's obviously tier 1 living. After that, right below my family and friends, I'm loving the WetGo car wash. That decal on my windshield, it's like a VIP pass that I get to use whenever I want at the 45-plus locations. Hey, I'm at a WetGo. I'm getting gas. I'm buying snacks. I'm getting coffee. Free on Mondays, I may add. And right there, boom, WetGo in and out. And you buy your first month, get your second month free. That's 60 days of car washes for the price of 30. And it truly is unlimited. No fine print. They're not going to hassle you for going too often. You go and go and go. And the more you go, the better the value and the better your car looks. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. When I get back from California, I want to be inundated with people telling me, hey, I signed up for WetGo and I love it. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited. Sign up today.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Crowley here for Hampton Beer Outlet. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, football, Santa Claus, reindeer, and lots of ice-cold beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet is there for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager, 24-pack cans, $17.99. Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite, 30 packs, just $22.99. And Busch Light, $19.99. And a partridge in a pear tree. So drive a little, save a lot. This holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $340 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $215 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires January 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. Let's make sure we keep it that way. 1/3 of driving fatalities during the holiday season are related to drinking and driving. Please, if you do drink, use a taxi or ride-hailing service to get home. Have a sober friend take the wheel. And if you're hosting a party, make sure your guests leave sober or with someone who is. This message brought to you by Independence Health System.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535. 800-881-3535 or biglou.com.
Are you retired or retiring soon? Do you know how much money you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. These may feel like scary times. Several economists are saying that a recession is imminent. So what do you do? Ancient wisdom says plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors, they succeed. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have an actionable plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan is executed to take advantage of market gains, but protect you from market losses. We would like to give you a free, no-obligation consultation to help you do all three. We will help you discover your magic number and give you the roadmap to get there. Call now to schedule your free consultation. 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108. 800-508-6108. Don't wait. Call 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You know, I thought it was a little bit out of balance probably prior to that. As I mentioned, we never control the run game. And when you're not controlling the run game, man, you're not going to have a sense of comfort in terms of the flow of it. And that was the case.
Mike Tomlin right there after the game explaining why they went for it on fourth down. The Steelers did. A decision, by the way, I defended at the time, and a play call I even defended, because if Russ throws a good ball, he's got a touchdown. He didn't. And the Steelers aren't good enough to overcome a game from Russell Wilson where he turns the ball over twice and misses on a deep shot that's there, particularly against the Baltimore Ravens. That much should be clear. 412-928-9370. You can hit us up on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Bottom line, Steelers have lost 2 in a row. Lopsided fashion, too. This one was close till it wasn't. And I think you had every reason to believe, based on their history with Baltimore in recent years, that they would be able to ugly it up and just play at least a close game. They really didn't. The game got out of hand and got away from them late in the third quarter and then really got out of hand in the fourth. Is this team even going to win another game this season? 412-928-9370. Let's start off with John on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, John.
Hey, how you doing? I got maybe a song you can do for Pony. Diarrhea. Diarrhea. Put some salt in that wound for him.
He really did get what was coming to him there. Like, imagine my face when I saw the text that said, Mulsey, you're not going to believe this. I actually am out today because I have suffered explosive diarrhea. It really was. I would be lying. I would be lying, John, if I said I didn't sort of smirk. I'd rather be working with him today talking about this game, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't smirk. I should feel bad. He's a friend. But I really don't, because he's used it so many times, eventually he had to get bit by it. Anyway.
But that is a friend, whenever you can make fun.
Correct.
Anyways, the answer is no. And it's typical Tomlin. Tomlin is, he goes on this run where he looks like he's the greatest, and all of a sudden the team falls off the ledge. And some of the reason is that, look at Najee Harris. I mean, why are you playing him when Warren is out there gaining yards every single time? The offense is moving, then all of a sudden you throw Najee back in there, and they go to a stall. It's just stupid stuff like that is really unbecoming, and they're not going to be successful when you're just catering to somebody's ego.
I'm hopeful. Thanks, John. I'm hopeful that that this, what we're seeing there with Harris, is like the last vestige of their of like a flawed strategy that predates Omar Khan ascending to the GM's chair. I mean, you need explosive players. Like, if you've got a guy who's a big back like Najee is, he better be Derrick Henry, or he better be Josh Jacobs, or he better be somebody like that. That is one of many things you could take issue with from Tomlin's vantage point. How about this just very simply? He's a defensive coach. The defense is his baby. He coaches, scheme, yes, but I think the thing most people say most consistently about him, he almost always gets the best effort out of his guys. They looked like a team that didn't really want any part of tackling Derrick Henry at any point in time. And if you're going to tell me that's because Larry Ogunjobi wasn't there to occupy blockers up front, or Deshaun Elliott wasn't there to play the role of heat-seeking missile, then I will tell you that your defense isn't that good if it can't overcome injuries to guys not named T.J. Watt. Joe is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Joe.
Hi, Chris. Great show as always, and Merry Christmas to you, brother.
Merry Christmas, Joe. What's up?
I agree with you that the Steelers are going to lose the next 3 games, and then we're going to get this load of crap that
I don't think it's a guarantee that they're going to lose the playoff game, because I think that they're going to play a lesser team than they have the last 2 weeks, but I certainly don't feel good about Wednesday, and I don't feel particularly good about January 5th against the Bengals if Cincy has anything to play for.
They're going to lose the next 3 games, Chris, and then we're going to get this load of crap that Tomlin has never had a losing season. Another load of crap is next man up mentality that Tomlin talks about. There is no man up mentality. He doesn't have the replacements to take care of some of these injuries. And Chris, just one comment: if Art Sr. was running this organization, Art Rooney Sr., the chief, Tomlin would be gone 5 years ago. When the Steelers report to training camp in August, the idea is to win playoff games.
I think if Dan was running the franchise, I think Mike would be on a much hotter seat because of the lack of success. I think we could all go back and look at Art Sr.'s track record in the 60s and suggest that he maybe wasn't the most wise owner when it came to football. In fact, there's been plenty written about how Art would just make deals with his buddies that weren't good deals for the football team. You know, folks, it's Festivus. It's the 23rd of December. People air grievances. People perform feats of strength if they like the show Seinfeld. I'm going to let somebody air their grievances right now, and if it is who I think it is, putting up with them, tolerating what they have to say is going to be a feat of mental strength on my part. Ken is in Cleveland. Hello, Ken.
How you doing? It's not that Ken. It's a different Ken.
Oh my God! You had me
sorry
scared.
To disappoint you there.
Well, no, you had me scared though, because I said to our producer Dom, who hasn't heard Ken probably in a while, "Is that
thing.
Ken?" And he goes, "Yeah, I think so." He kind of fooled me. All right, what do you got here? This was the all-time bait and switch.
The bait and switch. I love it. Now I got a question for you guys, and maybe you can help me out. I'm not quite figuring this out. We're 10-5, right?
Yes.
And if we lose our next 2 games, that puts us at
10-7.
10-7.
Yep.
If the Chargers win both their games, and Denver wins both their games, that makes them 11-6. How are we in the playoffs? How's it a guaranteed playoff spot?
The Steelers just clinched like 3 weeks ago. They're just in.
But how though? But how? It doesn't make sense if you look.
Because
at it.
the Bengals would be the next team down, and they have 8 losses.
Well, there's 7 teams that make the playoffs, correct?
Yeah, you can go look at the AFC standings right now, and there are only 7 teams that can actually finish with 7 losses or fewer. The Steelers are one of them. That's why they're in.
So they got us as one of the 7.
The Steelers can't finish with a worse record than 10-7, and there are only 7 teams that can finish with a record of 10-7 or better.
I follow you. That would put us in at 10.
They're in no matter. That is the definition of the word clinched. They are in, my friend. The second that Indy and Miami, I believe it was, both lost to get to 8 losses.
They lost,
that was it.
That locked us in.
Yes,
definitely.
Man, you're feeling great about this team, though. If that's what you're calling about, saying I haven't checked the standings. How the hell are they even in the playoffs? My God. Made me doubt my own math for a second. We'll keep this rolling too. We're going to get to PM team plays of the game, but I want to know, it feels right now when I'm hearing people talk, like confidence in this team is at an all-time low for at least this season. That this is the nadir. And these are 2 good teams the Steelers played. If it was Ravens-Eagles in the Super Bowl, it would not be a shock. Unless, of course, the Eagles have to put Kenny Pickett out there in a playoff game, and then I don't really think it's going to go so well for them. So is it just that the Steelers lost to 2 really good teams, or do you think this is really the beginning of the end? The Titanic hit the iceberg, and it's starting to take on water. Get the band out there and start playing. 412-928-9370. Is this team going to win another game this season or postseason? 412-928-9370. It is 2:29. Now's the time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. We talk more Steelers, your take on whether this team can win another game this year, and we'll get PM team plays of the game and get into those as well. First, here's a fan headline with Dom.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Flyers are in Pittsburgh. They take on the Penguins tonight at 7 o'clock. This is the first time these two teams have played this season, and it's always fun whenever the Flyers take on the Pens. Again, that game is at 7 o'clock. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Ballsy!
Thank you, Dom. Let's talk right now about you getting a great deal on the Mitsu that fits you, and this is the perfect time to go for it right now because it is the Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange event at Mitsu by the Mall, Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. They've got great deals for you to take advantage of. New all-wheel drive Outlanders are up to $8,500 off, or you can finance at 0%. That's incredible. I drive an Outlander. I have told you many, many times how much I love it, and you will too, because it drives like a car. Can fit 7 comfortably, of course, got that third row seating, can haul whatever you need to. It really is an awesome SUV. Great deals as well. New all-wheel drive Outlander Sports up to $5,000 off. Eclipse Crosses are now an incredible $6,000 off. And when you get into a Mitsubishi, you're getting a ton, right? 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, all the bells and whistles, that styling, everything you crave. Oh, by the way, they're paying 125% of Kelley Blue Book value right now for your trade. What are you waiting for? Get your year-end deal your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall or online. Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com. Pony.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing, and it's still going to be hot this week. I'm out, and I'm dealing with 90-degree weather, dealing with the blazing heat, the sticky humidity. Well, McVeigh can do it all for you. All installations, repairs, and maintenance on air conditioning units, and right now McVeigh offering up, how about this, $2,000 off. That's a lot of money. Energy-efficient Lennox and Bryant systems, and they've got multiple financing options to fit your exact needs, so stay chill this summer. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit McVeighPlumbing.com. Some restrictions may apply. Call for details.
Live from Rivers Casino, it's New Year's Eve. Dress as your favorite Saturday night character and end the year with a skit and a smile. Enjoy party favors, a confetti celebration, and free live entertainment all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for more details, and we'll see you this New Year's Eve. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In case you somehow missed it, the Lions threw a touchdown yesterday in Chicago after their quarterback and running back pretended to fall down to confuse the Bears defense. I loved it. This team's amazing. Now, their long list of major injuries might be too long to overcome in January, but the Lions will try anything and everything to win. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Are you retired or retiring soon? Do you know how much money you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. These may feel like scary times. Several economists are saying that a recession is imminent. So what do? Ancient wisdom says plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors, they succeed. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2, have an actionable plan to get there. Step 3, make sure that plan is executed to take advantage of market gains, but protect you from market losses. We would like to give you a free, no-obligation consultation to help you do all 3. We will help you discover your magic number and give you the roadmap to get there. Call now to schedule your free consultation. 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108. 800-508-6108. Don't wait. Call 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found 2 loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's the PM team. Andrew Filipponi missing today in action. Ironically enough, because of actual, legitimate, explosive diarrhea. Can't make this stuff up, folks. Kabali was in here because he was on with Joe and Pomp. And he was telling tales in the back saying, oh, yeah, he said he was, he's planning on doing the show. And then he was going to be taking some time off for the holidays. And he was going to do tomorrow's show. And then that was that. And lo and behold, I guess they call it the norovirus got him. In any event, we do not just let the absence of one host on this show deprive you of that which you have become accustomed to on winner or loser Mondays. And when we have a steady hand at the controls like intern Dom, it becomes even easier to do these things. So, without further ado, we have our PM team plays of the game, plays that we felt like made the biggest difference. I will start, and then Dom will offer his. We will get back to the phones on your thoughts on this team's fortunes coming up, as well as, speaking of Mark Kabali, in about 20 minutes. Quite the idea from old Kaboom expressed on this station earlier today that we will be talking about. But here's my take. I thought this one just became, obviously, the pivotal point in this game.
Steelers win, they win the division. Ravens win, they're in the playoffs and keep their division hopes alive. Here's Wilson again. Oh, and this big seam there. Wilson going to take off. Look at him go. Inside the 10. Russell Wilson decked inside the 5. Ball comes down. Who's going to grab it? Ravens have it.
Yeah, I just thought we had a chance to go to the end zone, and try to cut back and just got hit. And I think right before I hit the ground, the ball came out. It's unacceptable. It can't happen.
Ardarius Washington, the guy on Baltimore who had the chance to make a play that he never should have had, and he made it, and kudos to him for like a perfect hit. I mean, that was like your football equivalent of like a great hip check in hockey. He just absolutely laid the lumber to Wilson right in the leg, upper leg, so it's not even close to a dirty hit. And just ever play a turkey bowl where you think you're going to truck one of your buddies and they, in fact, are waiting for you to do the same thing? I watched one of my buddies probably 20 years ago almost get absolutely dump trucked by one of the guys who actually played football in a turkey bowl for North Catholic. And I said, I'm going to run him over too. Well, the next play when I got a chance to do it, he, in fact, had learned his lesson and was the lower man, and I got the stuffing knocked out of me instead. I believe I did fumble on the play. That's just what that felt like. Wilson thought he was 26, not 36. I know that guys are paranoid about the slide rule now because they don't, Fields almost cost them a game or kept a game more dramatic than it needed to be by sliding earlier than he should have. Just get down there. I mean, that's just a get down to the ground play. It's already a terrific run by him. And for my money, I know that they ended up coming back. They had a nice drive to get it to 17-10. Then they come out in third quarter and they get a touchdown drive and it's 17-all. The reason that play strikes me as so significant, Dom, is because you could have made the Ravens, after they had come out like gangbusters in that game a little bit, play from behind. You make them play from behind when it's Steelers-Ravens, when you know that in the back of Jackson's mind, he knows he hasn't had great games against this team. I think you plant a necessary seed of doubt, and instead it was an obvious, massive change in momentum. Ravens rip off 10 straight points. And even though, like I said, the game gets tied up, I just think that one was very determinative. And obviously Wilson made another play later in the game that I think we might be hearing about here in a second. But I thought that one was huge because it really could have set an early tone.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And when I was figuring out what my play of the game was, that was one that I was considering. The only thing I'd push back on you against a little bit is there was another half of football to be played. So a lot of things transpired afterwards, but I agree. It was a 14-point swing, and it swung all the momentum.
Here's the only other thing before we get to yours. I mean, they're in the red zone at that point, too. And they just had the look of a team that was going to punch one in with almost relative ease, I would say. Like, it just looked like they had figured something. They had. That was like kind of one of the hidden stories. Their offense for 3 quarters moved the ball very well and just took out the old Tommy gun at the wrong times. All right, what do you got?
All right, so this is my play of the game.
Play fake. Wilson, pressure. Has to get rid of it, and that's picked off the other way. Marlon Humphrey, pick 6.
All right, so obviously the pick 6.
By the way, Kevin Burkhardt and Fox and Tom Brady on the credit for all these calls. Jarring to hear a Fox broadcast team for Steelers-Ravens. Even more jarring to hear Tom Brady's terrible broadcasting voice and complete lack of insight.
Well,
but I digress.
I'll comment on that a little later on in the show.
Fair enough.
That was his second Steelers game that he's done, too, because he did Steelers-Eagles last week. So 13 minutes left. Steelers were down 24-17, and then Marlon Humphrey got the pick 6. To me, this is the obvious play of the game because it was right after Minkah got an interception himself. I thought that was going to end the game. I'm all pissed off. I put on Clemson, Texas, because I'm like, this game is over. And then you turn it back, and then all of a sudden, Steelers have the ball, and then Russell Wilson threw probably his worst pass of the season, and that is what ended the game. Because it was still a one-score game. They could have went down the field. They could have tied it, and then it was over.
Yeah, it did not feel to me like things were headed in the right direction, but he doesn't make that throw. By the way, that was the rare throw, I think, in the NFL where the minute the ball left his hand, like the split second, I went, that's going the other way. Like, because you could just tell it was one of those out routes thrown with nowhere near enough anticipation or steam. He's been largely pretty good at avoiding that kind of stuff. I was so much in shambles watching that I was reduced to whining on Twitter about, hey, isn't that a taunting on Humphrey for pointing the ball behind him? I'm almost positive it's gotten called, but honestly, when you're focusing on loser stuff like that, you are in a bad way.
You didn't feel like Pittsburgh had the momentum after Minkah got the interception?
No, because it felt like that was almost fluky. Like, even if they got, so here's how I'll describe it. Even if they had gone down the field and tied the game, the way Baltimore had moved the ball on them to that point just made me feel like it was fait accompli, that the Ravens are going to get it right back, pretty much shove it right down their throats, and keep it going on them. That's what I would come up with.
So you pretty much felt like it was over from your play of the game, the fumble.
I felt like the fumble set a very negative tone when it felt like they actually were about to stumble onto something, like they were going to plant a real seed of doubt in the Ravens. Wow, this team doesn't have its best offensive player. They've moved it almost at will on us. Like, are we going to get into a shootout here? And then I just felt like Russ went hero ball at the very, very, very wrong, inopportune time, and you kind of had to, you just had to deal with the fallout and the ramifications of that. 412-928-9370. There's the PM team plays of the game. Dom taking the pick 6 by Humphrey. I say Wilson's fumble in the red zone was a very tough pill to swallow. Our buddy Vincent in Columbus, where they are celebrating as the Buckeyes in their $20 million roster have advanced to the Final 8 in the college football playoff. What's up, Vincent?
Hey, man. I watched the game Saturday, and the defense just really reminded me of all the times we've failed in the playoffs the last couple of years, and that's kind of what I'm getting a lot of flashbacks to what's going to happen in the playoffs. So
you know what? I hadn't really thought about it in those terms, but it did have a lot of those hallmarks, the way, Mahomes went through them, hot knife through butter. Allen did most of the same. There was even turnovers just like last year's game. I think what makes it worse, though, is, and this is probably an unfair belief for Steelers fans to have clung to for so long, you did go into these Ravens games with this, bizarro world sense of confidence, Like, yeah, I know that, intellectually if you've watched the Ravens play enough, and thanks, Vincent. He was on the fan hotline, by the way, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You've felt, though, you've watched probably Ravens games if you're a Steelers fan and just an avid football fan and been like, wow, that's a very good offense. There are some advanced stats metrics that favor them to win the Super Bowl right now. I was checking on it this morning. There's a lot of people that believe that is still the best team in football, and they might be right, by the way. But I think you've gone into these games with maybe an irrational sense of confidence, but maybe not one, because the Steelers have managed to drag them down to their level, so to speak, and force them to play their style of game. I think the best analog would be college basketball, when you get like a high-flying team, and then you'd have Pitt all those years would just say, no, we're basically going to try to break your kneecaps and win this game 60-58 and make it ugly, and they would do it very frequently. And the Steelers would do that to the Ravens, and to see them not be able to pull that off this time, I think is what was most jarring for me. Let's go to Dave right now before we take a break at Coriopolis. Hey, Dave.
Hello, fellas.
Yes, Dave in Coriopolis. How are you?
Just basking in Ohio State's great win. And since we're talking about the Steelers, they're not going to win any more games. They're done. But anyways, let's get back to the
If they had
Ohio
C.J.
State.
Stroud as their quarterback, how many games would they win the rest of the way?
Probably 4.
4
5,
of them?
Probably about 5.
5 of them win the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Why didn't he
Probably
win against the Chiefs this weekend?
He just didn't want to show off.
Didn't want to show off, so he's saving it for the playoffs.
Yeah, he's saving it, much as Ohio State saved it against that school up north and then just turned it on to the rednecks from Tennessee.
Now, let me ask you something, Dave, in Coriopolis.
Did I win the tickets, by the way?
No, you didn't. There weren't any tickets today. Are you still going to fire Ryan Day at Ohio State if he does win the college football playoff but will have that loss to the team up north on his ledger?
We possibly could keep him, but I think he'd have to beg for his job.
Okay.
Losing to that school, I would rather, honestly, in my humbled opinion, I would rather win against the school up north and not go to the playoffs.
Merry Christmas, Dave in Coriopolis. Would you like to end with anything?
Yes, sir. OHIO.
Good old Dave.
Think about what he just said, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He'd rather win a regular season game than make the playoff. Just think about that
You've
for a second.
spoken to Johnny the Barber before, have you not?
Yeah, but I also feel like that's a general thought process amongst
So you don't
Ohio
think
State
you don't
fans.
think our guy Johnny right there is alone in that thought?
I don't.
Yeah, you're actually right. I know that for a fact. I think Jeff Hathorn, of course, our famed Ohio State graduate here, would probably agree with Johnny. Maybe not in the same terms or words. Fan weather right now brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevy EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. Cloudy cold right now. It's like 37 degrees. It's going to be 32 overnight. Could be snow in the morning on Christmas Eve, but then it'll be cloudy and a low of 32 degrees. Up next, Mark Kaboly. He came on this station, and he said things. He had a very radical proposal, I would say, very outside-the-box proposal for how the Steelers should handle their last 2 regular season games. You'll hear it, and we'll react to it. Get your take on it coming up next. First, here's Pony with a message.
All right, Andrew Filipponi back here to talk about the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. Man, if you've not started betting on FanDuel, do I have an offer for you to get you excited about playing there? We know they're an official partner of the NBA, so that means you get great offers when you bet the NBA on FanDuel. One of them right now is this no-sweat opportunity here. When you sign up and start playing on FanDuel, make a $5 bet on anything, any NBA game, any NBA prop, $5 bet, your first bet on FanDuel, and if you win, 5 turns in to $200. So what I like to do is pick the game where I'm the most confident. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are. whoever that is.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Your home deserves the best protection without breaking the bank. For a limited time, Guardian Protection is giving you a free security camera and 3 months of professional monitoring. Yes, for free. That's 3 months of total peace of mind. But don't wait. This deal won't last long. Visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free camera today. That's guardianprotection.com/FAN. Terms apply. New customers only. Guardian Protection, keeping Pittsburgh homes and businesses safe and sound.
Hey, Crowley here. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, Santa Claus, and yes, lots of ice-cold beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet is here for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager, 24-pack cans. Oh my gosh, $17.99. Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite 30-packs, just $22.99. Having a party, maybe a little Christmas gift, beer. Drive a little, save a lot this holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150.
Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Before Santa and those holiday guests arrive, you've got to clear out the clutter. Call Two Men and a Junk Truck. Mention the fan and save 10% off your clean-out. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Pierce the Veil. I Can't Hear You World Tour 2025. Pierce the Veil, live in Pittsburgh. With Sleeping with Sirens and Daisy Grenade. Live at the Pavilion at Star Lake, May 25th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit piercetheveil.net.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case. What type of dog is that? That dog needs to be on a leash, sir. The dog's trained. He knows his words. What's his words? If you say accident, he'll bite you. You say top dog, he'll save you. Your safe word is top dog. Top dog law. This the big dog, not the little one. This the money dog, not the broke one. You call this dog when you get into an accident. Get you top dollar. This is top dog. What I feed him? I feed him accidents. Medical malpractice, car accidents. He eats it up. The insurance companies, he eat them. He really eat them. Any accident. Top dog law.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lose 34-17 to the Ravens on Saturday. They've got 2 more days to get ready before they take on Kansas City on Christmas Day. That'll be on Netflix, but it'll be on local TV here. I believe on KDK has that one. Double checking that, but if you live here and you're like, I don't have Netflix, don't worry. You'll be watching it over the air like the rest of Pittsburgh and Kansas City will be. Penguins Flyers tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Penguins haven't seen the Flyers yet this year. Teams right next to each other in the standings. Philly a game in hand. Penguins looking to jump ahead of them. It'll be on KDK. Thank you, Dom. That Steelers-Chiefs game. And then Penguins again. Puck drop just after 7 o'clock here as they take on the Flyers. For more let's try this again, folks. For more fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, visit 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I think they need to get healthy. I mean, I've had a debate with a lot of people about this, guys. I'd much rather see them go on the road the first round of the playoffs and be 100% healthy across the board rather than be at home and still dealing with some injuries. If they have to sit people this week, I would say go ahead, because I think they're good enough to go on the road and beat some teams when they're 100% intact. If not, I don't think they have much of a chance, whether they're playing home or away.
That was Mark Cabali earlier today with the Fan Morning Show. He told those guys, hey, it's about health. It's not about home field. What say you? It's a 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. PM team, Andrew Filipponi out today with an a recorded first on this show, actually has explosive diarrhea. It's not a joke. It's not the usual ha-ha-ha. Karma came around for Pony in a big, big way, apparently, in the overnight. And he is out of commission. We got intern Dom here, though. You've already heard him. If you're just checking in and joining us, we've got a lot going on today, including just a base-level discussion of, is this team going to win another game this year? And that ties into what Mark Cabali said here, because you can at least make an argument. Now, I don't think it's that compelling, because everyone's dealing with injuries. I don't think most of the guys on this team, even if they quietly believe it, they're definitely not going to say injuries are an excuse. But if you are somebody who believes that part of the reason that the Steelers went down in flames against Baltimore is because George Pickens didn't play, Deshaun Elliott didn't play, Larry Ogunjobi didn't play, TJ Watt did not play his usual level of repetitions because he was nursing an ankle injury, you've got 2 days of rest here, essentially, to go. You really only had 3 total. You've got a high-pressure, high-stress game with the Chiefs, who are also coming off the same kind of minimal layoff. I think it makes sense that if you believe injuries were this team's real kryptonite in that game that they just played, that you would agree with Mark. And I'll tell you this much. When I heard this clip, I very much was I was torn. I think it's a good take by Mark and a good opinion for radio. because it really had me like in a blender as to whether or not I agreed with it. And I give him credit for it. And here is where I come down. I'm ultimately with him on this. You think about it this way. So the Steelers are currently still in control of their destiny to win the division. If the Steelers win these last 2 games, the Steelers will win the AFC North. So they still can take it down. They still can beat the Ravens. They still can get that 3rd seed. If they win out, they're guaranteed the 3rd seed because the Texans already have 6 losses. They are also, by the way, essentially, I think, locked in, functionally speaking, to that 3rd seed. They definitely can't catch Kansas City, obviously. I'd have to go and look at all the tiebreakers for them in Buffalo, but I think they might be locked into no better than 3rd. Double check on that one. You look at the AFC playoff field where the only thing left to determine is whether or not Cincy can steal the last spot. You start to look at who they would be realistically facing. It's probably going to be Baltimore or Houston, although pretty doubtful in the case of Houston. Certain things would have to go their way, I think. The Chargers, the Broncos, maybe the Bengals, although they could control whether the Bengals get in or not. They beat the Bengals, that's it for Cincinnati. I would tell you this. If you give me the option of they play any of those teams I just mentioned, really, I'll include Buffalo here if they were to sink all the way, although I'm trying to do the math here. If they were to sink all the way down, lose out, and end up playing Buffalo, I would, at that point, you're like, what are we going to do here? Probably nothing good. They might fall to that point. I mean, they have a tiebreaker on a team like Denver. If Denver loses one more game, Steelers automatically are going to not be the 7th seed. And Denver, by the way, has to get Cincy and Kansas City. So Denver's probably a good bet to be the 7th seed. If you give me, let's say this, Steelers rest guys and finish 10-7, Denver has what we think is going to happen to them. They lose at least one of their last 2. They are guaranteed to finish in behind the Steelers, okay? There's no way that they can surmount the Steelers. And then let's say the Steelers are in a 3-6 matchup with Baltimore, which actually seems like it could happen. If you give me the option and say Steelers a little bit banged up, but the home team in a 3-6 against Baltimore, or Steelers have to go right back to Baltimore, but they are functionally speaking as healthy as they could be at that point, I will take option B 100% of the time. I'm not saying home field advantage is overrated in the NFL. The Steelers only have 1 home loss this year. They lost to the Ravens on the road. They lost to Dallas at home, and that's it. Colts on the road, Ravens, Eagles, Browns. They are a much better team by record at home. So there's clearly something to it. But they don't have a rookie quarterback. They don't have a guy in Russell Wilson who hasn't dealt with hostile environments. They have enough veterans, although not as many as I'd like. They have a couple veterans on that offensive line who I think can be steadying forces. I didn't see their offensive line committing what I would consider to be crowd-related penalties, really, in that game. They're used to playing in Baltimore. If they somehow ended up, I'm not even sure, I haven't gone through all the permutations of how it would have to happen, but if they ended up playing Houston in a 4-5 game, I actually think that's a building where the Steelers could have some of their fans infiltrate it. It just feels to me like if this team doesn't have T.J. Watt at basically near his peak of health, George Pickens as close to 100% as he is capable of being, Elliott back in the lineup you would hope, and Ogunjobi, they're not going anywhere. Home field means much less to me than healthy players. It also means less to me, and I know that this is something that's been kind of an overarching discussion. It's a lot different if they lose out while they're deliberately resting guys or holding guys out of games. If they hold Pickens out of this game, for example, they decide he's still not ready, and they lose, and then they maybe get him back in against Cincy, but it's just to knock some of the rust off, and they lose that game, that's different for me than if they throw all those guys out there hell-bent for glory to try to win and get a home playoff game and win the division. That's being at least somewhat judicious. And I think that is, by evidentiary standards here, like what we saw on Saturday, this team wounded is a far cry from what people want to believe they can be when they're healthy. I think they can actually still hang in there with everybody in the AFC if they've got their full complement of players, i.e. non-IR guys. And I would tell you that given their history as an organization, we've seen them do it. I'm not saying it's any of the same people. I know it's not, but given their history as having been the team that went on the road 3 times on their way to a Super Bowl win in Super Bowl 40, other teams having had good success playing away from home and winning Super Bowls that way, having to go on that hard road, trip through the playoffs. We've seen it happen enough to know that it's possible. How many times have you seen a team that's got a ton of injuries actually get through the playoffs? The truisms in the NFL are usually something to the effect of the healthiest team is usually one of the teams left standing at the end, and the team that's playing the best is usually one of the teams left standing at the end. Not a coincidence that usually the team playing the best is also the team that's healthiest. I think the Detroit Lions are the best team in football when they're healthy. I would not pick them to win the Super Bowl right now because their entire defense is on the IR. Hutchinson, McNeil just went on the IR. They are losing bodies left and right. It was fun to watch them basically like a cat playing with its food against the Bears, but put that team in against a healthy Eagles team, even if the game's in Detroit, and I have a hard time picking them to win that game as much as I like watching them. Kansas City is as healthy as they're probably going to be. They're suddenly playing better. They're beating good teams. They're rounding into form. The Eagles might be the NFL's Death Star when they're healthy, but oh my God, did you watch them with Kenny Pickett in that game? If there was any question as to whether or not that offense was just so good it was quarterback proof, it got answered yesterday. And please miss me with the Kenny did enough to get a win. He threw a touchdown pass, and then that offense was a complete shell of what it usually is afterwards. I am aware that they got the 30-plus points. I was not that impressed. I watched the majority of that game. It's pretty simple for me. It's health. Are you going to be healthy or not? And that's why Mark Kaboly's saying he'd consider resting these guys. He thinks health is more important than home field. It resonates. I think he's right. It'd be nice to see them playing a home playoff game at Acrisure Stadium. It'd be a lot nicer to see them have a full complement of players for a playoff game, regardless of where it's at. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. Let's talk about this. Mark Kaboly says today on the morning show he'd rather the Steelers rest guys so that they're healthy, even if it costs them the division, even if it makes them go on the road in the playoffs. Do you agree? Do you think that the Steelers have a better chance going on the road if they're healthy than being a little banged up at home in the postseason? 412-928-9370. That's the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Hear from you guys coming up next. You want health or do you want the best shot at home field? What gives the Steelers the best chance to do something they haven't done in the better part of a decade and win a playoff game? 412-928-9370. Here's Don with the fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have signed Andrew McCutchen to a 1-year, $5 million contract. So a little baseball news here in December. And the Saints and Packers play tonight on Monday Night Football. Game is at 8:15, and Westwood One's coverage starts at 7:30 right here on 93.7 The Fan. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Dom. You know what I'll be doing tonight? Watching that game. You know what else I'll be doing? Snacking during that game. You know what else I'll be doing? Upgrading my snacking experience with Daisy Sour Cream's new French onion and ranch sour cream dips. That's right. Take those veggies or those chips or those pretzels. Maybe you're noshing on some wings. Make them even better with these great new dips from Daisy Sour Cream. They're made with Daisy Sour Cream. That's a great start. Then they throw in the real herbs and spices and only the kind of ingredients that you would find in your own kitchen. They give anything you're snacking on just so much extra flavor. You've got to try them out. Daisy Sour Cream's new French onion and ranch sour cream dips.
Join 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive hockey watch party Saturday, December 28th from 7 to 9 as Pittsburgh takes on New York. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, prizes, and great eats.
Beyond Lincoln's Corsair Christmas. We are offering 2024 all-wheel drive Lincoln Corsairs at prices that Scrooge would smile about. Why don't you treat yourself? We have over 120 Lincolns in stock on the ground. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. Offers end January 2nd.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting college football bowl games, good luck. No, seriously, it's never been harder. And you don't want to be hurting your bankroll. You want to make sure you're doing your homework. Listen to Cash the Ticket. Mike Valeni and I will be breaking down every single bowl game, dropping new episodes nearly every day throughout college football's postseason. Spicing things up with a 12-team playoff. Can't wait to see some of those teams from the South come up north for the snow. Be sure to subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get Go Cafe and Market serves up all of your favorite fresh, made-to-order food and drinks. Get more of the Get Go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots and an ice-cold drink, all for just $5. Download the Get Go app to order from anywhere. And free Coffee Mondays are back. Every Monday in December, scan your loyalty card and get any size self-serve coffee free. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes one router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
Winter cheers from the brewers at Bell's Brewery. Ring in the holidays with Michigan's finest. Offerings include, but are not limited to, Bell's Oberon Eclipse, a citrus wheat beer to brighten up those dark winter nights. Bell's Special Double Cream Stout, velvety smooth and incredibly rich. Bell's Christmas Ale, a robust and warming traditional Scottish-style ale. And don't forget to grab the latest Bell's Hearted IPA Variety 12-pack for your next party or family gathering. Enjoy all of these great seasonal treats from Bell's Brewery, available at better beer retailers throughout Western Pennsylvania. Cheers.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Tech scams, identity thieves, data leaks. Hearing about these online threats every day can be stressful. But don't worry. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? Well, it means you won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yeah, I think there's still football to be played, and listen, I think the reality is that we got to respond in the right way after this one. We felt like we battled through and we had a chance, and it didn't work out. But the reality is that we got a game come Wednesday that we got to get ready for, and we got to see what we can do better. I know what I can do better, that's for sure. And then there's a lot of good things that we did too, and so using those things that we did well and eliminating the things that we didn't.
Follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fans, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Russell Wilson. There's still more football. We got things ahead of us. Yeah, I don't know how important it is. I'm sure Netflix and the NFL would like the Steelers to not do any load management NBA-style stuff on Christmas Day, but I think Mark Cavalli has done that rare of things, which is make a very compelling case that maybe changed my mind from what it otherwise would have been. I'd rather be healthy and on the road in the playoffs than at home and a little dinged up. What about you? 412-928-9370. I think this team just is much more about its players than it is where they are playing. And I think if you were having this discussion, it was like, would you like your quarterback to be healthy? But they are not as much of a quarterback-driven team. If you asked Buffalo fans, hey, would you like to go on the road with Josh Allen or at home with Mitch Trubisky? I wonder what they'd say. Hey, Kansas City, do you want to play in the playoffs all 3 games at or both your games at Arrowhead with Carson Wentz? Or 3 games or whatever on the road with Patrick Mahomes? You know what I mean. Very few teams, if any, are built around guys who are not the quarterback the way the Steelers are. Pickens is massively important. We've figured that out the last couple of weeks. Watt is hugely important, him being as healthy as he's going to be. And now it seems like, and this probably is it's a bit of an indictment of their defense, I guess. It sounds like Deshaun Elliott's pretty damn important, too. He and Ogunjobi aren't there. And, man, it was like Derrick Henry was running through truck-sized holes in that game. Give me health, not home field. What say you? 412-928-9370. Adrian, our good buddy, Adrian is on the fan.
Hey, what's up? All of Pittsburgh just needs to relax, like Aaron Rodgers would say. I mean, everything's always overrated on this station. They played 2 games without their best player and got beat.
Wait, you're saying Pickens is better than Watt?
At this point, as far as this year, starting this year, yeah. Not last year and before, no.
Okay.
But as of right now,
I think that's an opinion that would, by the way, be very unpopular with most people who follow the NFL, but I get what you're saying, at least to their offense. He's super important.
I mean, he makes everything go. Once you commit 2 guys to him, that's when we saw Austin and Jefferson.
All right, so hold on. You're saying don't overreact, but you're also saying Pickens is hugely important. Does that mean you would rather see this team be healthy but playing a road playoff game than win the division and be dinged up?
Absolutely be healthy. But I think we're going to have it both because I think we're getting Pickens back. I think we're going to win the division and be healthy because I don't care where we play as long as we got George Pickens. We're going to win. We're going to win a minimum of 4 games. to answer your original question.
So you think they're going to win?
minimum.
They're going to win either. Hold on a second. You've either got them winning no games the rest of the way and winning the literal Super Bowl, or you've got them winning at least, let's say, one game here, then getting to the Super Bowl, or at bare minimum. So so I have you clear here, your bare minimum season outcome is appearance in the AFC Championship game. If you're saying they've got 4 more wins in them, minimum.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, we will be at the AFC Championship game. There's not a team in the AFC that I fear. Buffalo's been overachieving all year. They're really not that good. They just almost lost to New England. They're a one-man team, and all you got to do is stop James Cook.
What about the team that just smacked you around in their own building and ran for over 200 yards against you and was averaging like 7 yards per play against you? What about them?
King Henry and the bunch? They're legit.
But you don't fear them.
Team. No, because with our team, look, that you had the play of the game. If Russell Wilson don't fumble that ball, we are division champs right now. Russell Wilson played. That was his first bad game of the season. Like, do
you want to know the irony, Adrian? We can't take turnovers off the board. Thank you, by the way. We always like hearing from Adrian. He's pugnacious, which I like. Honestly, you cannot take turnovers off the board, nor should you when evaluating a player. I thought Russ, without Pickens in there, was up. It's the old other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play bit ×2. I thought he was moving the offense and commanding the offense better than I have seen him do all year relative to expectations coming into that game. They ran it pretty well on Baltimore. He was throwing it. He was making good decisions. He was hitting guys. He was escapable until he wasn't. Troy on Mount Washington. Hey, Troy.
Walsey, what's up, brother?
Not too much, man.
So, before I pivot to this question right here, I agree with you as well. I was at the game, and when Highsmith got the strip sack and we didn't get the recovery, it kind of like set something up in our minds of like, are we going to get the bounces this game?
They've gotten plenty of them against Baltimore, if we're all being honest with ourselves in the past.
And think about what it mentally does to Lamar Jackson losing a fumble that early in the game against the Steelers. I think that changes the whole momentum of the game there.
Well, mine was the Wilson fumble, not the fumble that didn't get recovered by
right.
Steelers.
Now, that's what I'm saying. Once we got that Wilson fumble, it was like, oh, we didn't get the first one.
Yep.
And I think the length of the drive afterwards is just the nail in the coffin. But in terms of health and in terms of a playoff game, like we're going to have, realistically, we're going to have 2 games in 18 days in between after the Chiefs game, and then you have Cincinnati.
You got a little time. You definitely have a little time.
So we're talking about getting healthy, but 18 days is enough time to get healthy. And just like I think Russ shouldn't have slid on that play because we're trying to win the division, and you want a quarterback that wants to go into.
Well, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. He should have slid because you were at the game.
But you're not guaranteed to score there.
Did it not feel? Hold on. Did it not feel to you like they were going to punch that ball in? They were rolling through Baltimore's defense at that point on that drive. Like I thought they had them on their back foot. Like I did not think Baltimore was able to dictate terms. I know they've struggled a little bit in the red zone. Obviously, the Steelers.
Yeah, and no George Pickens.
But they had already scored on a slick little play. Let me put it this way. I liked the general direction that everything was taking, and then that just, like you said, let the air out of the balloon. So I guess you and I differ a little bit on whether he should have slid. It's Russ. You're not Josh Allen anymore. I think it's way more important to be very clear here that they are healthy, partly because of Wilson. He is not some young guy playing quarterback. Like, I thought Stroud got overwhelmed last year in the playoffs again. I know he played that first game, and obviously they ran the Browns out of the building. That was at home. I thought you saw Stroud go into Baltimore in the divisional round, and as good as he was last year, quite frankly, look overwhelmed by the moment. You know, Rare is the guy in his first pass as the starter at quarterback who just rolled. Like, Flacco getting to the AFC title game his rookie year was wild that it actually happened. But you don't have to worry about that if you're the Steelers. That factors into me when I'm deciding whether or not, like, it's important that my team is playing at home. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. More from you guys on this one. Mark Caballi says this morning on the morning show he'd rather the Steelers be healthy. Rest guys. Get healthy. Who cares about winning the division in a home playoff game? You need all your guys healthy. That's how you have your best chance. Do you agree, or do you think there's real value in this team winning the division? 412-928-9370. Let's talk more about it. We also, even though Donnie's off today, we have Dom Football's Game Balls coming up next. First, he's got a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Flyers are in Pittsburgh. They take on the Penguins tonight at 7 o'clock. It is the first time these two teams have played all season, so it should be a fun one. Flyers Pens at 7. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Ballsy.
Nice paper shuffling sound effect you had there briefly. It felt like a Walter Cronkite update or something like that. Hold on. All right, I'm going to tell you right now about my friends at Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. It is, like, if you've got your trade-in, right? You're thinking about getting a new ride, the Mitsu that fits you. Okay, well, you probably have a car you want to get rid of, or an SUV, something you want to trade in. A little bartering like in the old days. Is bartering trading? Same thing? I think so. Anyway. Perfect time to trade. Why? Because during the Jim Shorkey Holiday Exchange event, they are paying 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. 125%. Not often in life you're going to get 125% of the value for something. You will right now at Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. They got great deals too. All-wheel drive Outlanders up to $8,500 off, or you can finance at 0%. You've got Outlander Sports also with all-wheel drive up to $5,000 off, $2,000 off on the Mirage. That's America's best value car. And again, 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance on any new purchase. Come get your year-end deal your way. What a great day. Visit them, North Huntington or online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Pony?
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for WetGo. There are a couple things I really love and cherish in life. My wife and my daughter are right there at the top of the list. That's why I'm coming to you from California. And I'll be going to the San Diego Zoo this week and seeing some family and friends out here. And so that's obviously tier 1 living. After that, right below my family and friends, I'm loving the WetGo car wash. That decal on my windshield, it's like a VIP pass that I get to use whenever I want at the 45-plus locations. Hey, I'm at a WetGo. I'm getting gas. I'm buying snacks. I'm getting coffee. Free on Mondays, I may add. And right there, boom, WetGo in and out. And you buy your first month, get your second month free. That's 60 days of car washes for the price of 30. And it truly is unlimited. No fine print. They're not going to hassle you for going too often. You go and go and go. And the more you go, the better the value and the better your car looks. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. When I get back from California, I want to be inundated with people telling me, hey, I signed up for WetGo and I love it. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited. Sign up today.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Worry-free privacy, identity, and device protection.
This is Sean Levine with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It feels like at this point, the running back value is officially back. We looked at some of the moves this offseason that we thought were going to be game changers. Kirk Cousins hasn't worked out great, but all the running back moves pretty much have. Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley's been so good, he might end up being the MVP. The running back is back. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
This Christmas, the NFL is live on Netflix, and it's a gift you can't wrap. On December 25th, Netflix will be the home for 2 NFL Christmas Day games. At 1 p.m. Eastern, the 2024 Super Bowl winning Kansas City Chiefs face the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by the Baltimore Ravens versus the Houston Texans at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a holiday tradition you won't want to miss. Watch live only on Netflix. You won't want to miss it.
When your little one has a cold with a fever, try new DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever. It's the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever offers fast, effective cold and fever relief for kids ages 6 and up with a delicious grape flavor that kids love. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever will help them feel better fast so they can get back to the fun stuff quickly. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This Christmas, the NFL is live on Netflix, and it's a gift you can't wrap. On December 25th, Netflix will be the home for 2 NFL Christmas Day games. At 1 p.m. Eastern, the 2024 Super Bowl winning Kansas City Chiefs face the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by the Baltimore Ravens versus the Houston Texans at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a holiday tradition you won't want to miss. Watch live only on Netflix. You won't want to miss it.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, inbound side of the Parkway West, you'll see delays from Carnegie into the tunnels. Outbound side is backed up from 2nd Avenue through Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
You ventured into the attic and garage for your holiday decorations and suddenly remembered what a cluttered nightmare it was. Before you put it all back, give us a call. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
PM Team Pony out with explosive diarrhea, and for once that's not a joke. Donnie out because he's got a schedule that compares favorably to Jim Rome for the rest of the month, i.e. he's got a lot of days off to use, and he rightly intends to use them. That means, that second part, Donnie being out, means we're just going to give out game balls from a man whose name also begins with D and has most of the same letters, actually. Just not quite. It's Dom's Game Balls. 3 down to 1. These are not going to go in for the record as a matter of official record because you're too much of a wild card. I track these year after year, or week after week. I will maybe put them in the record, but make a very specific note that it is you awarding them. The same guy who once said that Caleb Williams was a top 5 NFL quarterback while he was still playing football at USC. You're not like a reliable narrator, as they would say.
I want to be in the record books, actually.
Oh, I'm gonna put this in there, but it's going to have a huge parenthetical that says awarded by Dom. Anyway, fire away. Game ball number 3, if you would be so kind.
All right, game balls. Game balls.
Game. What are you doing here?
Game what?
Nuts!
No. Balls. Game balls. All right. So I have 3. I also have a bonus ball that I'm going to throw it at the end. My first ball is going to go to Derrick Henry. Now, this guy ran the ball 24 GD times for 162 yards. No touchdowns, but he had some pretty important pickups and some big runs. He also had 2 catches for 27 yards. Listen, you heard rumblings going into the season that maybe he was starting to decline a little bit. Maybe he was a little washed. He's looked as every bit as dominant as he looked in Tennessee. And if they go anywhere in the postseason, I think it's going to be because of him.
Here was one of his big plays in a game that was chock full of...
On the fake. Go back the other way, and that's caught. Look at this screenplay. Henry trucking through people down to the 10. It's a runaway freight train to Derrick Henry.
He is a very large human being, and the Steelers failed to do the one thing that you have to do with him, and that's get him before he gets about 3 or 4 clean steps in a row past the line, like 2 past the line of scrimmage. He was a downhill dump truck, and they looked like every other team that tries to tackle him for once. They usually You know what, though? This was a continuation of the first game where the malpractice in the coaching department was on John Harbaugh's part. He did not let Derrick Henry touch the ball one time in the fourth quarter of a very close game. That mistake was not made. 24 carries, $162, plus those couple of catches for 27 yards. He was phenomenal in this game for them.
Game ball number 2. Now, I almost didn't do this because I feel like it can be kind of lazy to give a game ball to a quarterback. But I'm going to give one to Lamar Jackson. So 207 yards, which isn't crazy, but he did have 3 touchdowns, a QBR of 68, which was top 10 this weekend. And he made some unbelievable throws. I mean, listen, he's won an MVP for a reason. And he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league for a reason. And I thought, some of the throws he was making were spectacular. And I'm surprised that he struggled in the past against the Steelers as much as he had. This was, correct me if I'm wrong, I think his best game he's ever had against Pittsburgh. So I'm going to give him a game ball.
By orders of magnitude, it was his best performance against them. Let's go with, I don't know, I could pick a bunch of different ones. How about this little toss?
3rd and 8. Jackson going end zone. It is caught! Bateman, touchdown!
He, again, I think a theme in this game was the Steelers got the versions of all of these Ravens stars that they hardly ever get, and it is... I would have been very interested had Andrew not been sidelined by extremely explosive diarrhea. He has been leading the charge of, I won't believe the Ravens are a real credible threat to the Steelers until they show me. Well, this was a backhanded thrashing, especially late in the game. I would think anybody that harbored the idea that the Steelers are just going to kind of have this mastery over Lamar Jackson and this team in perpetuity has been disabused of that notion. Nothing wrong with being proud that they usually beat him, but this is the guy, and that's the Ravens style of offense that most everybody else sees, and I think you saw why it's so hard to stop, because when they're running it well with Henry, and then when Jackson is able to kind of just chill and do his thing, he didn't even have to run the ball that much, and he didn't run it all that well, but when they're opening lanes for Henry, and then the Steelers have to commit down to try to stop him, it just makes a lot of things very easy for Lamar. And game ball number 1?
So game ball number 1, and then again, I'll give the bonus ball at the end. But
yes.
By the way, was I supposed to go 3-2-1, like the biggest game ball at the end?
Yes. Why? Did you go 1-2-3?
That's exactly what I did, actually. Yeah.
Hold on. That's all right. It's an easy cut and paste piece of business for me.
I'm sorry.
It makes a lot more sense, actually. I only had to cut and paste Henry. It makes a lot more sense that he was your biggest game ball recipient because he was easily their best player.
Yeah.
I was very confused as to who this was going to go to otherwise.
It's okay. No worries. So my last game ball, it was difficult giving it to a Steeler, particularly somebody on offense.
So don't.
No, I know, but I am, though. But I am.
Okay.
Because I think he deserves one, mostly from one play, and that's Calvin Austin. Now, he only had 4 catches. It was only for 65 yards. But he did have that 44-yard catch in the third quarter when they were only down by a touchdown. It was the Steelers' longest play from scrimmage in this game. And then he also had a big third down catch later on in that drive. He looked like, to me, the best wide receiver out there without George Pickens. And again, he only made 4 catches, but one of them was the biggest offensive play of the game for the Steelers. So I think a Steeler should get one, and it's going to go to him.
All right. Well, we'll give Austin a little bit of shine for you putting him on there. I didn't think I was going to get a Steeler here, but here we go. Here's one.
Wilson with time, looking for a deep ball. Going to take a shot down there. Austin turns around. Is he in bounds? He is! Wow. Calvin Austin, how did he do that? Oh, wow.
Toe drag swag there. Kevin Burkhardt was stunned by it. Brady did whatever grunting noises he's been doing on that broadcast pretty much since he started. I think one of the major legit bright spots of this year, no matter how the year ends for the Steelers, they found out that Calvin Austin, if they can keep him healthy and not get him killed, note to the Steelers, don't run him on flat patterns where he's got to turn his back to the defense. He's got his limitations, but he now looks like an upper echelon wide receiver 3. And in like a big, you imagine putting him on the Chiefs with Worthy. Now, they're kind of built like that with Worthy being a sleight of frame burner, but He's shown toughness. He's shown some of those like instincts as like a sideline toe tap guy that really good wide receivers have. He is rounding into form as a nice little draft pick for the Steelers. I'm impressed with him. He's a tough dude out there for how small he is. And let me put it this way. The highest compliment I can pay is if they find a legit wide receiver 2 next year, if Pickens is wide receiver 1, find a wide receiver 2, he looks like a capital W weapon if he is a true wide receiver 3. He had a nice little game for himself.
All right,
bonus ball.
Bonus ball.
I'm not tracking this as a matter of the record.
No need to. I just wanted to put that out there. My bonus ball, Chris, is going to Tom Brady. And hold on. Don't make noises in there. Listen, this guy gets crapped on week in and week out by everybody on social media, all the sports media analysts out there. And I actually thought he called a pretty good game. It was his second straight Steelers game that he's called. And it comes on a day, by the way, that Greg Olsen was getting a lot of BS because he did something during the Eagles-Commanders game where he seemed a little biased. I thought Tom Brady did a great job. And I'm sick of you and all you Brady haters out there. And I don't even really love the guy. But it's enough already.
His voice stinks. He's making $37 million to do this job.
He's on the 18.
Literally, no one else is making $37 million, I assure you. He is literally not allowed by rule to criticize the officials, which is part of the job if you're a top-end color analyst, because he is a minority owner of a football team.
No, he didn't make that rule.
Yes, but he probably should pick a lane. You know what, or get off the pot, Tom. He's terrible at this job relative to the money he's making. He's not even close to one of the 2 top analysts. In fact, Collinsworth's way better. Olsen's way better. Romo is actually having, comparatively, and I am not a Tony Romo fan anymore as a broadcaster, Romo is having a major renaissance year. And I think part of that is everyone's listening to him versus Brady and going, Tony's kind of annoying, but this makes me realize we maybe had it better than we thought with him. What are you doing?
You don't really like Greg Olsen. You just you feel bad for him because you
feel bad for him.
Yeah, because you feel like he got handed it to by the
He's
the guy,
making millions
by
too.
The man.
He got a raw deal because he's better at the job. Maybe if Brady learns how to be critical of players once in a while and actually he'll break down something at a competent level, but he ain't anywhere near a $37 million man, nor is he anywhere near, or should he be anywhere near, the top broadcast pairing. That was Dom Football's Game Balls, and that's why we love Dom, because he just had to put something in there about Tom Brady. 412-928-9370 is the phone number, and I want to know what matters more to you as a Steelers fan. Winning this division still? You win out, you get it done if you're the Steelers, or just getting this team healthy, and hey, we'll take our chances with a healthy team going on the road in the playoffs. Wayne is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Wayne.
How you doing, Paulie?
I'm good.
I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, health over home field, who cares? These guys are professionals. They know how to play on the road. I mean, if you can have your
I wouldn't say that if they had a rookie quarterback or a first-time quarterback in the playoffs. Part of the reason I give this real credence is because Russell Wilson has been there, done that in the postseason before.
Absolutely, but you have to have your best guys on the field to win the playoffs and beat these teams. There's no doubt about
that. So knowing that they didn't have Pickens, Elliott, Ogunjobi, and a somewhat hobbled T.J. Watt in that game, how doom and gloom are you versus still optimistic that if they get healthy, they can make a run?
I still think they're going to finish 11-6.
You think they're going to win on Wednesday, or you think they're going to beat the Bengals?
I think the Bengals are a better shot, but. They're going to finish 11-6. Hopefully, they can get a little bit hot going into the playoffs and win that Bengals game. But you got to have your best guys on the field. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
All right. I mean, I'm surprised. I thought there would be some people that believe more in the old school value of, hey, they got to come into our house. Renegade's going to play. Blah blah blah. It's sort of jarring. It's kind of a commentary on the fall of their defense to some extent. That I feel like people are not. They're not really saying bring them into Pittsburgh here. Let's see if they can go through the black and gold, the steel, modern steel curtain. I would feel much better about them having to go to Baltimore, let's say, as the 6 in a 6-3 matchup than hosting Baltimore as the 3 in a 3-6 matchup. Eddie in the South Hills. Hey, Eddie.
Hi. You know what? I agree with most of these other callers. At first I didn't, because I would rather have the home field. But you know what? You can have the home field, but if you don't have Pickens, Deshaun Elliott, Ogunjobi, you need all those guys, every single one of them, because you see our defense is not the same without them. You know, there's these.
What
guys
was the bigger problem in that game for you, Eddie? The defense or the offense for the Steelers? What was more alarming?
I thought the defense. I thought the offense was moving the ball great until Russ pummeled that ball, and then the whole game turned around. I thought our defense played soft, didn't get a lot of pressure on Lamar, and our guys played way off the receivers. I thought we played a totally different game than we did the last time we played them. But we also had Deshaun Elliott, who I think is the one guy that in the secondary we need.
Well, he's a
run stopper.
Yeah, I think he's a guy, Eddie. I think he's a guy. We got to take a break, but thank you. He's a guy whose value I think has been proven more and more. I'm not saying he's going to get up there every time and stop Derrick Henry, but there were multiple occasions where I thought, man, if 25's in the lineup, Henry might get 5 yards, but he ain't getting 15. And Henry was ripping off huge runs all game long. It felt like every time you looked, he was getting the ball and he was going with it. 412-928-9370. You want to get involved. Coming up next, we still don't know the status of George Pickens. He gave an update on himself. Wasn't necessarily much of one. Is George Pickens the cure for what has ailed the Steelers these last 2 games? Let's discuss it up next. Fan weather right now. We'll let KDKA handle it. It's brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevy EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. Is George Pickens the tonic that will cure all the Steelers' ills? Or is he just one of many guys that they realistically need back to have a shot down the stretch? 412-928-9370. Here's a message from Pony.
All right, Andrew Filipponi back here to talk about the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. Man, if you've not started betting on FanDuel, do I have an offer for you to get you excited about playing there? We know they're an official partner of the NBA, so that means you get great offers when you bet the NBA on FanDuel. And one of them right now is this no-sweat opportunity here. When you sign up and start playing on FanDuel, make a $5 bet on anything, any NBA game, any NBA prop, $5 bet, your first bet on FanDuel, and if you win, 5 turns in to $200. So what I like to do is pick the game where I'm the most confident. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your home deserves the best protection without breaking the bank. For a limited time, Guardian Protection is giving you a free security camera and 3 months of professional monitoring. Yes, for free. With HD video and motion alerts, you'll always know what's happening at home, even when you're not there. Plus, two-way audio lets you check in anytime. But don't wait. This deal won't last long. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free camera today. Terms apply. New customers only. Hey, it's Crowley here for Shenderovich and Fishman. And did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen? Because they don't need one. Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win for you, their fee is only 25%, because that's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. You don't need tiny print. You don't need a long disclaimer. It's simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win, your fee is only 25%. So if you've been injured, dog bite, car accident, motorcycle accident, any accident that causes serious injury or death, you call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The phone number, 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. They really do have your back, not your wallet.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Pierce the Veil. I Can't Hear You World Tour 2025. Pierce the Veil, live in Pittsburgh, with Sleeping with Sirens and Daisy Grenade. Live at the Pavilion at Star Lake, May 25th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit piercetheveil.net.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Week 16 of pro football wraps up tonight in Green Bay, and Green Bay is a huge favorite at home against New Orleans. Green Bay a 14-point home favorite, total 42.5. New Orleans playing with its backup quarterback and backup running back. And I like Green Bay to cover the spread in this game, but prop-wise here, I want to take a look at Green Bay's wide receiver with the initials JR, and I like his matchup here going over the middle of the field against this New Orleans defense. Receiving yards prop is 41.5. I think he could easily get to 50, so I do like Green Bay tonight. Green Bay receiver, initials JR, over yards. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bowl season is in full swing. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. With the first round of the playoff in the books, the rest of the bowls take center stage. Syracuse and Washington State face off on Friday with the Cuse as a double-digit favorite. The BetQL model likes Wazoo getting the points. Washington State plus 16 is a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select warehouse clubs in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local retailer today. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found 2 loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack. Perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness. With daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho, 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 ho.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Crowley here. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, Santa Claus, and yes, lots of ice cold beer. Hampton Beer Outlet is there for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. Whoa, Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite 30-packs, just $22.99. The best in the business. Drive a little, save a lot this holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Discover Pittsburgh's ultimate fashion destination, Tons. The city's first concept store for designer fashion. 5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
The real reason the Grinch's heart got bigger, he's at Beyond Lincoln's Corsair Christmas. These are prices that are so out of sight on the 2024 all-wheel drive Lincoln Corsair. Over 120 Lincolns in stock on the ground. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and GetGo. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry this holiday season, from the biggest retailers and best brands, all while earning you free gas and groceries. Stop in our stores for bonus perk offers on gift cards. Give the gift everyone wants, and get a little something for yourself, too. The holidays are magical at Giant Eagle, Market District, and GetGo.
Things are pretty stacked up on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You'll be seeing delays from the Birmingham Bridge into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? You could reach that by February. Have more? Do the math. Then go to awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sad news over the weekend from the world of baseball. Ricky Henderson, still the career leader in runs scored and stolen bases, died after battling pneumonia at age 65. MVP, two-time World Series champ, a 10-time All-Star, a Gold Glover, a 3-time Silver Slugger, and an ALCS MVP, and, of course, among other things, a Hall of Famer, one of the all-time greats across all sports, not just baseball. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 93.7thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
I think it's self-explanatory. He is a splash playmaker. He's a one-on-one playmaker. Oftentimes he controls schematics, which creates one-on-ones for others, or a light box regarding the run. But that's what talented outside people do. Not only George, but anybody that has talented outside people worthy will do some of the same things to us.
Mike Tomlin right there, and that was yesterday. In his meeting with the press, talking about the impact of one George Pickens, who still doesn't know if he's going to go for the Steelers in Wednesday's game against the Chiefs. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I am curious about this. I was thinking about this when I was watching that game. A couple different thoughts were floating through my head. One of them, by the way, I hesitate to do this. This is bad form, but I'm going to do it anyway. We got Judge Judy on one of the TVs in here. And Dom was amazed to know that Judge Judy rakes in like $35 to $40 million a year to do this show. We've all talked about the Judge Judy, the bailiffs on these shows, and we've speculated in the past about how much money they may make to do the job. I really would love to know. They were cutting to the court reporter at one point. Like an actual honest-to-God court reporter on Judge Judy. I want to know how much she's hitting off the court reporter for. But I know a couple people who are court reporters. That's like a steady job. It's a very necessary job, too, in the judicial system and process. And I want to know how much Judge Judy's paying her court reporter. They just cut to this like very, prim and proper looking woman who's punching away on her little court reporting typewriter. I think just like with the bailiff, if that court reporter's making under $500,000 a year, they're getting underpaid. This is a television show. They're basically like a TV star.
Do you think Judge Judy is the one paying their salary?
No, it ain't like a Pat McAfee situation where he gets like allotted an amount of money every year for ESPN and then he disperses it as he sees fit, like to Mark Cabali, for example, to Tone Diggs, all those guys. No, I don't. Maybe. I mean, Judge Judy makes so much money, she could absolutely hit off this court reporter for $250,000 a year. What the hell is this, too? Now they've got Judge Judy in chambers here?
Well, I just looked it up, and it says she earns around $47 million.
And you didn't believe me.
That's laughable.
I know. You wanted to say something else that begins with bull and rhymes with spit. I agree with you. But she's a TV star, and this is syndicated programming. She's making slop for the masses here.
Is she a real judge, or is it just like...
No, she's an actual... I mean, she's like a judge. She, Yes, she's like... She can't just be up there doing like kangaroo court.
She could... Steve Harvey did the court show where he was a judge. Remember
I don't think that was ever like Steve could pass judgment. No, Judge Judy, like all these other judges, they're actual judges. Like they're not just television stars. But what I want to know is like, I don't know if she's still doing new episodes. I think she's like 80 years old. Now they've got her in chambers here. What is this? This is ridiculous. The lady in there looks like she's dressed like one of the pilgrims. She's got like the frilly collar. Looks like she would have been right in place and like now. Oh, it's called Judy Justice. Okay. I want to know how much she's paying the court reporter though.
82 years old, Judge Judy.
Yeah, I mean, do you like being is she still doing the show? I guess she must be.
I think so, yeah.
Do you like doing the show that much?
For $47 million, I'll do the show.
That's like a Paterno or Bear Bryant, one of those guys hanging on for so long. They just want to like. It's nice when Hubie Brown wanted to still do NBA games into his late 80s, and he was sharp as a tack, and he's, he ended up doing it to what, 90, 91 years old. Does Judge Judy really? What is she doing? She need more money? Probably not. Just saying. And if that court reporter's not like making, the kind of money to basically like support a family times two, I think that's bogus. Everybody's got their little role to play on that show, in my opinion.
See, and I don't mean to keep talking about this.
No, listen, it's the December 23rd, man. We can take a 2-minute Judge Judy diversion here. It's my show, damn it.
When I watch Judge Judy, which isn't that often, but when I do, I mean, a part of me thinks like, how real is this?
Well, wait a minute. There was a guy who called in the old days of the station. He called in as Matt Shaler. He's a hothead who had been in like the Marine Corps. And he got on Judge Mathis, which was another one of the many competing judge shows out there. I don't really know what Mathis's hook was either. Like Judge Judy, it's, hey, she's Judge Judy. That's the hook. And how that works is, so you have to have like a legitimate small claims situation, like something for small claims court. Hey, he broke my PlayStation or whatever. He did like X amount of money in damages. And I think for small claims, it has to be under a certain threshold. My understanding of how these cases work is that both parties agree to go on and be on the show. And Matt Shaler, when he did it, we actually got footage of it. People like DVR'd it, and he just completed like idiot behavior on there. He was like saying stuff about the Steelers on the broadcast. Like, I think they kind of want you to be a big ham on the show. But my understanding of it at last time I looked it up is all parties involved essentially they get flown out there to do it or wherever they tape from. And then they essentially have whatever situation it is resolved by the show. Like the show covers the whatever the judgment is that's rendered. Everybody involved kind of gets off scot-free and doesn't have to like pay extra.
Oh, well, what's that?
Well, that's the whole point, though. It's like, hey, do you want to be a TV star in exchange for maybe you would have to otherwise pay $2,500? But instead, we'll pay the bill here for you, so to speak. You just got to be on the show. I think that's how that particular brand of sausage is made, at least at last check. So that's a little the more you know flying through the air.
I mean, God bless, and she's making a good living.
A good living? $47 million a year. I would love to know what you'd call a great living.
Maybe she's like grooming her kids to become her
Little
replacement.
judges.
Yeah.
Well, her kids are probably all in their 50s or 60s by now.
Yeah, if she's 82, probably.
She's not exactly a spring chicken here, Dom. They should. They're probably not allowed to use that. In fact, I know they're not. All right, George Pickens. I want to know, like, here's why I ask, is he the cure for what ails them and why I'm not so sure it's necessarily the case. I think there were two interesting developments above all else in that game Saturday. One was in kind of, they worked in opposite directions. The one was that the Steelers offense actually found ways to move the ball without him. And if you were just if I cut the game off at 3 quarters in and you looked at their basic stat lines, you'd say, like, man, they look pretty good. The eye test was good. I was texting with some of my buddies. I was like, this is actually a good and entertaining football game. There have been screw-ups, and right after I started texting this, it basically like went sideways for the Steelers. There had been screw-ups, but the Steelers had shown like a dimension that they hadn't really put on display prior to that without Pickens. Like they had looked like it was a major struggle bus. They were going against a team that was better defensively than it had been, that's always been good at stopping the run, yet you go and look at the numbers. They ran it for 5 yards a clip. And a lot of that was earlier in the game when it was actually still like somewhat up for grabs. And yeah, Wilson's responsible for some of that on a long scramble, but they were still running it pretty effectively. He was spreading the ball around, and he wasn't throwing a ton of downfield stuff, but he was hitting enough passes of intermediate length that they were moving the football. And so I'm not saying it dispelled the notion that they are helpless without Pickens. It certainly doesn't give any credence to this idea that, oh, yeah, he's expendable or anything like that. He still is like the straw that stirs the drink. That's why Tomlin said all that about him. He makes a lot of people's lives easier game in and game out. But, like, you did at least get some proof of concept there that they aren't just going to roll over and show their belly if they don't have him. Conversely, the other interesting sort of outcropping from this game was their defense looked completely lost without Elliott and Ogunjobi. Like, it's one thing to have Baltimore score 34 points on you. Fine. Like, not happy, live with it, because they're a really good team. It's another thing to have them ripping off essentially 7 yards of play. 418 yards of offense. As a team, they ran it for a 5.8 yards per attempt clip, and that wasn't with Jackson doing any kind of great work. That was Henry running for 7 carry. They were getting free in the secondary. The Steelers weren't tackling anybody. And I'm aware that Joey Porter Jr. went down with an injury, and that's got to be part of it, and Elliott wasn't there in the first place. But point being, I guess, we found out two things. Their defense really needs to have its full complement, and their offense wasn't a complete disgrace without Pickens. You probably can squint and figure that they score 24 points at least if they don't have the Wilson fumble. If Wilson is probably responsible, in my opinion, for 2 touchdowns coming off the board. I'm pretty convinced they were going to punch it in on the play right before or on the drive where he fumbles. And then completely separate discussion whether or not you thought they should have gone for it, but they dialed up a play that if he throws it to the correct hash to Calvin Austin and leads him a little bit differently and better, probably hits for a touchdown and like a crazy, crazy momentum swing. Like, that is a ball, I would argue, that you can expect. It's not a high percentage throw, but it's higher percentage for Russ than it is for most guys. He threw a bad ball there. It's a close play. I think Hamilton's ranging over. It's a bang-bang play, but it's one I think you can expect them to make. I just thought it was interesting that a lot of the conversation surrounding them is basically they need Pickens or they're screwed. That's still probably way more true than not, but now I feel like they almost need these defensive players to be completely healthy because otherwise they might get run over. And that's not a real great reflection on Mike Tomlin, by the way. Let's talk to Tim in Cranberry, 412-928-9370. That's the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. What's up, Tim?
Hey, I got a couple of things on Pickens. Number one, I don't know, why did they have to declare him out midweek rather than saying, like, he'd be a game-time decision, and that would force Baltimore to have to game plan that Pickens would be in the game? And, you know, the way he's not the best route runner if he's not involved anyways. have him out on the field as a decoy, and then it's going to force the safety to cheat to his side a little bit, whether he's involved in the play or not.
I think a team, though, Tim, if you go with that decoy plan, I think a team eventually realizes maybe he's just literally incapable of running, or they just want him out there to do that, and then you're playing 10 on 11, which I don't like. Is George Pickens the, literal one thing the Steelers need to turn all this around? 412-928-9370. Coming up, we've got an update on the George Pickens situation that we'll tell you about from a Steelers insider. New information, tremendous information about George Pickens and his readiness or lack thereof for this Chiefs game. First, here's intern Dom with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Saints and Packers play tonight at 8:15. Westwood One's coverage starts at 7:30, and you can listen to all of it right here on the Fan or the free Odyssey app. Flyers are at the Penguins also tonight, 7 o'clock. First time these two teams have played this season. Flyers Pens at 7. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Learn more at Viking.com.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine, with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sometimes you just got to stick with what you have in life. Isn't it kind of funny that the Cleveland Browns would probably be a playoff team if they had Baker Mayfield? And the New York Jets are awful and always looking for a quarterback, and they'd probably be a playoff team if they just had Sam Darnold. Sometimes in life, you always think the grass is greener on the other side. Sometimes, well, it's not. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
'Tis the season for adventure. That's right. South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Peters Township has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get behind the wheel of a rugged, reliable Jeep this holiday season. Take advantage of their exclusive December deals, such as 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee for $199 per month for 24 months, or a 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee XE for $299 a month for 42 months. Happy holidays from South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. See dealer for details.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho, 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 ho.
Beyond Lincoln's 2024 Corsair. 24 months at $389 a month plus tax with a total of only $2,500 due. This includes your first payment, plate, and all fees. Your security deposit is waived. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
We know you have a lot on your holiday to-do list. And at the UPS store, we're here to help. With our pack and ship guarantee, your gifts will arrive intact or you'll be reimbursed. Got holiday cards to print? We're also the premier printing store. We've got everything you need for every way you holiday. Visit the upsstore.com/guarantee for full details. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Delays are starting to build up on 28. Inbound side, you'll see traffic between 31st Street and the north side. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? You could reach that by February. Have more? Do the math. Then go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
PM team pony out today. Explosive diarrhea, the cause. Not a joke. Not a clever little ha 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 ha. No, he really is. Karma eventually was going to get him for that, and I just hope it's cleared up for him by probably the end of the day today. I'm not wishing more than one day of explosive diarrhea on our friend. You can follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan, and that's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Update on Judge Judy situation here from our resident legal expert, which happens to be frequent pony frenemy, Fake John and Robinson, my pal and yours. He says, court reporter completely superfluous because Judge Judy is just a magistrate or a mediator, not an elected judge. So it's mediation between parties. Makes sense. She's probably not actually typing. Doesn't matter. She's an actor on a television show.
Okay, so what I kind of said was on the right, track.
Sure.
She's not a real
So none of this is on the record. So basically, Judge Judy is just doing mediation.
Yeah. Which, that kind of takes away from the show, to be honest.
I'll tell you.
Well, doesn't it?
You wanted people put away for hard time is what you want.
You didn't?
No, not for the case of he broke my PlayStation.
Okay, but when you have,
You're a real Law and Order guy, my God.
No, it kind of takes away from the fun of the show if everybody just walks away holding hands.
Yes, they've got the death penalty on the line here for one of these two.
That'd be interesting.
So you'd be more of a court TV guy then, it sounds like. Actually watching these trial proceedings.
Yeah, I enjoy the.
If you had been alive for the OJ trial, would you have been watching every day?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
That was must-see TV for people in the 90s. Granted, we didn't have as many channels. If Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives existed at the same time as the OJ trial, I think I'd have been watching Triple D.
Well, okay, that's absurd. I love that show, don't get me wrong, but...
It's one of the 5 best shows on television.
Diners, Drive-Ins, and
Yes.
Dives? You know my issue with that show?
If you give me a choice other than live sports that I like, I'm not sure there's any other show on television that I would rather watch on just I'm flipping through the channels and stopping more than Triple D.
The show would be much better if there were places and foods that he didn't like.
Well, that happens on there sometimes. I don't know if you're clearly not as much of a Triple D fan as me. You can tell when he likes something but doesn't think it's like great. He went to a place around here, and I'm not going to name the place because I happen to like it a lot. And you could tell he thought what they served him was good, like it was their specialty. But you could also tell that he was like, I've had better stuff than this. There might be better stuff on the menu. But it was what that place was known for. There have been other places he was at around here where you could tell he loved it. And he was like, and they weren't like fancy joints. He like thought that the whole like appeal was tied up in how not fancy it was. He also hates eggs. Like if you make him anything that has eggs, he's weird about it. So, but no, I mean, no, they're trying to help those restaurants. So he can't be like, this sucks.
That'd be great. That'd be fun.
Yeah, then no one would want to go there. It kind of defeats the purpose, Dom.
That's why Restaurant Impossible was the best show that network ever had. Robert Irvine went in there and told people what they were doing was bad.
Yeah, he was kind of annoying, though. He's like, I'm a big Navy guy. I'm going to beat you up. He's basically Arnold Schwarzenegger, but for the kitchen.
Yeah.
I'm going to beat you up.
He had shirts on that were like 3 sizes too small.
Yeah, he would wear like a small. The guy's like 6'5". It looks like he's about 6'5". I don't think he's that tall, but like about 290, and he's wearing like a schmedium. What are we doing here, buddy? He's like the Ed Hockley times 2 of restaurant people. Anyway. 412-928-9370, and I promised a George Pickens update. Jerry Dulac, a couple of minutes ago, tweeting this out, saying that George Pickens is expected to play against the Chiefs pending one final health confirmation. So, Pickens had earlier said, basically, when I find out, or when you find out is when I'll find out. According to the longest-tenured Steelers insider, looks like 14 is going to go. No more Michael Brewerly on the bench. George Pickens back in action, it looks like, so long as he passes one more health check. Is that the missing piece for the Steelers? Is it as simple as get George Pickens back and all problems are solved? 412-928-9370. Jimbo is with us on the Fan. Hi, Jimbo.
Hey, guys. So if you look back at the beginning of the year, the year's gone exactly as everybody thought it would. You know what I mean? We are who we thought they were. You know what I mean? It's a good team that can sometimes rise to play with elite teams. I don't think anybody watched the Eagles game and is like, we're a Super Bowl winning team. But we can play with those elite teams. We can play with those good teams. We're in that second part of the calendar where everyone knew we would have to play at an elite level to be able to compete with these teams and to be able to win these games.
I have a question for you.
In that context, yes, Pickens he's a necessary piece for us to go from good to elite, just like T.J. Watt is.
Question.
But no, is he the savior to everything? We're still not going to win the Super Bowl with him.
Well,
but
31 teams. Yes, 31 teams aren't going to win the Super Bowl. Let me ask you something though. Did you watch the Ravens play the Eagles? Did you happen to catch that game? It was a pretty big national featured game.
I did, actually. I had a lot of fantasy stuff going on.
Did you come away from that game? Because I thought the Ravens basically got little brothered in that game, as good as they are. I thought a healthy Eagles team just kind of made them look pathetic for long stretches of that game. Did you come away with that kind of feeling like the Ravens were frauds or pretenders?
I mean, that they have holes. I mean, we know that their defense had major holes for a couple of weeks. They seemed to offset that with some pressure on the quarterback and give their DBs a little bit of a break. But no, they're not the Chiefs. They're not the Eagles. And so that's my point. Like, yeah, we can beat the Ravens, and that was a great game, and we could have maybe won that game without Russ's turnovers.
The funny thing is, I get what you're saying about your opinion on the Ravens. The funny thing is, and I only bring that up because I think there's like a perception. A lot of people's like predetermined or preconceived notions about teams kind of inform how they're going to generally think about them almost in the absence of like overwhelming evidence. If you go and like look at some of the people who have studied the sport for years and years and have come up with some formulas to try to just basically measure like who are the best teams year in and year out, the Ravens, and this is a formula I'm not going to go into detail on, but it's a formula that has correctly predicted Super Bowl winners like after it, like the regular season. Those people feel like the Ravens, even with that loss, and thanks for the phone call, are still the Super Bowl favorite because they do a lot of things really well. They're so overwhelming offensively. The reason why I just bring up that kind of comp is I do think the Steelers, because they don't have like an MVP candidate quarterback, and because the look of the team is just not that impressive on a play-in and play-out basis offensively, I do think the Steelers struggle with sort of a perception problem, and it's probably rooted in reality. But like I said, 31 teams will not win the Super Bowl this year. But I think Steelers losses, lopsided or otherwise, look worse than they do than other teams' losses, because you're like, well, I don't ever really see the Steelers just turn it on and look unbelievably dominant. The Eagles lost yesterday. I don't think it even matters because their quarterback got hurt. The Ravens lost to the Eagles, like I said. I was like, wow, that was like an eye-opening performance. Well, now the Ravens look like the hottest team in football again. The Bills barely beat the Patriots and needed to come back to do it, and lost to the Rams and gave up a bajillion points. But nobody really counts teams like that out, because I think the perception is, hey, they have a great quarterback and they make it look easy often enough that we believe in them. And I just don't think the Steelers have that same characteristic. Mark is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Mark.
What's going on, guys? So I called it 2 weeks ago and hit you with that Tommy Boy reference. Now I'm going to hit you with a little Aaron Rodgers circa 2014. We all need a RELAX, okay? No, they don't want to travel for the playoffs. Of course you want to play at home, but just be healthy. Pickett's going to be healthy. Watt's going to be healthy. Just get in and be healthy. That's going to make all the difference, you know?
How many games do you – okay, so they have 3 guaranteed games left the rest of the year in postseason. They're guaranteed 3 more Steelers games. How many of them do you think they're going to – how many of those 3 games will they win, and do you think they're going to end up winning a playoff game among them?
Yeah, they could definitely go 2-1. I mean, I think across the board they're better than the Chiefs. We all said the whole season the Chiefs right now, or the 2020 Steelers were, not as good as their record. They could definitely be the Chiefs. They should, if they're not playing for anything against the Bengals, I guess maybe they go 1-2, but if there's some seeding implications, absolutely 2-1.
You think they're going to win a playoff game right this second, yes or no?
Today, no. Fully healthy, yes.
Okay. We'll have plenty of time to address that win the playoff game thing. If they're healthy, it depends on the matchup. I will agree in this sense. I do think they can, like with the previous caller, not Mark right there, but Jimbo. I do think they can play with anybody as long as they're healthy. So that's why I started all this off by saying I'm leaning towards Caballi's take of just get your guys fully healthy and take your chances from there. 412-928-9370. Coming up, a Dom football debrief, where intern Dom will give us his biggest story or stories from the world of football, and we will kick them around like they are a soccer ball, which is football in Europe. 412-928-9370 if you want to get involved on the topic of George Pickens. Is he literally the missing piece, and you suddenly look totally different at this team if he's back and healthy, which Jerry Dulac says he is likely to be for this Chiefs game. And then also, again, like I said, the Dom football debrief is coming up next. First, Dom has a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Malsey just mentioned it, but Jerry Dulac is reporting that George Pickens is expected to play this Wednesday against the Chiefs. Over to baseball, Andrew McCutchen has signed a 1-year, $5 million contract with the Pirates. So a little bit of baseball news on December 23rd. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Ballsy.
Thank you very much, Dom. You're going to be watching the game tonight, probably. Yeah, you will if you're a sports fan, right? Or you're maybe going to be watching some hockey tonight. You're probably going to be snacking, maybe getting ready for a big gathering for the holidays, having a few snacks, relaxing. Make the snacking even better with Daisy Sour Cream's new French onion and ranch sour cream dips. They're made with Daisy Sour Cream, which is the gold standard. You know that, I know that, and they got real herbs and spices, the kind of ingredients you'd find in your kitchen. They're going to make whatever you're snacking on so much better. That's why you got to try them right now. The new Daisy Sour Cream, French onion and ranch sour cream dips. Pony.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing, and it's still going to be hot this week. I'm out, and I'm dealing with 90-degree weather, dealing with the blazing heat, the sticky humidity. Well, McVeigh can do it all for you. All installations, repairs, and maintenance on air conditioning units, and right now McVeigh offering up, how about this, $2,000 off. That's a lot of money. Energy-efficient Lennox and Bryant systems. They've got multiple financing options to fit your exact needs, so stay chill this summer. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit McVeighPlumbing.com. Some restrictions may apply. Call for details.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I know what kind of Mac.bid shopper you are. You're patient. You set your watch list and wait. No, you're a price beater. When in retail stores, you're constantly comparing their prices to the Mac.bid app. Maybe you're a swooper, waiting until just before the auctions close to strike. I got it. You're all about that instant gratification. You only use the instant win button because you know what you want and you want it now. Now, the one thing I do know is that you save up to 80% off retail prices at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, it's Cale Berger from the Wide Awake Morning Show. Looking for a great gift this holiday? Then look no further than the Turn Club in Cranberry Township. The Turn Club is praised by many as having the best food in Cranberry, and they are also known as the premier indoor golf location in the region. So if you know someone who enjoys great food at an affordable price or enjoys anything to do with golf, a Turn Club gift card will be sure to be a hit. Download the Turn Club app to purchase gift cards or to receive $5 off your next visit and 20% off your next takeout order.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles, offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
All right, you know what that means. That music tells us that it is once again time, normally, for the Donnie Football Debrief, but intern Dom's name begins with D and an O, and then there's a letter very close to N in the alphabet. So we figured, why not have the Dom Football Debrief? Dom? Nice.
The debrief, December 23, 2024.
Nice. Good work.
So I'll do two different stories here.
Fire away.
All right, so we'll start with this one. Trivia question, Mr. Mueller. On this day, 52 years ago, what major sporting event took place in the city of Pittsburgh?
The Immaculate Reception.
That would be correct.
Witnessed by at least 750,000 people in person at a stadium that only seats about 60,000.
That would be correct. Now here's my take on the Immaculate Reception. No. I
gotta batten down the hatches.
No need to batten down any hatches.
I feel like we've got a nuclear take incoming.
There's no nuclear take. Every time I watch it, and I've read about it, and I've talked to people who were alive for it, to me, I don't think it should have been a catch, and I don't think it should have been a touchdown. And I'll give you two reasons why, and you know better than I do. First of all, there was a rule back then called the double touch rule that said if an offensive player touched the ball, a second different offensive player was not allowed to then touch the ball. And if you watch the play, when Terry Bradshaw threw the ball, people and the officials claimed it hit Tatum's head and then ricocheted into Franco Harris's arms. I don't know. I think it might have hit a Pittsburgh Steeler and then went to Franco, which would have made it an illegal play. So that's number one. And then number two.
I've watched that play a million times. It is pretty damn clear to me. One of the things that feels like it's incontrovertible is that it hits Tatum.
I don't know.
Also, here. Would you like me to use simple physics, a class I failed miserably in high school, to explain to you why it makes no sense that it would have hit Fuqua? The ball is thrown from on your screen, right to left, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Explain to me how, realistically, that ball goes screaming back the other way if a player who was running right to left is contacting the ball first. It makes a lot more sense that Tatum, who is running towards the direction of the ball, would hit the ball first, thus propelling the ball backwards towards Harris.
Sure, but it could still, if it hits...
Do you know how hard he would have to have hit Fuqua to drive Fuqua backwards into the ball at such a speed as it propelled the ball back like it did?
It's possible. If you go back and watch it, it's not as clear.
I think it's pretty obvious that it hits Tatum, but
right.
I've never really accepted that explanation by, like, Raiders truthers.
Well, the second reason is one that you can't confirm, because nobody can confirm, and that's if the ball hit the ground as Franco was catching it.
So I've seen a couple of different replays of it, and I know that, like, the bottom gets cut out.
Mm-hmm.
There are people, I feel like there is, and I think the NFL, I swear to God, I think this is what it is. There are people who say that there's an extra, like, angle that rarely, if ever, gets shown, because I think it takes away some of the mystique of the play that shows it very clearly being, like, a foot off the ground, like, not even a very close call.
Very clearly hitting the ground.
No, a full foot off the ground.
Hitting the ground.
A full foot off the ground.
And if it shows that it did hit the ground, then it takes away from all the mystique. You're correct about that, actually.
No, I think they want you to believe that it was, like, scraped up off an inch above the ground, a la Polamalu having that one-handed diving interception in the snow. But I'm pretty certain that he, like, picks the ball up, and there's about, if people are watching on YouTube, there's about this much space between ball and ground. Like, it's a pretty clear-cut play. I will tell you this much about the play, since I just knew you were going nuclear take ×2 there. I watched it this morning because the Steelers posted it, and then, like, Schefter picked up on it. And they posted the real speed version, not the famous NFL films, like, here's Franco running in slow motion, and the whole play is done in slow motion. That play just becomes so much more impressive when you don't see it in the slow-mo. Franco's ability to just be jogging towards the ball for really reasons only, like, you run towards the ball if it's in the air. The whole thing happens so unbelievably quickly. It's one of those plays that usually gets shown so often in slow-mo that you almost slow your brain down and imagine it was like a ball that sat up there forever. That was a bang-bang play, and he's just in a dead sprint scooping it up right before it hits the turf, which it never did, Dom.
Well, it helps to catch a ball when it hits the ground first, and then you can kind of...
What are you doing here? Why are you doing this?
Well, Bexold has weighed in and said that there is a replay that shows the ball doesn't hit the ground. Maybe he has footage that I don't have, because I've never seen it.
I'm almost positive that the league has a very clear angle, that it's from, like, the end zone, like an end-zone camera, and you can just tell the ball is nowhere near the ground.
Does it? Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I do think it's for the purposes of, like, the drama's way better when that ball goes out of frame, and you're like, there he goes!
Does it take away anything that the Steelers got blown out by the Dolphins the next week?
No, because what I think that game did was it announced their arrival. The Raiders were still, like, they were big, bad Raiders. And I think you have to, it's rare that you win, you go from a team that hasn't won jack squat to just suddenly here's a run all the way to a Super Bowl. Like the Rams did it in '99 with the greatest show on turf just out of nowhere. But usually for a team on the rise, there's a process. The Penguins, before they won it in 2009, that first run, 2 years prior, they got smoked by the Senators in the playoffs, like completely outclassed. Then they got to the Cup final the next year. Then they got over the hump. It does not take away anything that the Dolphins then had to come here, by the way. Did you know that? They had to come to Pittsburgh as the undefeated team in the AFC and play the AFC title game here because of what the rules were back then.
Yeah, that's... we should go back to those rules. Get people all riled up.
Anyway, I like that you immediately went this direction. What else you got?
All right, second story is we had the first round of the college football playoff over the weekend. Playoffs. So Notre Dame won, Penn State won, Texas won, Ohio State
Every
won.
favorite one.
By an average margin of victory of 19 points.
Yep.
So, again, I want to know what you think, but People today are just so angry and miserable. The atmospheres for these games were incredible. The extended college football playoff, in my view, was the best thing to ever happen to the sport, and everybody saying they should go back to 4 teams is a moron. And we're getting 2 unbelievable games next week in Oregon, Ohio State, and Notre Dame, Georgia. So all these people, all these commentators...
I think Boise, Penn State's going to be an unbelievable game, actually. I actually think that game is going to be pretty phenomenal.
I hope so. So all the Kirk Herbstreit, who's complaining, like, everybody just needs to calm down. It's sports, it's football, it's supposed to be fun. It's the holidays.
It's the holiday season.
Yeah.
But I mean, you better than anybody should know that what people primarily like is to complain. And by the way, I'm going to retweet this for you right now. Somebody actually posted the blurrier but very clear picture of the Immaculate Reception and Franco picking the ball up way before it hits the turf.
Well, any video can be doctored these days.
Yes. You are just relentless. Here's my thought on this. I actually was going to reserve some time today to maybe talk about this as a topic, but I have a pretty clear-cut opinion. I follow a lot of the college football only people whose entire job is just following the sport. And I've seen one point kind of reiterated over and over again that hits home for me. It is a pretty unpredictable sport with guys who are not paid pros. I know they get money now, but they're 18 to 22 years old. That's generally your age range. Pretty unpredictable overall. You're in that exact same age range right now. You are not what I would call a predictable person all the time. And the sport has a ton of blowouts, including, for example, Alabama wouldn't have had this happen. You sure? I do the old Tim Robinson bit. You sure about that? Because Alabama was a 6.5-point favorite, or no, maybe a 13.5-point favorite when they went to Oklahoma. And what happened to them against an Oklahoma team that was essentially just Pitt with Oklahoma colors on? They got beat 24-3. Weird stuff happens all the time in college football. And I think the people who are belly aching about this, either to say that the SEC should have had more teams in or SMU didn't deserve to be there, just like to say that because a roster looks a certain way, or when this team plays to their capacity, they look a certain way, that they should then be in. I feel like when Joe and I did the show together, Starkey, he would do this all the time. And the logical endpoint becomes, do you want them to play the games, and do you want the games in the regular season to matter or no? Because I think there's just this overwhelming eye test bias for teams like Alabama. Well, they look so good when they're on their game. Then don't lose 3 games. Don't go to Vanderbilt in front of a crowd that's mostly Alabama fans and give up a bajillion points and yards and lose. Don't have a very mid Oklahoma team just slap you around like you're their little brother. What are we talking about here? I find the whole notion to be just so in service of the idea that essentially what we should have is about a 20-team English Premier League style Super League, and then have everybody else go tiers down. And maybe if you would like to relegate the bottom 3 every year and promote the top 3, that's how we'll do the churn. Because realistically, what people want is to say this. In a 12-team playoff, the 12 teams should always be the following. I'm serious about this. Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon, Alabama. You'd say USC because they're a blue blood, but maybe not. Georgia, Texas, Mississippi, LSU. Do we want Wisconsin in there? Not necessarily. Michigan, most years.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame should be in there. That's 10. Who am I leaving out? I know I'm leaving a couple out here.
Tennessee.
Miami, Tennessee, and then maybe Clemson can fight with Miami about who gets to be in there. But essentially, these people are saying, why even bother playing the games? Go by whoever has the best recruiting classes and whoever's roster looks the best on paper. Don't play the games. What do we need those for? It's a constant complaint of mine that most people just say, well, I have it in my head that such and such team is really good, and the results be damned. And again, I'll go back to saying, we had a lot of blowouts a couple of years ago. Remember when Michigan State got beat 38-0 by Alabama in the 4-team playoff? I didn't hear one person saying, wait a minute, was Michigan State really viable? People don't question that. This is a hot-button issue for me. This gets me very heated.
Did you think SMU was a better football team than Alabama?
Yes.
Really?
Because You're doing the same thing, though.
I'm not doing anything.
You're doing exactly what they do. Who would you pick to have in Alabama SMU? I don't know. Maybe Alabama should have beaten Oklahoma and we wouldn't have been having this question. Oh, who would you pick, Indiana or? Sorry, Indiana lost to one team. It was the best team they played, and then they lost to Notre Dame. Sucks for them.
But this is a sport that playoffs aren't determined by record or standing. It's a rank. It's a pick. They pick which teams look the best. And I don't think SMU looked better than Alabama.
Did Alabama look great when they were getting their doors blown off by Oklahoma, yes or no?
Did they look good when they were beating Georgia?
Okay. Win the games. Win them all.
No, I agree.
Win one more game than you did.
But by the rules of the committee, they're supposed to pick the 12 best teams. And I think Bama would have been in, but I think they felt a lot of pressure to leave them out.
My honest to God, final thought on this truly is this. For the people that say SEC, it just means more, I would say the SEC should start its own league. You don't get to play anybody else. You just play your whatever it is, how many ever teams now are in it. SEC, Big Ten, go. Do your own thing. Nobody's going to play you. You play each other. Don't even have a playoff. The team, you have two divisions, and each team's division champion plays the other for whatever that you want to call their title. So it'll be Ohio State most years, and then it'll be Georgia or Alabama most years. How many teams are there in each conference right now? 16 in each?
Yeah, I was going to say 16.
Okay. Every year you play every team but one. No more non-conference games. Play your schedule. Team with the best record wins the conference. There's no conference title game, and you play the other team's conference winner. Problem solved. Then the rest of college football can go and have a college football playoff. They don't get to play the winner of the Big Ten SEC. That's just, call it the Big Ten SEC Challenge League, Super League, whatever you want.
Okay, but you would admit 95% of the good teams in the sport are in the Big Ten and the SEC.
Let's see.
80%. Most of the good teams are in those two conferences.
So do you think that this should be every year there should be 8 SEC/Big Ten teams and then 4 that get to fight over the table scraps?
No, I just think it should be the 12 best teams.
And how many of those teams yearly do you think reside in the Big Ten and the SEC? If it's a 12-team playoff, how many do you think most years? You think it would be 10 teams out of the 12?
8 to 10.
Okay, so you want 10 teams. Well, then why not just go to 12 and just say the other leagues are excluded? Start your own playoff.
No, because if you have a really good team in the
why
ACC.
Not? They probably, if they played in the ACC, or if they played in the SEC or Big Ten, they'd probably be a 4-loss team. That's the whole crux of the argument here.
No, the crux of the argument is, do they look like one of the 12 best teams?
How do you know?
You take into account who they played, who they lost to, who they beat.
Okay, if you lose to a 6-5 Oklahoma team by 3 touchdowns, you're probably not one of the best teams that year, whether you looked good against Georgia or not.
They beat the #1 team in the country at the time.
Okay.
So I get that they lost a game, but if you're just looking overall at what the team is.
Did Georgia look infallible all year? They barely beat, Kentucky and at least 1 or 2 other teams?
No, they beat Texas twice.
Okay, good. Maybe Texas shouldn't have been in there. I'm sorry, they're in the SEC. They have to be in.
I feel like I hit a nerve with you.
Seriously, what are we really doing? Well, I hear people make this argument all the time, and they're either SEC fans, diehard, fine, go start your own league, I don't care. Or they're people who have it in their heads, and I call it Alabama syndrome. When Alabama looked really good under Saban, and most years they really did deserve to be there, they looked so good that it was overwhelming. And then you'd almost chalk up any loss as a fluke. No other team got that treatment. Maybe Georgia started to. Okay. Don't play the games then. Have them just play a Super League. I'm fine. Honest to God, man, if the Big Ten and SEC went off and did their own thing, and I, a fan of an ACC team, got to watch it was the ACC, the Big 12, and the rest of the teams all thrown into one pot, and they had their own playoff, it would be much more gratifying to me to see Pitt somehow make it to that playoff and then win it somehow or get to the finals. And if they won it, I wouldn't give a rat's ass that somebody'd say, well, you didn't beat the SEC and Big Ten champion. Good, I don't care. That's a different league. They've decided that they're different. Indiana will never compete for anything again. Fine. You play each other. You each play your own conference schedule. Each team that wins the conference plays, and that's it. No playoff, no nothing else. Then we'll clearly have crowned the best team. See any problem with it?
I mean, yes.
That's the logical. What's the problem? That's the logical endpoint, and it's the truest measure. The SEC, hey, win your conference, then go play the Big Ten winner.
I mean, I guess it's not a terrible idea. I just don't know how we can't.
I think that's what people want, though, Dom.
I don't know why we couldn't, and again, tell me if I'm off here, Couldn't we expand it to 16 or 20 teams and just go based on record?
What's the point, though? Then you would just want, I think at that point, Vanderbilt might belong.
Then they belong.
The SEC team that I feel has the best case here is probably South Carolina, because they appeared to be playing the best of anybody, and they got left out because Clemson beat SMU. And then you can make an argument that if SMU wins that game, they sneak in. Or they would have the best case because they looked like a team that was playing really good football.
Isn't this going to happen, though, no matter how many teams you put in, that the first team left out is going to feel robbed?
Yes, but I'm just saying it doesn't have to. You can give the SEC and the Big Ten what they want and feel they deserve, which is their own playoff, their own entire league, 32 teams, all the big money schools. Screw everybody else. We're good. Actually, you don't even have to call it the SEC and the Big Ten. Get together the 32 biggest schools. You can even kick Indiana and Purdue out of there if you want, and Vanderbilt, and bring in a couple. You want to bring Clemson? You want to bring Miami? You want to bring Florida State? You want to bring those schools into the fold? Who else am I leaving out from the world of the ACC and Big 12? Anybody?
Syracuse?
No.
Couldn't you just break away from the NCAA at that point?
Yes, they should. They should. Break away and do your own Super League and call it, you can call it the Premier College Football League if you want. And then the next one down will be the Championship College Football League. And then maybe the next one down can be something else, the second tier league or whatever you want to call it. And then you get all the way down to the FCS. But just, that's it. Now, you did get me fired up. Thank you, Dom. Serenity now. I got some grievances there, I'll tell you that much. It's the 50-minute mark on the Fan, or it's about to be, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I assure you, if I had somehow gotten into that argument with Starkey, it would have devolved into us just screaming. You want to talk about a true screaming match? That's what you would have gotten. Like two people, just the fur flying, like two cats fighting. Like there's just a cloud of dust and debris flying out, and occasionally like an arm sticking out, just punches being thrown. That's what that would have been. Okay, coming up next, a question you've probably all been waiting for me to pose. The Steelers are suddenly floundering. They've lost 2 straight. They're going to be underdogs again against Kansas City. It looks like they'll get George Pickens back, but who knows if that matters against a 14-1 opponent. How much of this slide is on Mike Tomlin? How does it reflect on him? Let's talk about that coming up next. Fan Weather, brought to you by Sun Chevy. 0% financing on all 2024 Chevy EV models up to 60 months through January 3rd with credit through GM Financial. Low of 32 and a chance of snow overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, a high of 37 degrees. Let's talk about you right now. Pal Mulsey here with a message about Shorkey Mitsubishi, specifically Mitsu by the Mall, Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. It is time for you to make that deal that you've been waiting for to get the Mitsu that fits you. You know why? Because it's the holiday exchange event at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. And that means they've got all-wheel drive Outlanders up to $8,500 off, or you could finance at 0%. They've got Eclipse Crosses now at $6,000 off. You can get Outlander Sports up to $5,000 off or $2,000 off on Mirage, America's best value car. The best part about all of this, you probably have a ride you're ready to trade in right now. Guess what? They're paying at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, Mitsu by the Mall, 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. Plus, you get 2 years of prepaid maintenance on any new purchase. This is awesome. This is the time. Get your year-end deal your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall or online at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
What's your favorite way to spend time? With family, friends, grabbing some alone time because you need a little space from your family and friends? One thing's for sure, it's not an unexpected stay at the hospital. Unfortunately, last year, flu and COVID hospitalized 1.3 million adults, and nearly 1 million of them were 65 or older. So get your updated vaccines, and don't let flu or COVID interrupt your life. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Crowley here for Hampton Beer Outlet. It's the holidays, my favorite time of the year. Family, friends, football, Santa Claus, reindeer, and lots of ice-cold beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet is there for you. They've got great specials. Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager, 24-pack cans, $17.99. Coors Light, Bud Light, even Miller Lite, 30 packs, just $22.99. And Busch Light, $19.99. And a partridge in a pear tree. So drive a little, save a lot. This holiday season at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid.
to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Week 16 of pro football wraps up tonight in Green Bay, and Green Bay is a huge favorite at home against New Orleans. Green Bay a 14-point home favorite, total 42.5. New Orleans playing with its backup quarterback and backup running back. And I like Green Bay to cover the spread in this game, but prop-wise here, I want to take a look at Green Bay's wide receiver with the initials JR, and I like his matchup here going over the middle of the field against this New Orleans defense. Receiving yards prop is 41.5. I think he could easily get to 50, so I do like Green Bay tonight. Green Bay receiver, initials JR, over yards. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This holiday, it's game on with Fios Home Internet. Because for a limited time, when you switch to a Fios 1 gig plan, you'll get an all-new Xbox Series S on us. So what are you waiting for? Unbox a new Xbox this holiday season. Yeah! Cool. And get all the speed you need to game, stream, and play on our 100% fiber optic network. All you have to do? Switch to fast, reliable Fios Home Internet and get the Xbox Series S on us with a Fios 1 gig plan. Fast internet, new Xbox. Now, that sounds like a win-win for any holiday. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Verizon. Offer valid through December 2nd, 2024. Must install and maintain Fios 1 gig services in good standing for 14 days and redeem within 60 days thereafter. One Xbox Series S console per order while supplies last. One offer per eligible Verizon account.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
How do you spot the all-new Nissan Rogue Rock Creek? Here's a hint. It's got all-terrain tires, a tubular roof rack you can't miss, and it's tough inside and out with lava red detailing. You'll also find it in its natural habitat, climbing mountains, attacking rugged trails, and never backing down from any adventure. The first ever Nissan Rogue Rock Creek.
Intelligent all-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions. Always secure cargo. Heavy loading of the vehicle with cargo, especially on the roof, will affect the handling and stability of the vehicle.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly! Get last-minute gift and stocking stuffers now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. For the do-it-yourselfer on your list, save $10